Good Friday morning, everybody. John and Lance, along with Dell, for 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5. And, man, if you make a free throw, if you could just make a free throw, 12 of 24 from the free throw line. Just ridiculous. I just saw now Reed Shepherd, we got quotes from Coach Ime Udoka. Reed Shepherd came in and in the fourth quarter again was knocking down shots. Man, oh man, oh man. They had a 9-point lead in the fourth quarter. And Reed Shepherd gave him a huge, huge boost. And then they go to overtime, luckily, because Kevin Durant definitely goaltended on Tyrese Maxey to end the game, but they didn't call it. But Reed Shepherd doesn't play. Reed Shepherd does not play in the fourth quarter, in the overtime. And it's just, it was kind of amazing. I just saw Roosh just tweeted out, I don't know where he, and when he tweeted it out, but he says, Ime Udoka is officially on fraud watch.
Oh my
he
God.
routinely runs stupid rotations. He refuses to unleash one of the most dynamic offensive players on the team, Reed Shepherd. He cannot figure out how to adjust his offense without Fred VanVleet, and now they can't even defend anymore. This team is not as good as it should be.
Yeah, no, I would agree. I mean, the record says that.
Where's Ime on this?
Well, I have noticed him catching a lot more bullets. I've noticed him catching a lot more. We saw Kevin O'Connor say he didn't know if he's the right coach for the team.
Yeah.
But fraud watch seems a little strong. I mean, they went back to Tari. It was Tari, Jabari, Amen, Alpi, and obviously KD. So they were basically saying we're going to go bigger and better defensively in the overtime with Tari in the game. That's what they did.
And then they went 3 and 8 from the field.
And then Tari, worse than that, they turned the ball over.
Yeah.
Worse than that, it's not like Reed is this great ball handler, that's for sure. I mean, they've got a ball handling issue right now. But it really killed them down the stretch because they had 3 turnovers. And KD couldn't hit a 3 in the overtime. I think he may have had 1, but he had the 2 open looks. One is off that Amen Thompson rebound. And either one of those would have been huge, and he just can't get it. But, it was more than that. It's more than Reed not playing. How about Tyrese Maxey? They could not keep him from getting to the 10. They could not keep him from even, he was barely contested yesterday off the dribble. Barely contested it from the fourth quarter on. It was unbelievable.
How many layups did he have?
A
it was ridiculous.
billion. It's unbelievable.
This is supposed to be – and listen.
And of course, Alpi got in the paint where once he starts pump faking, he's done.
Well.
He's done. When he's just playing a rhythm, great. Once he starts pumping and fake and pump and up, and then he missed that little, or had it blocked or whatever. We're on
Reed Shepherd. How many layups did he miss, too?
Yeah.
Holy crap.
Yeah, Reed missed his, too. He didn't finish all the time. So
they don't –
There was a lot to go around with that. They tricked that game off, though.
Yeah, they sure did.
I mean, they tricked that game off in the
9-point fourth quarter lead.
I don't get how they are such a disappointing fourth quarter team too often.
Yeah.
They really are. I mean, they just have been disappointing over, really definitely since January. It's been a disappointing fourth quarter. Definitely since January.
Well, let's hear from Ime on Reed Shepherd, because when he's not. I mean, he gave you what you wanted in the fourth quarter, and you took a big lead, and then you just pissed it away. Here is Ime talking about Reed last night.
Yeah, I mean, he gave us another spark, but I think inconsistent. Not just Reed, a lot of people defensively in that quarter. Like I said, lack of awareness on personnel things, and then just some communication errors.
Just another example. If you don't play defense for Ime, you're sitting. Now, it's okay if you suck offensively, because guess who sucked offensively? Alpi. He was bad.
Mm-hmm.
He was bad last night offensively.
Was.
Here is Alpi he was pretty damn honest about the way that he played last night offensively.
I think I had one of my worst performances this season. I wasn't that aggressive on offensively. Actually, I started the game good. I was confident, but second half I was just couldn't feel it, and that was it.
Yeah, like this one, back and forth nature of it, kind of tougher when it comes down to a couple plays here and there. Is it tougher when it comes down to a couple plays here and there, and you're right there, and just kind of fell a little short?
We're now used to it. We had a lot of games like this season, close games, and we got some success. We had some unsuccess, so, we know what to do. We just missed some couple easy shots, and, they made it, and that was the game.
And you let Kelly Oubre get 26 on 10 of 14. Tyrese Maxey just walking to the basket all night.
Walking. In fact, I felt like he had a police escort.
Oh, my God.
It was driving really, really fast, but a police escort nonetheless.
You lost to old-ass Paul George.
Rickety, crickety, and he even ripped, he almost ripped, was it Amen or Tari? Tari was basically it was like he was playing with nothing but thumbs. Late in that game, we just couldn't get a handle on the ball. Yeah, they defended when they needed to.
He hit a couple of nice threes at the end. He hit a couple nice threes.
Well, Daryl, he's going to have a combination of old rickety-ass players at the end of their career.
Yeah.
They're getting paid too much. That's kind of like what he likes to do.
Yeah, but Jabari with another crap night off. Listen, it is almost getting ridiculous as when Jabari has a crap game, they can't win. They can't win.
What is it about teams Kevin Durant's on where they don't play their best?
I don't know.
Not trying to take a shot at KD. I'm saying this happened with the Nets. This happened in Phoenix. And now it's, at least for the month of January, it's happening for the Rockets. And the record says so. And the play in the fourth quarter, it's not just the record. They're losing these overtime games. All they do is play overtime games against the Sixers. But you want to see them have – you always hate to see a team have bad extra inning record, overtime record in any sport. You want to be able to – those are close and lates that you want to pull out. That's the difference in seeding many times between being a really high seed or a middling seed is just how you play in close and lates. And, in football it can be the difference between making the playoffs and not making the playoffs. But in basketball it can be the difference between being a 2 and a 6, a 2 and a 7 sometimes. Yeah. So depending on how bad you are. So it's a concern, and I don't know why it is that with KD this always happens. And once again, I'm not blaming him. I'm just saying this is another occurrence on a third team where this happens.
Yep.
I'm sure it's a coincidence, but it's not the third team this has happened on.
Yeah. And listen, Reed Sheppard hits that shot from his release is so quick. He hit that one from the corner and he got fouled. And he misses the damn free throw. Mm-hmm. He missed one the other night as well.
He's not a great – what's he –
last I checked, he's a small white guy. You know what small white guys need to do?
I know.
Make free throws.
But he doesn't make them at the small white guy clip that you'd think he does.
No, he's a 76% shooter.
Yeah, way lower.
That's
terrible. Small white guy, he's shooting at least 86.5%.
At least.
He's not. He's not. Now, last year he shot 81% from free throws. This year – but I would rather have him 74% from free throw and 41 from three than last year's 81 from the free throw and 33 from three. So if I had to give one, I'd like them both to be good. I'd like a 40 and 80 should be the cutoffs. 40 and 80 for Reed Sheppard's got to be the cutoffs.
74.5% this year. That's unacceptable. Under three quarters. You got to Reed. Look in the mirror. Short white guy. Make free throws.
Yeah, but tall black guys need to make free throws too, and guys from Turkey need to make free throws, like they all do. This is an issue for the team. Yesterday, Reed didn't miss 12 free throws.
No, the whole team, and that's the difference of the game. 12 to 24,
and they got out rebounded too.
19 of 22. Then the Rockets were 12 of 24. That's just terrible. And that's the difference in the game. Can't hit a free throw. Mm-hmm. Just terrible.
Yeah, and they were they were out rebounded as well. So
that and some piss poor that was clearly
they didn't.
Clearly a goaltend.
They were being out rebounded. It ended up 46-46, but
yeah.
12.
Well, That's being out rebound for the Rockets are a great rebound.
No,
team.
yeah, it's true. Their differential in rebounds were eliminated, and the yesterday 19 of 22 versus 12 of 24. I mean, that's Rockets did make 45% of their threes, so it's not like they didn't. That's kind of how they stayed in that game with Tari and Dorian Finney-Smith and Reed off the bench. The Rockets were 9 of 18 off the bench from three. I mean, that's huge.
Yeah.
That's absolutely huge, but. These turnover numbers are getting to be a problem. 16 turnovers yesterday, not 33 assists, which is a high number. But you'd rather be higher than 2-1 if you really want to know the truth. I mean, the Philadelphia was 41 to 15. So, the turnover numbers have been high for the Rockets. The missed free throws have been a problem. The fourth quarter play has been a problem. They have been better defensively of late, but they had no answer for Tyrese Maxey. I mean, no answer. Joel Embiid had a big triple double yesterday. Put up 30. He had a 32, 15, and 10 triple double, and then Tyrese Maxey had 36 and 10, 36 points, 10 assists. Those are big monster games for a couple of their guys.
Yeah. Well, and Kevin Durant had to play another 44 minutes, and he had 36 and 7. And 8.
You're going to play him that much, he needs to win.
Yeah,
you can't afford to have him playing this many minutes and loss.
It's absolutely
like if you're going to step over the minute threshold, you got to get wins with him.
Yep. I mean, and he's got to be getting disgusted with this. You could tell in his voice the other day. He's like, I don't know what during the slump. I don't know what was going on. What's going on? We're better. They're better than this.
Mm-hmm.
They're better than this. That was just you don't blow a 9-point fourth quarter lead.
John,
especially when you're supposed to be a defensive team.
You want to talk about free throws? This is the guy that needs to take the bullets is Alperen Şengün. This is a big problem. Here's his free throw. Here's his free throws over the last 4 games. 2 of 7, 5 of 5, 3 of 5, 3 of 9. So in his last 4 games, he's had a 3 of 9 and a 2 of 7. How does that happen? He had a 2 of 6. This is in the month of January. He had a 2 of 6. He's shooting 52.4% in January from free throw line. 52.4% from the free throw line in January. In December, he shot 75%. I mean, get it together, Alpy. Make a free throw.
Yeah.
And, he was 70% in November. Like just having a miserable free throw shooting month. And that's it's kind of a big deal. Like you just can't afford to give up, can't afford to give away these free points. But I was just really disappointed that Maxey couldn't even get the only time he was even contested in the fourth quarter on. There was one other time late in the game, but was that goaltending by Kevin Durant, and that was a goaltending. I mean, it was clear as day. They missed that. That was unbelievably lucky for the Rockets that they missed that. But all it did was extend Kevin Durant's minutes played. That's all it did.
It's all it did. I'd
have rather gotten beat there by that goaltending than had Kevin Durant play extra minutes.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you want to know the truth.
All right. 713-780-3776.
You know what I noticed? We don't get a lot of Rockets calls. You guys all want to get on our guy C.J. Stroud. You all want to pile onto our quarterback C.J. Stroud, but you don't want to talk Rockets.
Yeah.
What's the deal?
I don't know.
The Rockets have feelings too. The Rockets are a real team here. The Rockets have championship aspirations.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The Rockets have a team that could win a championship. They're not playing well like it right now. No, you and Dell shaking his hands like más o menos. You're going, they're not playing well, but they have championship stuff. They have a championship roster. Maybe not.
Hey, on paper,
the point guard, the
on
ball
paper,
handling.
they have a championship
Yes,
roster.
yeah. I only deal with paper.
Okay.
I'm only dealing with
You're
paper.
a numbers guy.
I'm not doing Bitcoin. I'm only doing paper, gold, and silver.
Yeah, good thing you missed in that
stats.
and that whole gold thing. Good thing you missed that.
How about my dad bought gold? He bought some gold, and it's like, have you seen the price of gold?
5,000.
The more crazy stuff comes, the silver and gold just keeps like, we're going back to caveman times. Once a couple of nuclear bombs jump off, gold and silver it is. Bitcoin went in the toilet, and gold and silver went.
Yep.
My dad was buying junk silver, bags of silver. I'm like, what are you doing?
He's smart.
back in 2013. I'm like, what are you doing?
He was being smart, is what he was
He
doing.
was. He
Yeah.
was.
Is it
All right.
buried in his yard? Where does he keep his bags of silver?
Now see.
What is it called? The safe
Oh,
deposit.
safe.
Yeah, whatever it is.
Now
a
somebody's
safety
gonna-
deposit.
Safety
yeah,
deposit
yeah.
box.
Now
Okay.
somebody's going to go try to rob the bank and take your dad's
Go try to
safety
rob the
deposit.
bank. They've got multiple machine guns there.
Oh,
They've got a cartel.
On turrets?
Now
They've
because
got
you're
a. They've got
Do
a.
they have machine guns on turrets?
Yeah. They do that. Those things are unbelievable.
They
By the
are.
way, another thing that I like about movies is how.
Hold on, John was trying to get us to a break. Let's
Well, before you
adhere.
get to a break,
Oh.
are you guys going to Are you guys going to? Are you guys going to comment on the fact that every movie that has gunfights have guns that never run out of bullets until there's a break in the action where they see you where they well, let's put a reload in a clip. or
John
something.
Wick, he will have to reload. He'll run
How
out
many
of bullets.
how many bullets come in a clip? Like what's the most that will come in a clip for some type of pistol?
I don't know.
John, what
John,
is
you
it?
spoke for
80?
that gun place.
You
Did
spoke
they ever
for
tell you?
Harold's gun shop?
yeah.
What is it, like 80
it's
bullets?
unlimited. No, it's unlimited.
It is
Unlimited.
unlimited. Okay.
Thanks for
So
letting
there's
us
an
know.
unlimited. Yeah.
No.
Like
You
it's that
just
way in Contra too. We would have unlimited bullets in Contra when we
keep
played.
it- keep on. Well, you seen those belts where you load it in.
Well, that's a
and you
machine
load
gun.
the belt to bullets in.
Yeah, that's an automatic. But I mean, I was just talking about guys who are running around
Yeah. It's you
with
have as many as you
pistol
want.
with some type of single handguns that feel like I'm like, man, they've gotten off a lot of rounds, a lot of rounds, or even the little,
Yeah.
the little handheld machine guns, whatever they would be that really the firefight goes on for minutes and
No,
I don't
it's
and there's
unlimited.
no reload.
You didn't know that it was unlimited.
Yeah, I didn't realize.
learned that.
Actually, I didn't realize that.
Yeah, right. Well, in case you do
They
get,
store bullets in the cloud.
well, John Daspit now, in
Yeah.
case you do get shot up on the roads or something, I don't know. John Daspit's here for you.
Yeah, it seems like a criminal case. But I don't know. Maybe you want to also, I don't know. Maybe John Daspit can help you on that. Mostly, you want the police to step in and do what they need to do. But I do know if you're injured on the roadway, if somebody is out there being reckless, or maybe you got a truck driver falling asleep and swerving and smashes, you're headed I-10 East on where you literally have concrete barriers the whole way. It's the most nerve-wracking drive ever, and there's always wrecks there. And I'm not surprised because there's so many 18-wheelers. And can you imagine being, the guy just trying to text or falling asleep or whatever and just drifts over into your lane and smashes you into that concrete barrier? You're going to get pretty badly injured. And the cars behind you are going to smash into you. What's that going to mean? How badly injured are you going to be? They're going to have to take you on a helicopter and fly you out to I hope not, God forbid. But you're going to have some serious injuries. Who's going to be there for you? Who's going to get all your hospital bills and stuff taken care of? You're worried, I don't have insurance. That's okay. John Daspit's going to get it taken care of. John Daspit is going to make sure that all the money that you're losing for not being able to work, they're going to pay you for that. They're going to pay you for your pain and suffering. They're going to pay you for long-term disability. He is going to make sure that he gets the proper results when he goes up against the insurance company. And you have to have a John Daspit because they are going to try to screw you. That's one of the reasons he's around, is because insurance companies have been screwing people for years and years. You've been screwed on something that an insurance company, whether it's health or car or house, they always do that. You guys know how they do. John Daspit fights back. He is your voice. He knows the law. And if it goes to court, it's a wrap. They lose. So they end up doing settlements, even if it's toward the end, and they always go in John's favor. 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW. If you're badly injured at the workplace, in the roadway, really anywhere due to someone else's negligence, DaspitLaw.com.
John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, let's talk a little Texans. Let's start with Dan Orlovsky. This isn't Dan at the kitchen table apologizing to everyone because he didn't think Justin Fields was going to be very good.
That's not even what he said.
Right.
It was just
He
Justin.
said
He had
was
heard some things from the program, and
Right.
by the way, Justin didn't end up being good.
Yeah. Yeah. So this one was, and it was a little much. I saw the quote when he made it after the Texans lost the other day. Dan Orlovsky said that 31 other quarterbacks in the league would have won that game. Mm-hmm. And that's a little much.
Are we sure?
Is that much, though?
How many quarterbacks are on a roster when you include the emergency quarterbacks?
I mean, people tried to get into it literally, but what he was saying was you just had to play.
But
I mean, people tried to take it as a literal, well, let's go down to the 30th quarterback. What he was saying was you really only had to
not be the
just
worst,
not screw up.
not have an awful
not
performance.
Have 4 turnovers in the first half.
And that's what he should have said as opposed to what he said.
That's a lot longer talk, and it doesn't sound as good.
And we talked about, Sean and I talked about this. In the group chats, people said far worse. In our group chat, people said far worse. What Dan Orlovsky said was
that's a good point.
Milquetoast compared to what everyone was saying about
some
CJ.
Of the same people who want to gnash their teeth because they think they got a gotcha are the same ones who are saying nasty-ass stuff about him in group chats. You're right.
I mean,
there's 2 existences. There's the real one, and then there's the one where you're performative and you have to come after somebody. And, of course, Dan will crumble. You don't have to worry about Dan Orlovsky.
He's not built for it.
No, he's not built for it at all. He will absolutely crumble.
No, he needs to be
I'll
more.
tell you to go eat something.
I mean, has anyone been more wrong? Stephen A. don't care. He says stuff and it's wrong.
Never apologizes.
Skip. They're never. They're never gonna. Colin Cowherd, same way. Dan Orlovsky, you're right. He ain't built for this. Here was Dan Orlovsky apologizing to CJ.
Before I do that, I want to go back to Monday morning because on Monday morning after the Patriot-Texans game, I went on and said, Houston wins that game with 31 other quarterbacks. I want to publicly apologize to C.J. Stroud. I crossed the line. I don't ever want to do that in this role. When I started 8 years ago, was making the commitment, never go on TV and say, well, they won because the quarterback played good or they lost because the quarterback played bad. And so I've been called out on it. Accountability, full stop, shouldn't have done it. There's ways for me to say that in regards to C.J. Stroud did the one thing he couldn't do, and that's why they lose the game. I don't want to take away from New England's defense as well. So full stop, that wasn't cool of me, and that was wrong of me. Different way for me to communicate that.
That's fine, but the fact is, on your own network, people take hard-line comments. Ryan Clark does. Of course, Ryan Clark apologizes a lot of times, too, because he usually misses. Like, his comments are almost immediately disavowed or proven wrong. But, I mean, Orlovsky doesn't lead the league in apologies. That's Ryan Clark. But that's kind of weak that he apologized for saying, hey, you're just making at some point, if you're sitting in a barbershop, the barbershop talk is way harsher than that. Talk with you and your boys having beers way harder. The fantasy football league where y'all start talking about stuff. That wasn't really that incendiary to say 31 out of 32 quarterbacks would have won that. Is that really, like, that's not a personal attack on CJ, the person. He didn't call him a B. He didn't do – like, that really – I can't believe he's apologizing. I don't know. Mulgeta may have gotten to him. Ryan Clark may have gotten to him. Somebody executives may have.
It is that. Now –
Wait. Is it personally denigrating, or are you commenting on his play being that bad where it was literally any other quarterback would have played better? John, name a quarterback that you think would have done worse than 4 turnovers.
Zach Wilson.
He's not a starter. He said 31 other quarterbacks, meaning starters.
He may even be,
I mean, name a starter who you think would have been worse.
It might be more because Mac Jones.
Marcus Mariota would have played a better game that day.
Marcus
he doesn't turn the ball over.
Because he doesn't take any chances.
Yeah, and that would have been perfect that day.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, actually. He would have just run more, which probably you would have just liked, honestly.
Yeah.
That's why I think that was not like you could have said way worse. To apologize for saying he was the worst quarterback, he may have been the worst quarterback in the entire league that day. That's a very fair statement if you want to know the truth. It's an opinion, but I didn't think that's over the top where you should apologize. Now, if he just said he's weak-minded, he has no mental toughness, I mean, okay, then I could see Dan apologizing. I have noticed ex-players, they go in on other players.
Goodness.
The ex-players go in on other players. Shady McCoy, I mean, a lot of these guys go in on other players. They don't have any. So for Dan, that's considered something that's apology-worthy? When you see all the other stuff that is said, that's kind of, I don't know. That is kind of weak-minded to me. But I don't know who got to him. It's a corporate setting. You never know. I'm sure there was pressure from Mulugeta. I'm sure Ryan Clark, who is represented by Mulugeta, may have said something like, hey, you do this and you limit your access in the future. Who knows what was said behind the scenes. But somebody got to Dan Orlovsky because that doesn't seem like a conversation that any of us have with it. Like, why would we care about something like that? Why would that offend people?
No.
What is offensive about that I'm honestly trying to figure out.
Well, you're calling him the worst quarterback in the league
on that day.
Yeah,
I think that was accurate.
Not always, but that day you could have found.
He said 31 or 32
31 other quarterbacks
starting
probably don't play the way CJ played that day.
And he's saying with that defensive performance you had with that level of defense, it was but like I said, he will crumble. You just have to put a little bit of pressure on him.
Yeah. I don't say incendiary stuff like that.
Never.
Never.
I appreciate him.
You said only 3 people in the world wanted C.J. Stroud to start the second half. CJ's mom, and D'Amico. That's all you said.
Do you want to apologize for that?
All right, let's give John. So John had a tweet at halftime, and maybe it was right after half, where he said only 3 people in the world want C.J. Stroud to start over Davis Mills in the second half. C.J., D'Amico Ryans, and C.J.'s mom.
Probably more. Like Mike Vrabel probably liked it too.
Oh, no. Talked to somebody with the Patriots who said we were happy that David Mills, and he called him David Mills,
of course,
that David Mills didn't come in.
I bet they
we
were.
very happy
they were.
David Mills. The Patriots said they were happy David Mills didn't come in.
Well, I do want to apologize. Because I said there are 8.27 billion people in the world,
you did
and
say
only
that,
3 of them, and that's wrong. Because Ryan Clark at halftime said he wanted him to start the season. So there were 4. There were 4.
What about
people.
David Mulgeta? Well, David may.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
No.
Listen. I don't know that David Mulgeta wasn't like, man, pull him before this gets worse. You know what? This is really, really bad. We got to get him out of there. Yeah, I'm not.
So you're apologizing because you forgot to count Ryan Clark?
Ryan Clark. So I want to apologize to everyone. There were 4 people.
No.
Now I got some. I mean, some people have zero sense of humor. One guy, this is the kind of callous information out there that. Oh, shut up. Just shut. How about this? I apologize that you have no sense of humor. So shut up. I apologize.
I didn't think you would break.
Yeah,
I didn't think you would break there. As a matter of fact, I had no doubt. And Nate Tice said the same thing we did. Nate Tice, who breaks down football stuff for Yahoo, he made the comment that in every metric available, he looked at them on straight dropbacks. On straight dropback metrics, Davis Mills was the 5th lowest. There were 4 other backups lower than Davis Mills, and then Davis Mills. And he said, the narrative that Davis Mills greater than C.J. Stroud, on that particular day in that half, Davis Mills, or as some people call him, David Mills, could have been better than C.J. That's not outrageous. I've seen him perform better in a half than C.J.
Yeah.
In general, we know he's not the answer. None of us are saying
he's not better than C.J.
No, none of us are saying he is.
You needed a change of pace, and D'Amico wouldn't. D'Amico and C.J.'s mom wouldn't give you that. That's all.
Well, C.J.'s mom had nothing to do with C.J. playing.
Well, you don't know. Time to talk about your property taxes and my property taxes. I'm in California now, so it is just ridiculous. It's stupid here too. But I when I was in Houston for 30+ years, I had to fight them and I'm just not as good. It just is. Don't do this yourself because you're not as good. Those guys, they have all of the information. The government, when you fight your taxes and you fight against them and you do it personally, they've got computer screens full of all of the stats in your neighborhood, and you're just like, then they overwhelm you with it. Let the people that have the technology, because Ownwell has the technology to get this done, that beats them. They beat them all the time. Ownwell has lowered property taxes for more than 500,000 Texans, and you can be one of them. Ownwell customers save, on average, over $1,100 every time. And you don't pay unless they win. And you only pay a small percentage, too. It is the way to go if you're looking for a great way to fight your property taxes. And if you don't fight them, you're stupid. I mean, I don't want to call you stupid, but it is stupid because you are going to it's compounds. And next year it's going to be even worse. You're paying too much. So go to ownwell.com. Stop overpaying on property taxes. Get your free savings estimates right now at ownwell.com. That's ownwell.com to see how much you can save. Ownwell.com.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, we got a lot of stuff to do. If you want to get in, hurry. 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776 to get in with us and talk about whatever you want to talk about. Rockets lose last night in overtime to Philadelphia when they had a 9-point lead in the fourth quarter. Just bad stuff. You want to comment on? Yeah, you're right, Lance. We don't get. We're getting Baltimore Ravens calls right now instead of Rockets calls. That's just ridiculous.
I haven't looked at the board. I'm assuming it's Keith.
It's Keith.
Yeah.
Keith wants to talk about the new hire. Okay, Jesse Minter, the DC from the Chargers, and he also worked with Harbaugh in Michigan, and he also worked for John Harbaugh with the Ravens. So he is the new Ravens head coach. And here's Keith to talk about his team. What do you say, Keith?
Hey, guys. Good morning. Big hire for the Ravens. As you know, John mentioned, he's worked for both Harbaugh brothers. He's been with the Ravens, Michigan, the Chargers. What he did with the Chargers defense the last couple of years, I think I really do like the hire. Going into the process, I was kind of all in on Brian Flores, maybe with Mike McDaniel as the OC. Obviously, that didn't work out. But I think Minter's the perfect fit. The defense has looked pretty bad in years. I think we got to cut some big contracts. You know, he's a young coach. He's experienced. He didn't play in the league, which I think helps in some instances. But this guy, what he's done with the Chargers defense, and he's elevated Derwin James, who had a couple of down years before he got there. So I like the hire. I think the Ravens are back. We just got to figure out the other two positions, DC and OC, and then it's probably a Super Bowl next year.
Yeah, I don't.
Probably Super Bowl. I mean, yeah, that's all. I figure probably Super Bowl.
Do they have a Lamar Jackson problem there or not? Is he happy with the Ravens?
I don't. Well, do they have a Lamar Jackson can't throw the football problem?
What do you mean?
He's not good at throwing a football.
Well, he wasn't last year.
Yeah.
That was weird because the year before I thought he was really
real good.
Yeah, he had made unbelievable strides to where, yeah, that's really weird. His season last year I know he was injured. It just didn't make any sense to me how it almost felt like a regression when he did play. But that was the whole Ravens team. Like, I almost just want to – they had a patch where their defense was the worst in pro football. And they dealt with some injuries, but that was just a really weird season for the Ravens. I mean, just a really weird season. I don't know what to – I feel like the Chiefs are maybe – on a downfall, and I don't know how long Reed is going to stay there. Now, Harbaugh's gone, but Costa and Ozzie are still there, the guys who are the architects. So Lamar Jackson's still there, who's a dynamic playmaker. Maybe last year's just a throwaway year, and they come back, and they're still – because they got some talent. So maybe they just come right back. I feel like the Steelers are pretty much cooked. They're at a position where they are in serious trouble at the quarterback position. Bengals, your quarterback is already making some very troubling comments if you're the Bengals. So, and the Browns are the Browns. They may not have the quarterback situation figured out either. So, man, the Ravens may be a default team.
Yeah, I mean, the AFC is up for grabs.
Who is going to be – is there a big quarterback? You can mention CJ if you want. And I'm not trying to turn it into just CJ thing, but Lamar Jackson – you know, you can imagine what Lamar Jackson could bring on the free agent market. Now, he has a $75 million cap hit coming up, so they've got to get something done with him. And the owner even said, hopefully it won't be like last time where we had trouble getting something done with Lamar. Hopefully this will be much quicker. It's better for everyone involved and better for the team for us to lower.
Call his mom and figure it out.
Well, that's what I mean. I think that's part of it because they got to get the number settled at a decent time so they have free agency money. You know what I mean? Like, you have to have money to spend, and you can't do that until you fix that cap space. And so that's going to mean giving him money early and then pushing some of the cap, it's just reconfiguring his cap number. That's all it is. They're basically just going to give you money early, Lamar. Just do it so you get the number lower.
Del, do you believe how Keith trapped him? Can you believe?
In the Raven talk? Well, I am. Well, I mean, we got a caller who wants to talk, so that's fine. I'll talk about it. But I am curious if any big. This is a season with bad quarterback play in the draft. Is there going to be one blue chip or starting quarterback? Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, C.J. Stroud. Is there any chance, I can't imagine any of them getting moved. Is there going to be Tua Tagovailoa, however he likes to pronounce it? Is there going to be somebody that we don't see? I guess Kyler Murray. Yeah, I should improve. I should include Kyler Murray. Kyler Murray. Is there a chance one of these guys gets? There is a chance, but can you see one of these guys getting moved before the draft?
No.
Or on draft day?
Nope.
Not even. Well, yeah, it takes two.
Everybody just plays this so close to the vest when they got even a mediocre quarterback.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, and sometimes they're hard to move too. Sometimes they're really hard to move because they either are hurt all the time, like Kyler Murray, or they don't play, or you don't want to mess with the upcoming number or negotiations with CJ, which may be the case. And you can't, maybe you would be willing to trade for him, but the compensation is not going to be okay from the other side in terms of what they're willing to take. I just feel like if there's a year where somebody is willing to really go out, like the Jets, I could see the Jets offering. They have so many first-round picks. I could see them going to the Bengals and saying, look, we will give you 3 firsts, 2 seconds, and a third for Joe Burrow. And the Jets' firsts are going to be pretty sporty, although one of them will be theirs, which would be the second pick. I could see them making an offer like that to the Bengals. I don't think the Bengals would make the move, though. But I could see the Jets with all their firepower saying, hey, I would do it. If I were the Jets, I would 100% do it. Now, the risk is Joe Burrow has a hard time staying healthy. That's a huge risk. And he may just want to become a fashion designer. You just never know with Joe Burrow.
Well, I mean, did he not create a fashion, the hole in the back fashion?
Him and Justin Jefferson, right? Wasn't it both of them? Yeah, they were in the Paris fashion show, or they went to it, or whatever.
But only Joe had the blown out back.
I think Justin Jefferson did too. Actually, I think both LSU guys had their backs blown out on that particular shirt.
I don't remember him having. I thought it was just Joe.
Let me Google. Did Joe Burrow and Justin Jefferson have their backs blown out?
I don't think you should ask the question that way.
I'm going to ask the question.
Unless you want like an AI picture, you're not going to be able to forget.
Nope, you're right.
It was just Joe. Joe set the trend.
Yes, I believe Joe Burrow, Joe Cool, whatever his nickname is, Joe Burr, was the one who had.
It's all kind of gone away since he hadn't been to the playoffs in 5 years.
And then he came up with the frosted tips, and I mean,
he's doing whatever he can.
That's all.
He can't rush a quarterback. He can't stay healthy either, but still.
No.
Your quarterback is just not nearly as durable as you thought he was.
Well, he was the greatest college quarterback ever, so.
In that 1 year, there's no question.
Yeah. When we come back.
The Mendoza thing, I like Fernando Mendoza. That's too much. Fernando Mendoza was not Joe Burrow. And Indiana was not 2019 LSU. We got to stop that.
No, we got to slow down. Matter of fact, 2019 Alabama was better.
2019 Clemson might have been better. Clemson was loaded.
Yeah.
That's back when Dabo got dudes.
Yep. Well, we'll figure out. On the other side, we're going to figure out who's the best Texan quarterback after 3 years. Who's the best Texan quarterback?
This is not going to make us feel good, is it?
This feels like it's easily one answer, but that's fine. I won't ruin your thing.
Well, I mean, I'm going to ruin it for all of you out there that are trying to buy your house and you're trying to do it all yourself. Again, it's not smart. It's just not. Why would you not take advantage of a guy who's been doing it for 30 years? Why would you not take advantage of all of his knowledge? Even if you're somebody who's bought multiple houses, you're not doing it as well as Kent Jones can. Kent Jones and Dream Rate Mortgage is the way to go. Even if what's your interest rate? Because what is the interest rate on your house? Because it's probably through the roof. And Kent Jones, just call him. Let Kent Jones tell you. He will give you a call and say, man, you can come down right now on that interest rate, refi it, and this is how much you're going to save. He does this it's what he does. He saves thousands and thousands and tens of thousands and over 30 years, hundreds and maybe millions of dollars for people. Listen, he's a Better Business Bureau A+. He knows all of the hacks. He knows how to get you, save you money at closing and at the life of the contract. I mean, literally, thousands. You can save thousands and thousands of dollars if you call Kent Jones when you're ready to buy a house or ready to refi. 713-520-5626, 713-520-LOAN, or 975loans.com.
It's John and Lance,
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right. Welcome back here. ESPN 97.5, 713-780-3776. Yeah, I mean, it is pretty obvious. I mean, it's not. Yeah, it's pretty obvious who the best quarterback. The first 3 years of their Texans' life, it's Deshaun Watson.
Yeah.
Deshaun, I mean, CJ's played in his first 3 years, he played in 46 games. That's a longer season now than it was then, but he's playing more playoff games as well. Deshaun had a better record than Matt Schaub or CJ after 3 years. CJ had the most pass yards, 10,876, but pass yards per game, Matt Schaub had the most. Otherwise, passing TDs, Deshaun 71-62 versus 53. Deshaun running the ball was better than, of course, Schaub, and CJ doesn't really run the ball, but Deshaun has been the best quarterback in Texans history through 3 years.
Yeah.
But it's just not a great history. If you want to know, he was in 2 Pro Bowls. Actually, Deshaun was in his first 3 years, and CJ got one, and Matt Schaub got one. So yeah, this is the off season of CJ bettering himself. CJ needs to. I mean, last offseason, I thought CJ went about it great. He realized that he had regressed, and he stayed out of the limelight. just worked, I guess. There were stories about him working in the offseason. After his rookie year, that the world tour that he took, the summer of CJ, the offseason of CJ, where he was in China, he was with Micah, he was on every podcast talking about how great he was. CJ has regressed. That there's talk that the football gods got to CJ. You don't do what he did, naming yourself a top three guy.
No, that's okay. So, God, there's so much. I know some of you guys are tired of the CJ stuff, but I had a really interesting conversation that I guess I'm not going to bring to the. I'll bring some elements of it. I'll just wait to talk to Dell about this off the air, some of the stuff, but I won't bring it here just because y'all aren't ready for it. But CJ, one of the things that I was talking to a friend who's been a longtime listener, and he's really down on CJ, and we were talking about some of the reasons for it. Him, and then nationally, and the fans and things like that. Because, like, what's the difference between him? Like, I've had two listeners. Troy was another one who asked, what was the difference between him and Justin? Why did Justin Herbert not get this much crap last year? Justin Herbert got tremendous crap from Charger fans. Like, Charger media and Charger fans, they were devastated because he had a really good year in 24, and then the game he had against the Texans was so bad. It was his worst game of the year. He actually took a lot of crap from them. I think one of the reasons CJ takes crap, and I'm segueing here, is that, number one, it happened 2 games in a row. Okay? He took crap in the first one because that was terrible, and they still won. You did it 2 times in a row. That's one of them. But the other one is, for what you mentioned, John, they have taken the clip of him calling himself the third best. I think it was Gillian. What is it, Gillian? I think it was their podcast. Gillian, I can't remember the other guy. And CJ called himself, okay, Pat, Lamar, me. That's been clipped. It didn't age well, obviously. We know that. What's the other? Oh, the big broing Caleb Williams. That has been pulled by a lot of people. The photo has been pulled by a lot of people. That really didn't age well. So those 2 things have kind of piled up on him where you don't really say that about, like, you can't point to any other instance from Herbert or Jalen, although not that Jalen Hurts really gets this particularly, but Josh Allen, whoever you want to say who hasn't taken a next step, you don't really have those moments where those kind of viral moments that really backfired on him. That's something CJ takes. I just think people think CJ's not tough. I think if you're tough, if CJ's out there running and diving and getting the first down by any means necessary and all that, you get a little bit more grace if they see a level of toughness and competitiveness.
Yeah, like Josh Allen.
Yeah, I mean, mistakes combined with competitiveness and 3 touchdowns in that game, you get a little bit more grace, obviously. And it helps that Josh Allen was a literal MVP. Yeah. He's the reigning MVP. CJ's never had that kind of year. So I think that's one of the reasons CJ catches it a little bit more. But I think it's more than that, though, for some people. I think for some people it's all football. For other people, I think there's some people who there's more to it than just the football stuff.
Yeah. This is going to be interesting. This is not public relations wise, what Ryan Fitzpatrick was talking about earlier this week about CJ. Actually, what if CJ goes to management and says, "I want my extension now, or I'm not playing"? I think David Mulligetta, I think he has to read the room, and if he pulls that and pulls
it's going to be bad for
deal,
it's going to be bad for his quarterback.
It's going to be really bad.
He's putting too much of a bullseye on CJ. Yeah. You don't want to do that. Deshaun was coming off of being a good quarterback. CJ's coming off. He's literally at his lowest point. You don't want to pull this move. Now, he's not going to do – I don't see Mulligetta looking for an extension right now. I don't think he's backing off of his number. So if the Texans try to say, hey, we'll give you $38 million a year, Mulligetta will say, get the out of my face. Yeah. No, absolutely not. It would be dumb for him to do that. You want to do it when you have some leverage. I'm not saying he can't ask for a big number in the future because the leverage the closer it gets to the Texans losing C.J. Stroud as a free agent, that's when Mulgeta's leverage increases. He doesn't have the leverage to ask for 55, 60 right now, but he's also not going to do a deal now.
However, he's playing a little game of roulette here because
How?
We've seen teams go away from their quarterback, Danny Dimes. We've seen Sam Darnold. We've seen Baker Mayfield. They were high draft picks that, teams just said, it's just not working out. If CJ has another regressed year next year, and then what did Darnold and what did Baker sign for? $25 million when he first got to Tampa.
Mm-hmm.
After he
he was still he was a backup at that point. He got a bridge quarterback. He got a bridge quartratback plus contract.
Well,
is what he got.
CJ has played himself into right now.
But Baker was a backup
into an untradeable quarterback. He's played himself into that right now.
Right, but he's not in Baker territory yet because Baker was a legitimate full-fledged backup. CJ's not backup right now. Not right now.
Yeah, no. Well, you just play your way out of. I don't know about backup. All I know is, if CJ regresses again next year, what the hell do you do? This offseason, you got to give him that the fifth-year option, and so that's going to be. But if he regresses again, then you're going to be like, I know Nick Caserio said he played really well this year.
Did Nick say that?
I got it.
Did
Yeah,
D'Amico
he said he
say
played
that?
well this year.
Okay.
He said he played well.
All right.
I don't know that he's watching the same thing we are. I'm not sure. He had good games. If it wasn't for him, they wouldn't have beat Kansas City. It was really because of Andy Reid. Quite frankly, they beat Kansas City.
CJ made a couple throws.
He did make a couple of throws.
That is your job. I don't want to give you candy for for completing a pass. I've noticed that we do like to do that. If you want to counter someone's argument, you just say, "Oh, what about this throw?" Dude, that's in the job description that you're supposed to complete some passes. You shouldn't get a cookie just because you complete a pass. I'll give you a little. I'll give you at least a sample from Costco if you have made if you've made a tough pass. But I'm not going to give you the whole.
Only
cookie.
a sample. I don't get the whole.
No, I'm not giving you the whole thing. I'll give you a sample.
What of what though?
Well, something good. Usually their samples are pretty good.
Taquito,
no,
or
no,
like a soup,
an ice cream
and
sandwich.
a little
ice cream sandwich.
Oh, okay.
Not a soup. Not a
like
soup. Lentils.
Yeah. No. Okay.
I'm not giving you. Well, that's more actually deserved. CJ was really more deserving of lentils.
Stroganoff.
Yeah.
Oh, Stroganoff now. He made a couple Stroganoff passes when he rolled out and he hit guys on near the sidelines. I give him some Stroganoff.
I don't know if this is an uncomfortable question for you two, but I gotta ask it. We're going into year 4. Of all the quarterbacks that you think of that are unquestioned franchise guys currently on their teams, didn't we know already that they were franchise guys after year 3? Lamar, Josh Allen. We know how the rest start, but year 3 was a big one for him. Of course, Joe Burrow.
Even your guy, Tua, I think, was pretty good after year 3.
When Mike McDaniel got there, yeah. Didn't we know? Weren't we, even if we had, okay, is Herbert really worth this? But at least the people around the Chargers were clear in their thought that he was a franchise guy. Wouldn't this already be a thing that we were sure of? If you just look at recent quarterbacks after year 3.
Well, yeah. That's why they're.
We talked about this going into that game. The question around the locker room is CJ ready for this? How many of those guys were asked before a playoff game? Is this quarterback ready to take this? Are they ready for the playoffs? And the answer for CJ was absolutely not. He wasn't ready. He was not ready for the playoffs. He was. But the damning thing is that the question was asked. Those quarterbacks, nobody asked that question. Nobody. Because they knew that he was the guy for that team.
And certainly the question proved to be justified. So, sure, we can list off guys who went someplace else and revitalized themselves. We talked about Baker. Of course, Sam Darnold's went to 2 places, and he's led at least good seasons. We'll see if they can make a Super Bowl this weekend. But at this point, recent quarterback history suggests this should be an unquestioned, hey, give him his money, we're good here.
Yep.
Instead, we are, well, let's get into year 4 and
Even
see.
if not unquestioned, it should be
Leaning
this
heavily.
this is kind of, okay, he's on track. We kind of have to.
Let me ask you this: was Dak in it this way, or was that just Jerry just trying to control money?
Well, no, I think
purse
Dak,
strings.
I think there was a legitimate at that time. There was a legitimate question about whether or not you wanted to give him. And was it 40 at that time, or was it? No, because Dak's numbers
Well,
way
I made
higher.
him the highest.
I
at the
think
time.
it was. I think the feeling was, do we want to make Dak the highest paid player?
Yeah.
And that was a legitimate question. I think but that was for his second contract, his third contract, right?
No.
Or was that just second contract?
That was
How
his
long
second.
ago was that?
In 2021, the 4-year, $160 million deal.
It was it was 21 when he got it.
That's his first deal. Now, of course, he's on his second one now, or his third if you go by rookie deal, new deal, and then now a third one.
No. That's what I'm talking about. The third one, then.
The third one is the one where he gets his 60 per year.
And what year was
That
that?
started in 2024.
Isn't that
That was
that's
the-
the one we're talking about?
That was
John?
the beef.
No, even the
Yeah.
first one, they were going to franchise him.
Well,
even
that's,
after the first, they were going to franchise him instead of giving him money. After 4 years.
So after 3
5.
years, his rookie year, he was. I'll just do touchdown to interception. Because his wins, he was 13-3, 9-7, 10-6, so 3 winning records. If you want to, 9-7, I don't. Once again, that's one where you just get some lentils. But 23-4, 22-13, which is not great, and then 22-8, which is pretty good. I mean, Dak was good, not great.
And remember, he had
he was pretty good.
A major injury going into that contract season, so that played a part because he didn't play.
Yeah, he played all. He didn't miss a game his first 4 games.
But he didn't play most of 2020 because he got his deal in 21.
2019, he was 30-11, touchdown to interception, and threw for 4,900 yards. That was pretty sporty. That was really sporty.
Yeah, the Cowboys made him wait.
Cowboys were on 8-8 though.
And then he got hurt in 2020, and then he came back in 2021 and had a great year. And then they
37-10.
They said we're going to pay you now.
Dude, Dak Prescott. Now it's funny. He just really it's every other year with Dak. It's crazy how every other year. Now we got to break. We're way past it. But man, if you go look at his stats, every other year he's great, and then the next year it's like, ugh.
Let's get then on underdog. Let's go higher this year.
Well, I don't know. I'm counting this as one of the good years, so I might go
And
lower next year. Yeah.
Lower.
Although they don't do season-long statistics, they do it game by game, so you can kind of pick and choose. So I've been telling you, you got football. I mean, you got the playoffs. You got the AFC and NFC championship games. You need to analyze these games. I think third time that Seattle and the Rams have seen each other, I think they're willing to let it all hang out for a chance to go to the Super Bowl. I think they know each other. They're more likely to counter the defense than they are the offense because the second games where offense usually gets countered. And if you saw, if you saw that, that's what happened until later in that game. But these two teams know each other, but they also are trying to win a Super Bowl. So I think higher is going to be the play with a lot of the stats that you see with the Rams, with Kyron Williams especially, higher than 0.5 touchdowns. I think he gets into the end zone. And the other side, you've got the Patriots, who I think are locked in and focused, but Sean Payton knows how to run an offense. And I don't know that Jarrett Stidham gets over 190.5 yards. I think he goes lower than that. But I do think that he'll find ways to slow the game down, which means lower on stats for the New England Patriots, maybe higher on the rushing yards for R.J. Harvey. This is what you got to do. Just kind of figure out how you want to attack these games, analyze the games, download the app, Underdog Fantasy, if you haven't already. Use promo code Lance, and you are going to get $75 in bonus entries when you use promo code Lance and you spend your first $5. Then the $75 of bonus entries will populate in your account. If you downloaded Underdog a while back when I told you, get on it this weekend, man. Let's start playing again. You got a chance to win real money, big money. You just pick higher or lower on these stats, and the more players you pick and put together into one single play, the higher your payout is. It's legal in the state of Texas, real money, and you get your money quickly. Underdog Fantasy, use promo code Lance.
Yeah, we're late, way late. So I'm looking through. This is a little concerning. These stats. The Texans over the last 15 years, how many times have they been top 5 in the league in rushing?
Say it again.
Over the last 15 years, how many times have they been top 5 in the league in rushing?
I'm going to say twice.
Once, and it was 15 years ago.
Yeah, I figured.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
2011.
Yeah.
When Arian Foster went off.
I knew there was at least one, but I figured we had one other one in there.
How many times have they been top 10?
In rushing?
Yeah.
Well, the Lamar. The Lamar.
Oh, no, excuse me, twice. 14. They were 5th in yards in 14, and they were,
in
twice.
rushing yards?
Right. Twice, 2nd and 5th.
I just scored 100 points on that question.
Yes, you did.
Top 10, I would say. This is a tricky situation. I'd say only 3 times.
6 times.
Okay. I was
9th,
say
8th, 5th, 2nd.
I thought you were setting me up for something.
When was the last time they were top 10 in rushing?
With Carlos Hyde, maybe in 2020. Ooh, no. Yeah, in 2020?
2019.
Okay.
Yeah. And they have been, since 2019, 31st.
Oh, no, that was Carlos Hyde, 2019, yeah.
Yeah. 31st, 32nd, 31st, 23rd, 15th. This year, 22nd in rushing. 31st in rushing TDs this year. Second fewest rushing TDs in the league. And they've done that now. They were 31st, year before 18th, year before 25th, 31st, 32nd, 30th. I mean, this is an alarming trend for a team, and especially a D'Amico team. You know what priority 1 should be? You know, where all this talk about CJ, get a damn running game.
Yeah. No, 100%.
Get a running game.
That's what I've been saying, that you have to now, you need to be more run-focused and less quarterback-focused.
Yes.
It's the only thing. You can't, and if CJ plays well, great. The efficiency will be a multiplier for your offense. There's nothing wrong with asking CJ to do less as long as he does it efficiently and does it well. And the only way you upgrade your running game is to get a more dynamic running back to add to the stable, and then just start. You're gonna have to change at least two of the 5 offensive linemen. You're gonna have to change, like next year. Next year, you need probably a new center and a new guard, or at least 2 new guards. It needs to happen away. Titus Howard's got to go out to tackle. He's not a run blocker. You got to get him out. Titus did a very admirable job inside, but yeah, you got to have some people who move some bodies. You're going to be more gap scheme, I assume, than zone scheme. So have some guys that have power.
Yeah.
But if you run the ball better, like look at what the Colts were able to do with Daniel Jones at quarterback.
Yeah.
Because they were running the ball so well. Now, Daniel Jones also can run the ball too, which helps. But the Colts ran the ball so well, and they have built the offensive line. They've spent – Bernard Raymond was a third-rounder, left tackle. Left guard Quentin Nelson, one of the highest-paid players in the league on the offensive line. They got really good play out of Tyler Bortolini, who's a center who they drafted late, but they hit on that evaluation. They drafted Matt Gonsalves, who was a tackle. They moved to guard in the second or third, and then Braden Smith was a second-rounder at right tackle. They aren't messing around. Their whole thing is to build the offensive and defensive trenches. There's a lot of teams like that who the Chicago Bears, look how much better they were running the ball. Look at the amount of money. Now, they spent money to do it, which is really difficult. But it can be done, but Texans must do it. They must. Your run game, I wish Nick would just – I wish he wouldn't talk to us like we're such idiots. And that really bothers me. It probably shouldn't. But when people ask questions, just to default to no, we're really good. What are you talking about? I guess this guy's not good. Like, we're just, come on, man. We all want the Texans to do well. We're all, we're in the media. I live here. I've lived here a long time. You have too. We're fans of the Texans. It's okay. Now, we have our responsibility of just being analytical and objective about certain things, but, we want them to do well. The fans want you to do well. you don't have to just go full dismissive. You know, the Patriots, they say the Patriots building right now is the greatest it's ever been because of Mike Vrabel. Because of Mike Vrabel. And here's what's happened. The Belichick tree, they see you got to be an a-hole. You got to be nasty. You got to do this. You got to do that. Mike Vrabel played under Belichick. So he knows the football stuff you want to take. He hated the other stuff. That's what they say, is he doesn't want it to be like Belichick at all in the building. He was there. He knows. He's like, I'm not having this at all. They say people are laughing, smiling. It's fun going to work. Like this whole, Nick, I know you're a Belichick guy, but it doesn't have to be like that. You don't have to, and maybe you're just wired that way, and that's fine. Vrabel's making it fun. Vrabel loves up on the players. Vrabel takes the football elements of Bill Belichick, puts it into play, but he takes the personality stuff that he didn't like about Belichick in the building and has thrown it all out and doesn't want it in his building. It's okay for you to talk to us normally and say, you know, maybe he's worried about the perception of what he'd say because this is just how it is. But, I mean, I wish he'd come out and say, you know, we need to put more focus on being more consistently balanced offensively. I think it would really help C.J. Stroud if we, you know, were able to impose our will in the running game and be better more consistently like we were in the Pittsburgh Steelers game. You know, be able to run the ball more like that because I think it takes a lot of pressure off C.J. It allows Nick Caley's offense to be more efficient. You can incorporate play action better. What's wrong with an answer like that? Who are you going to offend with that? Just say that because we all know it's true. Say it out loud to us, to our faces. Say it to our faces that you'd like for it to look more like the Steeler game on a regular basis.
The most unbelievable thing that came out of there was, you know, we never talked about the offense. me and D'Amico, we never sat down and said, you know, what's the problem with what? I mean, honestly, you can't have watched the Texans play week after week after week and said, no, what? I mean, the offense is great. This is all, you know, everything is fine. What? No, what?
He can't.
What?
You
we
said
never
Nick
even
Caserio
talked about the offense.
Nick Caserio, of all people, he can't say something like that. Do you not remember that club banger he put together over the summer? Do you not remember that banger that he had?
What?
That hit the top of the charts?
Which one?
Here, Dell's pulling. It's a release.
Oh, yeah. We have no concerns about the offensive line. None. Why? So you shouldn't be concerned.
I'm not concerned. D'Amico's not concerned. Why should you be concerned? He said that to us. Like, that's what I mean. That's the kind of stuff that, like, why would you say that out loud after the year the offensive line happened where you had to fire the offensive line coach?
Yeah.
And you brought in, like, new starters at left guard, center, right guard. Why would you say things like that?
Left tackle. You drafted.
About it, so we're not concerned about it. You guys certainly shouldn't be concerned about it either.
Okay. It just doesn't, like, I don't understand why he does that.
Your top pick was a left tackle. You brought in a veteran left guard, center, right guard, and you kept Titus. Okay, but you're not concerned about it.
I mean, D'Amico and I have never sat in our office and said, like, well, our offense is a concern. Like, what do we got to do?
You fired your OC and your O-line coach. What do you mean you didn't talk about what you got to do to improve the offense?
Wait, but that was the other day.
That's not what he was saying.
I know what he said. He said, I know the timeline. He said the other day that, hey, D'Amico and I never sit around and talk about how to improve the offense.
Do it in general.
Wait a minute. This past offseason, you looked at the offense and said, this sucks. We got to make changes. So clearly
he's clearly not being honest.
No.
With this. He's being disingenuous. That's what I mean. Who are you, like, who's this psyops against? Why are we running these games on the general public and the media? Like, who do you think why do you need to try to fool people or double speak or gaslight people? We all see it. We all know it's okay for you to just be honest and just, like, you don't have to be in this weird defensive mode at all times to counter anything that, well, you know, like the question was asked, are you going to focus maybe on the offensive side to build it like the defensive side? It's kind of a shout out to the way he's built the defense, and instead he got full defensive. You know, like, oh, we don't have any good players. I guess Nico's not a good player.
Yeah,
that's not what anyone's saying, dude.
You mentioned the one good player. Yeah, the one player that's the blue chip, and that's the problem, Nick. If you ask Nick Caserio, do you just want one blue chip player on your offensive side, on the offensive side of the ball? He would say, no, we want more. Or Would you like to match what you've done defensively? Hey, I can compliment you for what you did defensively. You have one of the more talented units in football. The entire world loves how your defense plays. I don't need 6 blue chips on offense. I just like more than one.
All right, when we come back, because we got to catch up. M&J Electrical right now. When we come back, let's draft the offensive players. What order would you draft Texans
that's
offensive
not
players?
fun. You're
that's
talking
the
about
most fun we can possibly.
That's like the 2009 NBA draft.
Yeah.
Like that draft where
all right, I got the first pick. I'm taking Nico.
Like that draft.
Now,
that draft where Daryl Morey started bringing back like Johnny Flynn was on the roster and Hasheem Thabeet. I don't want to do that.
Yeah. No. Thabeet was the second overall pick in that draft.
Daryl Morey decided to start grabbing guys from that whatever draft was, that awful draft, and making rockets for a minute or two.
All right, let's talk M&J.
M&J Electrical Supply. I've been a big fan of when I went and met with those guys. One of my favorite things was just I loved how down to earth they were. But when I found out exactly what they're offering to general, and it's not just general contractors, by the way. It's not just electrical contractors. It's really for a wide variety of property managers, project managers, construction pros. They can do it all the contractors. What they do is M&J Electrical Supply will remove your equipment, your old equipment, if you're going to do a new job. They don't do the work. They're not going to do the new job for you. But they'll remove your equipment and pay you more than scrapyard prices. There's no hassle. It's better money. Everybody wins. They come in, let them come in and do it so that they can, make sure everything gets pulled out properly. What they do is they refurbish this equipment, and then they offer 1-year warranties on the equipment that they refurbish. So you can get it at a discounted rate as well if you're somebody who buys from them. But they also have brand new equipment as well. It spans across the supply side. So it really cuts down on lead time. But this has been over 30 years. M&J Electrical Supply has been doing this. Don't scrap your old electrical stuff, your transformers, your breakers, disconnects, fuses, panels, switch gears, and more. Don't scrap them. Get better money for them through M&J Electrical Supply. And when you are looking for the best electrical supply, they are going to have it, and they cut down on your lead time, which ends up meaning more money for you. They can help. If you're in that business, make sure you take this phone number down or call them today. They're going to be waiting for you right now. M&J Electrical Supply buys, sells, and removes electrical equipment. Call 713-699-5055. That's 713-699-5055.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Now here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
So the Patriots-Texans game was the most watched event in ESPN history. 38 million people.
That blows me away. This is in the cord-cutting era. This is not cable television. That absolutely blew me away when I saw that. The biggest ever live sporting event ever broadcast on ESPN, and it started in 79, got big more in the 90s.
I believe that the Texans – I think the Texans are a public team now.
I do too.
When you are elite at something –
it was the defense,
and the Texans are elite defensively – I think it's an interesting watch.
So Monday night's defensive performance made Sunday night must-watch, or Sunday afternoon must-watch.
Right.
I believe that. People saw them on Monday night because there are people who are, in the radio world, we call them P2s, right? They check in later in the year. They may not watch the whole year like, I'm going to watch the playoffs. Some people are like that in basketball or baseball.
Well, everyone's like that in the NCAA tournament.
Well, yeah, everyone's like that in the NCAA tournament, and that's what I'm talking about. There's people like that with football too that are just with sports in general, and they say, I'm going to watch this, and they probably watch Monday. I'm like, oh my God, this team reminds me of when I used to watch the Steel Curtain. You got some 78-year-old guy like, this reminds me of the Doomsday defense of Dallas, or Denver's defense, or the Chicago Bears defense, and so they said, I'm going to watch them again, man. This was fun.
Yeah,
I'm going to watch him again. That's got to be it. The Monday night carryover to Sunday has to be it for it to be the largest television audience in the history of ESPN. Of course, it's not great for some offensive players for the Texans.
And that's more – I mean, it couldn't be worse for CJ. What the whole country watched was one of the worst quarterback performances in postseason history, and 38 million people saw it. And we're like, wow, dude, he sucks. Now, he's going to have that stigma, and it ain't going away. It ain't going away anytime soon. And that's gonna sit with him.
You just have to. You got to play really well, and that's the only way you get it to go away is play well and don't give me this. He won in the playoffs. He's won 3 games. No. We all know the deal. You got to play really well. You got to play at a high level.
Mm-hmm.
You have to play at a high level, and that's the only way he's going to wipe that out is have a good, strong season and play really well in the postseason. I've seen Eli Manning have bad, below-average years,
and win
play
a Super Bowl.
Balls off in the postseason out of nowhere, win a Super Bowl, and now there's talk about him going to the Hall of Fame. If you watched him in the regular season, you'd say, what?
Yeah.
Eli Manning has Hall of Fame conversations? Because you know why? You could always check mark that Super Bowl. Boop, 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 boop. Two. And really his play was CJ plays better. CJ's play in the regular season has been more consistent than Eli Manning's was.
I think it's only Jim Plunkett has won 2 Super Bowls and he's not in the Hall of Fame. And you know what? Jim Plunkett was a better quarterback than Eli was.
Was he? I didn't watch enough of Jim to know. I just saw old can't move Jim.
Yeah.
He didn't seem great, but
no, well he was on some really, really bad teams too, but you know what? He got his Eli just is a media darling though, and the whole Manning thing and all of that crap that probably gets him there. Michael Irvin is a Del, did you watch this at the end? He dropped an S-bomb. Did you see that?
I did.
You did? You cleaned it up?
No, I'm just going to let it run.
Okay. So Michael Irvin, I'm okay with that. I don't give a rat's.
Is this on his Netflix?
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys have noticed you've turned on Netflix, but Barstool, Pardon My Take, has a show, and Bill Simmons' show from The Ringer is on there, and now Michael Irvin has a show. They're doing sports talk on podcasts on Netflix now.
Yeah, I'm not.
Where's our show?
I'm not interested in that. I'm just interested on Michael Irvin and whether or not he's on crack. And he addressed that.
He addressed it? If he was on crack?
Well, not crack, on coke. but I think he took it a step further. Regardless, here is what Michael had to say about and it's from everywhere. Everybody thinks he's on coke.
That's the part that tripped me out too. Right.
Thank you.
I'm right there in front of the camera for 5 hours. So after the game, I do a little belt thing, and everybody sends me all the stuff. Man, Mike, right now he coked out. Right now he all on coke. I'm like, wait a minute, y'all. Wait. First of all, y'all know damn well coke don't last 5 hours. Y'all know damn well coke don't last 5 hours. And I hadn't partaken in 20 years. But if you got some 5-hour stuff, let me know. That's just what I'm saying, man. Like, stop it. Like, stop saying this stuff. You know what I mean? You've been looking at me for the last 5 hours. There's no way I can do something on this sideline. But they're not doing it out of reality. They're doing it to get to you. You know what I'm saying? The reality, and another thing I want to say, you know what? When I used to get high, that's exactly what I would say. No matter who I saw. Oh, he high too. Because you high. Yeah. That's the way you want everybody to be high because you high. You see what I'm saying? Where's my camera? Whenever you sitting your ass at home high, you want to think everybody else is high because your ass is high. I understand that. But the reality is, everybody ain't high. You need he need to stop doing it. No, you need to put this down and stop doing it. That's all I want to say.
So, listen, I was watching Michael Irvin. I wasn't high. I thought he was high. Have you seen all the memes of Michael just splashing his face into
you sure you weren't drunk? Because alcohol is technically a drug. It's a mind-altering substance, John.
Yeah, no, actually, I watched the championship game.
Sober?
I didn't.
Bull crap.
I didn't. No, I had a drink, but I certainly wasn't high. That's not the case, Mike. Some people can look at people, but all of the memes of Michael just diving into a pile of cocaine.
You mean AI created pictures where it looks like he's got coke all over his face?
Yes.
AI made it. I'm like, AI's got to stop. Like, we got to stop this because people are too dumb. A lot of people are, did you see the picture where Michael Irvin had cocaine on his mouth and face? Oh, mouth breather. Easily fooled by AI. Easily. And there are too many of those mouth breathers that AI is going to literally ruin them. They're going to get ruined because they have no ability to read context. But those pictures did look, they are accurate. Not accurate. They are lifelike.
Well, they were just memes and memes,
He has a cocaine background, though.
Yeah, no.
He just admitted it.
And he does. No, he absolutely does. And his behavior just looked like he was back. He was back in full gear. Okay, it just has been so out of control. But maybe he just loves his team. Maybe he just loves his team. That's all. And he just can't help acting like he's on, even if he's not on coke. Okay, that he just can't help looking like he's on coke. Maybe that's just how he is. I don't know. Maybe he never needed coke because he looks all the time like he's on coke.
Well, he said he did, though.
Yeah, he did.
Does anyone need coke? I think, isn't it just
people
fun?
need some good coke. Yeah.
You're really out there with some of that. You don't need that.
Well,
it's called a recreational drug for a reason, right? You don't need it. You do it because you want to and it's fun for you, right?
Right.
That's what Mike would tell you.
You don't need it. Mike got off of it because it almost ruined him.
Yeah. Well, look at him now.
Wendy would not like, if Wendy lived here, she would not like your show.
Well, that's because of the way that, the public perceives it.
Oh, so you feel the same way about coke that you feel about alcohol, that it gets a bad rap?
Everybody's got to ease up.
You could never work for NFL Network.
I don't ever want to.
I'm in favor of coke.
Why not?
It gets a bad rap.
Michael did it, and he did it. John's just talking about it.
No, I know, but Mike's not on there anymore. He can't really. Well, I don't know where he is anymore.
He's got his own, Netflix now.
Yeah, he can't. Mike can't be on a regular TV for too long. He's just too incendiary. This is best for him. This is his best because he can say what he wants, and that was really funny. Like, I don't get offended by. I don't say, this should not be saying these things because when he's telling people that he's kind of making light of using cocaine, like it's okay, like he's almost condoning it, and no, it's just funny. It's just funny. Don't relax. Let the butthole relax for a second. It's funny.
Everybody needs to
It's funny. That guy was coked up in his life. He's telling a joke. Like, it's okay. Yeah, but that's the kind of thing that would have network execs. I get it. That's a different standard. Network execs would be like, we can't have this on TV. Like, yeah, not this. You're right about that. But not that degree of honesty from Mike. That was funny as hell, though.
Mm-hmm. All right. Taqueria Rondas is good.
Yeah, you think it's funny because you saw him with cocaine on his face after the playoff game. I'm sorry, dummy. That was just AI. Just delete all of your social media because you're way
Shut up,
you
fool.
stupid ass. Shut up, you dummy. You're way too easy to fool, dummy.
Yes, even Saturday Night Live did a Michael Irvin thing that was.
Did they really?
I didn't think it was. I didn't think it was. It was good. It was good, but I mean, yeah, Mike is. He was out of control this Miami run. Just out of control.
Loves the school.
He does. He loves his school. That's great. To listen, I wish I loved anything that much that I would appear to be so high that that's how much I love it.
Who's the Michael Irvin equivalent at some of these other schools? Like, not like Matthew McConaughey, but like if you got a version for Texas, who would it be? Or LSU or any of the big schools?
There's nobody that's out of control like Mike.
If you could throw on a former player who would act the same way. I don't know that you...
No. Warren Sapp.
Outside of Miami.
Warren Sapp coaches at Colorado and has gone viral for going, and he works out like a player. He warms up like a player, and then he kicks over all of the pylons for some reason. He's an actual coach at Colorado.
At road stadiums,
At road
right?
stadiums. He kicks over the pylon to show
them.
disrespect. And Dion was running over and fixing him the other day like, what are we doing? Warren, you're not a player. Let me see. Who would be like that? You got to have lunatics. Well, Aaron Hernandez would have.
Oh, my God.
No longer
Hernandez.
with us.
Chris Rainey. Well, they got to be very boisterous. Like, there's very few Michael Irvins.
Ocho Cinco.
Yeah. Or
at Oregon State?
Yeah.
I don't think
But he wouldn't do all
if
that.
If Oregon State went on an Indiana run, you don't think that Ocho Cinco would be nuts?
I'm starting to think Shady McCoy would.
I identify him as just a South Florida guy now because he is, and that's all he really talks
Where
about.
did Shady play? Pitt, right?
Pitt, yeah.
Maybe Shady would at Pitt.
Mike Irvin may just be one of one.
Michael's on a different level.
Dan Orlovsky would apologize for something he said about UConn's NIL.
Definitely.
UConn's collective has been a disgrace up to this point. Before I go further, I would like to take an opportunity to apologize to UConn's collective. I never wanted to be in a spot where I was saying bad things about collectives.
Well, if he went to Taqueria and ate some tacos, maybe he wouldn't have to apologize
well,
as often.
that's the best apology. I mean, don't apologize with your mouth. Nope. Don't apologize with your mouth. Apologize with food. That's the best apology you can make is a taco apology, a breakfast taco apology. These are the best apologies. There's a lot of things you can do to apologize. But look, you can go get jewelry. Shout out to my people at Zadok. That's going to be a little bit more expensive than Taqueria Sarandas. Maybe the apology you need to make is a small one and one that you say, I'm not going to spend a ton of money, but I want something that really hits. I want something that slaps. Taqueria Sarandas. That's what you're going to do. And you're not going to pay outrageous prices because they're very reasonably priced. That's why lunch, breakfast, dinner makes a lot of sense there. You can go there much more often than some of the other restaurants that you might go to that have ridiculous outrageous costs on the menu. They've just gone up and up and up, and they've priced you out. And you say, I want authentic Mexican anyway, and I want it at a reasonable price. And when it's time for you don't even have to apologize. You can get in someone's good graces by bringing breakfast tacos in. You ever tried it? The person who brings breakfast tacos in, always the most popular person. That's a lock across the board. Taqueria Sarandas has over 20 locations around the Houston area for you to choose from, so you are going to be close to breakfast tacos anytime you like. Stop in this morning and watch how excited people get when you roll in with a dozen or 24 breakfast tacos from Taqueria Sarandas. It's Taqueria Sarandas, authentic Mexican food at great prices. You're going to love that sabor.
It's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right. So I found this video. This really, really, really will piss you off, Lance. Have you seen this Dodgers video?
No.
Oh, okay.
Oh, no.
Okay. Well, it's a video.
No.
And it has all kinds of graphs and all kinds of stuff, and there's all kinds of, but you can just listen to it, and you will. I'm almost guaranteeing that, Lance, at the end of this audio, you are going to be pissed off. Okay? Here is a little known fact in Major League Baseball about the Los Angeles Dodgers and their economics. Listen it.
The first big turning point came when the Dodgers partnered with Time Warner Cable to launch Sportsnet LA. But because the Dodgers had just gone bankrupt and MLB wanted to help one of their historic franchises get better, there was an exception in the contract. Under MLB rules, teams are supposed to share a big chunk of their local TV money with the rest of the league. Think of it like a tax system. Big market teams help smaller teams so everyone has a chance to compete. That tax is roughly 1/3 of the team's local TV money. But when the Dodgers signed their TV deal, it completely shattered expectations. The deal was roughly $8 billion over 25 years, far more than MLB had projected. If MLB applied its typical formula, the Dodgers would have owed about $95.2 million a year into revenue sharing. But here's the twist. Because the Dodgers had just gone bankrupt, MLB agreed in federal court to lock in a fair market value for the rights of Dodgers baseball games on television. With the number the court decided, the Dodgers only had to pay $28.6 million per year, saving nearly $66.6 million every single season. It's like if the Dodgers built a mansion, but MLB kept taxing them as if they were living in a small house. And according to a leaked source, that exception doesn't expire until 2039, when the Dodgers TV deal expires. In other words, for nearly 3 decades, the Dodgers TV revenue is going to be taxed as if they were still a bankrupt franchise. That is completely unprecedented in American sports history, and it's one of the things the Dodgers have taken advantage of to make sure they can win as much as possible during this window.
I like what Ben Solak said there. That is outrageous. You're right. That is absolutely outrageous that their own poor money management, which led to a bankruptcy, created a loophole for them to spend, for them to take advantage of just their geography. Just their geography now is an unfair advantage, and it's not taxed at the right rate. Unbelievable. And they got that loophole because they were dummies in the first place and weren't fiscally responsible. Are you kidding me? You're right. I'm not going to throw a shoe because the music was so soothing underneath. Like he had really some smooth, kind of elevator music underneath there. So I could, and the voice was kind of soft and Gen Z soft voice. So he couldn't. Like, he wasn't outraged. Like, my tone would have been way different. And the music behind me would have been way different.
They get an extra $66 million per year because they were really, really crappy economically. They get an extra 66 until 2039. That is just, and now they're going to pay for this year. They are paying Kyle Tucker and Shohei Ohtani a combined $3 million this year. It's just.
No, this lockout, do you know how long this lockout's going to go? You can basically forget. 26 is in the books. 27, you may not have a 2027 baseball. We may not have a 2027.
Good. You know what? Fix this.
Fix it indeed. Because there's going to be – because here's the problem. The players are all going to be on the side of this is fine, everything's fine. But the owners are going to be in one accord. And they're not only are they going to be looking to have better equity versus the players, but really versus the Dodgers. This is going to be a two-pronged battle It's going to be a battle on two different fields, and one of them, and a big one, is going to be closing the gap on the Dodgers from a fairness standpoint. So even when it comes to the player side, that's only one fight that they're going to be fighting. The other fight is going to be making sure that ownership, that this never happens again. This is going to last a long time. The Dodgers, and there is a thought that the Dodgers know this is coming, so they try to weasel as many of these moves as possible before the inevitable lockout. Oh, so smart by them to weasel the moves versus the loophole, but classic Major League Baseball can't stop standing on their own scrote. Dummies. I can't believe that.
Yeah.
I mean, this is what they did
They
this
had to
until
save-
2039?
Until 2039. They had to save one of their premier franchises. And now everybody else is just looking and going, you just handing
Like
them
a bailout for Goldman Sachs.
Yes. $66 million a year for 3 decades you're giving them. I mean, it's just incredible. How baseball is so stupid. So stupid. I mean, it needs a revamping. It needs this offseason or next offseason. It needs a strike. It needs to be fixed.
It really does.
It is it's college athletics is 1, baseball's 2 as far as needs fixing.
College football is 1, baseball is 2. Yeah, I would agree with that. College football is just a
college athletics.
College
Basketball
athletics,
too.
yeah, is a disgrace but that one's harder because it's being a system is implemented that has no guardrails, but it's such an, at least Major League Baseball has 30 teams that have the same collective bargaining agreement. College athletics is almost impossible because until you siphon off the teams that don't fit into the Power Four, really the only answer is for the Power Four to break away from the other conferences. That's really the only answer. There's no, because then the rules can be, then you can create rules across the board unilaterally.
But
you can't do that with a.
But you need a governing body.
You need a governing body, but you need two different. You need, and then you have relegation.
But you're not getting. But you're still going to get litigation. I mean, you're getting litigated on for a guy that hasn't played in college basketball for 3 years,
right?
And he wants to rejoin after being in the G League. He wants to rejoin Alabama. What? And a judge might side with him. For all, I wouldn't be surprised if a judge sided.
I don't see how legally what the legal standards would be, but we'll see. I know they're trying to use Darren Hittner, who is just the ambulance chaser of Twitter, is representing these two guys, and what he's trying to do is utilize the guy who played internationally, because there's an international loophole that international players, if you're drafted, you don't have a choice. Like, he was drafted, but in the first round, late in the first round, but he never came over and played on an NBA team. He did play G League, right? That guy played G League.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember the name, the guy who's at Baylor now, but they're saying the loophole is he was an international player.
Right.
The rules don't necessarily pertain to him. They don't pertain.
Well, which is
he never played college sports,
which is inherently unfair too.
They never played college sports. But that's a loophole that has to be
closed. But it's college
also.
athletics, so it's stupid.
Oh, he's playing.
Yeah,
he's scheduled to play against Tennessee on Saturday.
Yeah, he never played previously.
I know. What I'm saying is,
oh no, he's going to be.
He's on the Alabama roster and going to play. He's scheduled.
Wait. What? You're talking about the new guy we're talking about?
Charles Bediako.
But yeah,
he's on the roster.
He's on the
scheduled
roster
to play after playing.
And if he's fit, he can play against Tennessee.
And he's 29
he got a
with 4 kids.
He got a temporary a TRO to keep the NCAA from keeping him from playing. So as it stands now, he will play if he's.
But the rules already state that it should be that
he will
NCAA
be able to
should be able to have a temporary.
He went to the court.
TRO.
Put Charles Bediako gets TRO for Alabama return in NCAA lawsuit. As it stands
incredible.
Today, he will be suited out tomorrow against Tennessee.
That is so This is so unbelievable. I mean, this is so stupid. College athletics it just is stupid. We got a break. You got to talk a little underdog.
Underdog fantasy. So, I mean, so playoff football. So somebody won over $200. One of the listeners was showing me his ticket and screenshot it, sent it to me in direct message. I was like, man, this is awesome. And used one of the things that I mentioned. Did you know that Underdog Fantasy in their lobbies, if you check every day, there's profit boosts going on for football, for basketball. There are free winners where basically they're giving you a player has to go over 0.5 yards rushing or 0.5 yards passing. Well, that's a W. They're giving you one. Now they'll tell you have to make 3 picks, but they don't punish you for having that winner. Your payout is still going to be the number as though you hit. Let's say you got 3 players, you're still going to have the payout of a 3 player selection where you go higher or lower and you hit all 3. One of those is just it just happens to be they gave it to you for free. So now you just have to pick 2 to get paid like you are, like you won with all 3 because one of them is an automatic winner. See, it's little things like that for me, it separates Underdog Fantasy. You can also manipulate the stats so it increases your payout. That's the little thing I haven't talked about too much is you can take, you can go lower on Jarrett Stidham passing yards, for example, with Denver. You can bring it way down lower if you think he's not going to have much, and it actually increases your payout. That's one of the ways you can get to 5,000 times your original play. Now that's the limit, but man, you gotta pick a lot, and then sometimes you may have to manipulate some of those numbers. But those payouts really do happen for someone. I know we had someone who was going to win. John was talking about, in another platform, but this happens in Underdog too, where people create these highs and lows where they can win that giant payouts. It's just you got to download the game. You got to download the app and play. So download the app, make your first deposit with promo code Lance, and you can get $75. You will get $75 of bonus entries when you make your first $5 pick. Play as low as $5. Win big money. Underdog Fantasy, promo code Lance. Hey, green light offer. I was listening to Sean was doing. He's got a new character he's doing where he's super calm. Sean, I know you, brother. I know how excited you get about this business. I know your brother Sam, who gets hyped up, and I know you, Sean, who gets hyped up. And he's trying to, in real life, like Sean actually is very, very reasonable and very, very deliberate and smart. He just gets excited about what he's doing. I'm excited for him. I think the company's great. I think there are a lot of people who get trapped with a house that they can't sell because, they don't have the money to put into it to help it sell. And one of the best ways that you can move forward, there are people looking to buy your property at land value, lot value, or whatever. And if you got a house that you say, no, I want more than lot value. I want something that's more fair. You need to check out Greenlight Offer. Go to greenlightoffer.com. In the upper right-hand corner, you can click Get Your Offer, and they can give you an offer on your property. They'll do all the things that you don't want to do or you can't afford to do to help that house sell. It's also great for people who inherit a home from a will, and you don't have any desire to mess with that house. Just get money for it. Turn it into an asset. They can do the same thing with asset dissolution when you have to split assets and divorces, or if you're going to be moving and you need to quickly relocate and your house isn't anywhere near being ready to sell. Sean will come in, make you an offer. You can close a lot of times 7 to 10 days. Minimal lifting for you. It's very easy. It's greenlightoffer.com. No obligation. Just go to the website, find out how much you could get for your home at greenlightoffer.com.
So after last night's crappy loss, after beating San Antonio the other day, one of their best wins of the season, they had maybe one of their worst losses with a 9-point lead in the fourth quarter, and they blew it. And now they go again tonight against the Pistons, and then they actually get 2 days off, which they haven't had 2 days in a row off. Since, this is ridiculous. They haven't had 2 days in a row off since the 15th to 18th of December. It's more than a month.
Whoa.
Yeah, more than a month of playing every other day or in a back-to-back. And back-to-backs. Then they go on another run here after they get 2 days off, where they don't get another 2 days off until the 7th to 10th of February. And then it's just 2 days off. And then they play a back-to-back, and then they get the All-Star break from the 11th to the 19th. So it has been this schedule. And did you see, who's played the fewest home games in the NBA this year, which is a positive. The Rockets have played the fewest home games in the NBA, 18 home games. Some teams have played 25 already. But what that means is at the end of the year, so their record right now isn't great. They're just 10 games over 500, but they're getting a lot more home games in the second half, which is nice.
Which is nice.
Which is very nice. I like.
My wife. What about that commercial right now where there's a black guy in a waiting room? I don't know where. No, he's in a restaurant and he goes, "My wife is having a baby." I'm like, I keep thinking he's going to say, "My wife." Do you know which commercial I'm talking about?
Yes.
Yeah, because it's on sports all the time. My wife is having a baby. Yay. But I kept thinking I feel like they're trying to bait me with that Borat.
And, well, how about this? It'll be good because 6 of their last 8 games of the season are at home.
Is the NBA also going to outlaw playing in the fourth quarter?
They're looking into it.
Are they going to do that for the Rockets, too, to help them out down the stretch? Hey, guys, you don't have to play the fourth because I know that's a bad spot for you guys.
Live basketball?
Yeah, only 3 rounds, 3 quarters of basketball for the
Rockets.
We forced you to play a lot of every other day games. We force you to play on the road early, so we're gonna do you a favor. More home games, no fourth quarters, and if you turn the ball over, you get a redo. Like, you get 4 redos.
Well, how about if they miss a
redo
free throw, they get another?
Well, yeah, you get 3 to make 2.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we go
okay,
back
we can do that too.
We need the Rockets to go 3 to make 2.
Okay, that helps. Anything to help.
There was an actual time in the NBA when you had a 3 to make 2.
I know.
Yeah.
They were basically saying, listen, we know this is hard to make free throws. We just will make it a little easy for you. That's how we're going to punish the defense when they get – now they just say, no, we're not doing that. You just get to the free throw line if you're in the bonus.
Yeah.
Some of the rules were crazy.
Man, that last night was just 12 of 24 from the free throw line. You can mess up. Reed Shepherd, he wasn't communicating defensively, blah, 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 blah. You missed 12 free throws last night. That's unacceptable. That is unacceptable. Hit some free throws. Alpy, hit a free throw. 1 free throw, Reed, you should be like 99.8% free throw shooter. He throws up stuff from 3.
Why should he be?
Because he's a short white guy.
I knew it. That was but you're profiling him.
I am profiling.
White power!
I'm going to send
No,
something.
he doesn't have. He throws stuff up. I mean, he catches and throws it up from 3 and knocks it down at a better rate than he shoots free throws. This is unbelievable.
I'm going to say
make your damn free throws
for white NBA guards.
Okay.
Hold on.
Would John Stockton have missed that? No. Would Craig Elo have missed that? No. All right.
Okay, I'm just going to show me the free throw average for white NBA guards between 6 feet and 6'3" over the last 3 years. Do your thing, AI. This is probably going to take a while. It's got to do a lot of searching, John. It's going to do a lot of searching. And I'm going to see if you're profiling and you're stereotyping, if that's something we should, in fact, be doing. Now, I will tell you, on a census report, there are some Spanish-speaking players who would, and will they include in white, will they include a Serbian player? You know what I mean? I'm not sure. We're going to have to see. We're going to have to see.
Would Mark Price have missed that free throw?
No. Now, he's hardly the guy to get on. Alpy was 2 of 7. Why are you giving Reed Shepherd the blues? Alpy's shooting less than 53% from the free throw line this whole month. It's been terrible.
And Reed Shepherd the other night against San Antonio, the fourth quarter, he had a and one, and he missed that one too.
Well, wait a minute. Are you trying? Hey, Israel the caller. Are you trying to say Reed Shepherd was the reason the Rockets lost yesterday?
Make your free throw,
because he missed the free throw.
No, and then
it's not Tyrese Maxey strolling to the rim every possession.
Yeah, it was Reed Shepherd.
It's not turning a ball over that much.
I don't care. I have a higher standard for Reed Shepherd free throws.
Fair. I mean, we make assumptions based on race. That's not really. Are you supposed to make assumptions based on race in sports?
Yes, in this case
you're not.
I can. Yes, in this case I can.
Riley Moss shut that down, the Denver cornerback. We're not doing that anymore. Not after Riley Moss. Now, he led the league in penalties. So,
yeah, well,
I mean,
but he was targeted by the refs.
It's where we have black quarterbacks and white cornerbacks and white running backs. You can stop with whatever you're doing, John. We've got safeties who play, and we got a safety in this draft, a white safety who's not going to play down in the box. This kid from Oregon can play over the top. So you can stop with what you're doing here to Reed Shepherd is not fair. Treat him like I wish you'd be colorblind with your assertions of free throw competence for NBA players. I just wish I wish we could live in a world where you would just not say, you're a white guard that looks like Steve Kerr with brown hair. You need to make free throws. You want to be the next Mark Price and not Brent Price? And even Brent made free throws, if we're being honest.
Yeah.
I guarantee you Brent shot higher than 80%. Reed Shepherd is shooting like 74% this year from free throw.
Yeah. That's terrible.
Yeah, but he's not the reason they lost yesterday.
To me, he is.
He had a great fourth quarter. He brought you. He'll bring you back against the Spurs. He'll bring you back in this game.
And then Ime benches him for overtime.
You know, play defense.
No, that's ridiculous. Okay,
they're already looking at
his
McConnell's numbers.
You know what he was? He was +6. You know what they lost by 6. You know what he did? You know when they lost those 6 points in overtime, and he wasn't on the floor.
So you're getting after Reed for not being good enough, and then you want to play him more.
Yes. Yes, I've got a high standard for my Reed Shepard.
Remember when Josh Okogie used to play basketball?
Sure. And people are like, why does Dell always have to intercede and try to make sense of what these guys are saying? This is primary example. John's like, hey, you did this poorly, but I need you to get more minutes to maybe do the same thing poorly again.
No.
Make your free throws. You got to make them. But John, he's bad defensively. Don't care. Put him in the game so he can miss free throws and be bad defensively? That's what you're looking for?
Yeah. Because he can shoot threes and get you back in a game.
This is a little thing. I went back and watched it multiple times. Did you see after the game was over and the Sixers won where Embiid rushed over and grabbed the arm of Ime Udoka? Ime was like scurrying into the locker room. I'm sure he's crazy pissed. He's scurrying into the locker room, and Embiid runs over and grabs him by the arm and turns him around. So you could basically just say, hey, good game, you know. And the look, I did it in slow, like I did it, I paused it so I could see when Ime turned around, the look he gave, like, what
Don't touch me.
Is this? Yeah. And then he saw it was Embiid, and he didn't smile or anything. He just gave him a little baby bro hug, and then just and went into the locker room. But that look on Ime's face, woo. Now Jeff Green is out there smiling and laughing, and Jeff's at that stage of his career. He's like, win or lose, I'm still gonna have fun. I don't care.
Jeff got an all-star vote.
Shut up.
He did.
He got an all-star vote?
Yeah, by Jeff.
Or Jeff's mom.
Well, no, it was NBA players. He got an all-star vote from NBA players.
It has to be from Jeff, right?
From
or
Jeff.
Somebody on the team. You know, it could have been Clint Capella just clowning.
It could have been.
It could have been Steven Adams being, Jeff. Yeah. You know what? Mate. You're not respected enough. They don't talk about you enough. I'm going to give you a vote, mate.
Steven Adams.
Why? When is he from Ireland now?
South African.
He's from New Zealand.
Yeah, it's the South Africa of Australia.
Okay, sure. You know? Steven Adams still doesn't have a bed frame. That video came
I know.
out.
What's the deal with that?
Yeah, who cares?
Puts it on the floor. Bed on the floor.
Sleeping on the floor.
That's how the Japanese do it.
So he doesn't have.
I actually think I prefer that.
What, for him to sleep on the floor?
No, because then you got to like stand up all the time. No, I guess your bed does need to be up off the ground.
No, it doesn't. When I was single, I had my box spring.
Because you were poor
on the floor.
He's not poor.
Yeah,
no, I was lazy. I didn't get one, a box spring.
What's Steven?
You were poor and lazy.
Like Steven Adams, when he first got to Houston, there was a video of him and his bed was in a corner on the floor. Now there's more stuff in the room, but it's still on the floor.
So why is that coming out? I didn't see that on the broadcast.
Because I don't know. Oh, it was on the internet. I'm not sure it made the broadcast.
Have we seen Cal's office? Does he have furniture in it now?
You don't think Hannah decorated?
Oh, yeah.
She hadn't have gotten a hold of that.
She got a decorator in there, and I bet it looks good.
That's true.
Well, we've seen his office when he did the
I
hostage
liked it better
video.
when he was sitting on the floor playing video games.
We've seen his office. He did that hostage video, Knowledge is Power. He saw the office.
Power. Yeah. No. Yeah.
Knowledge is power.
Okay, well, there's only 4 white guards who come into – well, why aren't they putting Reed Shepard in here? Hold up. Reed Shepard's not 6'4", is he?
No.
Oh, because Reed Shepard – I've done it over the last 3 years. So it only it lists Patty Mills. There it is. AI can't be trusted. Peyton Pritchard, yes. T.J. McConnell, yes.
He is light-skinned, though.
Mičić, yes. And then they don't include Reed Shepard. I'm going to put, what about Reed Shepard?
Yeah. What about San Jacinto College?
Sanjack.edu. It allows you to be fearless. How are you fearless? Well, one of the ways you can be fearless is taking that step, that next step, taking a chance to really find who you're going to be in the future. Who you are right now does not define who you're going to be in the future. And if you're working at a job you hate and you think this is just what it's going to be, it doesn't have to be. Be fearless. Take a chance. Go to Sanjak. Go to the website. You don't have to. I'm just telling you to go to the website and check it out, sanjak.edu. Why? Because you may be in a dead-end job that doesn't offer a career, doesn't offer benefits, doesn't offer a chance to make and save money. You may have something much better out there waiting for you. Here's the answer. Just go to sanjak.edu, take a look at their 200-plus certificates and degrees where you can go increase your knowledge, improve your vocation, find a new vocation, and find a job that turns into a career, and a career that can bring happiness to you financially or just your day-to-day going in and going out, and you feel like, hey, this is much more what I wanted for myself. You know, I listen to those guys on the radio. I like doing that. I like watching my sports, but this is what defines me, and this is what I love to do. You could find that at Sanjak. Go to sanjak.edu and start your journey. Sanjak.edu.
Time to talk a little gambling. Time to talk about fun. Time to talk about nightclubs and restaurants and sports books and all of the things that go on at the Golden Nugget. Golf, poker, table games, beautiful hotel, wonderful hotel. Clean. And it feels like it's brand new. And the Golden Nugget Lake Charles cares, okay? There's more rundown casinos and whatnot. The Golden Nugget ain't that. Golden Nugget is pristine still. I'm telling you. I love going there. I think everything about it is just as good as it gets in Las Vegas. Yeah, there are some really incredible Las Vegas casinos. You're going all the way there when you got it right here. 2 hours down the road, just gas as opposed to all the hassle of getting to Vegas, all the time consuming. You got it right here at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. It is as good as any Vegas casino, and I'm saying it. I love the sports book, everything about it, all the restaurants, the food, fantastic. You're looking for a great little getaway. You could do it one day. You can do it a couple of days. You can do it as long as you want. It's right down the road, though, and it's ours. GoldenNuggetLC.com, GoldenNuggetLC.com.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Now here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right. 713-780-3776. What is it that you want to talk about? You are more than welcome. Get in here in a hurry. You're more than welcome to get in. Carlos Beltran met the media after being elected to the Hall of Fame. He says about the cheating scandal with the Astros, I know it's part of my story. No doubt that as a team, we all together put ourselves in that position, looking back, understanding what we did, where we were, and how we were able to do it as a team. There's a lot of times you get caught up thinking on that moment, and there's a lot of times when you think of we did take it to a different level, meaning on finding ways to beat the opposing team. He went on to say, something that's going to be attached to my name and at the same time that doesn't really define the person that I am. All right, whatevs. You see how he kept saying team? We did it as a group. He said group, team, organization, not me. The only player named was Carlos Beltran. The only one.
Well, he was the
ringleader.
Marwin is like,
No. But
Tyler White. These guys,
the report,
even George Springer, these numbers.
In the report,
I get it, but these other guys used it. He was one of the creators of it. Maybe he brought it into – I think he was the one that they mentioned brought it into the building from the Yankees, where they were doing it with the Yankees, obviously. But no one wants to hear that anymore. No one wants to hear about the Dodgers. No one wants to hear about the Yankees, the Red Sox. It's not going to matter. We're screaming we're spitting into the wind. It really is irrelevant, all that other stuff. They were the first ones they won a World Series, and that's it.
Yep.
We'll always have that hanging over, and that's the way it is.
That's it. And you know what? If he gets in, I don't want to hear one thing about Jose Altuve. Not one thing. Jose Altuve's had a better career. Jose Altuve had less to do with it. Jose Altuve is our hero. So I don't want to hear.
No, but that's fair though. You shouldn't hear. If Beltran gets in, there's really Jose Altuve is a no doubt Hall of Famer. Should be a no doubt first ballot Hall of Famer, but we'll see.
Yep. Congratulations.
I'm actually not that confident he's a first ballot Hall of Famer, just for the things you mentioned.
No, he probably won't be the first ballot because of the a-hole sports writers. Congratulations to the Yankees. Cody Bellinger, agreement on a 5-year, $162 million contract. That's awesome because in 4 years, where's Cody Bellinger going to be? I love that the Yankees are going to be tied to him for 5. Love that.
Yeah, that's great.
Love that. And did you see what number Kyle Tucker took? He can't have number 30 because that belongs to the manager, and so he does not get that.
The manager.
Yeah.
Managers have numbers.
Yeah,
they wear uniforms.
They wear a uniform.
I know they wear a uniform, but you don't have to. They wear numbers.
Yeah. When they some of the guys,
I never even noticed the number on a manager.
Well, some of the guys will wear like a pullover or a jacket.
Well, a lot of them do now.
But if you walk out there, like. Yeah, if they have,
see it on your
you'll
pants
see it on the uniform on the back. If they don't have like a cover, I've seen it.
Why would a manager have a uniform?
Well, that's been the thing about baseball for a while now. Why would they have a number?
They always have a number.
But they've always had
I just
it.
never even watched baseball all
Just
this
they stopped
time all my
wearing
life,
suits.
and I've never
Billy
been.
Martin was number 1 with the Yankees.
Yeah, I guess I just never. Yeah, I'm not really a numbers guy. I am a numbers guy.
Yes,
but not like.
You never noticed Dusty wore 12? You didn't know that?
Yeah. He was number 12.
I just saw all I pay attention to is the sweatbands and the gloves and the toothpick.
Okay, but yeah, he was
honestly.
They're in full uniform. If they're wearing baseball
Dusty
pants,
actually would come out in his uniform.
Yeah,
and he didn't have a pullover.
Well,
I'll give you an
Dave
example.
Roberts wears number 30 in honor. He picked 30 because of Maury Wills.
All right, I'm gonna. This is not a joke. This is how little I pay attention to the numbers they wear. Don't give me the answer. I'm sure you'll know the answer. I'm going to say Jeff Bagwell was number.
What?
Hold on.
don't know Jeff Bagwell's number?
No, hold on. Let me see if I can get it. Was he number 8?
No.
Hold on. Number 14?
No.
Lower.
Biggio was number 5, right?
No. But that
Biggio
number
was
might be
7.
important.
Bagwell was 5.
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, you really don't know. You watched
no
him
idea.
for 12 years, and you don't
No
even know
idea.
what.
Cesar Cedeno was number 28.
You know
my
football
favorite player.
numbers, though,
Yeah,
right?
football numbers are easy.
But why? They're both wearing
I
uniforms.
don't know.
Baseball numbers.
I don't know because I've always just been about the player. I can see the faces. I know the.
What number?
I don't care about basketball numbers that much either. Now that I think about it.
What's
number?
Alfred's number?
What number was Michael Brantley?
Oh, that's the number
27?
that Tucker's taking.
27?
No.
23.
Okay.
Kyle Tucker.
I'll literally just be guessing.
Your
Kyle
favorite?
Tucker
Lima was 31, I think.
Who?
Jose Lima.
He wasn't 31.
No, he was 21. No,
Look it
Lima
up. I think he was 31.
no, he
was
wasn't 31. That was
27.
Greg
He
Maddox.
was 27? Okay.
Well, it was the Dodgers.
You know Greg Maddox's number?
Yeah.
I swear to God, I don't know why.
Dave Winfield was 31.
Serious,
Dave Winfield was 31.
I
Greg
don't
Maddox
know.
was 31.
Okay, let me
Lima
see.
was 42 at the Astros.
42. that's
Charlie,
right.
so-
because he got to keep. He was one of the last ones that got to wear 42.
This is gonna you're really gonna be blown away that I don't know this. Pete Rose, 12. I
think that's right. Right?
Is he 12?
No.
Well, he was on a bunch of different teams.
With the Reds.
Right. Oh, with the Reds?
Is he 12?
14.
14.
Okay. Babe Ruth. Gehrig
come on.
Gehrig is 5 or 6.
Gehrig was 4.
Well, I didn't know that because I don't care that much about baseball.
Babe Ruth 5.
But Babe
Babe
Ruth was
Ruth was
3.
3.
That's an easy
Mickey
one.
Mantle's 2, right?
No.
He's just doing this now. Don't play.
I swear on
don't
my
play
kids.
his game.
I swear on
7.
my kids.
Don't play his game.
I
Don.
swear
was
on
7.
I swear on my kids. I'm not just
DiMaggio
doing this.
was 5.
I honestly don't know any baseball numbers. That's probably it's kind of crazy now that I think about it, but I have never ever paid attention to a baseball.
Roy
number.
White was
Never.
6.
Not once in my entire life.
Yogi
Other
Berra
than-
was 8. Roger Maris was 9.
Well, I don't know Yankee stuff.
Jose is Enos Cabell number 13?
No.
Yeah, he might be. You just saying
might have been 13.
because I
No.
maybe have a better chance when I was a kid.
Greg Maddox.
John
31.
already said he's 31.
Oh,
I had
31.
no idea. And I watched Maddox. So Pedro Martinez like 28.
Was Glavine 47?
Yeah, actually
Yep.
he was. Smoltz was probably like
29.
Yeah, Smoltz was 29.
Yeah,
Yep.
that all sounds familiar. I
Yep.
can't believe I didn't know Babe Ruth. Mickey Mantle was 7 and not 2.
No.
Albert Bell.
Derek Jeter was 2. What is wrong with
Oh
you?
yeah.
Albert Bell.
28,
There's an 8 in there. He was 8.
82,
No.
18, 8.
8 for at least for the Indians he was.
Yeah.
So weird. Now that
You
I
don't
think
know
about, I don't
nothing.
think about
You don't know
anybody's
nothing.
numbers actually.
Wilbur Wood just died. What number was he?
16.
You said it a bunch of times. 28. He was number 28.
Okay.
Louis Aparicio was 11. I mean, you don't know numbers.
You know Clemente's number, right?
I don't know. 28.
21.
Okay. I really thought that was 28. I really did. I really thought it was 28. Wow, I can't believe I don't know anybody's number at all.
You would suck at trivia.
Oh, this would be the worst.
Mm-hmm.
You could ask me, like, the only player I know is my all-time favorite player. That's the only guy I know. Cedeno. That's it.
That's crazy.
That is crazy.
You're
Lonnie,
watching these
hold
guys.
on.
You didn't know Jeff Bagwell's number was 5. You watched
That's
him
the
for
most damning thing.
Maybe if I had waited, maybe if I
Or
had pictured him,
Biggio. He didn't know Biggio or Bagwell.
if I had pictured him in his, I might have eventually come around on Bagwell. I just have to see
He's
the
not
right
always
picture.
in a Tommy Bahama shirt.
What number
Get
was
past
Lance?
current Bagwell and go back to when he played.
No, don't.
What number was Lance Berkman?
11?
No. 17.
Jeez, you're bad at this.
You're terrible at this.
These are
I mean,
Astros.
17
you watched them every day for
I know.
years.
17 absolutely makes sense. That sounds right.
Do you know what Altuve's number is? Oh my gosh.
Just hold on. Don't tell me.
Oh my.
I know. Hold on. Don't tell me. This is really bothering me now.
Wow.
Hold on.
He's your guy.
He's maybe my favorite Astro, even ahead of Cedeno.
Mm-hmm.
And Jose never killed
Picture
anyone.
it. Picture him at the plate.
27.
Yes.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
God, yes.
You did it.
That was super hard. 27.
Correa?
44, tipping off fofos.
Jordan.
That's how I know
What
Jordan.
number's
That's the
Correa?
only reason I know Jordan. Correa is. Is it stayed the same?
Yes, people at home are losing their minds. Some guy had a little infielder that we didn't care about had to give up his number, so Correa could get his number back.
23.
What? Jeez.
Number one.
Yeah, he's
number one.
Gosh,
Jeremy Pena is single digit.
he is.
Yeah.
It's a pretty popular number in baseball.
Yep.
2, 3, 5, 7.
Wow.
Not number
Never
9.
mind.
Not
We've been
number
playing
8.
this game
It's
for like
not
5
9,
minutes.
It's not 8. Number 3. Number 2.
No, it's not
3.
2. It's 3. Let's move on. You're bad. We know.
You're terrible.
Yeah,
at this.
and this is not. I'm not joking. I don't know him. I really don't. Now, tipping on fofos is how I know Jordan. Altuve, I just saw the 27. In a
Well, I know
flashback.
Jordan because that same as.
What was Tyler White?
Oh, White Power.
Wasn't he 13?
White Power. Was Tyler White? Yeah, I think he was 13.
Yeah, I can't believe you guys. knew
Baseball
that. What
guy.
about Marwin? What
Wasn't
about
he-
George?
Marwin was 9.
How do y'all know Marwin Gonzalez's number?
I can
That's
picture him
insane
in a
to me.
jersey. That's why.
Yeah.
What was
that's
George Springer's number? I have
It
no
was
idea.
4.
Yeah.
You
What's
sure?
wrong with you? Yes.
Yes.
How do I see their numbers every day?
I
don't
can see
think
their
about
number.
it?
I can picture them in an Astros jersey. That's how I do it.
Yep.
But the number's not on the front.
It's on the
so-
back. Yeah, it
Well,
is
when
for,
do I-
for the Astros. Yes, it is.
Oh,
It's on both.
What's wrong with you?
that's not it. Then.
Hey, what's the weather? Speaking of numbers, what's the weather like?
Oh, it rained this morning, and it's going to get cold starting tomorrow night.
You know what's crazy is I'm going to be in Mobile doing the show from the Combine, and actually I looked at Alex weather in Tuscaloosa. It is going to be like 15 degrees colder in Tuscaloosa in the northern part of Alabama. I guess the same thing with Dallas
Yeah,
for us.
Dallas, right.
But it's
here's
way
the deal.
colder there.
We got a chance that we're going to freeze. There's a chance.
A chance? No, 100%.
Yeah. It's going to be under 30.
100%.
You're going to have
It's in the teens.
an issue. There's a chance that you're going to have an issue. If you have an older home and you still got the pipes from the 50s, 60s, 70s, whenever your home was built, you might have a problem.
Yeah.
And if you have a problem, we got the answer. We got Billy Brown and Aqueduct Plumbing Company. This is where they come in.
Oh, Billy.
You might even have time to repipe before this thing.
You don't. I've had it done. They
Okay.
don't have time to repipe in the next 2 days.
Well,
it's a
you might.
little more labor
You don't know.
intensive. They got to look, dude. They got to tunnel under. Like it's a lot of work. That's why you can't have some slappy out there doing this. You really can't. You want them. I mean, they tunnel under your home. It's a labor intensive job. You want somebody who's doing it right, who's going to give you a fair price, and who's going to take care of everything when they're done. Put everything back the way, put the sod back where it goes. You don't want somebody
And-
just jacking everything up.
And give you a free water heater on top of everything else.
Yeah, they're just throwing you a 3 water. It's going to freeze Saturday, it's going to freeze Sunday, and it's going to freeze Monday.
So you got to have this number in case your pipes freeze and burst. 281-488-6238. 281-488-6238. Make sure you got the number. Aqueduct Plumbing Company. They're going to be there for you if you have to have them. And if your pipes burst, you have to have them. 281-488-6238 or aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
It's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
Yeah, your boy Halfley, boy, he choked up. He had me like, I can't watch this anymore. Did you watch his press conference?
No, it happened during the middle of my show, and then I don't go back. I don't care that much about press conferences, particularly when they're introductory. Yeah, I saw that he got emotional. Yeah. I found out the GM says everyone calls him Sully. And
who is this?
Jeff Halfley had his introductory press conference, and then Sullivan, who came over from Green Bay as well, let everyone know people call him Sully.
Stephen Ross forgot both their names.
He's an old man.
He is really old. He was like, yeah, Eric Sullivan.
He got to it. Eric John Sullivan, is that his name?
Yeah,
and then Jeff Halfley.
3 names.
Yeah,
but he called him Sully.
Apparently, Jeff Halfley was well, or at least highly sought after, because the Titans wanted him to lead the Dolphins interview and fly to them. There's another team, maybe the Raiders, who were very interested. So the Dolphins knew about it. They after their first formal in-person interview, because they interviewed him on Zoom. They told him, hey, give us the time. So he sat out in the lobby or wherever for 45 minutes, was talking to his agent about all these other opportunities. The Dolphins got wind that he could fly out immediately, and they're like, hey, come back in. It's your job. So we'll see how it goes. We talked about it. They went opposite of McDaniel, who not only has the Chargers job, but now the Bills are interviewing him for their head coaching job. So he has the OC job with the Chargers, but they gave him the opportunity to interview with the Bills for the head coaching job.
Huh.
I don't feel like Buffalo media would enjoy it, because all they've done the last 4 or 5 years is rip him. Now deleting tweets probably would have to happen if he's their head coach. Now I don't think the receipts that would get pulled if he's the head coach for the Bills would go over well with all those Buffalo people who, maybe rightfully so, were trashing him with the Dolphins. That was a cottage industry, ripping Mike McDaniel as a Buffalo Bills media person.
He's better suited for OC.
Yeah, I would not take a chance with him as head coach. No. I don't think he can. I think he's a peacetime conciliary. He's not a wartime. He's not a wartime head coach. He's just not built for it. He's not built for it. There's going to be some personalities that don't mesh with him, and and he's not alpha enough to, like, your personality may not mesh with Dan Campbell. But Dan Campbell is the alpha. Make no mistake about it. This is the way we do things. That's not the personality. Have you guys seen Joey Molinari's imitation of Mike McDaniel interviewing with Jim Harbaugh?
Oh, yeah, I did.
It's phenomenal.
It's good.
Terrific.
I guess the question would be, did he lose in Miami because he doesn't have the personality for it, or because he had the wrong quarterback and bad personnel? Because the team did not quit on him after starting very poorly.
No, they did.
They kept playing.
But I think
they've done that a couple
though.
Years. So
he's so far
So why did they they went 8-9 last year?
Can you name another head coach that's like him? I mean, you had Mike Leach had some of the same affectations, but I can't think of another coach that was like
I
him.
hesitate. I'm not giving him credit because the team played hard. Those guys are all playing for contracts.
Well, that's a good point.
Well, teams quit, though. We see teams play out the string.
Well, yeah, but, okay, first, pride in your job, and second, I'm playing for money, okay? I need another contract, so I'm going to play hard. I'm playing for you. I'm playing for me and my family, to feed my family.
Well, we can say that, but the Jets weren't playing hard for Aaron Glenn.
Well, I don't know that.
No, people know. You watch some of the Jet scores the last back half of the year. Those guys were checked out. You can just watch the scores of how they played late in the year. They were terrible. They were not into it. Hell, the Dolphins went up there and ripped off 21 straight points in the first quarter. They had stopped caring. So I don't know. I'm just saying, was it the quarterback? Was it not being a leader of men? How do we determine what?
I'm not taking a shot at his lead. I think that he's a great offensive mind. I just don't think he has that rally around, like, who do we turn to when things are going bad? I think D'Amico has that. I think obvious. I think you just have to have a certain temperament and demeanor. either a stoicism or that alpha or whatever. This is something we've never really seen, where you've got somebody who's just kind of goofy's not really the fair word, but eccentric and fun. He has a great sense of humor. He's eccentric, but it's not like when things were going rough and tough, I don't know that you're turning. I think you're turning to somebody in the locker room to pull it together. I don't think you're like, our guy's going to get it together, Mike.
D'Amico is a.
I wouldn't want him as a head coach.
No,
but I love him as an OC though.
D'Amico is the kind of guy that you rally. Vrabel is the kind of guy.
Vrabel's.
Dan Quinn, Dan Campbell. Though
See, I think
Andy
Flores
Reid
could end up being
Andy
that guy
Reid
too,
breaks that mold, though. Andy Reid breaks that mold.
I think Flores could end up being that guy. Maybe not for the quarterback. Yeah, Andy Reid is different. Andy Reid is different. That's true. Now he's not. He's got a sense of humor, but he is. You don't. And I got hindsight, so but you get the. Like, I don't think there's any doubt. He's also a bigger guy. Like, do you think how much does? Okay, I'm going to get into it. How much do people's appearance have an impact on their perception?
Absolutely.
I had so.
It's why Greg Roman.
I'm going to let you answer this. Do you think CJ takes more crap because he's a light-skinned quarterback? Yes or no?
No, but No,
hang on. I want.
No.
We're going to get into Greg. You don't think CJ takes more because he's light-skinned quarterback?
No.
Dell, do you?
I don't think he.
Not from people you know, Dell. I mean, John. Not from people you know. I'm asking about the culture.
Listen, he was lauded. It had nothing to do with that. He
no,
played well, and he plays like
John,
crap.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about with a certain segment that Dell can represent here. Does he take more?
Me
too. I'm not saying in a general sense. A lot of us keep it football.
I'll turn your camera off. Stop doing that.
There are some people who are going to have racial. It's going to be racial for some people, without question. Where they don't like black quarterback. There's definitely going to be some people that are like that. For most of us, it's going to be the quarterback play. It's nuanced where you can say, well, it's in the postseason, or he hasn't been as good these last 2 seasons. I had this conversation with 2 friends of color who 100% think that he's hurt by that, and one of them threw in the Jesus stuff, that he thinks he's too in your face with it, and so people are willing to, it just makes him a bigger target. And then they also brought up the Caleb Williams stuff and the Lamar, saying he's the 3rd best quarterback. One guy brought up all 3 of it. I asked that because that's a real consideration that is had in the background. Brian Daboll being a bigger, heavier quarter. It was mentioned that there are some people who don't think he looks like a head coach. I'm Mike McDaniel. He doesn't look anything like we've seen from a former head coach.
Greg
and his
Roman.
Personality. Greg Roman is one. I'm asking in a very general sense.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Ime looks like a dude. Like,
to answer your question, Lance, I think it's
D'Amico looks like a dude.
Less the light skin aspect of it, but he's kind of the epitome of a Gen Z guy.
Yeah.
I think that plays a part, particularly with the people you're talking to. I'm mad you're talking to older people.
There are people who are not Gen Z.
Yeah, I mean,
you're right.
There are things.
They'd be Gen X, actually.
Yeah, I think when we go Gen Z, CJ kind of embodies it from the conversations he has about himself and what he thinks of himself, the talk about even evaluating his own OC as things go along. I think that might put people off. Yeah. And then you have the play has declined in ways that people. All right, buddy, stop talking. You talk a lot for a guy.
Yeah, there's some of that too.
Who isn't playing at the level that would say, hey, I want to hear from you as often as I do.
Listen, he's got a pouty face. He doesn't have an athletic body.
No. There's a lot of quarterbacks who don't.
Yeah, I know, but then there are guys who do.
Like a dude. So you're just saying, because Joe Burrow doesn't have an athletic. Joe Burrow's not well built.
No, he's not. But there are a lot of guys who are that are.
It's a
they're
demeanor.
Dudes.
To me, it's a demeanor.
Yeah, I
thing.
think it's more than anything else. Because I don't know, maybe Mahomes might have caught it early, but he was too great for you to even take your shot.
And he's goofy sounding.
Yeah, he's got the Kermit the Frog thing.
He's like makes so many plays. Yeah. He's such a killer.
Mahomes is too much of a killer for you to start drawing those conclusions.
Is this guy a killer? Now you can make mistakes. You can be bad in the playoffs or whatever. But are you a killer in week 7 and week 9? Do you do things in the fourth quarter? Like he was building that reputation as a rookie. Fourth quarter comebacks, oh, man. We saw it against the Saints, I think it was it the Bucks or Falcons? He was making fourth quarter comebacks. It's like, man, this guy's got some killer instinct in him. I think it is demeanor, and I think you do actually bring up a really good point. I think the Gen Z thing, the generational thing, that might be playing it. See, I just think it's for CJ, to me, there's a lot of things at play that he has to defeat to get people back on his side. There's a lot that he has to defeat. And he can. Just good football play defeats a lot of that. Like you said, you can have whatever petty little thing. He doesn't have a quarterback spot. He's this, he's that are non-football related. And when you win, it all shuts up. You can't say anything.
If he goes out and becomes a killer, all that stuff goes away. Yeah, just like with Mike McDaniel. When his offense was the best offense in football, all that quirky stuff that you don't want as a head coach, no one cared because he was a genius.
Yeah, it's true.
And they were on their way to winning double-digit games.
I saw it with Mike Leach. Mike Leach is his act wore thin when he wasn't great. And, I mean, no one's more quirky than him. As a matter of fact, I guess Leach and the only two that you can think of that were that quirky are Leach and Mike McDaniel. And Leach is an all-timer. No one will be as quirky as Leach. Then you got the Pirate, and it's almost like he knew how he sounded, and he went over the top with it, Leach. But once Leach isn't winning, that quirky stuff is like, yeah. I'm trying to win games. Well, enough with this stupid Pirate stuff.
All right, we got a break. We got News of the Weird coming your way. On the other side, don't you go anywhere until we finish this up and send it to. Then you can go.
Wow, what a team player you are. Why would anyone have any issues with you?
As a matter of fact, that's why HRP is here. If you've got issues with employees, right? I did that on purpose. I did it for the client, okay? I did it for the client. And the client is HRP. We are their client. They're our client. We are their partners. They're our partners. They partner with your business. They succeed if you succeed. They help your bottom line get larger because they do it better. They do HR and payroll better than you do. They have the technology, and it's proprietary technology. The people are just they really. Mike Colley has told me multiple times, I've got an offer from this company. They want to buy it. They want to buy. And he said, I'm just not selling it. I just love doing this. I love taking care of people. I love the business partners that we have. And you hear it on our air when all of the testimonials that we have of all the businesses that speak for HRP, they're sincere. They've helped their business. They make it so much easier for them to do whatever they do, whatever widgets they sell. Your business can be like that too. But you gotta make the initial call, okay? 281. Just go to the website, hrp.net. hrp.net. I forgot the phone number. So hrp.net. Get there and start the process of you being better. A school bus driver in Dover, Delaware, has been arrested on charges that he picked up a prostitute and had sex with her on the school bus. Do you feel like that maybe, I mean, it's a place of work, right? Do you feel like maybe he should be able to, if all the kids are off the bus, that, hey, a little quiet time, a little me time is okay.
Is he being arrested for doing it on the bus or picking up a prostitute?
Both.
What's the crime for doing it on the bus?
No, right. But apparently they think it's an inappropriate
Well, yeah, that
place.
might be something that gets you fired. But if he was having sex with his wife and he did it on the bus, that gets you fired. But is it a crime?
No. Well, here's the crime is stupidity, because there is a camera on the school bus, and the whole thing was caught on camera.
Well,
it's
I can't
a crime
speak
how
to that.
stupid he is. Right?
I don't think the bus thing is a problem. It's, picking up the prostitute, and they now have evidence of you doing it with the prostitute.
Yeah.
I mean, sex workers are people too. That's a whole different argument about, well, should it be illegal, but as it stands, it is illegal. Hey man, be more discreet about your sex with the prostitute.
Yeah, and don't do it where there's cameras on the bus. Maybe you shouldn't use your place of work for prostitution. Maybe.
It's his office. Guys have sex in their office all the time.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
I did not have sexual relations.
That guy in general. That guy
woman.
specifically.
No. 2 men in China were arrested. Apparently, they put out a fake story with pictures of 2 male pandas having sex and successfully mating in the wild. This is against the law in China, apparently. They posted the fake news, causing widespread false interpretations, disrupting online order, and producing negative social impact.
Oh, Sean and I thought it was a crime for 2 male pandas to have sex, and that's
no,
why.
It's the crime, and one of the men is named Dong. Did you think it was a lock?
No, I didn't actually. It didn't even cross my mind.
You didn't even think that
No.
Dong would be part of the story.
Are the pandas suing because their
No.
images were used unlawfully as well?
No, I think that they're trying to spread the false information that 2 males can have a child.
Okay, that's the big problem for everyone.
Yeah, right.
Got it.
Not the dong thing.
Well, that's just the name.
That's just a little bonus for John.
Well,
That's just a little
So if they had just said these 2 male pandas were having sex, they'd be okay? As long as they didn't say they procreated?
I guess. Or maybe that would be in China. I don't know what's legal
I don't know the
or not
rules.
legal. Yeah,
They're
it's
way
hard to say.
behind they're way behind on procreation in general.
They are.
Or ahead of their time.
No, Dell.
No.
Society will collapse. Stop with their ahead of their time.
I mean, society.
It started with pandas, and then it went to people. No, Dell.
Oh,
no.
Have you seen Society today? Are you a fan of it?
It's because we need more people.
We need
so
more
we cancel out
people.
the bad people.
Oh, because of all the bad people creating more people
it's like
won't
the
create
good
more bad
plays.
people?
It's just like a play
Well,
caller. We need
no.
more of the good people in
Yes,
so we
right.
can get rid of the bad
But what if
people.
the bad people are creating these people?
But they're not. They're not.
You know, well, what happens to negatives make a positive? I think that's in chemistry.
That's multiplication. I don't know if procreation works the same way.
Look,
Well, it is multiplying, isn't it?
look,
Nature versus nurture.
JT is my son, so
He's nice.
yeah.
Well, that's
Frankie
a bad
is-
person and a good person came together.
Frankie is
Frankie's
a
very
little
nice.
bit different than JT. Very different. They say very different.
Yeah, but Wendy is involved, so that's
That's
John
true.
bad, Wendy good. That's a crapshoot.
Typical. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, you never know what you're going to get.
You never
never
know. My wife always tells me every time my kids do something, your kids, that their bad stuff comes from me. I always get told
That's what
that.
I hear all the time too.
Yeah.
Why is
Guess
Frankie
what
like
your
that? I
son
know why.
did.
I know why Frankie's
They're
like that.
messy just like you. They get it from, I hear this, they get it from you. I get that all the time.
Yep. We used to have a
Give me the good
PSA.
stuff too. The
Right?
good things come from me too, so stop.
Where did you learn that? I learned it from
I learned
you,
it from
Dad.
watching you, Dad, said Frankie, not John Tyler.
No, he didn't learn anything from me. All right, we are done. Mopey and Mapes next. Y'all have a great weekend, and we will talk to you again on Monday, everybody, about the championship games. It'll be fun. We'll have Monday, and we'll have Rockets basketball to talk as well, so join us. Stay tuned. Mopey and Mapes are here next. Right now, though, it's GimmeTheVin.com. It's John Clay Wolf. It's the best damn car buyer in the history of car buyers. You're looking for the best way to get rid of that car. All right, I don't know why you got to get rid of that car. Maybe you need the money. If you need the money, especially, I don't even understand why you wouldn't get as much as possible. If you don't need the money, I don't understand why you wouldn't get as much as possible. It's a car, okay? Get as much as you possibly can. And the way to do that is go to GimmeTheVin.com. Put in your license plate. It literally takes minutes. You find out what that car is worth. And then if you want to go and shop it around, that's fine. That's fine. But if you go to the dealership first or CarMax first, you're going to get a number from them, and you're going to go, oh, and maybe you'll take it. If you take it, dumb. Here's the deal. Find out where that car is in the market by going to GimmeTheVin.com and getting a quote from a guy who gives more all the time. He gives you more for your vehicle at GimmeTheVin.com. And if he doesn't, he's given away $100 before just because CarMax could beat him. That's the kind of confidence John Clay Wolf has. You're looking for the best way to sell your car. There's one place you have to go. GimmeTheVin.com. That's GimmeTheVin.com.
I can say one thing about the Rockets. I'll say more than one thing, but I'll start with this. They're committed to the bid, right? What are our problems? We struggle to get into offense. We have bad final quarters. We turn the ball over, and Reed Shepherd gets inconsistent minutes. All those things happened in last night's game. Now the final quarter last night was overtime. Kevin Durant had 8 turnovers. We'll actually hear from him here in a little bit. He talked about his game. Reed Shepherd was a spark in the fourth quarter, but his inconsistent defense got him benched, if you want to put it that way, in overtime. And they had, at one point late in the fourth quarter, they had a 7-point lead after a Tar Eason 3 with 3:26 remaining. And the game goes into overtime, and really it shouldn't have, because Tyrese Maxey got to the rim as he did most of the night. There was a goaltend that wasn't called, and it led to overtime where the Sixers pulled away. And that goaltending rule, and I was watching the Sixers broadcast, and the play-by-play person suggested that this could lead to a rule change. I mean, we've dealt with this for a bit now, where they don't call goaltending so they can't review it. Like, it's not like the NFL where a fumble or non-fumble occurs and they let it play out and then they go back and look at it. The NBA does not go back and look at non-calls, at least when it comes to goaltending. So what was a clear goaltending that would have led to a Rockets loss turned into a jump ball situation, and they go to overtime and lose anyway. So they lose to the Sixers 128-122. I mentioned Reed Shepherd. He shot the ball and got them going in the fourth quarter to help with the comeback and actually to take a pretty sizable lead. And then he saw no minutes. And it's just something where the head coach demands a certain level of play on one end of the floor. And if you can't provide it, if he sees any slippage, it goes back to what Sean has talked about, where if Amen Thompson lets anyone get by him on a dribble drive, Ime loses his mind a little bit when it comes to Amen. And it's the same way for the rest of his guys. I mean, I'm sure he has a higher standard for Amen because of what he's capable of, but even with Reed Shepherd, if you do not hold up on that end of the floor, you are not guaranteed minutes, no matter what you can do offensively, even if the team needs you to be on the floor to create offense. It doesn't matter. And Reed Shepherd certainly hasn't reached a status with Ime Udoka where his defensive deficiencies won't keep him off the floor. Like Kevin Durant turned the ball over 8 times. Of course, Kevin Durant's not coming off the floor. There are other guys who can struggle ball handling and not come off the floor. But if Reed Shepherd looks like a sieve defensively, a traffic cone, come over here, sit by me. Even in a game where we need to score. They only scored 7 points in overtime, lose 128-122. They got the Pistons tonight, so it doesn't get easier. In the back-to-back, that game's on Prime for anyone who wants to see the Rockets tonight. Hopefully you've already had your Prime subscription because you like Amazon delivering you packages. Well, that's how you get to watch the Rockets tonight on your smart TV or your phone, I guess. So or your laptop. That was unfortunate. That was a game that they had in hand. They kept getting second chance opportunities, which the Sixers broadcast was frustrated with. But when it mattered most, they couldn't get stops. They couldn't score the ball enough. And they go down to a Sixers team who's fine. They're probably better than some people thought. Joel Embiid's playing more now. Paul George is still kind of a shell of himself. But they do have Maxey. They do have Edgecombe. And most importantly, they got the win last night. So 128-122, the final there. And let's hear from Kevin Durant, a guy who doesn't get taken off the floor, but he did acknowledge that his play was subpar. Here's Kevin Durant on his turnovers.
Yeah, it wasn't good enough. It just wasn't good enough. I had 8 turnovers, 5 in the first half, which gave him a 7-point lead, which gave them confidence. So that one at the end, the offensive foul, like it's a lot of bullshit.
Yeah, he's not happy with his performance, and he became the guy they leaned into late in the fourth quarter. He made a big time jumper after the Rockets blew a lead to put them up 2 with about a minute remaining, and then Tyrese Maxey once again got his way and tied it again, and then the game goes to overtime after after Kevin Durant got the block that should have been a goaltend. So 128, 122. The Reed Shepherd thing, I think it's just going to be a conversation that Rocket fans aren't going to want to have, and a story they're going to have to just deal with. Your coach, no matter what you think of him, no matter what you think about his lack of offensive, let's say, expertise, he will lean in to what he knows, and what he knows is you play defense or you don't play for me, and that's just how it's going to be. There are going to be nights where you're desperate for offensive production because things are a little stagnant. A team is focusing on Kevin Durant, or Alpe's not having a great night. Alpe talked about it being one of his worst offensive performances of the season, and you're looking for a spark. But if you can't be a two-way player here, you better be a defensive stalwart, because he will roll out a guy who doesn't have much offensively. That is not a problem. He'll roll you out there. At least he knows he can get stops with you. And defense leads the offense. Certainly, they offensive rebound as well. But if you're just going to be a guy who gives up as much as you get, he's going to look at that as a net negative. And that's where Reed Shepherd is, where he was exciting in that fourth quarter, and then you didn't see him because Ime Udoka was concerned about point of attack defense. If they're going to put him in pick and rolls and make sure he's locked in on Tyrese Maxey and let Tyrese Maxey go to work, he loses pieces of his soul when his defense gives up straight line drives.
Yeah,
so
like the Maxey one on Amin Thompson should have into the game was just a straight line drive on Amin Thompson.
That stuff like eats at his soul. So he can't deal with it. So you got to come out of the game.
Yeah,
I don't know. I think it goes beyond just it's bad basketball. He feels parts of himself dying inside and goes, okay, I can't deal with that. Come sit down. I got to find someone better.
Not to psychoanalyze Ime Udoka, but is it because like the way he stuck around the league was by playing good defense?
I mean, if we were having that conversation, some sports psychologist or just a regular old psychologist, therapist talk to him about it, I would imagine yes. It'd be like I was just throwing another former Spur, Bruce Bowen. And if he was a head coach, he wouldn't want a bunch of Bruce Bowens out there.
Yeah.
At least guys who can defend. And if you're not, and Bruce Bowen as a guy, and much like Ime Udoka as a guy who was a piece but never a star, he understands a star like Kevin Durant not always locking in defensively because he's Kevin Durant. Go do what you do. But a Reed Shepherd type, I don't think he can handle it. And until Reed elevates himself either defensively or just simply can't take off the floor offensively, we're going to be dealing with this.
Yeah, it is funny that it's like viewed as like he gives up as much as he gets on defense, where it's like in his minutes though he's very often a positive.
He is a positive,
like, like they do track plus minus.
Yes,
like you can
but in
tell.
The middle of the game when he sees a couple blow-bys or a bad rotation, he's gonna go, "This guy's costing us."
Yeah, well,
even if the numbers tell you that.
And in the start of the fourth quarter, he brings you back from a game and extends a lead in a game, and then you go to overtime, can't make a shot.
Yeah, all those things are why people are upset that Reed Shepherd didn't play.
Like at some point, Ime Udoka, it's like, dude, you need offense. Like you just.
It's not how he's built.
Like Jabari Smith can roll out there. Go 1 for 10 from 3 and play 38 minutes every night.
There are guys who are at a different status, I imagine. The tiers for Ime Udoka, like, of course, there's Kevin Durant. And if Fred was here, Fred VanVleet would be, amazingly enough, in the Kevin Durant tier where he can't take him off the floor.
Equals.
And then you got Amin and Jabari, big wings who can defend. Obviously, Jabari, bigger wing, but wings that can defend. And anything offensively is kind of gravy. And then Şengün, who is another one of your offensive pieces, and he's improved certainly defensively as well. He's not great, but he's improved enough where it's not crazy. Although he was a minus 18 last night. Hell, Jabari, Kevin Durant, and Alperen were all double-digit minuses, and as you mentioned, Reed was a +6, Capella was a +12 in his 15 minutes. But I think it's just how the coach sees it. You need to defend Reed Shepherd, or I won't play you. Doesn't matter what the numbers say. I'm watching you get beat.
It doesn't matter that we win your minutes more often than not.
But when I look at you on the floor, I want to die inside when guys get by you. No matter, I don't think it's analytical. I'm sure after the game,
it's
numbers
definitely not.
the numbers will tell you that Reed should play more and Shepard should have played in overtime. And it's not like the guys who are out there kept Tyrese Maxey from doing what he wanted to anyway. But if I'm going to pull someone, it's going to be you.
Yeah.
And Reed Shepard had to sit down. Only played 23 minutes. Didn't shoot the ball particularly well yesterday. From the field, from 3 he was good, 4 or 7, but just from the field overall, 5 of 14, and led the bench in scoring. Doesn't matter though. Come sit next to me. In fact, don't sit next to me. Sit next to Royale Ivy because I don't even want you near me right now.
Think about what you've done.
Yeah. What do you mean? Have a positive plus minus? No, not that.
No.
Those rotations.
Positive in the wrong way.
Yeah, those rotations you missed, and that blow by you gave up.
I'd rather win 6-0 than 18-12.
Yeah,
That's
the
basically
overtime.
what it is.
Yeah,
it basically just boils down to I rather win and not score, but keep them from scoring more, even though they didn't work in overtime.
No.
Than try to score to win.
Yeah, Ime would rather win in football terms. He'd rather win 14-13.
Yeah.
Than get into a game where he might win 31-24 because Reed Shepard goes on a run, throws a couple touchdown passes. He's not looking for that. Get stops. He wants to get stops, and understandably, I get it. You play great defense, you got a chance to win every game.
Is he the Brian Flores of the?
Is Reed Shepard Tua?
Yeah,
maybe. We'll see.
He walks by, you stink.
Yeah, yeah. What problematic guard is he going to try to trade for to get Tua out of here? I mean, get Reed Shepard out of here in this case. Who would be the Deshaun Watson of the NBA right now? That Brian Flores, Ime Udoka is desperate to get. I don't want to put Deshaun on anyone.
Yeah, no, I don't.
Yeah.
I don't. I really. I was racking my mind for the
it had to be
the guys with the rap sheets.
Yeah. Well, let's go defensive first.
Yeah.
Guard that he would think is better. It'd be one of those types. I saw that the Rockets were somehow linked to Jose Alvarado.
Makes sense.
He's kind of problematic. He's always starting fights on the court. It's more on the court stuff,
yeah,
not off the court.
Yeah. Pest.
Like if he was desperate to have Jose Alvarado here instead of Reed Shepard.
Yeah.
That would bother a lot of people.
It did cross my mind before the fourth quarter of the Spurs game earlier this week, where I was watching Stephon Castle and then I was watching Reed Shepard not play or play very little, and I was like, it is weird that they drafted one guy ahead of the other. Like Stephon Castle is exactly what Ime Udoka wants, including like going 5 for 19. Like that but playing good defense. Playing good defense.
Yeah, it feels like
he'd prefer that.
Yeah, it feels like if we're talking about who pushed for a certain player, if you consider Stephon Castle in the same draft, although everyone had Reed Shepard as the better prospect, at least the NBA pundits, the NBA media, if that would feel like Ime got trumped by another person in the organization. If we just go by what we see,
yeah. It just doesn't make sense that he watched Reed Shepard and was like, "Yep, sounds good. Draft him 3rd overall."
Over a guy like Castle.
Yeah, can't wait to not play him.
The point of attack, point guard himself.
Yeah,
who's bigger, who's better defensively. Yeah, it's an interesting thing to look at. Like, wait a minute,
just like
the coach's personality. Why Reed over Castle?
I don't think we're gonna need the diving in the archives like Brandon Beane versus Sean McDermott to find out whose pick that was, because it definitely was not Ime Udoka's.
I mean, I can't say that, but everything we know about what so far the Reed Shepard tenure, it feels like that was someone else's pick.
I have a very hard time believing that it's Ime Udoka's. It might be Patrick Fertitta's.
Yeah, whoever decided on the pick, they're probably not wrong. Reed Shepard's a good young player. He just will be the one guy Ime Udoka will bench at any point because he gave up. He gave up a defensive or gave up a blow by, bad in rotation, whatever it is. If he doesn't play well in the coverages he sets, he'll sit down.
Yeah, I wonder if it's just like a tenure thing, because it was the same thing with Şengün, where it's just like the year one of Ime Udoka, like it was pretty regular that basically one of Şengün, Smith, or
Would
Jalen
get benched
Green
for an older player.
Yeah, would get benched for someone where you're like, I know that this is to learn a lesson.
Yeah.
I have a pretty hard time thinking that like Jeff Green's actually
Why is Jeff Green closing?
the way to go here.
Yeah.
But that was more like, hey, this is a team that's improving. Doesn't really matter if they make the playoffs or not. Like they're just everything's about growth. This is like a hey, you kind of need to win 50 games with this team type of team. It is interesting that it's still like, hey, sit next to me / Royal Ivy. Talk about the Texas Longhorns transfer portal class or whatever. Actually, they can talk about Texas playing Kentucky earlier this week. That's what those two guys can talk about.
I'm sure that was what Reed Shepherd was focused on.
Reed Shepherd's like, Mark Pope, yuck. Not my Kentucky basketball.
Well, that was unfortunate. The loss and the continuing thought that Ime Udoka will bench Reed at the drop of a hat. We'll talk to Pena. Hey, Pena, hold on. You want to talk Rockets? We'll get to you when we come back. Anyone else want to get in? 713-780-3776. We'll continue that conversation. Of course, Michael Carroll joins us today right around 11:30. So if you have thoughts on movies and television, Michael Carroll will be here for you on that. We're just getting started here. We will be back.
You're listening to the Dale Olalea Show
on ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Dale Olalea.
Let's get to Pena here. He held through the break. Appreciate it. He wants to talk some Rockets. What's up, Pena?
Hey, what's up, Dale? Hey, so I'm not super knowledgeable like about basketball culture or whatever you want to call it, but people were saying, well, a lot of y'all and stuff were saying, Ime Udoka took the Celtics to the championship and all this, and I honestly didn't even know he was their coach. I still thought what's his name was their coach. Who was the guy before him? The white guy, wasn't it Bradley Stevens? I thought he was still their coach, and I thought he was like the mastermind that brought the Celtics together and all this stuff. And I was like, when did he become their coach? So I don't even know if he's like that good of a coach or not to be even putting my input about it. So I just wanted to call about that. But I really wanted to call about the Texans. I really don't trust Nick Caserio to build an offense because I feel like what you really need is an offensive line to make a good offense, right? And I can't really say nothing about Ariante Urster yet. Every other lineman he's chosen has been a miss. Titus Howard, I know he didn't pick him, but he's not like no superstar. He ain't no Panay Sewell or anything. If I had to give him a grade, it's probably like a C+ as a lineman. So, if anything, I think Nick Caserio might have to go. He's built a pretty good defense, but I trust more of D'Amico Ryan's done. That's about it, man. Have a great day.
Appreciate it. So we'll start with the Ime stuff. Ime Udoka did follow Brad Stevens. Brad Stevens went up to the executive offices to run the basketball operations for the Celtics. Ime Udoka got the job, and they did make the finals. Now, of course, that team was built by, I guess, a combination of Danny Ainge and Brad Stevens, and Ime only got to coach them for a year before he fumbled Nia Long. I mean, there's a lot more that went into that. Like, losing Nia Long wouldn't get you fired from the Celtics. What he did to lose Nia Long got him fired from the Celtics. And you can look into that if you want to.
It would be funny, though, if it was just like,
if Brad Stevens was
Brad Stevens, of all people, was like, dude, what happened?
He loved her in, what was she in, Friday? Was it Friday?
Brad Stevens seems like a guy who, like, hasn't seen a lot of new, like, movies. I was going to say new movies. I don't think he's seen, like, a lot. Like, he's probably only seen, like, Hoosiers, you know?
Joe Mazzulla continues to try to get him to watch The Town. And Brad Stevens like, no.
No, that's what I need to know. Did Brad Stevens ever watch The Town?
Yeah. Who knows? But
just to fully understand the man he was hiring.
The man watched it every week. Let me figure out who.
What is in this text for me to understand?
How do I further understand Joe Mazzulla? So
a lot of breaking Dominican's legs in this movie. A lot more than I thought.
So to Pena's point, or to answer him, there wasn't a lot of evidence that Ime Udoka was a great coach. We just know that he took over the Celtics, and they hadn't made the finals under Brad Stevens, and they did in his first year. Of course, they lose to the Warriors in 6. Since he's been here, he was brought in to be a culture setter. That was part of the appeal, and the Rockets improved every year under him. This was one of those years, and the timeline got sped up because you traded for Kevin Durant, where now we go from fun story to, hey, the Rockets are really good, or at least pretty good. Now we got to be pretty good and a real contender. And now any flaws he has as a coach are being looked at and picked apart because there are some stakes. The Rockets haven't had these type of stakes since, as far as what people believe they can accomplish and what the organization does, realistically believe they can accomplish since what? The final year of Harden, Paul? Because I don't know how many people took the Westbrook Harden thing seriously as far as what they could accomplish. But Harden and Paul.
So like 2018-19.
Yeah, before that broke apart, that was a year filled like, hey, we can go win it all. So when you feel like you can go win it all, your coach is under a microscope. And any of the little things that you pushed aside because you're trying to climb the mountain and you haven't reached the peak, those things get pushed aside because you're still going on an upward trajectory. Now, if you feel like you're kind of plateauing, you start to pick apart some things, and we'll see. I don't know that the Rockets are going to move away from Ime Udoka. More playoff failures have to happen. Like if he gets knocked out in the first round again, then the noise gets louder.
Yeah, I mean, if they get knocked down the first round again, it feels like it would then become next season.
Yeah.
He's on the, it's like one of those where
is he like the Mark Jackson of the Rockets,
Yeah.
like he was for the Warriors, and they got to go hire someone else to get him over the hump. Those type of conversations start to get had. And we know the NBA coaching tenures don't last that long, and it could be for many reasons. Maybe you have a problem with ownership or the general manager, or
fumbling me along.
maybe, or you simply aren't living up to expectations. So, and he mentioned what else? Oh, you mentioned the Texans and Nick Caserio. He doesn't have a history of building an offensive line. He doesn't have really a history of at least acquiring frontline NFL offensive talent outside of Nico Collins, which he talked about earlier this week. So if you don't trust him, I get it. But when you win the division 3 times in a row, win a playoff game 3 years in a row, I think it's very difficult, particularly when you have the McNairs as an ownership group, to think they're going to fire a 3-time in a row playoff participant when the general managers helped you get there. So I don't think Nick Caserio is getting fired. I think Jim Crane is as all the ownership groups, he's the most reactionary of any owner. So you got some pretty patient people, I think, particularly when it comes to the Texans. I don't think Nick Caserio is in any trouble. The CJ thing could be an inflection point. Like if you give CJ Stroud a lot of money and it doesn't work out. Now, of course, that would be years from now before it didn't work out script is written or completed. But that could be one where now that you're giving your young players like Will Anderson and CJ Stroud big contracts, then you have to go out and win bigger than what they had. But I don't think the Texans have the real interest in firing anyone at the current state of their franchise.
It is interesting that both teams just kind of feel like they're in the spot right now where it's like the good still is outweighing the bad for whatever frustrations you have for either Udoka or D'Amico / Caserio, like just kind of all of the Texans, where and Rafael Stone, I guess, but Rafael Stone has been, he hasn't been in the eye of the storm when it comes to criticism as much. But it does seem like both teams' leadership is just in the spot where it's like, hey, like you gotta do something here. Like it is entering the we talk about championship windows. It's almost like the firing window of like, all right, patience is kind of running thin here.
Yeah, I mean we're in year 3 with Ime Udoka, and the trajectory has been really good. But now we're talking about, is this team going to elevate to real contender status? Can they get to a Western Conference final? Can they get to a second round and give, as it stands now, the Thunder a really good series? Failing in the playoffs affects the players as far as how fans see them. Certainly, we know how that goes, and then the coaches catch it too from the fans, and then most importantly, the general manager and the ownership group, because they're going to say, look at the roster I put together. Why aren't you winning more? But that's probably multiple playoff failures for now.
No, both are in
from now
year 3.
Yeah.
Either you're in year 3 or finished year 3.
Yeah.
So and they made the playoff. Like, it's both first 2 years clear arrow up, and now it's kind of like okay, like let's
and we're not even into late season stuff with Ime. So if things start to flip and they play better basketball, then these conversations are something we can look back on and say, man, we didn't have to do that.
Yeah.
And then the playoffs will tell. All of this is about what they are and how they perform in the playoffs. And no matter what we look at and say, hey, there's issues here as far as your offense, you turn the ball over too much, you need a point guard. If they get a favorable draw, and by that I mean, hey, maybe there's an injury in the first round to someone they play and they win that series. And who knows if an injury happens in the second round. All of a sudden, you have a path to a conference final. He's not going anywhere, and he probably wouldn't go anywhere anyway. John, you want to talk Astros? We'll do that when we come back. So hang on. We'll get to you in a little bit. But let's talk about Aqueduct Plumbing Company. We know bad weather is approaching, and for a lot of people, when it comes to the cold, there is concern about your pipes. Now, Aqueduct Plumbing Company can't fix your entire system in the next couple of days, but it's something to think about if you have concerns, and even if you hopefully make it through this storm in a way where you don't have any real damage. That's something to keep in your mind if you think if you know the pipes are older and you're one bad run away from something catastrophic happening to your home. Think about the people at Aqueduct Plumbing Company and go to their website and see all the things they provide. Look at that service drop down menu and see what fits you. Maybe you just need something a little more simple, like a drain cleaning, or maybe you want to have something done with a leak and you need that detected. They have that there for you. And of course, the giant job is a repipe. And it's a big job, and that means you need people who know what they're doing. And they've done over 1,000 of those. So they have competent, experienced contractors to get a repipe done for you if you need it. And of course, as I always talk about, because my water heater's upstairs in the attic, if you don't want to deal with installing one of those in that spot, they can do that for you too. So they do a lot for the local community. Just check out all the things they have to offer. In fact, they got that free price quote. So if you don't know what the problem is, or you do, and you don't want to get charged for them telling you how much it costs, you go to Aqueduct Plumbing Company. They'll inspect it, see what the problem is, and get you that free quote. You can see all they have to offer at aqueductplumbingcompany.com. You can also call them at 281-488-6238. That's 281-488-6238. It's Aqueduct Plumbing Company.
It's the Del Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Del Olalea.
Let's get to Jeff here. He wants to talk some Astros. What's up, Jeff?
Hey, fellas.
Oh, John. Sorry, I said Jeff. Sorry, I was watching Jeff Athlete walk into a press conference. I meant John. What's up, John?
Yeah. Hey, man. Look, I've been hearing a whole lot of talk about the Astros thinking about trading Isaac Paredes. Listen, I'm not going to be happy about that. Look, the Astros, their infield. I'm sorry. I want to keep all of them because all of them can hit. And if we get lucky enough and meet the Dodgers in the World Series, right now, we can match their offense. Okay? I don't care if they have to take Cam Smith and Myers and give them some days off because they shouldn't have any gripe about how much time they get to play. But listen, man, Paredes, man, is the best hit on the team besides Alvarez. And I love Alvarez. Alvarez, you can't even depend on him to stay healthy. Isaac Paredes is like our rebuild man, our future. And I like Christian Walker because Christian Walker, we know he started off slow this season, but that happens with a lot of players that go to a whole new environment, But he's a 30-something home run hitter. Isaac Paredes is a 30-something home run hitter. I mean, I love Correa, man, but I guess I'm almost to the point where I'm sorry Correa came back because Correa is a good player and he did a lot for us, and I love him to death. And if this is going to be a problem and you're going to trade Isaac Paredes, man, I am not going to be happy. I didn't understand this thing with Altuve last season. He's slow, he can't play second base anymore. Well, hell, you made your team even weaker when you put him out there in the outfield because he looked even worse out there. That's some crazy, silly stuff, man. Put the man back over there on second base because what he doesn't catch, he got backup. He got outfielders behind him, But, man, that's what I'm talking about. The Isaac Paredes, man. That dude was off to a 30-something home run season last season, man. They cannot trade these guys. I want to keep Christian Walker. I want to keep Correa there. I want to keep Isaac Paredes there. Put Altuve back where he is. Cam Smith, we don't know what he is yet, and I love him to death. But if I have to pick between Cam Smith and Myers and Isaac Paredes, I'm keeping Paredes, man. I want to hear what y'all got to say about that, man. Y'all have a good day.
Appreciate it, John. Well, good news for you. Altuve will be at second base. I think the experiment in left is pretty much over, at least according to, I believe Joe Espada talked about that earlier this offseason. They don't want to trade Paredes. They just may have to because the takers for Christian Walker, well, there aren't very many of them considering his age and the contract and the declining numbers. I would love to keep Isaac Paredes. I'm just not sure the Astros can find an avenue to play him. I'm just going by one projected lineup right now. And with Jordan as your DH, Altuve at second, Correa at third, Christian Walker at first if he remains, and of course you got Jeremy Pena at shortstop. Zach Cole, Jake Myers in the outfield, along with Jesus Sanchez. Now these guys aren't always going to be every day, but that is just one projected starting lineup. You didn't hear Paredes' name mentioned. Now, I would certainly want to substitute Paredes for Christian Walker if I could. But I can't right now until a move is made. Now, I know the Red Sox have been mentioned heavily in a potential Paredes trade. And we've been, honestly, maybe every couple weeks, an Astros infielder being traded story pops up. And yet, we're in January, and it hasn't happened yet. But that's baseball. We probably won't happen until someone finally comes to the table because they're desperate in March or something, or late February, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Of course, you want to keep all your good players, but there are financial constraints as well. And the Astros, I imagine, would want to use whatever infielder they can trade to bolster their pitching if they can. Jake Myers was a guy people were floating around as a very valuable trade piece. That hasn't happened yet. John, I appreciate it, but I don't think all those guys you listed are all going to be here if the Astros have their way.
Yeah. It is interesting, though, like, just the idea of, like, do you have to just have, like, the perfect amount of, like, you can't like have surplus of infielders where, I don't know, these guys will have days off.
People get hurt.
Everyone, Lord knows, they all got hurt last year. Like, there is a little bit of, like, just one of them sits on the bench every day, or Jordan sits on the bench and they all DH, or one of them DHs.
There's a thing in college football: stack chips. Keep stacking players. Baseball, at least this Astro team, apparently they're not against stacking. I just think they feel like, hey, the price plus plus maybe deficiencies elsewhere, they see an avenue
Yeah.
to improve another spot while not losing very much, at least in their eyes, in that infield.
And that's why like Paredes is the one that's, I guess, most likely to go because, you're not trading Altuve, you're not trading Correa. Cool. You're not trading Pena because he's too good, and then you also would have to move Correa back to shortstop when part of the reason you trade for him is that he can age into being a third
baseman. Yeah.
So now you're really looking at Christian Walker and Isaac Paredes. One of them just has trade value. The other one doesn't. It has negative trade values, So whether I know, I forgot who it was that threw out there like in the middle of the off season that the Mets could, after Alonso left the Mets, it was, well, the Mets could maybe be a Christian Walker destination because, they don't care if he's overpriced. They got money to spend and they need a first baseman. I don't really know if the Mets are like looking to spend the money that way. And at that point, it is just a salary dump that you're not getting anything. You're not balancing your roster and you're just kicking a guy overboard. Where Paredes, you can maybe get a pitcher, maybe get a prospect that could be a pitcher for you, or center fielder after Jake Myers goes. So Paredes, he's on the block because he can actually get you stuff. I kind of agree with John where I'm like, again, why do we need to have like, 4 infielders for 4 infield spots? Like, having 5 is not the worst sin in the world. Jordan can play left every once in a while, and then they can all be in the lineup together.
Tell us Jim Crane.
Yeah.
Tell us Dana Brown.
Or just stop signing mid-30s first baseman.
No. That's what we do.
I would.
It's what we do.
When's Christian Walker's deal expire? Did he sign a 3-year deal?
Is it after next year?
I forgot if it was a 2 or 3-year deal, but.
While you look that up, or we'll have the answer for it. It's time to go to break. We can think about and sit on what John said and probably agree honestly with that, but it doesn't appear that's what they're going to do. Christian Walker signed a 3-year, $16 million deal.
So after next season, let's not rush out to sign a 34-year-old first baseman.
After you, whatever happens with Christian Walker,
let's not take a year off.
Don't go 3 for 3.
Yeah, like surely there's a third baseman in your minors that you can just move to first or first base, like some slow guy that you can put at first base.
You would think, but that is not their course of action over the last 5 years or so. All right, we'll go to break with that. We have Michael Carroll joining us at 11:30, the host of Comicast. So if you want to talk TVs and movies, your time is about 11:30. We have a potential ratings bonanza for the NFL, or I'll put it this way: there's a clear. I would imagine there's a clear winner for the NFL in terms of ratings of what they might want coming off a championship weekend, and then a clear loser. We'll talk about that, and we'll talk about how a giant audience watched C.J. Stroud stink it up. We'll get to that when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's the Del Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
So the NFL has a clear, at least I think, has a clear choice for this weekend. You either get, well, it's not either. There's three options. You can have May versus Stafford in the MVP Bowl. Prove who's the real MVP. The Rams versus the Patriots. They played in the Super Bowl. They played in 3 Super Bowls. Well, 2 Super Bowls previously. This would be the third. So they have that storyline. You got old versus new. All of those things. Sean McVay trying to get some revenge against the Patriots, although he's already won a Super Bowl since. There's that. Stafford versus May, all the things that come with that. Or you can get Stidham versus Darnold. Think of the choices the NFL has in front of them as far as promotion.
The posters.
Yeah, all the things that go into it.
The media day.
Yeah, and then, of course, the conversation leading up to if it's May versus Stafford, who's the real MVP, those conversations can be had, or trying to sell Darnold versus Stidham. Of course, it could be Darnold versus Stafford or May versus Stidham. For either way, there's a clear choice that they would love. And if you're a conspiracy theorist, you would say the NFL will make it happen the way they want it to happen. Now, Seattle's on defense is nasty, although Stafford's had some good games against them. But I know how they want it. I'm just not sure they're going to get it.
Does the NFL, does it matter?
No, people are going to watch
the
the Super Bowl.
NFL.
You know what? Honestly, people will watch the Super Bowl no matter what. I think that's all the media companies surrounding it would prefer Stafford versus May. But to sell whatever segments they have, all the videos they're going to create, the content, all that stuff, that's who wants it. But the NFL is going to get their views.
For the bye week of the Super Bowl and for Radio Row, people are rooting for
Patriots versus Rams.
Roger Goodell is like,
yeah, either way.
Money.
It's the Super Bowl.
Money.
We're going to be able to sell it.
The money's green either way.
That's true. That's a good point. It's the rest of us.
Yeah.
Who will be talking about the Super Bowl who would prefer Stafford versus May.
I will say Darnold versus Stidham would
it'd be very funny.
It would be funny.
Now you get into the conversation of the worst Super Bowl quarterback matchup of all time.
Yeah, it's I don't know. It's a little different than it's not as easy as building up the 2 MVP front runners with 2 great coaches and
franchises who have recently been great and Patriots returning to greatness.
Yeah.
And of course and as I said, they've already played each other twice in the last 20 years in Super Bowls, all that stuff. That's easy. But the conversations we would have about trying to figure out, has there ever been a worse quarterback matchup in the last 40 years of Super Bowls?
Who Jeff
Hostetler played Jim Kelly. I thought about Hostetler when he filled in for Sims.
Yeah.
It was Jim Kelly. Even Nick Foles played Tom Brady. Think about all the matchups of if the backup has to jump in.
Yeah.
Now Cam was the MVP versus broken down Manning, but still it was Peyton Manning.
Yeah, and it was the reigning MVP. It's
there's not. I don't think a Stidham versus Darnold one could be topped.
Okay, let's just put this on ice, and if we actually need
Get
to
it?
unveil
We'll get to it.
I will
we'll
actually
do the
look
research.
through all 59 Super Bowls.
We're not gonna jump out ahead of
Yeah.
a segment that we can do.
We can't get it off the top of our head, so we will have to research.
We have to do the research, but
the research won't be worth it until next week.
But it's already a front runner for the worst quarterback Super Bowl matchup of all time.
Who Dilfer play?
Dilfer played Collins.
Oh my God, he's solid.
Kerry Collins, yeah.
He's the Darnold.
Yeah, so maybe that one competes, and of course, but even that one had the historic defense of the Ravens.
Yeah, no. I mean, it's already unprecedented. The Stidham thing would already just be
yeah, because at least Nick Foles played in games before the NFC title game.
Yeah,
because Wentz got hurt in the regular season, late in the regular season.
Yeah, he
so
probably played the time of the Super Bowl 6 games.
Right? I would have to look it up, but it might be around there. Stidham would play an AFC title game.
Cold.
Stidham would play 2 trophy games. The AFC title game. He's 2 T-shirt games. What Stidham's going to play. That's what he's on right now.
Oh, wow.
crazy.
Yeah, this doesn't even happen in like college football, where like crazy stuff happens all the time.
It
Like,
doesn't.
Like college football, they had Ole Miss play without their head coach.
Yeah.
Whatever. Who cares?
I was thinking about that. When's the last time a backup quarterback played in a title game in college football?
Garrett Gilbert. Probably not the last.
No,
time.
started.
Oh, okay.
Started. Yeah. McCoy got hurt. When's the last time a starting quarterback was the backup because the previous starter got hurt?
No, I mean like Tua hurts, but Tua got pulled in the first half.
Hurts got. Oh, you mean in the?
Or Hurts got pulled in the first half.
I would probably have to go back to, was it 98 when Florida State played Tennessee and But even then, they had played a couple games without Chris Winkie, and they wound up, their backup got hurt too, so they wound up playing a third stringer, and they were still favored in that game, by the way.
Also, Florida State in 2023, but they ended up not making.
They didn't make it because they had a backup quarterback.
Because the committee was like, "F this."
No, I saw you guys barely beat Louisville. No,
the Broncos are so lucky. There's not a committee to put Josh Allen in the title game.
Yeah, exactly. Actually, now that we think about it, let's put the Bills in. Yeah, I know they lost.
Come on back.
Yeah, you know what?
Keon Coleman, I know it's awkward, but come on back.
Come on, all of you guys.
We got some cookies.
And speaking of the Bills, before we go to break, the Bills not only will interview Mike McDaniel, they have an interview set with Phillip Rivers to be their head coach. Like Mike McDaniel has the Charger job, but the Chargers have granted him the ability, if he gets the Bills job, he'll get out of the Chargers thing. They also want to talk to Phillip Rivers. I mean, if the Terry Pagula stuff wasn't enough, they are doubling down. And we talked about it. Josh Allen apparently, and maybe even Sean McDermott himself, has papered over what appears to be a franchise that is not a model franchise, but actually just a clownish organization. But you have a great quarterback, and it allows for all those things to not be brought to the surface. You're interviewing Phillip Rivers. I know he's a high school football coach, but for what? Maybe he's a genius. Maybe I'm not giving this enough serious attention, but I can't imagine that this is a real thing and why it is. But Phillip Rivers, Big Philly, will get an interview with the Bills as their head coach. Maybe he'll blow them away. And apparently Josh Allen is going to be heavy part of the interview process, who their next head coach will be. And some people don't think it's a great idea. Ryan Fitzpatrick doesn't. Also, I saw someplace, maybe it was Dan Orlovsky, who said that you shouldn't hire someone who's going to be Josh Allen's friend. It should be someone who just will be his coach. We'll see what the Bills do. Josh Allen certainly been keeping them afloat for years, and now he's going to have a say in who his head coach will be.
I did see this Schefter tweet, and I really debated. It was like in the middle of the Ime Udoka conversation.
Yeah.
I really debated coming in with the Lance horn that Phil Rivers is interviewing for a job. I had to double check that it's like not a darn Schefter. It is actual Adam Schefter.
Yeah. And before we go to break, KJ asks, why can't Jordan play the outfield every day? He's 28 years old. You've seen that man's reaction to running, like his knees. You know why.
KJ, you have a point.
Yeah, I understand. He's 28 years old. Why can't he just stand out there and play the outfield?
Yeah.
Because his body will break down. I imagine that's the fear, that if they put too much strain on his legs, he will crumble, and they're without their best hitter.
What would you say is like and then we can wrap it up. What's like the magic number of outfield days for Yordan Alvarez?
You mean in the Astros?
Yes, for the Astros. Like from the Astros or your perspective, like what's the perfect balance of like the maximum that he can do without risking life and limb?
Well, I want to have an informed opinion, so I'm going to pull up his seasons and see how many games the most games he's ever played in a season. It was 2024 where he appeared in 147 games, which is great because he only appeared in 48 last year.
Yeah, 100 more. I'll take that.
Yeah, I'll take that. So I'll have an answer for you when I come back. I'm going to see how many days he played in the outfield that year. Because if I get 147 out of Jordan, that's the number of outfield days I want. Like whatever number that was in 2024, that's what I want.
The balance.
Yeah, John, you want to talk CFB backup quarterbacks? We'll certainly get to that when we come back as well. I did want to say this before we go to break. I said a lot of people saw CJ play terribly. It was 38 million viewers saw CJ and the Texans lose to the Patriots. It's ESPN's most watched event in history. They put it as event because I guess, hey, you know what? Maybe I guess Sports Center, which would never reach those numbers. They
National
just won
championship games.
They didn't even say football game because, of course, they've had other titles, soccer, all that stuff.
30 for 30s.
Sure. Back during COVID, it may have gotten to this point.
Yeah, the Last Dance.
The Last Dance. But 38 million viewers, the most watched event in ESPN history, and CJ was a star, but for all the wrong reasons. We'll get to John when we come back. Anyone else want to join us? 713-780-3776. Most watched sporting event, excluding Super Bowls, across Disney, period. Of course, ABC has had Super Bowls, so they excluded Super Bowls, but most watched event across any Disney channel as far as sports is concerned. All right, we'll go to break with that. John, anyone else? We'll get to you when we come back. John, we'll get to you here. But to answer the question of what is the correct balance for Jordan playing in left versus being a DH, he set his career high in games played in 2024, and he played 53 games in left field. That's the number. That's the perfect number. Get him to 147 games and play 53 games in left. If he could duplicate that, great.
Yeah, and that's like probably about the ballpark. I would think like 50, 60 if you really want to go pedal to the metal.
Sure.
But, that's back when he was a young, spry 26-year-old.
Yeah, now he's old at 28. The lower half is probably older than we would all like, considering the injuries he's had to deal with. So that would be great. You know what? The fact that he played more games in left in 2024 than he just played games last year is concerning. But let's get back to that.
Yeah, don't love that. And that's 100 games for Paredes to DH.
Yeah,
whoever to DH.
We can find ways, but apparently the Astros are really, at least if they get the correct value back, looking to make a deal to trade an infielder. All right, let's get to John here. Let's talk about CFB backup quarterbacks. What's up, John?
Hello, gentlemen.
Hello.
Hi. I was calling in about college football backup quarterbacks, then being starters, on to win the national championship. Is that correct? The topic.
That was the topic. We were trying to figure out, because of what is happening in the AFC title game, how many backup quarterbacks have started national title games recently.
Let us not forget 2014, 2015, first year college football playoffs. Cardell Jones.
It's true.
12 gauge. 3 career starts. Big Ten championship. Sugar Bowl against the Nick Saban Alabama. On to win the first ever college football playoff against Oregon.
That is correct. Over, 11, 12 seasons ago that happened, where they beat Alabama as a 4 seed. Alabama was the one. That was a Blake Sims joint Alabama team. And then they beat a Marcus Mariota, as he says it, I believe, Oregon team in a title game. Zeke Elliott overshadows because it was the Zeke Elliott midriff running over everybody. He became a star. But Cardell Jones certainly has made a career off of that run. He got a cup of coffee, I guess, with the Bills. I think they drafted him. But
Whose draft pick was that? Just for record keeping?
I don't think Brandon Bean or McDermott were there at the time. But yes, maybe Pagula was there. Maybe that was Pagula's pick if he was the owner at the time. But yeah, that is a good pull. But it's few and far between, which illustrates the Stidham thing it's a nutso thing. And the fact that the quarterback Bo Nix got hurt on this. There was a debate when it happened that people thought it was on the kneel down. It was, I guess, on the sweep before the play that led to the pass interference call, because McDermott said it was like on the second to last play, and people thought he meant the field goal, and then the second to last play was the kneel down. I think we've determined that
second to last, like real
play that they ran was the quarterback sweep or power, whatever it was. He got hurt through the Hail Mary that resulted in pass interference. The Broncos go on to win that game. So Cardell Jones, he is the last, and he did go on to win a title.
All right.
We'll see if Stidham can beat the Patriots.
That's the bar, Stidham. Best of luck.
I don't know that he has the type of advantage that Cardell Jones did. Although Cardell Jones had to play the 1 seed.
Yeah.
And also, the Big Ten title was less of a challenge against Wisconsin
59.
And they had to blow them out to get in, because wasn't that the TCU Baylor year?
Yeah.
One of those two teams?
Yeah. Where they're 4 and 5. I think TCU was 4, Baylor's 5. Baylor beat TCU. They're both 11 and 1. And then, the 13th data point. The infamous 13th data point.
Data point, because at the time, the Big 12 didn't have a title game.
Yeah, because everyone just played everyone.
Yeah.
Like morons. They didn't think everyone plays everyone. Why do we need to play a second time?
I mean, the SEC was far ahead of the Big 12, certainly, and the Big 10 as well. And now, speaking of that, before we go to break, those two conferences are still the power brokers in college football. And because those two can't come to a decision, or they can't come together and come to a resolution, the 12-team playoff will exist for at least one more year. The SEC had proposed like 16. The Big Ten went at 24. those two had to be on the same accord to get it done. They're not. So we'll have a third year of the 12-team playoff. The one big difference is, as we found out during the is Notre Dame going to get in or Miami going to get in conversation, that Notre Dame will get in no matter what, as long as they're ranked in the top 12. So
yeah, so there will be a change.
There will be a change.
And it's now the 4 power conferences plus one more conference, not just the 5 highest ranked conference winners.
Yes.
So like now Duke would actually, by law, have to play against Oregon, I guess, in this year's tournament.
Yeah, Duke would have to travel to Oregon as opposed to what James Madison did.
And then it would have been then Miami would have been out for Notre Dame.
The title finalists would have been out for Notre Dame in this case. Yeah, because Notre Dame has never had benefited from special treatment.
We could have dodged that Miami bullet altogether.
Yeah, God forbid that they made it. So if we're thinking about it,
thank God we fixed this.
Yeah, what a game. What a game we love. What a sport we love. So at this point, Notre Dame, unless the committee decides to, change things around so Notre Dame isn't in the top 12, if they play the way they did this year, and their schedule's fine. We were talking about it off air that Notre Dame's schedules come out, and they do play Miami again November 7th. Michigan State's on the schedule. Purdue, it's the typical. We're not going to play any of the big teams in the Big Ten because we have our ACC agreement. But we'll make sure not even play the medium teams in the Big Ten. We won't even get Illinois on the schedule. We'll just play a bad Michigan State team. They've had a history of playing Michigan State and Purdue as well in the two of the 3 major Indiana schools. But
they don't play the other one.
Well, they played them in the playoff and kicked their ass, but it's a different story now.
They don't want to play them now.
Well, probably not. Well, maybe Josh Hoover won't replicate what Fernando Mendoza did. But yeah, that is the thing. We probably wouldn't have found out if there wasn't the head-to-head from Miami and Notre Dame. Do you think we find out, although it was in documents? I don't think we find out.
Yeah, because it was in documents for almost a year.
Yeah, and it had been reported on, but it kind of flew by the radar.
Yeah.
Flew under the radar, excuse me.
Until there was a year where they were the 13th or 11th team, or they're on the bubble again.
Whoever wrote the original piece, if Notre Dame was on the bubble, they probably bring it up next season, but we wouldn't have found out probably until next season.
And we talk about how the committee behaves differently than past committees, and part of the reason is because after 4 in the old system, it didn't really matter. Didn't really matter where you slide teams after conference championship losses. Like, who cares? Enjoy the Cheez-It Bowl either way. But now, with things like Alabama and these other teams that lose, Ohio State, that lose conference championship games, like now they behave differently. I wonder if the committee behaves differently ranking Notre Dame, knowing that's like, hey, when we put them at 12, that means they're in this thing no matter what. So I do wonder if that makes it harder, or if they drop more, after losses. Or what am I kidding? They make sure to put them at 12. If it's between 12 and 13, they're like, yeah, bump them in.
Yeah,
why
they're
not?
They're not gonna drop them down. Also, the new look Pac-12 is involved again. But they're not a Power 4 conference. They're in the group of 6. The Pac-12 currently has Boise State, Colorado State, Fresno State, Gonzaga, or is it Gonzaga? I forgot the back and forth there. But as non-football, they're not a non-football school. Oregon State of the old Pac-12, San Diego State, Texas State, Utah State, Washington State. So a lot of teams who had spent time in the Mountain West or the WAC are together along with the 2 remaining members of the Pac-12, and they will be part of the group of 6 that can compete against the American, the Sun Belt, the MAC, and others to try to make the playoff as a group of 6 champion. So there it is. The college football playoff will change a bit, but not dramatically. 12 teams. Notre Dame gets an automatic in if they're in the top 12, and the Pac-12 is now back involved in some ways in major college football. All right, we'll go to break with that. We'll be joined by Michael Carroll in about 15 minutes. So if you want to talk to Michael, you can hang on and call at that point. Or if you want to talk about something else, 713-780-3776. You can call us in the interim. All right, couple more segments before we're done with the week. We will be back.
You're back inside the Huntington Bank Studios with Del Olalea and Sean Mapes.
So Ryan Fitzpatrick went on, or he does a podcast with his Amazon coworker Andrew Whitworth, and they were discussing C.J. Stroud. And I don't know why he got to this point. In fact, he says, I'm just speculating. But the history of the NFL suggests that his speculation isn't going to come to fruition, because you start to think about what's happened over the last 25 years, particularly with salaries exploding and quarterbacks. The likelihood of a trade of C.J. Stroud when another team then has to pay him is so low. Like, think about it. Over the like Lamar Jackson was the and of course Deshaun Watson. Those are the two. And maybe we take our lessons from how that backfired on the Browns. But Lamar Jackson was another guy. He wasn't, it looked like, going to be able to come to a deal. And there was some thought that the Ravens would trade him. Of course, you had teams come out and go, not I. No one even asked you to make a to make a statement. Multiple teams said, we're not trading for Lamar Jackson. We're not trading for Lamar Jackson. We're not going to do it. Don't even put us into speculation. And those same teams, by the way, were willing to trade. Some of them were willing to trade for Deshaun Watson. I think most notably maybe the Falcons may have stepped in and said, we're not trading for Lamar, but we would trade for Deshaun Watson. They didn't get him. And despite their situation where it's Michael Penix and Kirk Cousins, they probably feel better off that they don't feel like they got lucky not trading for Deshaun Watson. But I get it. CJ's at a point where a contract's going to come up. But he's not at a point where he is proven to be a guy that I guess a smart franchise should be just offering over $55 to $60 million to. And there's a guy, his name's Nate Tice. He is the son of Mike Tice, the former NFL head coach. And he was talking about C.J. Stroud's year, and while he may not be in the elite status that his rookie year suggested he could be in, that he's comfortably in that, at least that 8 to 10 range, and that means you get an extension. The guys who are ranked in the 8 to 10 spot, who would you consider some of those guys? Sean, if you think about it, we don't need to go through like a full list of it, but if you go guys who are in the range of the 8th best quarterback to the 10th best quarterback.
Like Brock Purdy?
Probably he falls in that category. If you go by what many people consider the consensus of the top 5, maybe you would have Jared Goff outside of that in that 8 to 10 range or so.
Yeah.
So then you start to, and you say Brock Purdy as well. Those are guys who, if you want to put them in that spot, are they more product of their environment than they are elevating that environment? Because we talk about what Ben Johnson was before he became the Chicago Bears head coach as the OC there. Jahmyr Gibbs, Ross St. Brown, Jameson Williams, that offensive line. There's a lot there to elevate Jared Goff to 8 through 10 as a quarterback.
Yeah, and you see him when he doesn't have that either before Sean McVay gets there, and honestly, like the last year with McVay, and then when he was on the Lions before they kind of built things up around him. Like no one was like 8th best quarterback in the league, Jared Goff.
And
like,
Brock Purdy can look very, very pedestrian if he doesn't have the full complement of. And they'll have to replace Brandon Ayuk. George Lynch did. John Lynch said he's probably played his last snap. Of course, they don't really have a number one receiver. Of course, they have Chris McCaffrey. George Kittle is in for a big-time recovery when it comes to his injury. So
Juwan Jennings, a free agent.
Yeah, so they have a lot to do to build that environment back up around Brock Purdy. So maybe he is not playing like the 8th or 10th best quarterback in the league. So my question is, are you giving, and Nate Tice was like, yeah, you give CJ his money. Are we giving CJ Stroud his money, considering the environment it looks like he's going to be in, as far as how the Texans are built? We had the caller call in and say, hey, or Pena was like, I don't trust Caserio because he can't get an offensive line together. Well, that was going to be very important. If CJ Stroud is in that 8 to 10 range where you can win with, and maybe you're bordering into win because of, then the rest of that environment has to be to a point where he can succeed. He's one of those quarterbacks. It feels like he is not a superhuman, and he can take a bad offensive roster and take them to a point the Texans have never been. He needs help.
Yeah.
And maybe more than we thought he needed, considering what we've seen the last couple of years. So are the Texans in a spot where, and do we trust Nick Caserio? If we're paying CJ what he's going to get paid to be the 8th or 10th best quarterback, you have to win on the margins. And has Nick Caserio shown, at least when it comes to drafting offensive players or finding key free agents, that he can do that? That is my concern when people say, hey, just pay CJ the money and build around him. I don't know that the general manager has shown enough that he can build. For whatever reason, the blind spots on offense, I can't put a finger on. Why can't it translate like it does on defense? But I'm not paying C.J. Stroud $60 million if the environment can't be built to a point where he can thrive. And I think he can. I don't want to say C.J. can't be a good quarterback. I just think my impression is now, he needs more than I thought he did after year one.
Yeah.
To thrive.
Year one, it was like he's throwing to
rookies and unproven Nico Collins.
Yeah.
So at points you think, wow, CJ's making those guys because
Yeah.
we
Because like Noah Brown was having like 150-yard receiving games.
we had the conversation. Is CJ or the Texans in the preseason? I believe maybe I even asked the question: do the Texans have the worst skill unit in football? At least wide receiver unit in football. I mean, Joe Mixon had been acquired, right?
No,
he wasn't there yet. He was year two.
Yeah.
So did they have the worst skill unit in football? Damian Pierce was coming off a good year. He didn't fit with the new system, but whatever.
It was, Devin Singletary.
So the thought was CJ elevated this offensive skill group to a point where they could win the division and win a playoff game.
Yeah.
Now we look at it, Nico Collins is flat out good.
Yeah, Nico Collins is like top 5 to 10, probably like 8, like kind of receiver in the league where it's like nailed on every game. You know that he's going to come in there. It's like going to be an issue for the defense.
So I think it's multiple factors that keep me from saying, pay him. I think the environment needs to be built up, and I don't know if the GM can do it. So will it take multiple off seasons? I think it will, because the offensive line, as he has shown, is difficult for him to fix. And they're not at a point where they can do it in one off season, because it would be easy if I thought he could draft 2 offensive linemen this year and find a free agent and maybe keep Ed Ingram. And I think, okay, that can be fixed. But he has not shown the ability to draft any offensive lineman.
Yeah,
maybe Ursary
is
the
win.
first.
Ursary's the win, and it's because he's like
not Kenyon Green,
not obviously terrible.
Yeah, so
it's like he's like fine.
Doesn't he know Dante Scarnecchia? Can he just ask him?
That's why I've been like,
even if you don't want to hire him on, maybe Scarnecchia doesn't want to coach anymore. Ask
one
him.
last job.
Yeah, bring him in make him do what Troy Aikman did for the Dolphins. Bring him in as a consultant and just look at offensive linemen in the draft or in free agency and go, hey, what fits what we're running here? Give him a little consultant fee.
Don't have to come to the office.
Yeah,
Just email me what you think.
Yeah, just look at these guys and tell me, and I'll go make a decision that way.
Actually, you know what? I don't know if Dante Scarnecchia is a big email guy. I'll come to you. I will fly to you.
Do it
once a week during the offseason to be like, what do you think, Dante?
Ask him. He'll have some answers for you. And then go from there. I'm sure he would take a consultant fee to work from home. And yet, it feels like through whatever scouts Nick Casero's hired and his own decision making, we are going to have, at least it feels like we're destined to have below par offensive line play, at least from his draft picks.
Or until it really is until they get an offensive coordinator who's like obviously a offense coordinator who's almost like one of the quarterbacks that we talk about where it's like you can do it with anybody.
Yeah.
Where it's like they just strike gold with like some awesome offensive mind who can, kind of scavenge his way to a good offense with like spare parts that, the great guys can do that, where they don't, on paper, you look at an offensive line, you're like, this isn't a good line, but they do enough to kind of hide that in their offense. They really need to do that. Like Nick Caley, improved this year, but there's no point where you're like, Nick Caley's clearly outcoaching the defensive coordinator of the other team.
No, we don't have.
It's never happened.
We don't have a wonderkin. We don't have one of these guys who's destined to be a head coach. We're just biding our time. People remember the 2023 offseason or 24 offseason when Slowick was going to be interviewing for jobs, and we're very, very concerned we're going to lose him. Well, you're right. He didn't last more than 2 years.
You did lose him.
But for different reasons.
Yeah.
And now he's being interviewed in Philadelphia.
That'll go great.
For the head coaching job.
I
mean, the OC job.
I believe in him. I believe in second chances.
Just not for a team I root for. I don't want him as. I wouldn't want him as a. Hey, you know what? We were wrong on Slowick. Let's bring him back.
Yeah, no, I'm okay bringing. It won't happen now. But hey, Mike McDaniel, water under the bridge. Come on back. Bobby Slowick, not there yet.
Yeah, not you.
Need another decade.
We'll go to break with that. Michael Carroll's coming up next, and Dustin, I have seen this photo from Hater Report, who combined 2 Houston players into one. It's C.J. Stroud's face on Jabari Smith's body. Jabari Smith Jr., when the Rockets need him, they just threw CJ on his body. It's a good edit, but I don't like it.
Get ready. Yeah, no, I prefer no. Cut that off.
Yeah, I don't want to see it.
Cut that out.
But it's well done, though. I will say that.
Yeah, no, It is funny, like, back to the Rockets for a second, just like every loss is just like sky is falling. Like, who is this guy? And they're like on pace for 50 wins.
Well, Jabari Smith, we talked about it. His numbers when they don't win games
Yeah.
are really bad.
And last night the Rockets shot really well.
Just not him.
Yeah, and not from the free
And
throw
Reed
line.
Shepard as well. He did shoot well from
Yeah,
the
and the free
field.
throw line there.
Oh, yeah. Reed missed a free throw.
That really is like they just missed 10 free throws in a game. Like that went to overtime.
You'll lose a game that way, yeah.
Yeah.
You certainly will. All right. Michael Carroll joins us next. If you want to call him and talk about television or movies, you certainly can. He will have I asked him, I didn't demand of him. I asked him to watch the Masters of the Universe trailer to tell me what he thought of the new He-Man movie. We'll see if he did it. We'll see what he says. If you want to call, 713-780-3776. Host of Comicast when we come back. But first, I want to tell you about the good people at Monument Chevrolet. Michael's the voice of this show, and Jeff over at Monument Chevrolet is their point person. He's the face of Monument Chevrolet. At least that's what he wants to be. And what I mean by that is, if you got a question, Jeff is the guy. He says, come to me. I'll answer your questions. He is one of the people who actually Jeremy and I had lunch with when we were discussing the new ventures at Monument Chevrolet. So if you got a question, ask for Jeff. But if you just want a great car, you go to Monument Chevrolet and take a look at what they have to offer. You can go to the website, which is monumentchevrolet.com, and see all the great deals on the great cars, whether it's the Silverado 1500 that you might love or want, or maybe you're looking for an EV. They have those. The Silverado has an EV. The Colorado, great trucks, great vehicles, great SUVs like the Trax, the Trailblazer, the Blazer, the Equinox. It's all there for you. The tried and true staples of Chevrolet. So once you find the vehicle you want, you head on out there. They're in Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225. And one of the things I want to stress is things don't change when you get on the lot. You're not going to see a car at a different price or hit with hidden fees. That's not what they do. They understand that people are kind of wary of the car buying process, and even just dealers in general. They're not those type of people. That's why they've been in business for so long. It's been over 50 years. And if you're in business for over 50 years, that means you're treating people the right way. And people keep coming back. They don't just buy a car for themselves or one car for themselves. They'll get another one. And then they'll get cars for the people that they love as well. They're a family, and they want to make you part of that family as well. The car of the week this week is the Traverse. It's a perfect mid-sized SUV. So if you're looking for something for your family that looks great and it doesn't feel like a minivan at all, that's the car for you. And if it has that towing capacity as well with that V6 engine. So it's all there for you at Monument Chevrolet. The website once again is Monument Chevrolet, and they're in Pasadena. Go on out there, get the great car you want. That's Monument Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together let's drive. That guy is here with us right now. Welcome, Michael.
Thank you.
He is the host of Comicast. He does that with John Lee. You can hear it here on Wednesdays on ESPN 97.5. And, of course, wherever you listen to podcasts. And this week, it looks like a bit of a departure. No real superhero talk from what I can tell. At least not the featured talk of the conversation. You went to Pittsburgh, right?
Yeah, we did. There was a little bit. I mentioned it in the description a little bit. We talked a little bit about like the Ryan Hurst casting as Kratos and a little bit about Fallout, but the main thing that Jong and I wanted to talk about was the pit so far. The first two
Joe
episodes.
Budden isn't Kratos.
No, Joe Budden is not. Kratos.
He's not actually.
He's
going
not
to be
Kratos.
Man,
no,
got fooled by
he
that
missed
one.
out on that one.
Yeah.
Heard his audition didn't go well.
Yeah, imagine that.
Yeah, what a shock. But we were both big fans of the show, and so we wanted to dive into it. So we talked a lot about the pit in this latest issue of Comicast. Very much a departure, but like next week when Wonder Man comes out, we're going to be focusing on that. So we'll get back to the superhero stuff. And speaking of, we do have a little bit of breaking news with the superhero stuff.
Let's hear it.
In that James Gunn just posted a video right at about 11 our time with our first really good look of Lobo in the Supergirl movie. So we see Jason Momoa on the bike. He's playing the space bounty hunter known as Lobo from DC Comics. It's a short video. I think it's like maybe 30 seconds or so. But yeah, we get our first actual very good look at what Lobo looks like in the Supergirl film.
Big news. We kind of got a hint of him in the trailer, right?
Yeah, you get a little bit of him.
Not a real reveal because, of course, they're going to tease that out. But as you say, here is Momoa. I'm looking at I'm on James Gunn's Twitter, and there it is right there. So, yeah, Supergirl, the trailer came out, less than a month ago now?
Like
maybe a month
3 weeks ago.
Okay,
4 weeks ago, yeah.
So there it is, a better view of Jason Momoa as Lobo, courtesy of James Gunn. Have we talked about your expectation level for that movie? What do you think?
I don't know that we have, but my expectations are very high for it.
Okay.
Because the story that they're adapting is one of the better comic stories I've read in recent memory. Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow by Tom King, and I'm blanking on the other writers for that. But it's a very good comic that I highly recommend folks to check out. And if you're looking for like a real world comp, maybe not real world, but in terms of film, Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow works kind of like True Grit does, where a young girl approaches Supergirl to help her track down the person that's killed her father.
Got it.
So, but it's, of course, this version of it is cosmic and galactic and whatnot. So it's an interesting kind of twist on what we know of like that type of story. So it's very good. I cannot wait to see what they do with this one.
And 18 years later, that girl will marry the DC version of Josh Allen.
Yeah, exactly. There you go.
All of that will happen.
Yeah.
Josh Allen. Everyone feels so bad for Josh Allen. Yeah, life isn't going great for him. All right.
Did we hit something that I didn't realize?
We've talked about the Josh Allen thing for a bit now.
Are you okay?
No, I don't like Josh Allen. He's a Buffalo Bills quarterback. All right, so that is what you're going to get on Comicast this week. Did you get to see anything before anyone else this week?
I did. I got to see Mercy, the new film with Chris Pratt and Rebecca Ferguson. This, of course, is the movie where Chris Pratt plays a police detective that's put on trial for the murder of his wife.
Before you go on, I'm going to ask Sean a question.
Okay, go ahead.
Sean, what do you think a Chris Pratt movie with Rebecca Ferguson, who kind of like universally is loved? Chris Pratt, not so much.
Not universally.
That combo puts a movie together.
Yeah.
What do you think the critics thought of it?
I'll go like below mid. I'd say like if this is Rotten Tomatoes.
Yeah.
Let's go like 45.
Too
a
high.
gentleman's 45.
Lower.
A gentleman's 30.
Too high.
Lower.
Then I'll stop using a gentleman. A 25.
Close.
It's like not Tarisan. It's Amin Thompson 3-point percentage, but lower at 22%.
22.
It's dropped again?
I'm looking at it right now. 22%.
When I was making my notes, I brought it up and it was 24, and then I clicked on Rotten Tomatoes and it dropped to 23. Like, it's nuts. Now,
having seen this movie,
Yeah.
it's not a dumpster fire.
Okay.
That 22, 23 is dumpster fire to me.
Yes.
That's not what this is. And
Actually, let me correct.
Go ahead.
I insulted Mercy. Ahmed Thompson's 3-point percentage, 19.5. So
Yeah.
higher.
Higher. When you said Ahmed Thompson's, I was like, oh my god, because I knew what they shot last year.
Yeah, higher.
I need him to work on his three.
Yeah, you might want to.
At least just corners.
Just a little. Yeah, just a little bit.
Something.
But it's not that I went in and I joked with Sean and Brian about it. Like, I think going into it, I've expected full on like, oh, this is going to suck. This is going to be whatever. The movie is fine. Like, I gave it 3 out of 5.
Okay.
Like, it's okay. I think your mileage will vary when it comes to the third act because certain aspects of the plot are kind of predictable. And when it comes to the scale and scope of things, I think it gets a little too big for what drew people in the initial bit about it, in that he's been accused of the murder of his wife and he's got to prove it. Similar in style to movies like Searching, similar to movies where it's all done at a screen, kind of. But of course, this is different where he's being held on trial and he's only really interacting with the AI judge, and he gets phone calls to help prove his case in this 90 minutes that he has to prove his case.
And if he doesn't prove his case,
he
gets
executed.
executed on the spot.
Exactly.
From what I can tell from the trailer, and maybe the assumption I'm making is that the twist, if there is one, is that for some reason this AI or something else, some other thing is out to get him. If he's not guilty, I felt like that's what I was looking. If he's not guilty, it'd be very funny if Chris Pratt signed up to be a real murderer.
Right,
That'd be great.
The funniest thing is like,
Yeah.
actually, he did it.
Actually,
justice
fact,
was
he
served.
did it. No.
That actually would be great. If
Movie
actually,
ends with the lethal injection.
but he doesn't. I don't feel like he would sign up for that type of ending.
The
but
I killed my wife.
Yeah,
movie?
yeah.
You know, you're on the right track, but not quite.
Okay.
that.
Okay. So, well, maybe I'll watch. You
you're-
gave it 3 out of 5, so that's certainly surpassing what Rotten Tomatoes.
But now here's the thing that is probably the most egregious part of it. You know, I have my complaints about some of the plot predictability and things like that. I think it's best when it's the whodunit aspect. The most egregious thing I would say is they're really pushing the 3D aspect here. For you got to experience it in IMAX, you got to experience it in 3D. This is not. You do that for Avatar, Fire and Ash. Say what you will about that story, but like visually, it is stunning when you watch it. Like that's worth a 3D IMAX ticket. Chris Pratt sitting and menu screens are popping up, video footage. Like they don't do anything that's particularly engaging to make me go, oh yeah, I got to recommend this. People go experience it this way. That's $25 to $30 a ticket for something like that. You got to do something that's really like mind blowing in terms of visuals, and they don't. This is not that film. You could watch it in 2D and just have the same experience.
Yeah, it can't be the fugitive strapped to a chair. It has to be the fugitive actually running through Chicago.
And my thing is, if you do want to go this 3D route, and if you want this to be a big deal in the way that this film's done, put us behind the eyes of Chris Pratt for the entirety of the movie. Kind of like how Hardcore Henry, I don't know if y'all remember that movie. Yep. Action movie where it's all done from the perspective of the main character and you're in the fights, you're in this. If you do that with this and he's actually like engaging with the menus and things like that, but you're just watching what he's seeing, I could see something in that realm. But they do 2 interesting shots that's like, if you had done that more, I think there's a little bit more to warrant here to buy an IMAX ticket, but it's not worth the $25, $30.
Yeah, then you wouldn't need Chris Pratt if you can have anyone, right? If you just wanted to see it from the accused point of view.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And you mentioned about Chris Pratt and Rebecca Ferguson. They're probably the 2 best here. Like everybody else is to I think some people are miscast.
Got it.
It's a mixed bag, but I think go in with murder mystery at the focus, and I mean, don't think about it too much, because I think we operate in a world of absolutes of, oh, this is the greatest movie of all time, or this is a dumpster fire.
Got it.
It's not that.
Got it. So let's go to break, and Michael will give you some recommendations or things not to watch. And another thing in that movie, Chris Pratt is playing a detective as well. So
yes,
the cop killed his wife, stuff like that. All right, we'll come back with more of Michael. Anyone want to get in? I see Eric up there. You can follow him, 713-780-3776. We'll come back with the host of Comicast in about a couple minutes.
You're listening to the Del Olalea Show. That's kind of full of sports, but also filled with a lot of movie talk. Now back to the Huntington Bank Studios with Del Olalea and Sean Mapes.
Final segment of the week for us. Let's get to Eric here. Eric, what's up?
Hey guys, yeah, Michael, I heard Blade has been canceled by Marvel. Also, I heard Mark Ruffalo is not coming back as the Incredible Hulk and the New Avengers. And I know I talked to Dale about this last week. They're doing a remake of The Exorcist. Well, not a remake, but a new take on it by Mike Flanagan. He's also doing Clayface. I just want your thoughts. I'll hang up and listen.
Do you remember all the things he said?
I do this week.
Okay.
Incredible Hulk, yeah. I don't know that he's going to be in Doomsday, but I could see them teasing him for Secret Wars. I know with all right, I lied. I lost the first character name.
Blade movie.
Blade has supposedly, that's the reports are, supposedly it hadn't been outright canceled, but it has supposedly been canceled, at least the solo film. And there's rumors that instead of him being introduced in a solo film, he'll be introduced in a Midnight Suns adaptation, which is like a team up of like a lot of the supernatural characters from Marvel. That's the rumor right now because the solo movie has gotten no traction whatsoever. And then, yeah, The Exorcist, I think, is coming out in 2027 now with Mike Flanagan. I mean, at this point, with Mike Flanagan, I think we've mentioned it, if he's attached to it, full faith in what he can do.
Yeah, I would agree. Of course, we certainly, anytime he's mentioned, we talk about the Flanagan verse, which is on Netflix. You can see all the things he's created over there. And let's get to, we got a little time left. Let's get to some of your recommendations or some things maybe we shouldn't see.
Well, it's tough to say go to the theater this weekend because of all the weather and
of course
whatnot. And then on top of that, there's not really, like, if you want to see Mercy, like, that's mainly it.
You wouldn't say traverse freezing temperatures to go see Mercy?
No, I wouldn't recommend that. I also wouldn't recommend to go see Return to Silent Hill. The latest adaptation of the horror game franchise comes out.
You know, I asked when the Masters of the Universe trailer came out, who the hell is looking for He-Man? Why is that movie out?
Mm-hmm.
I should have asked about this.
Now that, like, Return to Silent Hill, yes, because this one much closer to Amin Thompson's 3-point percentage with 15% right now on Rotten Tomatoes.
They wish they could reach Amin's percentage.
And 32% with audiences. Yeah,
wow.
I know. But yeah, Return to Silent Hill, I'm not. No. I did watch the Masters of the Universe trailer. I do think there is more for that because there has been new iterations of like an animated show and just different things that have gotten traction.
I think Mark Hamill plays Skeletor in the animated show.
I mean, and that's done by Kevin Smith, and what he's able to do in that, I think it's 2 seasons. It's very good. I'd recommend it.
I did like the animated series.
It's good. This one, I'm okay with it. Like it's fine. Like Skeletor looks good. I'm glad they didn't let Jared Leto talk. But
the tiger, it's a lot of like CGI slop.
I mean,
right?
I figure it's gonna be like I didn't expect.
Yeah, I know, but I talked about it yesterday. I know I watch a lot of things with CGI. I got the dragons look a certain way here, and then I got this tiger who just takes me out of anything I'm watching. It's just.
But you don't like aliens and stuff.
No, it's not. No, I am at least in the Star Wars universe, I'm a alien racist. I've admitted to that.
Yes.
But it's not that I don't want to see a tiger. That tiger looks too much like a cartoon. I know what it is. But I want to be able to suspend disbelief a little bit. It just doesn't look good. It doesn't the dragons look great.
Yeah.
That tiger looks terrible.
I guess I went in not like expecting He-Man to look like
it looks
amazing.
It looks like the World of Warcraft movie that came out.
Yeah,
how unrealistic that stuff
I
looked.
could see that, but like I gotta wait to see like the full thing to make me go like.
I did only watch it on my laptop, so maybe it'll look better.
But I think the thing that I was like, I don't love it when they do this type of stuff is including Earth into it, and having it be like him
he got
stuck
sent
in
to Earth,
corporate America. Like, what are we doing? Like,
Is that the story of He-Man?
No.
Okay. I didn't think so. I didn't think so.
Twist.
I didn't
Yeah.
think his mom sent him someplace and he had to come back.
And but it wasn't like corporate America. Like,
he has to be on Indeed.com
Yeah.
looking for a job.
Yeah.
like as soon as I'm seeing like text messages, I found your sword, and it's like he found it at a comic shop, I guess, based off the trailer.
Yeah,
like,
and it was like, hey, it's like the story of Arthur where he's got to pull the sword.
Yeah,
the bit that he couldn't do it, all that stuff.
like I would have much preferred what Kevin Smith did, just live in that fantasy world. Like why do we need to include Earth-based stuff in this absurd character?
Yeah, he was a prince in whatever world He-Man is in, and then he became.
Why? I don't. It's like what was the movie? Because I have YouTube TV, and like before I went to bed one night, Monster Hunter was on, the Mila Jovovich T.I.
I know what you're talking about.
Instead of living in that Monster Hunter world that is a well-established world, they introduce us to a military group from Earth.
Trying to get that sequel going. Didn't work.
No,
and by the
it
way,
didn't work.
The monsters in that movie much better than the tiger in a Masters of the Universe.
Do you
At least
just
the trailer.
not like a green tiger?
It just looks too much.
I like
a
the tiger.
cartoon.
What about the other things? Is it just the tiger?
I got distracted. The other AI stuff wasn't great. CGI stuff wasn't great either. We're close to wrapping it up. Anything people should stay home to watch?
Wonder Man comes out next week. Be along the lookout for that. That's 8 episodes on Tuesday. I will say Steel. That's on my list. It's gotten pretty solid
Is that
reviews.
the Amazon Prime
show with Sophie Turner.
77%
77% with critics, 70% with audiences. 6 episodes out all right now on Prime Video. Looks like an interesting crime thriller.
I'm watching Ponies on Peacock. Speaking of Game of Thrones, Emilia Clarke is in that one, playing a Russian spy. She got drafted into it. You'll find out why if you watch it. It's on Peacock. I'm watching that right now. It's pretty good. All right, we're done for the day. That's what that music means. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you.
He is the host of ComicCast. He does that with John Lee. Of course, you can hear it wherever you listen to podcasts, and also here on ESPN 97.5 on Wednesdays. Sean, since we're done, what does that mean?
Flip me over, Mike.
There you go.
No problem.
We'll talk to you on Monday, I think. Maybe. Hopefully, you guys stay safe. We'll talk to you soon. Bye.
ESPN 97.5.
This is Ron Ansana with your market scoreboard report on ESPN 97.5.
In today's Trend Watching, a very interesting development among safe haven assets. U.S. Treasuries certainly are not providing the safety they once did for global investors who now own more gold than they do U.S. dollars in terms of central bank holdings. Meanwhile, Bitcoin, which was supposed to be the safest of decentralized financial assets, is underperforming gold by a wide margin since the beginning of 2025, and that spread just continues to widen as gold tops $4,900. Bitcoin is holding at about $89,000, but it's been coming down from its all-time high for several months in a row. So it calls into question whether or not the premise behind Bitcoin, either as a currency, a storehouse of value, or a unit of exchange, is indeed a valid premise at all when gold has retaken its traditional role of storing money for overseas investors who are worried not only about the safety of U.S. dollar assets, but geopolitical environments as well.
Dream Rate Mortgage, the ultimate mortgage hookup. Visit 975loans.com.
NMLS number 248247, equal housing lender.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-781-9216. That's 800-781-9216.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now.
Priority
Priority Tax Relief.
Hey guys, listen, if you've got old electrical parts and equipment, don't scrap it. Sell it to M&J Electrical Supply. For over 30 years, M&J has been buying new surplus and used electrical equipment. You get more money from M&J. Circuit breakers, transformers, disconnects, fuses, panels, switchgear, and more. You've got it, they'll buy it. Contractors, M&J Electrical Supply buys, sells, and removes electrical equipment. Call 713-699-5055 or email sales@mnjelectrical.com.
Is your money doing everything it can for you? Like automatically pushing more of your money to savings every day?
I don't think so.
Then switch to Huntington Bank and let's get more from money. Huntington Bank, welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
Looking for a great way to listen to ESPN 97.5 whenever and wherever you are? Then download the ESPN Houston app. Just search ESPN Houston in your app store and download today. The ESPN Houston app is brought to you by Collectors Firearms and Aqueduct Plumbing Company.
Listen up. ESPN 97.5, presented by Zadok Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston, a Gal Media station. This is The Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of The Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show. This is The Rich Eisen Show.
Pump up the volume.
Live from The Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles. This is The Rich Eisen Show.
They love this guy.
Rich Eisen. Today's guests, Dolphins head coach Jeff Hafley, New England Patriots cornerback Marcus Jones, NFL Network insider Tom Pelissero, actor Dylan O'Brien, and now it's Rich Eisen.
Hey, everybody, welcome to this edition of The Rich Eisen Show, Disney Plus, ESPN, the app. That's how you're watching us. Hopefully, you might be listening to us on ESPN Radio, Sirius XM Channel 80, our podcast, all 3 hours available. If you miss anything, there's also our YouTube channel, youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show. We're 4 wide today. Tom Pelissero with the latest on the spinning coaching carousel. The Ravens, since we last spoke, have filled their spot with the guy I thought they'd fill their spot with, Jesse Minter, the defensive coordinator across the way. Our neighbors here, the Los Angeles Chargers in El Segundo, California, might have to also, as you know, replace their offensive coordinator they just hired because Mike McDaniel is currently interviewing with the Buffalo Bills today, along with Phillip Rivers. So lots to talk about with Tommy P when he joins us in hour number 3, and that rhymes. Dylan O'Brien, the diehard Jet fan, who last was here on Labor Day weekend and said the Jets were going 11-6, so we will review all of that. And interestingly enough, his new movie is called Send Help. And then we've got Jeff Hafley, the new head coach of the Miami Dolphins, going to be joining us in hour number 1 in just about 18 minutes' time. And is it Marcus Jones? Is it who it is? Marcus Jones?
Marcus Jones.
Okay. Of the New England Patriots is scheduled to join us in hour number 2.
Fantastic.
Good to see you over there, Chris Brockman. How are you?
I'm great. I'm also interviewing for the Bills job, so I'm not going to be here.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
But you always have a spot back here.
Thank you.
You know what I mean? If they say no.
Okay, got
it. Jason Feller, good to see you, buddy.
Hey,
are you interviewing for the Raiders job? Or?
No.
Okay, good to know.
Can only make it better, though.
TJ, is the candle lit? Is it all lit over there? Okay, good.
know
the microphone's not on, but the candle is.
Let's go.
What's up, everyone?
What's up?
Good to see everyone.
What up, buddy?
How you today, Rich? No one ever.
Oh, I appreciate you doing that.
Well,
hey,
you can answer? Or?
No, I'm great.
Okay.
As long as I get my music, because you know what I'm about to do here.
Oh, come on,
I'm about to do that thing.
Come on, baby.
It's championship weekend in the National Football League. And it's time to preview what we were about to see.
I love this.
This weekend. And it starts in Denver, Colorado.
Look at this.
The AFC Championship game between the New England Patriots and the Denver Broncos.
We're back.
The 1-seeded Broncos, the 2-seeded Patriots. It is the 5th all-time playoff meeting and 3rd AFC Championship game matchup between these two franchises. We all know who's not playing and who is playing. Bo Nix broke his ankle in the final throws before his final throws of the AFC divisional playoff weekend win over the Bills. He is out. Jarrett Stidham is in. It will have been 749 days between his last attempted passes in the National Football League, between his two starts. Last one, this current one. It is by far a record for the longest stretch of a player not throwing a single pass between regular season or postseason starts. The current record for most consecutive days without a regular season or postseason pass attempt prior to starting a playoff game is 370 days by Minnesota's Joe Webb in the 2012 wild card game. Wow. Back in that day, Stidham will more than double that. 749 days in between his passes. 141 players have attempted a pass in the regular season or postseason. 92 quarterbacks, 26 wide receivers, 11 punters, 7 running backs, 3 tight ends, 1 defensive back, and 1 kicker. To say this guy hasn't seen live action in the National Football League in a while is an understatement, because the Broncos are the only team in the NFL to not have a backup quarterback attempt to pass in 2024 or 2025. Jarrett Stidham is starting in the AFC Championship game against Drake May, who could become the 4th quarterback this century to win each of his first 3 career playoff starts. He won 2 weeks ago. He won last week. If he wins this weekend, he would join Jake Delhomme and Joe Burrow for winning their first 3 career playoff starts, because, yes, both of those guys never started a career playoff game, then made the Super Bowl. If he wins, though, to get 4, to get these 3 and tie those guys, he'd be 7 behind Tom Brady, who started his playoff career with 10 straight wins.
Oh, those were the days.
Brady started his playoff career winning his first 10.
That's stupid.
My God, he'd become the first quarterback to win 3 playoff games against a top 5 total defense in a single postseason as well. Because let's not forget, the narrative all season long is, yeah, but who have they really played? And then in the playoffs, May has played not 1, not 2, but this weekend, 3 defenses in the top 5 total defenses. He would be the first quarterback to win 3 playoff games against those folks. Not a bad way to say, who have we really played? How about those folks? And I'm in the Super Bowl. May ranks in the top 5, however, in sacks taken and quarterback pressure percentage faced. And guess who's top 2 in both of those metrics this season? The Broncos defense. This is where it's all going to come down to it. Can they protect this young man? Can he protect the football as well? Can they run it on this Broncos defense to try and take the pressure off of Drake May? The Broncos defense just allowed a season-high 183 rush yards against Buffalo in that division round win. They allowed the 3rd most points and 2nd most total yards in a game all season coming into this game against the New England Patriots, who allowed the 5th highest pressure rate in the NFL in 2025. The Broncos defense has the 2nd highest opposing quarterback pressure rate in the NFL. They have the best sack rate in the NFL, the Denver defense does. The New England pass protection, 25th best sack rate. That's where it's all going to come down to for 2 head coaches who have been there and done that. Sean Payton, in terms of being there before, you bet. He went to the NFC Championship game 3 times with the Saints. It's his 4th career conference championship game appearance. Mike Vrabel, however, has been there and done that now as a coach and a player. He would be the first person to start in a conference championship game win as a player and win a conference championship as a coach for the same franchise. Nobody's ever done it. He can do that this weekend, as he's the 3rd person all time to lead the same franchise to a conference championship game as both a player and a head coach. The others are named Gary Kubiak for the Broncos and Art Shell for the Raiders. That's what's going down in the AFC Championship game to start the weekend. And then I need a music change, please, sir. Thank you. The National Football Conference championship game. It's the Rams and the Seahawks. And to say that they know each other and play each other in tight games is an understatement. It's the 58th all-time meeting between the two. Currently, in the previous 57, the Seahawks have won 29. The Rams have won 28. The Seahawks have scored 1,223 total points. The Rams have scored 1,222 total points. This year, the total points were Rams 58, Seahawks 57. Rams 830 total yards in the two games previous. The Seahawks 829. You can't make this up, how tight of the games they play against one another. This is just the second playoff game in NFL history, however, between a team that won their previous playoff game by 30 or more points, like the Seahawks did, and a team whose last playoff game was an overtime win, like the Rams just did. The only other time was when the Patriots beat the Seahawks in Super Bowl 49, coming off of a Patriots 38-point AFC championship win and the Seahawks NFC championship win in overtime against Green Bay. The Seahawks and the Rams had the two best point margins in the NFL. The Rams won their game by an aggregate 191 points. The Rams 172 points. The leader in point differential has not won the Super Bowl, though, since 2017. The Eagles and the Patriots were both tied at 162, so whoever won that game would be the stat that I'm reading off to you. This is the first playoff matchup between the NFL's top two teams in point differential since the Super Bowl 52. The last such matchup featuring teams from the same conference was the 2015 NFC Championship game between Carolina and Arizona. We all know Matthew Stafford could be the MVP of the league. Maybe we'll have already seen the MVP of the league play prior to this game with Drake May in Denver. The last time, though, the number one scoring offense and the number one scoring defense met in a conference championship game was the 2014 NFC Championship, when Seattle's number one defense defeated Green Bay's number one offense in overtime. Stafford will become just the third quarterback since 1950 to have his season high and season low in pass yards against the same team and then meet that team in the playoffs. Because don't forget, the first matchup, Stafford didn't do very much against the Seahawks in Los Angeles, despite coming up with a win. Both of the previous quarterbacks, in Ben Roethlisberger against Cincinnati in 2005 and George Blanda against the Chargers in 1960, each won league championships that season. This will be the first playoff matchup between the NFL leader in pass yards, Stafford, and the number one scoring defense, Seahawks, since Peyton Manning took on Seattle in the Super Bowl in 2013, and we all know Denver fans would like to not be reminded of that, and Seahawk fans will say, I'd love to see a 2.0 this Sunday, please. It's the first playoff matchup between the NFL leader in passing touchdowns, Stafford, and the number one scoring defense, Seahawks, since Aaron Rodgers against the Rams in the 2020 divisional round. The Rams are the first team to finish the season with the NFL's number one scoring and total offense since the Chiefs in 2022, who went on to win the Super Bowl. We all know Sam Darnold starting for the Seahawks, and he against the Rams, no bueno, with the exception of obviously the Thursday night game in the fourth quarter and overtime a few weeks ago when he went off against a Chris Shula defense that otherwise has beaten him every single time since Shula became the DC in 2024. Darnold is 1-3 against the Rams, including the playoffs. He led the NFL in giveaways in 2025, been much better in the playoffs, as we all know, just last week. Didn't have to throw very much. It helps when you return the opening kickoff for a touchdown and have a defense playing like the wagon that it is. He's just the third quarterback since 91 to lead the NFL in giveaways and reach the conference championship games. The previous two quarterbacks in Jim Kelly in 92 and Eli Manning in 2007 each made the Super Bowl. We also know some top-notch A++ pass catchers and receivers are in this football game. This is the first playoff matchup in NFL history between players that had 1,700 or more receiving yards in that regular season. This is just the fourth playoff matchup in NFL history between players that ranked first and second in receiving yards that regular season, and the first such matchup between wide receivers since 1993's NFC Championship game. Yes, JSN and Puka Nacua are the Jerry Rice and Michael Irvin of this NFC Championship game in that regard. Jackson Smith-Njigba became the first player to lead the NFL in receiving yards while playing for the number one seed in his conference since Jerry Rice in 94. By the way, Jerry did it 2 other times in his career. So there's that. And then on top of it, you got Davante Adams, who I believe everybody in a certain generation thinks, oh, yeah, he won the Super Bowl with the Packers and Aaron Rodgers in 2011. Nope. In the same way everyone assumes Ed Reed won the Super Bowl with the Ravens in 2000. No, he wasn't there yet. Davante Adams has never played in a Super Bowl. And he, in the meantime, has led wide receivers with 8 receiving touchdowns in the playoffs since coming into the league. The only ones with more among all players is Gronk with 12 and Travis Kelce with 20. It's time for this guy perhaps to make the Super Bowl, unless the guy he replaced wants to step up and do it against the Rams. Yes, Cooper Kupp is in this football game, becomes just the 5th Super Bowl MVP to face the team they won the Super Bowl MVP with in the playoffs. 2 have won, 2 have lost. The winners, Von Miller for the Bills in last year's wild card round against the Broncos. And Richard Dent played for the Niners in beating the Bears in the 94 divisional round. And then the 2 losers, if you will, or I should say who lost, Peyton Manning losing in the divisional round with Denver against the Colts in 2014. Santonio Holmes losing the AFC Championship game with the Jets at the Steelers. Cooper Kupp will become just the 5th player in any of the North American sports, NBA Finals, World Series, or Super Bowl MVP all time, to face the team that they won the MVP with in the Final 4 of the playoffs. The first such occurrence since LeBron faced the Miami Heat in the 2020 NBA Finals with the Lakers. And he won it, as we all know. Mike McDonald versus Sean McVay. It is play caller on defense, play caller on offense, play designer on defense, play designer on offense. No doubt Mike McDonald was hired to basically say, can you control this guy and Kyle Shanahan in the playoffs should you face them? And it's possible he could face them both and face them down and take them to the Super Bowl in the process. And that's my NFC Championship game preview here on The Rich Eisen Show. We take a break because the newest head coach of the Miami Dolphins is sitting down, a Jersey man. Too bad Del Tufo's missing out here. We would have him ask Jeff Hafley what exit he's from. Right here, coming up next on The Rich Eisen Show. Don't you dare go anywhere.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Progressive knows life takes you in many directions.
Bear right at exit 32, then begin to wonder why you never bought a fish tank. In 1.3 miles, you'll realize you've been mispronouncing epitome your whole life. At the roundabout, you will remember you said something at dinner you wish you hadn't and will think about it for decades. You have arrived at your destination, but it turns out there really is no destination and life just keeps going.
Wherever life takes you, protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
My doctor told me my cholesterol is borderline, so I took control with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula. Garlic helps maintain healthy cholesterol safely and naturally. It's odor and taste-free, and Garlic is a world leader in garlic potency. I'm taking charge of my cholesterol with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula, cholesterol's natural enemy.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. The term natural references only the garlic in the product. Use as directed.
Cast your line and relax at twocreekscrossingresort.com. Your fishing getaway awaits.
Hi, this is Megan with Magpie's Gifts. Need a unique Valentine's Day gift for your wife, girlfriend, or someone special? For over 35 years, Magpie's has been Houston's source for home decor, unique gifts, and women's accessories. And for the last 10 years, we've partnered with HR&P for all things human resources and payroll. HR&P is extremely knowledgeable, and as a customer, we have designated support, which frees us up to run our business. We couldn't be happier with them.
Learn how HR&P can help your business. Go to hrp.net today.
Houston is Soccer City, USA, and World Cup 2026 is coming our way. Join me, Glenn Davis, every Tuesday and Wednesday, 6 Central Time, for Soccer Matters ESPN 97.5, presented by the Daspit Law Firm.
You don't have to be fearless to take the first step. You just need a place that gives you every reason to keep going. A college that's nationally recognized for student success. You can be fearless at San Jacinto College. Here, our graduation rate is higher than the other colleges. Our job placement rate is higher. Our transfer rate to universities is higher. That track record is why San Jac is the #1 community college in Texas. Be sure your hard work will take you even further and fear less every step of the way.
Hey, it's John Granato. If you're giving your home a little love, start with the details that make it shine. Bluebonnet Glass designs and installs frameless showers, mirrors, glass doors, and windows that make your home feel open, bright, and brand new. They're a local team now, started in Sealy in 1951, and they're here in the Houston area. Honest work, fair prices, great results every time. Visit BluebonnetGlass.com to see their work and get a free quote. Bluebonnet Glass, adding the beauty of glass to your project.
The football playoffs are here. Brad, I'm here to tell you that Underdog is the best place to get in on all the gridiron action all playoff season long, because you can make picks and win money right now in Texas. It's so easy playing on Underdog. All you have to do is pick whether your favorite players in the playoffs, of course, will go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, rushing yards, receptions, and more. Get these picks right, you can win up to 5,000 times your cash. And they're also taking care of you with $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5 and you use promo code KILLERB. So what are you waiting for? Download the Underdog app today and use promo code KILLERB, KILLERB, to score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code KILLERB. Underdog. Make picks, win money. Must be 18 or older and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
You fancy and have an HD radio? Well, good for you, number one. Number two, listen to ESPN Houston's HD channel, 97.9 HD2.
John Granato with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, you guys are doing data centers now. There's all kinds of businesses that could use powder coating.
Yes, we are doing industrial, which means oil and gas. We are doing plenty of residential, and now we're doing tech. We're going in with Meta. We're going in with Tesla. We're working on their data centers. We've even done Samsung in Austin. So the sky is the limit when it comes to our coatings.
I mean, if I'm a city and my water tower is looking terrible, I'm going to call you.
Call us, because we want to make sure you take pride where you live.
And all these businesses, they have fencing. And if you are a business, you will go to them.
Yes, there's not many bricks and mortar anymore, but the ones that are still here, they want to look great. And we are here to help you with your railings, with your fencing, with your door frames. We can do it for you.
And residential, free pickup and delivery. You guys are so nice.
Yes, we try to be.
For all your powder coating needs, there's only one place to go. Houston Powder Coaters. HoustonPowderCoaters.com or 281-676-3888 and ask for Robin.
That is me.
Love it. Back here on the Rich Eisen Show radio as well, the head coach of the Miami Dolphins, Jeff Hafley, joining us here now on the program. Good to see you, Coach. How are you, sir?
I'm good. I had not seen that play, so I appreciate you showing that to me.
You bet. Now, no, listen, I think strength is 100% the ability to show emotion and be there and be present. And, you know, the only thing that, you know, you and I would be different from would be my wife loves walking around saying that she's the spouse of the host of the Rich Eisen Show. Wait a minute. I'm being told that's the exact opposite of the reality of it. So, I see you, man. I'm with you. So congratulations on all of that, Coach.
No, thank you. I appreciate it. And it was emotional. I didn't know I'd get like that. And then I saw, obviously, my wife and kids, and to have my mom and brother and sister there, kind of like all the emotions and everything and all the work and all the sacrifices just kind of came out. And then I thought of my dad who's not around anymore. And I thought of him, and that was an emotional day for me, Rich. Very emotional, but extremely happy. And to celebrate it with them meant a lot to me.
How old are your daughters? How old are they?
My daughter Hope is 10, and my daughter Leah is 7. So
all right. So you're in the mix right now. That is for sure. And then, obviously the journey, I'd love to get to that before we get to the present day here. So much being made about how you got started as a coach, working in Dave Wanstett's Pittsburgh Panthers coaching tree, if you will, and the manner in which you slept in the office. Jeff, what's this story about?
Man, that came out yesterday. I had no idea. I didn't even know how to respond to him. He asked me what I would say looking back, and the only thing I could think of was it worked. I started coaching Division III football at Worcester Polytech, which no one's ever heard of. My first game I ever coached was against MIT, which people know MIT, but definitely not for football. No disrespect to MIT.
No, how about them apples, Jeff? That's what you got to say.
How about them apples? That's what I should have said, Rich. How about them apples?
I'm here for you, but you didn't know that. Right? Exactly.
But no, so I think the first game I coached there was 5 people there, and they were all my family members. So after that, I kind of climbed the ladder to Albany, and then I went to Pitt with Dave Wanstead, and he changed my life. He took me from a GA. At the time, I had a corner named Darrell Revis, so I thought it was a really good corner coach, Rich, like really good. And then when he left, I figured out I had a lot to work on. But Dave named me the DB coach after that, and just really took care of my family, taught me how to treat people and treat players. And I still talk to him all the time, and it's pretty cool that he was the head coach of the Dolphins, and now I can kind of try to make him proud. And after that, I went to Rutgers for a year, and then I got to the Bucs in the NFL, bounced around the NFL, the Browns. I was with the Niners with Kyle Shanahan. I met him while I was in Cleveland. He was the coordinator. I was the DB coach. And then I kind of took a leap of faith, went to call plays at Ohio State for a year with Ryan Day. Had a really good season, went to the playoffs, went 13-0, played really good defense. And then I got the head job at Boston College and, had some success there, went to 3 bowl games. And, I kind of took another leap of faith when Matt LaFleur called and said, I need you to come, be my defensive coordinator. And after a lot of thought, jumped back to the NFL and played some good defense. And suddenly I'm a head coach again. So it's been a wild journey, but one with hard work, and surrounded myself with really lucky to be around really good people and players. I learned a lot from players too, to help me get to where I am today.
Well, let me rewind a little bit. Again, you slept on your desk like Costanza?
Did.
Like, was it like George Costanza? Like I'm
a big Costanza guy.
Like, I'm saying, but, although I did know one of your pillars was truth, and it's, Costanza always said it's not a lie if you believe it. So we'll get to that in a second. But you really slept under your desk? For real?
I did. I moved into the office. I had a locker with my clothes in it. I had an air mattress, and I blew it up every night, and I put it to bed. I put it underneath my desk and got to work. And I did that. I did that for almost 2 years while I was a graduate assistant. I just wanted to move there and give it everything I had, because it was to the point where I was going to, take a shot, see if this coaching thing was going to work out. And I wanted to give it everything I had, and I did, and I got promoted, and it was a lot of sacrifice, Rich. I didn't have a lot of friends. I didn't go on any dates. You could say I probably wasn't a real fun guy to hang around with at the time, but it worked, Rich. So how about them apples?
How about them apples, right? And in terms of being in Boston College and leaving a head coaching position to take a defensive coordinator position in the National Football League, again, just to put myself in your shoes, once upon a time, I departed ESPN for NFL Network, and people were like, what the hell are you doing? What happened? Why did you do that? Did you get a lot of people saying the same thing to you back in that day? Why are you leaving being an HC to be a DC?
Yeah, a lot of people questioned it. But to be very truthful with you, I love my time there. In the first 2 years, without the portal, without NIL, it was so pure. I mean, at BC, we had such unbelievable students. They went to class. They did the right things. They worked hard. We were tough. we played so darn hard. And, like I said, we had some success. And when the portal hit, NIL hit, it turned into a different job. I wanted to get into it to coach football, to help change people's lives. And I just love the pure game of college football. And all of a sudden I wasn't coaching anymore. I mean, I was on the 4 phones and recruiting my own players and trying to raise money at a place that was going to be hard to do so for football. I just didn't like the person I was becoming, and I wasn't doing the job that I dreamed of. And I wanted to coach ball. And, I thought if I went back and, had a good stint at Green Bay, that maybe I could be an NFL head coach. So I kind of bet on myself, and kind of like sleeping under my desk, I took another shot and gave it everything I had. And I guess it worked again, Rich.
How about them apples? Now, and it's pretty cool, though. If I had told that kid in New Jersey, right, that you're going to occupy Don Shula's office in a way, right, and in the process convince a group of folks that you're deserving of it and you're ready for it, that includes Troy Aikman, what would you have said?
I would say, I'm not sure that's going to work, Rich. I'd say this. I was pretty driven when I was young, and I thought my mom and dad really instilled that in me. How to work hard and how to chase your dreams. Even when I got started, a lot of my family members worked in New York City because I am from New Jersey. Exit 172 off the Parkway. In case you were wondering,
good to know. Make that note.
Make sure you Jersey guys understand the exit.
Yep.
But yeah, it was, what are you doing? I mean, $2,500 the first job I ever coached, and it was, why are you doing this? But I always had support from my mom and dad. And during hard times when I didn't have any money or could barely afford to really live anywhere, they really supported me. And because of that, I just kept pushing and working, and I chased a dream. And, when you really set out to do something and you give it all you have, good things happen. So I'm just glad I did it the way I did it, because I also believe my foundation was built the right way. There is no job too small, even right now. And I think I learned how to treat people. I learned how to go through the ups and the downs. And I think it will really help me in this next stop.
So walk me through those pillars that you mentioned in your opening statement. Jeff Hafley, the new Miami Dolphins head coach here on the Rich Eisen Show. I certainly was taking notes myself. So go for it, if you don't mind.
Yeah, I mean, I think the first one I talked about when I get in front of this team is I want to talk about trust. And what I said yesterday, this world is getting harder to trust people. And you always hear that these players and these young players and these new players coming out of college, they don't want to trust anyone. And that's okay. I'm going to earn it. And I tell them that. I'm going to earn it. And actions speak louder than words. And I'm going to show people that what I say is what I'm going to do. And I'm going to pour into them and do everything I can for them. But it's a two-way street. And I'm going to make them earn it. And that's really, really important to me. And I think that's the starting point. And then I also think belief is important. I mean, even as far as when I was on my exit interviews at Green Bay, some of these players, when they were asking me if I was coming or going, some of them were, obviously upset, and they thanked me for believing in them. Because this world, you get beat up in right now. You get beat up on social media, you get beat up on TV, and it's hard. And sometimes these players need somebody to believe in them before they even can believe in themselves. And I believe once they do that and they believe in themselves, then they'll believe in their teammates. And then that's when they'll become connected. And that's what I've always prided myself on, is connecting with people. But this isn't like I want to be their friend. No, because then you got to hold them accountable. And I mean an extreme level of accountability. Because I do believe, whether it was coaching Micah Parsons or Rondé Barber or Richard Sherman, all good players, they want to be told what to do and how hard they can do it so that they can get better. Because they all want to be great. And if they tell you they want to be great, and this team tells me they want this to be the standard, I'm going to hold them to it. And I'm going to push them. And then I talked about toughness, physically and mentally, in everything we do. And that's how we have to live, and that's how we have to practice. And those are really the things that I want this team to be about, and we're going to talk about on April 6th when they get here.
And in terms of that, so in your vision that you lay out, if you wouldn't mind taking me in your meetings with the brass that wound up you getting this job and us chatting right now, what you're willing to share about the plan at quarterback for the Miami Dolphins. It's a quarterback-driven league, and and I'm sure you haven't had these conversations even with the quarterback room yet, so pardon me for asking, but it is my job. So what do you have for me on that front that you're willing to share? and the fans?
Yeah, that's a fair
interested?
question. And it's one John, Eric, and I talked about throughout the meetings. It's one we talked about with everybody in the meetings. And there'll be guys on this roster who will compete, and there'll be guys that will go out and get that will compete. I think it's obviously early in this process. This is literally my first day full-time on the job. I couldn't even tell you where I am in the building right now or how to get back to my office. So I think the quarterback plan is going to probably take a little time. I bet. And maybe you could call John Eric and he could share it with you, and then he could share it with me too.
Okay, that's a very fair answer to that question, and I appreciate that. Because obviously, this is a question cap-wise and things of that nature that you're going to start to dig into. Philosophically, the offense looks like what, though? What do you think about what the Jeff Hafley offense is going to be and who you have plans to bring in to potentially run it?
Yeah, I think we'll see in the next day or two who the coordinator is. We're just kind of piecing that together right now, and hopefully by the weekend we'll have all three coordinators in. I feel like we're close. I'll call the defense, but I'll still have a defensive coordinator. Mm-hmm. As far as offense, I've been around guys I really respect, like Matt LaFleur and Kyle Shanahan. Those are two guys that I spent a lot of time with, and Kevin O'Connell. I was with him for a while. So I like a lot of those things that they do. We got to be able to run the football. And it has to start up front. It has to be get the quarterback under center. I like the play pass, the keepers, the boots, and the screens, the different motions to create leverage, tying in the run and the pass game, trying to create that different levels between the second and third level, stuff that I think is hard to defend from a defensive play caller. And then it's really going to come down to the pieces that we have and what can we do best. We've got some good pieces on offense, but I'm also a believer, Rich, that you got to get a guy who can take the players that he has and adapt the offense, certainly within your philosophy, and put those guys in position to have success. And if it's a quarterback that can be under center, great. If it's a quarterback that cannot, then we'll have to get creative and play in the gun more. But you got to establish the run game, and you got to have actions off of it, and you got to be great situationally. And then as a defensive guy, I want someone that's going to hunt explosives, because everything I do on every single situation on defense is to eliminate explosives. And I think on offense, that's how you score points. So I gave you a lot of stuff, but those are the things I believe in.
I appreciate that. And I did hear the word competition moments ago. Is that your plan, that there will be a quarterback competition in Jeff Hafley's first go at it here in Miami?
I think there has to be, regardless of who's here. I mean, I think that's important at all positions. And you can tell me that's coach talk, and part of that is coach talk. So let's be honest. But yeah, I do see that there's going to be competition at the quarterback position and at all levels.
Okay. And then a couple more for you here, Jeff Hafley on the Rich Eisen show. What did you pick up from Matt LaFleur that you think you're going to be able to implement? Because obviously he's in the play sheet and coaching, and that's a lot, as you know, to do in real time, and that's something that you're going to have to do with a challenge flag and on you. So what'd you pick up, or who might you reach out to on that front to get ready for the Crucible?
Yeah, well, I do have some experience, and I'll give you a quick fun story. So my first game ever as a head coach at Boston College, I'm literally on a knee drawing stuff up and showing the defensive players an adjustment, and I get a tap on the shoulder. It's like, Coach, are we going to go for it? It's fourth down. And I was like, are you kidding me? It's fourth down already? And I was like, oh my gosh, I got to make this decision too. So that snapped me back into it real quick. So I do have experience. Yes. I do have experience. So I after year 4 or year 3, whatever it was, I finally figured out that I had to get ready to tell him when to go for it. And I got way better at it. But I did see Matt do it, and I did see Kyle do it. Yep. I think it's important for me to have a defensive coordinator who knows my system very well and can implement that all offseason while I am the head coach, and I kind of engulf myself with this team and in all 3 phases. And that person will be someone that I rely on throughout the game as well, so I can work together with them, kind of like both Matt and Kyle have had. Yep. So I think those experiences, along with my own, will help me for sure. All right. Do you and Matt go to the same barber in Green Bay? Did you? Like, all joking aside, we do go to the same barber. I mean, that's unbelievable. How'd you know that?
I don't know, Jeff. I'm fixated on hair and people who have it and what they do with it, because I used to do that. To be honest with you, so that's what I was wondering.
We do. We go to the same barber. He comes to the office once a week and cuts both mine and Matt's hair. So I'm going to have to find a barber down here unless that guy wants to move, and then Matt will have to find a new barber, and he won't be very happy because Matt's got pretty cool hair.
So I
figured. Great, man. This is probably one of the most fun TV interviews I'll tell you I've done in a long time. I got to come on. Hopefully you guys will have me back because this is actually enjoyable.
Be careful, Jeff, because I take that sort of stuff literally, and I will, in fact, reach out for it. You know, I kind of feel that way. But in the meantime, good luck getting back to your office. I guess I should say that. You know,
I appreciate it. Thanks for listening. That means you're actually listening to me, so I appreciate it.
Yeah. Just text us to make sure you get back okay.
Yeah, should we do that?
Yeah.
It's sort of like, we feel like we're emotionally invested now.
Absolutely, yeah.
That's part of the trust, you know what I mean? That's part of the relationship here, you know what I mean?
And I hope you believe that I will get back to my office as well.
And that you will come back when I ask. That could be Coach Speak, too. I've been around the block. Congrats on the gig. Congrats on the gig.
You guys.
You got it.
I appreciate it.
You bet. That's Jeff Hafley, the new head coach in the Miami Dolphins, right here on the Rich Eisen Show. By the way, if he's from Jersey and he's gotten through jug handles, he'll get back to his office just fine.
Can't pump your own gas.
Right there.
I think the barber would gladly relocate from, no disrespect to Wisconsin, but it's a lot warmer.
I love that. I'm like, so what'd you pick up on Matt LaFleur doing this and that? And he's like, I've been a coach, Rich. It's a very nice way of handling that. You know, never not done this.
The man slept under his desk.
I know, but it's also funny. He's just like taking it's fourth down already. I love that. He's honest and he seems to be emotionally intelligent and brilliant on that. Okay.
I love the Darrelle Revis thing, right?
Yeah, it makes me look smart.
Hey, oh, yeah.
So does Micah. So does Richard Sherman. I like that. I like all of it. All right, Dolphins fans. Hopefully you enjoyed that conversation as much as I did. And
much as he did.
Well, I take him at his word.
That's all we can do.
844-204-RICH, never to dial.
If you believe it.
That's right. Wait a minute. Was that a Costanza there? Damn it.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage, no medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Stepping up. It's time to level up your game. Introducing the all-new ESPN app. All of ESPN, all in one place. Your home for the most live sports and the best championship moments.
The electricity is palpable.
Step up your game with no annual contract required. It's the ultimate fan experience. Level up for more on the ESPN app or at stream.espn.com. Sign up now.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Hey, Max Relief here. Did you know your tax debt is growing every minute? Look, it just grew again. Penalties and interest are added every day to your debt, and the IRS will take aggressive actions to collect. To protect yourself from garnishments, levies, and liens, call Max from Tax Relief Helpers at 800-681-8319 or visit max.taxreliefhelpers.com. If you owe $10,000 or more in tax debt, our licensed tax professionals are ready to step in immediately. Tax Relief Helpers negotiates with the IRS to settle your debt for less. Call 800-681-8319 now. At Tax Relief Helpers, we start every case with a real conversation. Your tax debt is personal, and your solution should be too. The IRS isn't waiting. Every second matters. Visit max.taxreliefhelpers.com now or call 800-681-8319. When tax brings grief, call Max Relief.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing.
Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay, plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Hey, Houston, Jeremy Branham here. If you love a good getaway, listen up. Two Creeks Crossing Resort is running their Discover Our Resort giveaway on social media, and you could score discounted, even free stays. Just follow at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Facebook or Instagram and watch for their breadcrumb posts. Each clue could lead you closer to your next riverside escape. Don't miss it. Follow Two Creeks Crossing Resort and visit twocreekscrossingresort.com to learn more.
This is Lisa Zadok from Zadok Jewelers. We believe that the jewelry you own should be the jewelry you love. Did you know that we buy jewelry, diamonds, and watches that you no longer wear? Just bring them in, and if we make you an offer, you'll get store credit for items you can enjoy now, or you'll leave with a check in hand. It's that easy. Jewelry and watches were not meant to collect dust in a drawer. Stop by Zadok Jewelers today on Post Oak and San Felipe. Zadok Jewelers. Make the moment.
What's up, Houston? Lance Zerline here. Listen, if you're looking for a spot to catch a game, hit up Aranda's Sports Bar, ice cold beers, killer tacos, and big screens blasting every home game. Since 1981, Aranda's has been bringing that authentic Mexican vibe, now with the sports twist. Cheer with friends, savor the bites, and feel the energy. Plus, stay late with epic drink specials that keep the party going. Aranda's Sports Bar, your Houston spot for epic sports and bold flavors. Head on over and get loud today. You don't have to be fearless to take the first step. You just need a place that gives you every reason to keep going. A college that's nationally recognized for student success, you can be fearless at San Jacinto College. Here, our graduation rate is higher than the other colleges. Our job placement rate is higher. Our transfer rate to universities is higher. That track record is why San Jac is the #1 community college in Texas. Be sure your hard work will take you even further and fear less every step of the way.
For everyone. Hiring for your small business can feel like a full-time job, so it is important that you hire right the first time, and that's where LinkedIn Jobs AI Assistant can help you take the heavy lifting right out of it, because it filters applicants based on the criteria you set and suggests 25 great fit candidates daily, so you can invite them to apply and keep things moving. So get started by posting your job for free at linkedin.com/Eisen. That's linkedin.com/Eisen to post your job for free. Terms and conditions apply. And while you're on LinkedIn, you could follow Fernando Mendoza's career path, because that's the only spot that he's on social media, and he is active on LinkedIn. And if you look at his profile, he's already talking about becoming the next quarterback of the Las Vegas Raiders, and today he made it official. He's declaring for the draft. So follow the first overall pick in the draft's career path. Will the Raiders invite him to apply using their AI assistant?
They better.
We'll find out.
Yeah, they better.
844-204-RICH is the number to dial. We'll take your phone calls. By the way, between the beginning of this program and this very segment, Jared Stidham has cured famine in 3 countries. So it's getting close, Chris. It's getting close to him doing everything.
Yeah.
I believe he just accepted the NFL's first ever Peace Prize.
I was just going to make the same joke.
It's okay. I can do those things. Let me stroll in those lanes and then hop out of it.
Well done.
That's what Jared Stidham's doing. We were joking about it. Tommy Curran for his show Quick Slants. Enjoyed your talking about by the time it kicks off, Jared Stidham's going to be a Hall of Fame.
Oh, he didn't.
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
You're conversant in masshole.
I am.
Okay.
It's a hot topic.
You're fluent.
On the radio stations in New England.
I speak masshole, stewardess.
Yeah.
Says Chris Brockman.
Yeah.
Listen, Josh McDaniels even roped into this thing.
Oh, really?
Well, I mean, he's the OC, and he was there in 2019 when he and Tommy Brady were running the offense. Didn't Jordan Palmer mention that the fact that Stidham made the team as Tom Brady's backup coming out of Auburn's simple offense shows that he can pick up on a difficult scheme quickly.
Yeah, how well we knew
process.
The playbook. Yeah,
yep. That he was able to get Brady, McDaniels, I'm assuming Brady, McDaniels and Belichick's comfort and trust to be Tom Brady's backup in 2019, straight out of college. And he said it was like what? Somebody who's learning arithmetic, excelling in calculus is basically what his analogy was there. Just another thing how Jared Stidham is.
That's right.
He's curing everything.
That's right. He's like Will Hunting.
He's like Will Hunting.
Yeah.
How about them apples?
Yeah.
Well, McDaniels was asked if there's anything that he can apply to real-time events this weekend based on knowing him from drafting him.
Smart, accurate, great human being, worked hard, great teammate. Just hadn't had an opportunity, based on the situations and those kind of things. So, but no, I just enjoyed working with him, enjoyed my time with him, and sure he'll be ready to go this week for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Then here's what he couldn't do back in 2019 that we think we can apply here in 2026.
I guess.
Here's what we know about him. He gets really angry when you question his likes in television and movies. So we're gonna when he's down on the ground, we're gonna say, really? You don't like Landman? That's how they're gonna get him off his game? Whatever.
Yep, whatever works.
Well, they got their own guy.
Oh, do we ever?
Yes, you do. Here was Drake May talking about his turnovers in the playoffs so far and how they've been able to get past them, fully aware that if it happens in this one, it might not be so fortunate that this team comes out with the win.
Yeah, I think just work on in practice. Just have be mindful back there and just know that, my job is to protect the football. And that's, every game. And I think, one of the biggest things with, the guys up front is my job to have a timer in my head. And those guys done a great job all year. So, I haven't lost trust in those guys up front. And I know that we faced some pretty good edge rushers, in the past couple of weeks. And I know we got a good, another good set of edge rushers coming up this week. So just know, have a feel for it, and just protect the football because that's my job.
I don't know, Chris. Again, I'm not emotionally invested in it as you are. Mm-hmm. Do you feel like he's careless when he has the ball in his hand? I feel like he knows what he's doing. I feel like he's got his hands firmly on the rudder here.
I think last year maybe
it's his
careless
rookie year.
Just not knowing was more of an issue.
Right.
I don't think that's been an issue this year at all.
I don't.
I think the bigger thing is look, last week you thought Drake May had changed his number to 51. Will Campbell was just getting beat over and over and over again, and he has struggled in the 2 games. So that's kind of the most important thing. It's knowing that your left tackle is struggling. Okay, I got to get the ball out a little bit quicker, and I think he knows that.
Well, if he's going to have his hands firmly on the wheel at 10-2 and a foot on the brake, that would be different than the way he plays his game. And he was asked if he's changing his aggressive play style.
No, I don't think trying to change it. I think last week you change it and Keyshawn doesn't make the play. So little things like that are just knowing the time and place for it. I think trying to get the ball out of my hand and just being cognizant of the edge rushers and taking care of the football is the number one thing. So if we have time and have a look downfield, me, I'm going to take a look and take a shot.
He doesn't talk like a 23-year-old, 146-day-old person. He'll be 23 years and 148 days on Sunday. And that would make him the second youngest to ever make a Super Bowl. Only Marino would be younger.
Wow.
That's it. He's the 4th youngest quarterback to start a conference championship game on the road.
How did those other 3 do?
They all lost, pal.
Yeah.
Roethlisberger is the only quarterback to win a road start in a conference championship game before his 24th birthday. He did it at Denver. So,
Patriots are never won in Denver in the playoffs, so it's not going to be easy. Obviously,
Mays already with a win would join Big Ben as the only quarterback since at least 1950 to win 3 or more playoff games prior to turning 24. I mean, but he's just beyond his years. I don't sit here and think he's going to be a young kid going, the lights are too bright, or somebody who's just playing careless and not thinking about it and putting the ball in windows he shouldn't and putting the ball on the ground because he's just throwing it around like a loaf of bread. I don't see that. I honestly, when he fades back, I think more, this being a what's more likely Friday, I think this is going to be a chunk play completed more than a bad decision on his part. Yeah. I don't think that at all.
Agree. He wants to hit a home run. We've seen
which is
that
great, though.
Year. He's going to have to use his legs, though, I think, for the Pats to have some success here today.
But has he cured famine?
Great question.
I'm just wondering if, California's out of a drought. I'm just wondering if Stidham had anything to do with that. Because he's getting close to it.
He still has 48 hours.
Okay.
So that's good point, TJ. Good point.
Oh, what a fun AFC Championship game this is going to be.
Yeah.
Marcus Jones joining us.
Fun.
From New England.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-568-3344. 800-568-3344. 800-568-3344.
I'm a big fan of Ownwell. Ownwell fights your property taxes. I can't use them anymore because I don't own a home in Texas. I wish I owned a home in Texas. When I was fighting my taxes against the government, I didn't know about Ownwell, and that makes me angry. I wish I had Ownwell at the time, and you can have Ownwell. It's here for you. It takes 3 minutes to sign up. All you need is Ownwell to fight your property taxes. You don't have to do a thing, and you don't have to pay them unless you win. And they win all the time. 86% of the time they win. And they win over $1,100 per. It's what they do. Let Ownwell use their technology to help you fight your taxes, because if you don't fight it, it's just going to compound. You're paying way more than you have to. Stop overpaying on your property taxes. Get your free savings estimate right now at Ownwell.com. That's Ownwell.com to see how much you can save. Ownwell.com.
2026 is here. What are your resolutions? If one of them is upgrading your ride, then look no further than Monument Chevrolet. They're ready to start the new year strong and are offering exceptional deals on new vehicles. Tell them your budget, and they'll work hard to meet it. Whether you're looking for a durable and dependable Silverado or a compact, stylish Trax, Monument Chevrolet has the vehicle you want at the price you want. Visit Monument Chevrolet at Beltway 8 and 225 and ask for Jeff to get a fantastic deal. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. You know I'm a numbers guy, and I like the numbers that Daspit Law Firm is putting up for their clients. The super team at Daspit Law handles a full range of personal injury cases, and they are getting results from their clients in big numbers. Car accidents, truck accidents, industrial accidents, construction accidents, maritime accidents, offshore accidents. These are all areas where if it's you or someone you know, I encourage you to get a free case review from John Daspit with the Daspit Law Firm. Call 713-CALL NOW. That's 713-CALL NOW.
The football playoffs are here. Brad, I'm here to tell you that Underdog is the best place to get in on all the gridiron action all playoff season long, because you can make picks and win money right now in Texas. It's so easy playing on Underdog. All you have to do is pick whether your favorite players in the playoffs, of course, will go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, rushing yards, receptions, and more. Get these picks right, you can win up to 5,000 times your cash. And they're also taking care of you with $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5 when you use promo code KILLERB. So what are you waiting for? Download the Underdog app today and use promo code KILLERB, KILLERB, to score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code KILLERB. Underdog. Make picks, win money. Must be 18 or older and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
John Granado with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, I'm out there and I'm saying, well, what metal do I need powder coated?
We do bicycles, we do wheels, we do bumpers, we do patio furniture, we do antique items such as sewing machine bases. Some people will have light posts in their front yards. Yard art is also a big thing. When you have Round Top with the antique festivals in the spring and the fall, tons of things you can find there that are vintage.
Boat parts, anchors. How about gas lamps?
It has to be carefully taken apart, but anything that's metal on there and cleaned off, we can definitely do that.
Yep.
Trailers, we do barbecue pits. Really, if it's metal, give me a call and let's talk about it.
You had frogs in one woman's backyard that you did.
Yes, it was a frog that represented all 5 of her kids, and then she also had 8 grandkids, and each one had a frog.
For all your powder coating needs, there's only one place to go, Houston Powder Coaters. HoustonPowderCoaters.com or 281-676-3888 and ask for Robin.
That is me.
ESPN 97.5, presented by Zadok Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston, a Gal Media station.
This is The Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of The Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show. This is The Rich Eisen Show.
Pump up the volume.
Live from The Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles. This is The Rich Eisen Show.
They love this guy.
Rich Eisen. Earlier on the show, Dolphins head coach Jeff Hafley. Coming up, New England Patriots cornerback Marcus Jones. NFL Network insider Tom Pelissero. Actor Dylan O'Brien. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hour number 2 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air. We had a delightful chat with Jeff Hafley, the new head coach of the Miami Dolphins, in hour 1. If you missed it, there's our YouTube channel. There's the Disney Plus tile as well. Once the show is over, you can watch all 3 hours back. There's our podcast. You can listen to all 3 hours every day, however you get your podcasts. We're expecting Marcus Jones of the, did I say it right?
Correct. Yeah.
Susie hates it when I attempt a Boston accent. I'm not that great at it. You are, she is. Any rate, of the New England Patriots, one of the team captains on defense and special teams is going to be joining us. He's scheduled to join us in about 20 minutes' time. And he's going to tell us about how Jared Stidham, I believe, has already received knighthood for his next London game, right? So what's happening?
I like that one. Yeah. Okay. I don't want this bit to ever end. Unless he actually wins on Sunday.
You wait. We'll have 2 weeks. We'll have 2 weeks. If he makes the Super Bowl, pal, if he okay, we're not there yet.
We're not there yet.
Just get ready for it. It'll be one of the most amazing sports stories ever.
I'm going to take a 2 week sabbatical.
Okay. Okay. In the meantime, it was just announced that the college football playoffs will stay at 12 teams. There's been a lot of chatter between the Big Ten and SEC and everyone else that it could be expanded. I guess they couldn't figure it out, couldn't come to an agreement. It's going to stay at 12 teams. Kind of find that's fine, right? Do you think a 16-team field would have been better this year? I mean,
I need them to get rid of the automatics. It should just be 12 teams. Boom.
Right, get rid of, well, I mean...
Again, we don't need the JMUs and the...
Yeah, but in order to make this happen, the JMUs are, and all those schools that you feel shouldn't make it over teams that have more losses than them, they would sue. I think there'd be lawsuits galore.
Sue who? Who's in charge?
Sue everybody.
Sue who?
Sue everybody, just like the Jerky Boys.
Right.
I don't know. This is the way it's been described to me, is that they have to have a seat at the table of some sort. I think what needs to be fixed is the second round games should be at the home of the bye week teams. The bye week doesn't mean anything.
No,
because the teams that play the week before, the teams that play the week before, it's not like they just like the wild card teams in the NFL just play 1 week later after the regular season is over. Some teams that have bye weeks don't even play in their conference championship games sometimes, right? Or let's put it this way: those who get the bye week are more rusty than the teams that have 3 weeks off and then play.
Right.
I honestly, but bowl game sites need to have their table filled with goodies, and they need to get their eats. They got to have their money, their revenue. Again, conference championship games should go away, and second round games should be played on campus of the bye week teams, because that's an advantage now. That would be because everybody would get the same amount of time off, exception to the bye week teams, who then would have one extra week off. Okay. And then to counteract the fact that the team that's coming in would already have played a game and, barring any injury or dumbass targeting penalty that's inappropriately or inconsistently applied and somebody's missing the first half of a game, it is a benefit, I think, for the team to have come in to that second week game to have already played. So give the teams that have a bye week a leg up by saying you have your game on campus. I kind of dig that.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And then if you aren't in the top 15 despite winning your group of 5 conference, that doesn't guarantee you a spot. How does that sound? Right? You got to be in a certain ranking,
right,
in order to get that spot.
Right.
And I think that's fair. Certainly if that's what gets Michigan in the dance.
Oh, jeez.
Of course.
Well, I'll get my microphone set for that sort of thing. All right. 844-204-RICH being the number to dial here on the program. Speaking of University of Michigan, the newest head coach of the Baltimore Ravens, I kind of sensed it from the start. Again, I wasn't talking to anyone in Baltimore. I just thought to myself, the Ravens want to get somebody who knows the building. They want to get somebody who potentially is similar to a system that a Harbaugh might be familiar with. And they're familiar with him, somebody on the defensive side of the ball, somebody who's going to bring a certain culture, someone who's young and up and coming. And Jesse Minter checks every one of those boxes. Former Raven, Harbaugh defensive coordinator at Michigan and in Los Angeles, and has been just awesome at every stop. Couldn't keep Mike McDonald because he left in an AFC championship year for them. So get another guy who's just like Mike McDonald with his resume and bring him to Baltimore and sign him up. Now, obviously, who's he going to bring offensively? That's an important part. Because he's going to be, I imagine, one of the, just like Jeff Hafley in hour 1 came on to describe. He's going to call the plays and be the HC. He's going to call the defense. Who's going to be the OC? What if they bring in Kingsbury, who is no longer with? I think it was my first thought because, part of the reason that you hear that he's no longer with Washington is because they wanted more of a pro set for Jaden Daniels, less of a college-y type offense in a way. And I think Lamar would kind of thrive in the offense from 2 years ago that Jaden Daniels was running. Don't you think? That wouldn't be a bad choice there. I don't know who else might be coming in. But I dig this choice for the Ravens. I think it's great. And I just think it's great that at one point at Michigan you had Mike McDonald and Jim Harbaugh and Jesse Minter, and they're all now 3 head coaches in the National Football League with 13 kids drafted from the national championship season and then more kids drafted last year. So obviously the NFL teams thought Michigan needs an asterisk.
This is not about Michigan.
Oh, it is right now because I'm making it that.
Oh, goodness.
Honestly, if everybody thought that they were cheating and had the plays and had a cheat sheet, why is everybody getting hired? And why is everybody getting drafted? Is Nate Hutchinson a Defensive Player of the Year candidate? Let me look right here. Uh-huh.
Or the other aspect of this, if you really want to do this again, is if they were so good, why did you have to cheat in the first place?
I don't know, buddy.
Okay, great.
I wish that didn't happen.
Yeah, I get it.
But, asterisk this, another guy hired to be a head coach in the NFL. And I don't know if Flint McDonald was there when this whole nonsense was going down, but Minter sure was. And he balled out, dialing things up defensively, and the Ravens are like, we want that. And I think it's a smart hire. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. So what's more likely Friday? Let's hit it. Go for it, please.
What's more likely?
Never say never, but never.
What's more likely presented by Pella Windows and Doors. Chris Brockman, the floor is yours.
Hey, everybody. Happy Friday. Good to see you. As we reported here first, Championship Sunday is taking place in 48 hours.
It is our exclusive. I appreciate you bringing that up.
Yeah, of course. Guys, what's more likely to be the higher total? Let's start in Denver. Drake May, Jarrett Stidham, combined touchdowns and turnovers, or total sacks by both teams.
Oh, I'll go total sacks.
These defenses can hit.
Yeah, I'll go total sacks. Again, May has been sacked, and he has turned it over, but they keep winning for various reasons because they're a stout team, and May just gets up and makes plays, and the defense doesn't allow the turnovers to be turned into points. And so I think Denver's going to get some eats. And then on top of it, Stidham's going to take more sacks than Nix. So I'll go with the total sacks by both teams, more than touchdowns and turnovers combined. Now, rushing touchdowns are removed from this, correct? Unless May or Stidham run it in, correct?
Yeah, they can run it in, yeah.
Okay, so it's May, Stidham, total touchdowns
and
accounted for.
And turnovers.
And turnovers
Yep.
versus, I'll take the sacks.
Sacks, yep.
What else?
More likely to be the bigger number in this game. Drake May rushing yards or longest Will Lutz field goal? Drake May had 66 rush yards.
Yeah, I'm going to go Drake May rush yards.
Only 10 against the Texans.
I'll go Drake May rush yards. I'll do that. I think he's going to, if you guys win, I think his superpower of showing off the arm and the legs is what's going to take you home.
Yeah.
So I'll go Drake May rush yards in this game because I don't think New England's just going to be inundated by Denver's defense, and Stidham's going to show up and just ball out to the point where May's going to have to. Well, even if you are coming back, there'll be moments where May will just take off. I'll go Drake May rush yards.
Okay.
Yeah, how many rush yards did Josh Allen have last week? You keep going. I'll
look
find
that up, and I'll move on.
Move on, sir.
Both these plays, teams can definitely hit the big play downfield. TJ more likely to have the longest reception. Keyshawn Boutte, or Cortland Sutton.
60 yards. It was 66 yards rushing for Josh Allen. Is that what you said last week? Okay. Yeah. Thank you for buttoning that up. I'll go Booty. Booty. Yeah. Is Riley Moss on him or is Pat Surtain on him?
Good question. I don't know what they're going to play at defense.
All right. Yeah, I will go Keyshawn Boutte. Although Cortland Sutton might have the game of his life because Stidham is going to be ripping it in a way that Nix doesn't.
That's what I heard.
I mean, again, Nix takes more sacks than Stidham, but I think Stidham has the chunk play, winging it around type of game that Nix is growing into more consistently. That would be my guess. But I'll just take Booty. Just because you wanted me to say those words into a microphone and people could meme it.
Both these play callers in this game.
That's for you, because I know you're a child in the corner.
I know. I'm just going to be...
Can be
That's what TJ said.
In their bag, as everyone likes to say. Sean Payton and Josh McDaniels. Are there more likely to be more combined trick plays in this game or head coach openings on Monday?
I'll go head coach openings on Monday. I don't know if the Raiders are going to have one, and the Browns are, the Browns are yet to be Rudy Rule compliant, which is wild for a team that has been interviewing coaches or are able to since the Monday after the season.
Wow, right?
Arizona, Raiders. So even if there's 3 openings by then.
Okay.
Let's just go on the low side.
In this game?
No.
Okay.
We need some good tomfoolery, though.
Sean Payton's good for something. Josh McDaniels,
You know, it's good for tomfoolery.
Who's that?
Booty. You're welcome.
Love it.
You're giggling like you're 7.
All right, let's go
You're
to
a child.
Seattle.
So I'm here.
Let's start this off with the obvious one before we get to some more fun stuff. Offensive Player of the Year candidate, more catches, more yards, Puka or JSN?
I'll go Puka, man.
Last time...
he's been way more consistent in terms of Puka outsized numbers than JSN has.
A month ago
over
when
the
they
last 2
played,
months.
he had, 12 for 225 or something? In
Yeah, man, I'm going to go Puka Nacua. I'm going to do that. Yeah.
That game was...
I'm not saying this means the Rams win. You're asking what's more likely.
Right.
And Puka has been going off for the last 2 months. And JSN has not gone off. He doesn't have to.
Is he going to snipe this award from JSN?
It's entirely possible.
I think so.
When can you tell
Offensive
us
Player of the Year?
For? Yes, sir.
I'm not allowed to. They don't want me to tell anybody.
Come on.
You just
after it's announced, though, right?
Oh, well, it's going to be made public.
Relevant.
Every vote I had will be made public if you want to seek it out.
Oh, I guess I didn't even think about it. Yeah.
What else, Chris?
Who's more likely to have the longer play in this game in Seattle?
Who did you think I voted for Offensive Player of the Year?
McCaffrey.
Thank you.
To have the longer play in this game, Devontae Adams reception or Kenneth Walker run?
Great question.
Thank you.
I'll go Kenneth Walker run.
Ken Walker's been fire these.
He's been gashing on downs and distances you don't expect gashing to take place. He's been spry. He looks spry. I know, and he's going to have more carries, one would think, with Charbonnet out. Right? It's no sense. Like, this is it. Torpedoes be damned now, man. Either you're done for the year or you get a week off. So go for it. Mm-hmm. What's the point? There's no sense in waiting. So they're going to, I'll do that. I'll do that. And as you know, Devontae has been more lethal in red zone play than in between the 20s in terms of chunk plays. Although I keep watching back. Do you keep seeing that throw from in overtime, right hash to left sidelines, that Stafford would even think, I can get it there. I'm going to rope it in there. You know, it probably, 3 hours into the game, 19 possessions into the game, or whatever it was. Yep. I'm gonna frozen rope this thing, and Adams is gonna toe drag swag it. Yep. That's truly unreal.
Professional ball thrower, professional catcher.
Yes, sir.
These two teams have played phenomenal games this season. A 2-point game in SoFi.
Yes.
A 1-point game up in Seattle. More likely to be the greater number. Darnold and Stafford combined interceptions or the final margin of this game.
Oh, good one. I'll go final margin. I think I've got a stat to support this, too.
Was it 3 points?
3 combined points this season.
Here it is. It's just the third instance in NFL history of teams that split a regular season series with a combined point margin of 1 or fewer meeting in a conference championship game. Okay? Both previous instances, the third time, ended up by being decided by 13 or more points.
Whoa.
1985, New England beat Miami 31-14, and in 1980, the Eagles defeated Dallas 20-7. Sorry to bring that up for you, TJ, but so I'll go margin of victory because in the previous 2 instances of 2 such tight contests between division opponents facing each other in the playoffs the third time, it's been much looser.
Not close, yeah.
Correct.
All right, 2 more. Is it more likely the Seahawks score a defensive...
You didn't think I'd have a stat for an answer?
I didn't, but that was phenomenal.
Well, wait a minute. What does it say on my computer screen right here?
Like the candle?
No.
Lead pipe wheeling professional.
Thank you.
Professional.
Yep, that's me.
Is it more likely...
Who put that sticker here?
I thought you did.
No, I didn't. Somebody did. I guess that's a what's more likely. Who's more likely to have taken that sticker and put it on my... Anybody here? Bueller?
Just blame RJ.
The Knives Out situation. We got to check.
We can make our top.
Knives Out.
Is it more like 2 more? Is it
Detective
more likely
Benoit is going to come here and suss it out.
the Seahawks score a defensive or kick return touchdown, or a Rams tight end catches a touchdown?
Oh, Rams tight end. Yeah.
Well.
Rams tight end. Although the Rams special teams has been the issue, isn't it? Damn.
Be fast.
I'll just do Rams tight ends because there's 4. There seems to be 19 of them.
There's a lot of them. Yeah.
Right.
A lot of them. Good action.
You got one more?
Last one, real quick. More likely the Super Bowl matchup is Sean versus Sean, Sean versus Mike, or Mike versus Mike.
Bro, I'm literally 5
Sean
minutes ago, that was
versus
going
Mike.
through my head. Had no idea this was going to be your question.
Because all the head coaches are either Sean or Mike.
I'm going to take a Sean versus Mike because that way I don't have to reveal who I'm choosing yet.
Yeah, you kind of gave him an out.
You don't know which Sean? You don't know which Mike?
Look at you.
So I'm going to go Sean. This is not my first rodeo. I'm going to go Sean versus Mike.
I tried to box you in.
No, and I will not.
Sean, Mike.
Thank you, Einstein. What's More Likely is brought to you by Pella Windows and Doors. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always have the winning game plan. That's why your neighbors trust them. Visit Pella.com/Eisen.
Hello.
Chris, you want to say who's coming up next in your voice?
Marcus Jones is coming up.
Okay, very good. Of
Stay
the New
tuned,
England
everybody.
Patriots. Don't go anywhere, right here on The Rich Eisen Show. Cooper's excited about this guest.
Smalls here. Life is full of choices, some big, some small. And when you choose an H&R Block Tax Pro, you're choosing the largest network of tax expertise to be in your corner. For when your big ambitions need help with the small details. For when your six figures come from 6 different places. For when your gaming stream becomes your revenue stream. For when your business's year one needs 70 years of tax know-how. At H&R Block, they've seen it all. And they're here to help you make the most out of your money for life outside the box. Get started at HRBlock.com.
After wanting one for years, Kevin is finally enjoying his new hot tub.
This is the life.
He worked with Empower to help him get good at money, so now he can be a little bad.
Oh, no, not my phone.
Oh, Kevin. Kevin's phone may be in hot water, but his finances aren't. Invest well, live a little. Start today at Empower.com.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Hey, Max Relief here. Did you know your tax debt is growing every minute? Look, it just grew again. Penalties and interest are added every day to your debt, and the IRS will take aggressive actions to collect. To protect yourself from garnishments, levies, and liens, call Max from Tax Relief Helpers at 800-681-8319 or visit max.taxreliefhelpers.com. If you owe $10,000 or more in tax debt, our licensed tax professionals are ready to step in immediately. Tax Relief Helpers negotiates with the IRS to settle your debt for less. Call 800-681-8319 now. At Tax Relief Helpers, we start every case with a real conversation. Your tax debt is personal, and your solution should be too. The IRS isn't waiting. Every second matters. Visit max.taxreliefhelpers.com now or call 800-681-8319. When tax brings grief, call Max Relief.
Hey, Houston, Lance Zerline here. Listen, if you're craving authentic Mexican flavor, head to Taqueria Sarandas. Since 1981, they've been serving up mouth-watering tacos, sizzling fajitas, and fresh tortas that hit the right spots. Family-friendly vibes, bold flavors, and prices that will not break the bank. Whether it's breakfast, lunch, or dinner, Taqueria Sarandas has you covered. Find a location nearest you and taste the tradition. Taqueria Sarandas, Houston's go-to for real Mexican food. Vamos, let's eat.
Every family has challenges. Every family has secrets. Every family has a gay uncle that gets too drunk and starts asking you about your buddies. But not every family has a feature-length documentary film made about it. But yours could. Go to yourheritagefilm.com and reach out. We sit down with your loved ones, visit about their upbringing, career, history, kids, school, everything, and we make a movie. They have a blast, and you have something truly special for generations. yourheritagefilm.com.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
It's game day, date night, or just because. Dessert Gallery makes life sweet. Enjoy over 30 handcrafted desserts reimagined by the slice. We're open late, 7 days a week till midnight on Fridays and Saturdays, so your dessert cravings never have to wait. From decadent cakes and pies to custom hand-decorated cookies in your team's colors, every slice is a win. Visit us at Kirby or in the Woodlands, or order anytime at DessertGallery.com. Dessert Gallery, serving classic handcrafted desserts reimagined since 1995.
Danny Clark here from Collectors Firearms, wishing you a Happy New Year. If this is the year you want to purchase your first firearm, add to your collection, or sell one that's been collecting dust in the closet, come see us. Our half-acre showroom features the largest inventory in Texas and the most knowledgeable staff anywhere. We'd love to earn your business in 2026. Open Monday through Saturday every week of the year. Collectors Firearms on the corner of Westheimer and Voss. Look for the tank out front. Online at collectorsfirearms.com.
Since 1976, D&M Leasing has had one mission: make getting a vehicle easier, smarter, and more affordable than buying it the old-fashioned way. People come to D&M to escape negative equity and get payments that actually make sense. You're working with true experts who know how to save you money and protect you from depreciation. If your payment's too high, you're buried in negative equity, call D&M. No payments for 60 days. Call 713-290-1000 or visit dmautoleasing.com today.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
You don't have to be fearless to take the first step. You just need a place that gives you every reason to keep going. A college that's nationally recognized for student success, you can be fearless at San Jacinto College. Here, our graduation rate is higher than the other colleges. Our job placement rate is higher. Our transfer rate to universities is higher. That track record is why San Jac is the #1 community college in Texas. Be sure your hard work will take you even further and fear less every step of the way.
Rich Eisen Show ESPN radio audience has just returned. We've been chopping it up for a couple minutes already with Marcus Jones on the Disney Plus ESPN app side of things, talking about the time, Marcus, in your first season there where you were asked to start playing on offense, despite being known at that point in time as just special teams. And when did you get out there on defense in your first year? When did that happen?
I would say it was probably like week 5. I don't know specifically what week it was. I know it was the Cleveland Browns the first time I played defense. I don't know specifically what exact week, but that was the first time I played my defensive snaps and everything like that on defense. Okay.
And then when did you realize the Jets were going to kick it to you no matter what, Marcus? When did that happen?
I didn't know at first. I was thinking that they were going to kick it out of bounds, but as soon as I seen it go off the punter's foot, I was like, oh man, I could have some space and everything. And my goal most of the time is always to get the first down. But I seen I had a little bit more space, and I was like, I can definitely get to the end zone. So I commend my teammates for being able to, open up the lanes and everything for me.
What does it mean to wear that C on your chest? Again, you're a kid drafted, I believe, the 3rd round, correct? And, Troy and Houston were the 2 collegiate stops for you. You get a call from RKK and Bill Belichick, and now you're a Patriot, a special teamer who then goes and has a special rookie season. Now you got a C on your chest. What does that mean to you?
It means a lot. First off, the guys that had C's on their chest before me, man, those are some big names when it comes down to it. And being a part of, like I said, the legacy here, man, I've always been a lead by example type of person, but whenever I do talk, people listen and everything, and how I do one thing is how I do everything. So I always try to make sure, I give 110% whatever it is going on. And then also when it comes down to practice and being in the film room, however I can help the team, I'm down for it. I talk to the rookies, anytime they need help. Communication is a big thing, especially on the back end. So everyone on the defensive side, DB-wise, we always have to be in tune with each other with motions, different plays and adjustments, especially on the defensive side of the ball.
Well, as you know, with the history of New England, Marcus, that it's very rare for someone to come in and have 3 coaches in 3 years. It's been nothing but one way of doing it in consistency, and then an inconsistency that's rare for the franchise. What's happened this year for everything to be sort of like a lightning strike and come together that you have from your perspective?
Yeah, I would say from my perspective, It was a lot of new faces that came into the building. You know, you said it. You know, it was used to, you know, consistency and everyone know, you know, and knowing everyone. But we had a lot of new faces, and I would say we got to know everyone. We had the 4 H's, you know, that they talked about a little bit on ESPN. Getting to know how people got into the game of football, you know, their family, things that they like to do, interests, all of those things. And then also, you know, the heartbreaks when it came down to it. So learning more about the people that surround you make you want to play harder for your brother on the field. And, you know, that person also has your back as well. So I feel like, you know, a lot of off the field stuff helped us, you know, build our trust when it comes down to being on the field.
What happened off the field? Can you give me some examples of that?
Oh, yeah. I would say off the field, DB wise,
Sure.
on our off days, we watch film and then also eat Chick-fil-A at the same time. So we spend time when it comes to doing things like that.
Burgers form or nugget form?
community-wise-
Like what form? What form are we?
No, it's
dipping sauces.
breakfast.
Okay, breakfast.
Breakfast.
Okay.
So
That's it.
yeah,
Hey, I've brought that
yeah,
many
Chick-fil-A
times.
breakfast, the Chick-fil-A, the minis. You know, people love the minis and everything.
Good to know.
And then also community service stuff. You know, a lot of people have different foundations that they support. And then also Donna, when it comes down to things that we do with the Pats and everything like that too, you know, that helps out a lot. So
how has Vrabel changed it?
I would say when it comes down to it, you know, he's been a player in the league. So that's the one thing that I say. He knows what it takes to, you know, put in a lot of time and effort when it comes down to it. And then also, you know, coaching wise, like the excitement, like he wants us to celebrate together. You know, if people make plays, the first thing you do is tell you to go to the end zone and celebrate with your teammates. So that's something that we love to do and love to see him have support with that. And then also whenever we're out there at practice, like it comes down to consistency. You know, it doesn't just end up happening on Sunday. You know, it's through the week of the preparation, making sure that we know about every situation that comes up in the game. You know, you love to hear that. And then also like keeping us up to the standard, you know, making sure that we always are never complacent. You know, that's something that we have to embrace, and understanding that the hard times ends up coming with great measures, because at the end of the day, like whenever we're playing the way that we need to play and everything like that, we trust in one each other and we see that it works.
Okay, and you mentioned he's not just any player either, Marcus Jones, right? The banners that you see every home game, for him to basically, he doesn't say it, but you know it. He helped hang half of them, at least, right? So does that factor in to following what he's leading?
For sure. You know, whenever you have the resume and things like that to where we want to be a part of, you know, you got to listen to that. You know what I mean? Like I said, he understands the effort that you have to put into it, the sacrifices as well. And, you know, having that resume and knowing how to get there and everything like that is something that we love to hear from him.
Do you sometimes watch back your returns and see him running down the sideline, almost stride for stride, Marcus? Do you see those moments on film sessions at all? No?
You know, sometimes we'll see those things, but most of the time whenever I'm watching a film, I'm seeing, you know, how I kind of set up, and then also, you know, the guys that's blocking for me. That's the things that I kind of, you know, look for, because at the end of the day, it's great to, you know, have the score and everything, but without my guys out there blocking for me, it couldn't happen.
I like it. There's no I in Marcus or Jones here on the Rich Eisen show. That it does have two eyes in it. What is it? So walk me through what it's like to, after a win, be welcomed by Mike Vrabel prior to getting back to the locker room. What is that like for you and your teammates, Marcus?
Yeah, first off, man, I would say whether it's a win or a loss, he's doing the exact same thing. Okay. So it's not just from the win perspective. But, you know, he understands the dedication and, you know, the sacrifices that we put into the situation of playing this game. So, you know, having his support as soon as we come up in the locker room, it means a lot, because at the end of the day, he's up here early in the morning, you know, late at night and everything. And he understands, like I said, the practice, the dedication, the sacrifices that we have. So being able to have him as soon as we walk into the locker room and see the support and him, you know, shaking everyone's hands and everything, it means a lot.
And before we get to the AFC Championship game itself, let's talk about the quarterback, your quarterback, and Drake May. When did give me, if you don't mind, a good example, a good story of this year at any point. Could have been OTAs, training camp, during the game, where you're like, okay, kids different, kids, you know, more grown up. You got something for me on that front, Marcus Jones?
I would say, you know, seen him whenever his rookie year came in, and, you know, as a quarterback, you know, being a part of, you know, learning new systems and everything, you know, sometimes it can be overwhelming. for certain people and everything, but he was always asking questions to the DBs and stuff like, why did you play this like this? Or did you see my eyes? And the constructive criticism when it came down to he's trying to learn coverages of how people are doing things, that means a lot, especially from the quarterback position. And then OTAs, man, the second year, training camp, like you could see just the comfortability that he has in the pocket and the confidence, it means a lot whenever you have a quarterback back there with confidence. And, us on the sideline, man, wherever he throws, whatever he does with the ball and everything, like we trust him with any decision that he makes. And, we've seen it in the growth over time. So I'm happy for him.
So he would ask you and your colleagues in the defensive back room for any tips on if he's tipping his throws based on his eye level or eye placement. He was doing that?
Yeah, so I would say, like, anytime that he's asking, the defensive guys, like, hey, did you see me do this? Or how can I make this a little better? Or what coverage were you guys in on this? He wanted to learn how we kind of do our work on the back end. And that's a great thing to have, because at the end of the day, when you're a quarterback, man, you got to learn how to read coverages and everything. So I was just glad to end up, seeing those things, because he wants to better himself.
And you being a corner, you don't want to be tested, right? Or you do, right? Maybe like, throw at me. I've got this. Okay, you do. So him throwing over Derek Stingley Jr. is no joke, right? Like that throw to Booty. What was that like for you watching that from the sidelines, Marcus?
Yeah, it was a great throw and catch. At the end of the day, Drake put the ball where only his receiver can get it, and then Booty made a play to where, only where, he can end up making a catch, and that was a spectacular catch and everything like that. We've seen them make plays and everything like that before, so the chemistry is definitely there, and we were definitely excited about the play. Okay.
Let's get to the AFC Championship game. You know the challenge. You know what's in front, and you know probably what all of us in the media are talking about. It's the quarterback in Denver, and Jarrett Stidham, who was there before you in New England for a hot minute. I mean, what can you possibly do to prepare for somebody who hasn't thrown a pass in over 740 days, Marcus?
Yeah, I would say the main thing is playing to our identity. We know what our strengths and our weaknesses when it comes down to it. And then also in the National Football League, man, no matter who's back there at quarterback, if you give the person time, they can dice up any defense when it comes down to it. This is a guy that's been part of the league for a minute as well, so he knows his strengths and his weaknesses when it comes down to it as well. So being able to play our football is very important. We want to make sure to disguise and then also, get back to the quarterback and everything like that. So making sure that we're in the right places at the right time is very important.
So are you watching 2, 3, 4-year-old cut-ups? Is that what you're watching?
So we'll see some cut-ups of basically, how he played and everything like that from 2-3 years ago. And then also at the end of the day, like the guy that's going to be calling the plays and everything like that is going to make sure that he's, prepared when it comes down to it as well. So
I bet. What would it mean for you to play in a Super Bowl?
Oh, it would mean a lot. There's different levels and different checklists, that we have when it comes down to it. Our first thing was to win the division, and then now we're taking it one by one. Of course, the end goal is to win a Super Bowl, but at the end of the day, we're focused on the AFC Championship first. Okay.
So you've scored on a pick six. You've scored on a return on special teams, right? You scored on offense as well, a catch and run. Can you throw one in too? What do you got?
Yeah. Man, I would be open to it. You know what I mean? I would be open to, trying that out and everything like that. But
do you lobby? Do you lobby for this sort of thing now? Now, I mean, you've got enough time in the league now. You got the C on your chest. Can you now pound the table for yourself, Marcus Jones?
I feel like I could, but, I feel like Drake got that handled. So I'm going to leave it to Drake.
Okay. I don't know. Sometimes one never knows, however you can pitch in. And it could be obviously, good luck this weekend and a very special week in San Francisco, because I do expect both gentlemen who got on the phone with you on your draft night to be in the Pro Football Hall of Fame on that Thursday before the Super Bowl. Anybody around there talking about that sort of stuff at all? Marcus?
Not too much right now. I can't say too much about that. But what I will say is that, a lot of importance is going into this game and everything like that. You know how it is, a part of this organization. We keep the main thing.
Absolutely. Marcus, thanks for the time. Really pleasure getting to chat with you and meet with you. My 14-year-old son, Cooper, is a diehard fan of yours and the Patriots. A lot of dad cool points for me to chat with you today. And he would want me to tell you, go ball out, make him happy.
For sure.
You take care.
Thank you guys for having me and everything.
You bet. Hopefully this is the first of many. Marcus Jones here of the New England Patriots prior to the AFC Championship game.
Let's go.
On the Rich Eisen Show. Another one to root for.
Absolutely.
Right here.
Yeah. Almost like they're a very likable team.
Nice.
Just the fans.
You're fired up.
Just the fans, not the team.
You're fired up. Win this game. Go to the Super Bowl. Hang out there. Vrabel wins Coach of the Year on the night Kraft and Belichick get in the same Hall of Fame class. How's that work for you?
Where do I sign?
It's all sitting there. It's all sitting right there.
Sign up for you.
It's all sitting right there.
That's great.
I think that may happen. You know?
Fingers crossed from your lips. Let's do it.
Just got to make sure the winner of the NFL Peace Prize and the knighted sainthood quarterback of the Denver Broncos.
Yep.
I'm trying to talk you up for that sort of thing.
Was he like the fifth Beatle, too? I think?
No, he was not.
Oh.
Not yet. That's the way it's going to be by Sunday, and then we'll see if Jared Stidham, if Jared Stidham stands in the way of the Patriots to get to the Super Bowl because he balls out in his massive opportunity to go to the Super Bowl and basically get his name etched in lore and then wind up, as no doubt like the darling of every morning show on the news for 2 weeks. NBC, the Today Show is going to basically find Jared Stidham's kindergarten teacher. And I'm serious, man.
I don't want to think about
here.
This, obviously. But
that's in the offing here.
If he does.
I know we've been having our fun about Stidham is going to get in the Hall of Fame.
He does
by
do
kickoff.
This, right? Like win Sunday, win the Super Bowl. It's more impressive than Nick Foles' run, right?
Well, again, Nick Foles was a starter in the league and then had starts under his belt when Carson Wentz got hurt in the latter throes of the regular season.
Yeah.
And this guy has not started a game since the final year of 2 seasons ago. And Bo Nix has thrown every pass since. Every Denver Bronco pass since thrown by number 10. While number 8 just waits for his moment. And what a moment this is.
It's mind-blowing.
It is, though. It is. I got so many stats here about Stidham. Again, the last quarterback to make his first start of the season in the conference championship game was Roger Staubach in 1972. But Roger Staubach, we all know, had quite already under his belt by that time. And we knew him from his Navy days winning the Heisman Trophy. Stidham's last postseason start was the 2018 Music City Bowl for Auburn. They did destroy Purdue 63-14 in that game. 4 career starts, fewest in NFL history by a quarterback before starting in the conference championship game. This is unheard of material. Unheard of material. But there's Marcus Jones sitting there in New England saying, okay.
That's who we're
Let
playing?
him test me.
Yeah,
Let him test me.
Prepare for it.
I'm ready. And Vrabel's got him ready. And Sean Payton is just as ready. I can't wait for this game. Holy crap. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. Tom Pelissero with the latest around the league. And then Dylan O'Brien, diehard Jet fan and the star of Send Help, coming up. Rich Eisen here. Hiring for your small business can feel like a full-time job, but LinkedIn Jobs AI Assistant takes the heavy lifting out of it. It filters applicants based on the criteria you set and suggests 25 great fit candidates daily so you can invite them to apply and keep things moving. Hire right the first time. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Eisen, then promote it to use LinkedIn Jobs' new AI Assistant, making it easier and faster to find top candidates. That's linkedin.com/Eisen to post your job for free. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football. It's a pepper thing.
It's the largest lab-grown diamond liquidation sale in the world at My Jewelry Outlet on Bel Air Boulevard. Why pay over $13,000 for a natural diamond when you can get the same real diamond for $799 at My Jewelry Outlet? Engagement rings, studs, tennis bracelets, hoops, custom pieces, thousands of lab-grown diamonds, all at wholesale prices. Without sophisticated equipment, no jeweler can tell the difference between a natural or lab-grown diamond, but your wallet will. My Jewelry Outlet, 3841 Bel Air Boulevard. Real diamond, real deal.
In pressure situations, execution matters. When something breaks, you don't want delays, scripts, or handoffs. You want answers. At EAG, our IT outsourcing model puts experienced engineers on the front line, focused on fast first-call resolution when time matters most. Less escalation, less downtime, less frustration for your team and leadership. As an IT managed service provider, we measure success by problems solved, not tickets closed. EAG, built to execute. Visit eaginc.com/ESPN.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. Stop throwing money away. Everyday valuable electrical equipment gets scrapped during renovations and demolitions. Equipment that's worth more than scrap value. Contractors, project managers, construction pros, M&J Electrical Supply will remove your electrical equipment and pay you more than the scrapyard. Zero hassle, better money, everybody wins. M&J Electrical Supply buys, sells, and removes electrical equipment. Call 713-699-5055 or email sales@mnjelectrical.com.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-781-9216. That's 800-781-9216.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
When it comes to accidental injury cases in Harris County, there's one law firm that files nearly 3 times as many cases than any other firm, and that's Daspit Law Firm. Why? Because they're the best at what they do, getting their clients the compensation they deserve for injuries they've wrongfully suffered in an accident. Lance Zerline here, and if you suffered an injury in an accident and you would like a free case review, call John Daspit now, 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or visit DaspitLaw.com.
Be sure to listen to Rocket Power with me, Joe George, and Sean Mapes as we break down and discuss all things Rockets. You can find Rocket Power on ESPN Houston's YouTube channel and right here, Fridays at 6 p.m. Rocket Power is presented by D&M Leasing.
I'm Hector with LaPorte Roofing and Remodeling. My team and I take pride in giving homeowners real peace of mind. Whether it's an honest assessment, a repair done right, a full replacement, or guiding you through the insurance claims process. No pressure, no gimmicks, just genuine care of the people in our community. This work means something to me. We're not storm chasers. We're your neighbors, right here, year-round. LaPorte Roofing and Remodeling, the name you can trust. Call 281-699-9123 or visit us at laporteroofing.com. Again, that's 281-699-9123.
Looking for a great way to listen to ESPN 97.5 whenever and wherever you are? Then download the ESPN Houston app. Just search ESPN Houston in your app store and download today. The ESPN Houston app is brought to you by Dream Rate Mortgage, U.S. Coins, and Texas Card House.
He ran straight to me there.
As you all know, I care deeply about pediatric cancer research and awareness. I love talking about Hyundai Hope on Wheels because it's been going on for 27 years. Every single Hyundai sold has helped fund life-saving pediatric cancer research. What's better than that? To try and make sure that over 25,000 kids in their fight against cancer get the support they need. Together with over 850 dealers nationwide, they've raised more than $277 million. Go to Hyundai Hope, go to HyundaiUSA.com. Search up Hyundai Hope on Wheels to learn more. And Hyundai Hope isn't optional. It comes standard. Tom Pelissero, top of the next hour. Just had a really nice chat with Dylan O'Brien. Back on the Rich Eisen Show, a return guest. His new film, you're seeing commercials for it throughout every NFL game and that college football playoff. Send Help is in theaters nationwide next Friday, the 30th of January. I've got a top 5 list.
Ooh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
This was Chris Brockman's idea. Well done, sir. Appreciate it. I'm going to bring it to life, and hopefully you won't disagree with the results.
Okay. You know he will.
It's a mouthful. Top 5 people. I know you're going to.
Oh, man.
Top 5 people whose career narrative changes the most with a Super Bowl appearance presented by Hyundai.
At 5.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Rich's Top 5.
You know, we deal with narratives here, not X's and O's. It's narratives, what we talk about, this, that, the other thing. So top 5 people whose career narrative changes the most with a Super Bowl appearance presented by Hyundai starts with Davante Adams. I think he's going to be a first ballot. Well, he's going to be a Hall of Famer. You know how tough it is for first ballot Hall of Famers to be wide receivers. Yeah. Even though I think we're going to see one 13 days from now with Larry Fitzgerald.
I agree.
But if Davante Adams makes his first Super Bowl and balls out in said Super Bowl and wins a ring, because, again, he was not on that Rodgers Super Bowl winning team in the home of the Dallas Cowboys in the Jones Mahal against the Steelers. It was a Greg Jennings led team, if you will. Yep. Jordy was on the team, not Davante. And so him making a Super Bowl with the Rams and Matthew Stafford would be pretty amazing. I'm putting Drake May at 4 just because he's so damn young. You know, that he'll have more opportunities unless he's a Dan Marino where he makes it and it's like, hey, pal, we'll never see you again, but we'll see you in Canton. I doubt that heavily. But I can only think if you, Chris, get the ultimate that Drake May, there will be a Super Bowl appearance by May, and if he wins it, just putting his hands on his head, looking at his family like, can you believe this, sort of like another second-year starter.
Thinking about it.
You know what I mean? Like, it's so mirroring the Brady moment there. Clearly, him going to the Super Bowl and being the youngest to make it since Marino would be something. But that's why he's down at 4. Number 3, if Sam Darnold becomes the first quarterback in the 2018 draft class to make a Super Bowl, beating Baker, Josh Allen, and Lamar, get out of here. But that's possible.
I thought you'd have him number 1.
No, I can't, the way things are playing out right now.
Okay.
But Sam right there making it to the Super Bowl is 3. I've got to put Stafford here at 2. I just have to. Because if he makes a Super Bowl again, then, because I already still see like, oh, tell me the story of the NFL can't be told without Matthew Stafford. He's not a Hall of Famer, even with everything. 2 times making it, 2 times after leaving the Lions to go to the Rams and saying, I want another opportunity, makes it twice. That would be something else. But number 1, without a doubt, how do you not put Jarrett Stidham at the top of the list? And in so doing, Sean Payton's right there with him. Because Sean Payton would join a list that includes his mentor, Bill Parcells, of guys who take multiple teams to the Super Bowl. And then if Stidham helps lead him there, then he's just, again, the guy who's just the guru, the quarterback whisperer. His 2 Super Bowl quarterbacks are Jarrett Stidham and Drew Brees. And Jarrett Stidham would forever be etched as who started Super Bowl 60 for the Broncos. Jarrett Stidham. You'd remember that name forever. Whereas right now, would you? That's why he's atop the list of top 5 people whose career narrative changes most for the Super Bowl appearance.
You have one more. I did not know this.
And this has to be from the Seattle defense balling out, correct? And as you know,
let me guess for this.
It is a Super Bowl in a milestone year in Levi Stadium. Super Bowl 50 featured a DeMarcus who left the Cowboys and made a championship game in a Super Bowl in a spot where he didn't. I've got to put DeMarcus Lawrence here because He makes Super Bowl 60 in Levi Stadium after leaving the college. I mean, if there's going to be a milestone Super Bowl in Levi Stadium, there's got to be a former Cowboy named DeMarcus who gets his shot by leaving and going to another spot. So DeMarcus Lawrence is my one more.
Come on.
It's marvelous.
I think it is marvelous.
Come on, Rich.
Just can't keep our names out.
I just don't know. I mean, DeMarcus Lawrence would have his entire career path narrative changed. I mean, with a lot of other members of the Seattle defense.
The obsession
and Mike McDonald and
very
so
cute.
much more. But
very
that wraps up hour number 2 here on the Rich Eisen Show.
Progressive knows there's so many great things about being a sports fan. Like scoring the company box seats. How great is that? Trick plays that actually work. Prevent defense when your team is winning by a lot. And even more preventative prevent defense as they're hanging on by a thread. And of course, saving money when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive. That's pretty great. Just like trick plays that actually work.
Yeah, but how often does that happen?
Complaining about sports. Not so great. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Life is full of choices, some big, some small. And when you choose an H&R Block Tax Pro, you're choosing the largest network of tax expertise to be in your corner. For when your big ambitions need help with the small details. For when your 6 figures come from 6 different places. For when your gaming stream becomes your revenue stream. For when your business's year 1 needs 70 years of tax know-how. At H&R Block, we've seen it all, and we're here to help you make the most out of your money for life outside the box. Get started at hrblock.com.
This is Danny Clark, owner of Collector's Firearms. If you're in the market for a new or used gun or accessory, don't wait for the gun show to roll through town. With over 10,000 guns in stock, we have what you're looking for. We're open Monday through Saturday every week of the year. Tactical, hunting, pistols, revolvers, rifles, and much, much more. All in stock, ready to go. Whether you're a beginner or expert, our staff will take care of you at Collector's Firearms on Westheimer and Voss. Look for the tank out front, collectorsfirearms.com.
Progressive's accident response can detect and send help when you need it most, after a major car accident. But other accidents, you're on your own. Like when you accidentally call your wife Mom. When you accidentally say Happy Holidays on someone's birthday. When you accidentally wave at someone you thought was waving at you. We can't help with those accidents, but Progressive's accident response provides peace of mind after major car accidents. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Limited availability in California. Driver is responsible for emergency and towing charges not covered by the policy.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I'm opening a second location for my coffee shop this year?
I smell trouble brewing.
I needed to print new menus, loyalty cards, window signage, so I went to Staples.
That'll cost you a latte. Get it?
Uh-huh. Actually, I saved $100 on my print order, and everything looks amazing.
They'll grind my beans and call me impressed.
Staples made it easy.
If your business needs to print, let's go Staples.
That was easy.
Offer valid in-store and online. Ends 1/31. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Game day, date night, or just because. Dessert Gallery makes life sweet. Enjoy over 30 handcrafted desserts reimagined by the slice. We're open late, 7 days a week till midnight on Fridays and Saturdays, so your dessert cravings never have to wait. From decadent cakes and pies to custom hand-decorated cookies in your team's colors, every slice is a win. Visit us at Kirby or in the Woodlands or order anytime at dessertgallery.com. Dessert Gallery, serving classic handcrafted desserts reimagined since 1995.
You don't have to be fearless to take the first step. You just need a place that gives you every reason to keep going. A college that's nationally recognized for student success, you can be fearless at San Jacinto College. Here, our graduation rate is higher than the other colleges. Our job placement rate is higher. Our transfer rate to universities is higher. That track record is why San Jac is the #1 community college in Texas. Be sure your hard work will take you even further and fear less every step of the way.
The football playoffs are here. Brad, I'm here to tell you that Underdog is the best place to get in on all the gridiron action all playoff season long. Because you can make picks and win money right now in Texas. It's so easy playing on Underdog. All you have to do is pick whether your favorite players in the playoffs, of course, will go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, rushing yards, receptions, and more. Get these picks right, you can win up to 5,000 times your cash. And they're also taking care of you with $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5 and you use promo code KILLERB. So what are you waiting for? Download the Underdog app today and use promo code KILLERB, KILLERB, to score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code KILLERB. Underdog. Make picks, win money.
Must be 18 or older and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
John Granato here. You know what's the scariest thing about winter coming? That you might run out of beer. That's scary. Actually, the scariest things are frozen, broken pipes that can cost thousands of dollars of damage to your home. Have Aqueduct Plumbing Company come out and give you a free estimate for pipes that don't burst in a freeze. Billy says if you go with them, they'll throw in a traditional water heater in for free. That's crazy, Billy. Call them today, 281-488-6238, or visit them at aqueductplumbingcompany.com. Tell them you heard it here.
What does life after service look like? You might think it means slowing down or taking a step back. But for the VFW, it means stepping up. Fighting for veterans' benefits, rebuilding communities when disaster strikes, and evolving to meet today's veterans where they are. Because a veteran's mission never truly ends, and neither does ours. The VFW, still leading, still advancing, still serving. Get involved at stillserving.org.
ESPN 97.5, presented by Zadok Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston, a Gal media station. This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show. This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Pump up the volume.
Live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles. This is the Rich Eisen Show.
They love this guy.
Rich Eisen. Earlier on the show, Dolphins head coach Jeff Hafley, New England Patriots cornerback Marcus Jones. Coming up, NFL Network insider Tom Pelissero, actor Dylan O'Brien, and now it's Rich Eisen.
We've had a first delightful 2 hours, if I may say so. Enjoyed chatting with Jeff Hafley and Marcus Jones for the first. I almost said Marcus Smart. Marcus Jones for the first times, the new head coach of the Dolphins and defensive/special teams captain of the New England Patriots. In the first 2 hours, we had a What's More Likely top 5 list. All went down about people whose career narrative changes the most with a Super Bowl appearance. All of that is available through podcast form or watching it back on Disney Plus or soon to be placed piecemeal on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show for those who may have missed it. Dylan O'Brien, whose new film coming out next week called Send Help, is sitting in our green room. He's going to come out in less than 20 minutes' time. He's a diehard Jet fan. So ironic that his new film is called Send Help. He'll be out here shortly, but joining us in his usual Friday spot from NFL Network, my fellow inside man is, ladies and gentlemen, Tom Pelissero. Good to see you, Tom. How are you?
Tommy. Good to see you, Rich. Doing great. What's up to my boys in the studio?
Tommy P, what up, baby?
What's up, Tommy?
You look like you're hunkered down, man.
You're killing it.
That's what you look like to me, that you got all your supplies, the cold snaps out there right now. That's what you look like to me, Tom.
I've never seen it before. Checking the weather app last night. Just I wonder how cold it is. Feels like temp minus 41 here in Minneapolis. That's the record, I think, anytime I've ever checked it.
Like, if you weren't such a hardworking lead pipe wielding professional of your own right, looking at you in the sweats and seeing you, I'd think you'd given up. Like Seinfeld style. You've given up. This is it. But it's okay. Lots going on.
It says, quote, catastrophic ice and heavy snow.
Ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. Catastrophic. I mean, it's like Frozen.
Wow.
All right, Tom, let's get into the sports here. And the naming of Jesse Minter. It didn't surprise me, but walk me through the Ravens process that wound up with the DC of the Chargers as the 8 seed.
Well, when we were doing the breaking news on John Harbaugh being fired a couple of weeks ago, one of the first names that came out of my mouth as a logical replacement was Jesse Minter. He had been in that building for 4 years. We all know about the Baltimore to Michigan to the Chargers, Harbaugh connection. Minter has checked all three of those boxes. Spent his time in Michigan, then was the defensive coordinator of the Chargers. Didn't get any head coaching interviews last year, but certainly had a bunch of opportunities. Really this came to a head a couple of days ago. He was down in Miami interviewing for the Raiders head coaching job, then flew to Baltimore to interview for the Ravens job, had a second interview scheduled with the Browns. He let them know, if they weren't going to make him an offer, he wasn't going to come and go through the second interview. And everybody, including the Raiders, believed Minter was probably going to end up back in Baltimore. The interesting part of the timing here, Rich, was, they essentially knew they were hiring Jesse Minter on Wednesday night. The issue was they had a Thursday interview with Joe Brady. Well, they wanted to go through with that interview, in part, I believe, because Joe Brady now, depending how some other things fall, could end up being the offensive coordinator. Another logical name that came up way back at the start of this as a potential candidate to take over. When you're talking about Lamar Jackson, his skill set at this time in his career, he's not, built like Josh Allen, but there are some similar types of things that you can do in terms of the run threat, in terms of the vertical passing. Joe Brady would be a fit. Now the question becomes, does Joe Brady get the Bills head coaching job? Does he potentially get the Cardinals head coaching job, which he interviewed for a couple of days ago? Is there even a scenario where he goes back to Buffalo as the OC? That seems like the least likely of the options right now. We'll see how some of these things fall, and it might take a little bit of time. But if you're talking about who the likely candidates would be to take over the offense now in Baltimore with Minter coming from the defensive side, I would put Joe Brady along with the likes of Cliff Kingsbury as a potential option. Maybe Matt Nagy could be an option. Those types of guys who run those offenses, all different shades of it, but all potentially could be a fit for where they want to take Lamar in that offense in Baltimore.
So I guess, as you know, it's a What's More Likely Friday. Who's more likely to be back in Buffalo next year, Joe Brady or Keon Coleman? Tom?
Keon Coleman, through no fault, really, well, I guess his fault because of various things and, not showing up on time for meetings, dropping footballs in the end zone. He kind of did put himself in that position, but fairly rare for the owner to jump in and let everyone know exactly who was at fault for a pick that to this point, doesn't look like it's worked out very well. There were a lot of different things in that press conference. And any of us any of us who have spent any amount of time, though, around Terry Pagula, no, he doesn't speak publicly often.
Right.
But when he does, there is no filter. You don't quite know what he's going to say. He is extremely blunt and honest, and you got a lot of honesty through the course of that press conference, whether it was about Keon Coleman, whether it was about him defending Brandon Beane. Somebody in the crowd asked Beane about, various things in terms of the idea that he ran a power play. And Terry said something that maybe shed a little bit of light on things behind the scenes, which is if you're running a power play, you're out. I'm not saying Sean McDermott ran a power play, but certainly McDermott had voiced his concerns and frustration with what he perceived to be not having enough talent on the roster. Obviously, Pagula so strongly disagreed with that not only did he fire Sean McDermott, he promoted Brandon Beane, who now is going to be over the top of the new head coach rather than both reporting to the owner. And Beane, along with Terry Pagula, along with Josh Allen, who they made abundantly clear in that press conference is going to be sitting in on everything here. They are now running a unique coaching search that, depending who you ask, this might be the best job of all 10 that we are filling in this offseason cycle.
Yeah, despite the bluntness or the emotions that we saw spilled out by Terry Pagula in that conversation, he did hold on to a coach for 9 years, and he does have Josh Allen, and that is something that I think a lot of people would love, along with the fan base and the new stadium and lots of reason to be excited otherwise in Western New York. Is Phillip Rivers really in line? Like, I know we were talking about him as a possible coaching candidate down the line, and he did say in front of his locker before going back to Alabama prep school, coach, that absolutely he thinks he could coach in the NFL. Is this real, Tom?
Well, let's go back for a second here, just in terms of the parallels. And I'm not going to bring up Jeff Saturday because nobody wants to be put in that sentence in terms of how that worked out when he came back for the Colts. But you remember several years ago, Josh McCown was coaching high school football. All of a sudden, the Houston Texans brought him in and interviewed him for the head coaching job. There was a feeling There were some people in the organization at that time who wanted to hire Josh McCown as the head coach immediately because he had all the traits, because he had played, close to 20 years in the league, because he had some experience, even if it was at the high school level, had been in that seat. Phillip Rivers, certainly, a Hall of Fame caliber player. He's a better player than Josh McCown. The question is he a stronger coaching candidate based upon the credentials that he would bring into the building? If you're looking at somebody who's going to bring energy and leadership, certainly, Phillip Rivers, by virtue of him, playing a football game after 3 practices at age 44, looking like he had not passed on dessert a whole lot during his 4+ years outside of the league. If he can go back and do that with his brain, what could he do if he's out there just calling plays for a quarterback? There's a lot of other things that go into that head coaching job. I know in the NBA, it's more common for, former players just to step right in. It's a much more complicated job, frankly, to come into the NFL. Not impossible. They're interviewing him for a reason. Maybe like Josh McCown, it could end up being, all right, he's not ready to be the head coach now, but can we convince him to come in and be the quarterback's coach or even the offensive coordinator? I would tell you this. They're wide open in terms of this search. I know that people initially said, well, it's Joe Brady versus Brian Daboll. Those guys both have interviewed for the job. Both are possibilities. I would say probably Joe Brady a little bit more strongly than Brian Daboll at this time. But they want to go in with an open mind. This is something very open-minded to bring in Phillip Rivers. They're doing these interviews down in Florida. He lives in Alabama. It's a short trip over. If nothing else, you're going to be entertained by a few hours in that room. But they didn't want to take a hard line of we've got to have an offensive coordinator be the guy that we're promoting. It can't just be, well, we need this specific profile. They don't want to be doing another search for another 9+ years. And the fact that Josh is in those meetings, they're very seriously going to take into account what he wants. He played against Phillip Rivers. The two of them have a relationship. We'll see exactly how real this becomes. I would just tell you, Rich, I don't get the sense that, you're going to wake up tomorrow and Phillip Rivers is the new head coach of the Bills. I believe they are going to be patient through this process. They quite likely are going to do some additional interviews next week. But because of the rules, anybody who wins their games this weekend, they can't talk to next week. They have to have the coaches, those teams, lose in order to talk to them because they didn't do an initial round back while Sean McDermott still had a job because they were in the playoffs.
Tom Pelissero here on the Rich Eisen Show. Where does the Steelers head coaching search sit, Tom?
They're with Anthony Weaver right now, Dolphins defensive coordinator. Everywhere that Anthony Weaver, and he's been in the cycle now 3 or 4 times, everywhere that Weaver interviews, I remember he interviewed in Atlanta at one time, he interviewed in Washington. Everyone who interviews him says he's unbelievable. He's a former player, has coached in the league for a number of years, but also played, including with the Ravens, who interviewed him for their head coaching job. Very, very engaging, has strong leadership traits, will need a strong staff around him. But you can say that for a lot of young coaches within the league. If you think about what the Steelers' historical hiring patterns have been, Weaver's a little bit older. He's in his 40s. Usually they've hired guys in their mid-30s to be the head coach and then try to keep them for 15 to 20 or more years. But Weaver, fills a lot of those things that generally the Rooney family has been looking for. But I would also say Mike McCarthy remains a serious candidate. He had his interview in person for the job on Wednesday. Pittsburgh guy, this would be his dream job. He grew up rooting for the Steelers. Mike McCarthy brings something different to the table, and I think virtually any other candidate for any job in this cycle, which is the quarterback development history. If eventually you are needing, whether it's Will Howard or somebody you're drafting, you're going to have to develop a young quarterback. And everywhere Mike McCarthy has been, from being in Kansas City and bringing along Rich Gannon into the second act of his career, Brett Favre, who had a down period in Green Bay, and he was a Super Bowl, MVP runner-up in 2007. Aaron Rodgers going from a guy who did not look good in his first preseason in the league to being a 4-time NFL MVP. And Dak Prescott played the best football of his life under Mike McCarthy. I'll never understand, Rich, the slight that Mike McCarthy takes in terms of not being put in that same category as the guys with almost identical resumes to him, the Tomlins and Sean Paytons and John Harbaughs of the world. McCarthy's a very serious candidate in Pittsburgh for a reason, and they still may choose to go on longer because, again, Art Rooney has not presided over a coaching search yet, and given how rarely the Steelers do one, this may be the only one that that he does before he passes it down to the next generation of the family. They may take their time here. They could make a decision as soon as tomorrow. I would think, if I were guessing, this goes into next week, which would allow them to go back and spend some in-person time, potentially with, for instance, Chris Shula and Nate Shielhaus, two guys that they interviewed in that first virtual round.
Well, answering the question you just had moments ago, Tom, about why McCarthy's not placed in a much higher level of respect by media members or owners for another job outside of Jerry Jones, there was that damaging article after he got fired midseason by the Packers that Rodgers was calling plays on his own because he didn't trust McCarthy's play calling anymore. There was all that crazy stuff about how prepared McCarthy was for games itself. Whether that's right or wrong, that's a narrative that's tough to break up to the point where we have time for it now. You kind of surprised us on a Monday conversation. We were out of time when you said that Rodgers could potentially come back to Pittsburgh if they hire McCarthy. So those two are copacetic, Tom?
Those two have a relationship that transcends the professional relationship, which I think, like plenty of them, if you're around anyone long enough, you become so comfortable that you can be contentious with them at times. I mean, with Aaron Rodgers, he knows what Mike McCarthy has done for his career. He has spoken publicly about that. And, when Mike was let go, encouraged people in Green Bay to give him the type of send-off that, frankly, he didn't really get from the Packers organization when they fired him an hour after a game at Lambeau Field. Those two spent time together the first time that, Mike with the Cowboys went back and faced Aaron. They've always had a long-standing positive relationship. I do believe that if Aaron Rodgers were coming back to play for one coach in 2026, it would be Mike McCarthy. But I think that people may have misconstrued when I mentioned that on the show the other day as, well, this is the Steelers trying to lure back Aaron Rodgers. That's not it at all. If they hire Mike McCarthy, and that's not a given, if they hire Mike McCarthy, they are doing it for the totality of what direction they think that they can go right now. They've got a very, very veteran roster. Art Rooney has said publicly he never wants to rip it to the studs and go full tank mode and just take a season off. He feels like every season is too important for that. So if you were sitting there going, what do we need to push this roster forward? Yes, there's going to be some changes. There are some longtime Mike Tomlin guys who probably aren't going to be back on this team. But why not get a guy whose track record has been winning everywhere that he has been? McCarthy's been to the playoffs 12 times in 18 seasons. He's developed quarterbacks. If you look at the offensive numbers, he's had very good offenses throughout the course of his career. The potential of an Aaron Rodgers return is it's kind of a bonus. It at least keeps that door open where if there's another coach who has no relationship with Aaron Rodgers, he might just say, I've had enough. And I know that, there were several different things that were written at the time. I think that any time that you have these long-time relationships that begin to go south, there's people who, may have axes to grind or they, simply aren't happy anymore. Aaron has always been somebody who, he'll say certain things and he'll take his little shots, and that's just his personality. But in terms of where their relationship is now, I think that in itself speaks to how overblown, the frankly hate toward Mike McCarthy has gotten. I mean, I don't know what more you want to get out of your head coach than, being in the mix every single year. Yeah, you want to win playoff games. Mike McCarthy's won more playoff games than any active coach except for Andy Reid and John Harbaugh. He's got more playoff wins than Mike Tomlin, than Sean Payton, than the younger guys like McVay and Shanahan, who obviously have a long way to go. Mike McCarthy's been a highly successful coach in the NFL. The Cowboys, since their last Super Bowl win, Rich, have exactly 6 seasons of 12 wins or more. 3 of those were by McCarthy in a 5-year span. It's baffling to me how Mike McCarthy gets put into this bucket of not being in the same tier as those other coaches, which, frankly, Mike's not immune to it. And it's one of many reasons that he'd be highly motivated, not to mention the fact that, he grew up sweeping the floors at his dad's bar and grill in Pittsburgh and cheering for the Steelers on Sundays. To go back after coaching the Packers and the Cowboys and take on maybe the third most iconic franchise in all of football would be pretty cool.
NFL insider Tom McCarthy here on the Rich Eisen Show. All right. In the couple minutes I have left here, Tom, let's go here. Jimmy Haslam bristled at the Browns front office and operation being termed dysfunctional. That said, we're sitting here the Friday before championship weekend. The job is still open from the first Monday of the coaching cycle. Word is they are not Rooney Rule compliant. They cannot hire somebody right now. The Bills might be looking at somebody that they want to hire. The Bills are already Rooney Rule compliant. Their job's been open a fraction of the time, and we're reading about people pulling their names out of consideration for the Browns head coaching job. What is happening there, Tom Pelissero?
First of all, I would say Andrew Berry is the last person who is just going to interview somebody solely to fulfill the Rooney Rule.
Correct.
If he's conducting an interview, he wants it to be with someone who's a real candidate. Mike McDaniel would have fulfilled that. He decided that he just didn't want to follow through on that job coming off of his initial Zoom here. So that's one factor. You're right. They're the only team that has not conducted a single qualifying interview. That'll change, or is scheduled to change next week when they have a second interview with Nate Scheelhaus from the Rams. I would just say this. The Browns search process and interview process, which they have run a number of times, is unlike any other in the NFL. And it plays to certain types of candidates. They are a data-driven operation in Cleveland. And so they spend an extraordinary amount of time gathering data on their coaching candidates. You're talking about taking a personality test. You're talking about writing an essay. You're talking about completing homework assignments going into both the first and the second rounds of interviews. It plays toward the types of candidates that they have in the mix, which is very, very smart people in a lot of cases that just often happen to be tall, thin guys who came from Ivy League schools, so that's certainly not a requirement. That's the type of candidate generally that is going to fit into a data-driven environment. So
there's a written test? There's a written test, huh? Really? Like they want you to write an essay? This is why I want to be the coach of the Cleveland Browns? Or
questionnaires, a multi-part essay, a personality test, and then additional homework assignments if you get through the first round to get into the second round. Which you can imagine then.
The answer can't be Google me? Like you can't go Signetti? I know I'm being flippant, Tom, but that to me, I don't know. You're hopping around the country interviewing for jobs, kids, spouses, boxes being packed because you've hit the road and you're going to sit down and write an essay? You could imagine then when certain candidates decide not to follow through on interviews, part of it may be that it's more than just show up in a nice suit and answer questions in the room. And that speaks to how the Browns organization operates. Sure. Paul DePodesta got there 10 years ago. He built out a massive data and analytics department. Those people have a strong voice in everything that the Browns do. There's a lot of time that is consumed once you're on the job with those conversations. And so the interview process is kind of a preview of that. So we'll see what direction their search goes. Sure. Again, Grant Udinski, Nate Scheelhaus, two big brain dudes who, again, happen to be tall, thin guys. Nice. They both are in the mix. Udinski's there now. Scheelhaus expected to interview on Monday. If it's not one of those two, then the other candidates that we know of as of right now are Jim Schwartz, who's the defensive coordinator, who they want to keep regardless, and Todd Monken, who does not fit in any of the categories that I just mentioned, other than he's a very intelligent guy who's run successful offenses in the NFL. I would tell you, Rich, the sense is the Browns are very intrigued by the Udinski and Scheelhaus possibilities because they're both guys who are, Grant just turned 30. He's in his first year as the Jaguars OC, but he's unbelievably brilliant. Scheelhaus is in his mid-30s, was at Iowa State most recently with the Rams. Those guys fit the pattern. If they ultimately, the Browns on their scorecards that they collect do not decide that those guys are the best candidates, then the belief within the league is the default would be Jim Schwartz. Then you're trying to figure out, all right, well, now what do you do on offense to pair him? Who is willing to take that offensive coordinator job? There's just a lot of steps in the process, Rich, but the Browns, this is not new. They have done this for a long time, and it's just, as one high-powered coaching agent said to me the other day when we were going through the list of all the openings, the Browns are the Browns. Their process is different than everyone else's, and we'll see where it leads them this time. Tom, thanks for the time. I'll see you on NFL Game Day morning, 9 a.m. Eastern Time, 6 hours on NFL Network. See you, buddy.
Can't wait.
Tom Pelissero, everybody, right here on The Rich Eisen Show. Let's beat it. We're late for Dylan O'Brien. Bring him on out, the star of Send Help with Rachel McAdams, coming up. What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600-plus miles of range. Is it the driver behind the wheel? What if it's all of that and more? What is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. That's 562-314-4603. Hey, it's Rich Eisen for Pella Windows and Doors. Sometimes teams take a timeout to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. Right now, Pella Windows and Doors of Houston is offering 20% off qualifying projects or 60 months financing/equal payments. Some restrictions may apply. See store for details. Offer ends January 31st, 2026.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Hey, Max Relief here. Did you know your tax debt is growing every minute? Look, it just grew again. Penalties and interest are added every day to your debt, and the IRS will take aggressive actions to collect. To protect yourself from garnishments, levies, and liens, call Max from Tax Relief Helpers at 800-681-8319 or visit max.taxreliefhelpers.com. If you owe $10,000 or more in tax debt, our licensed tax professionals are ready to step in immediately. Tax Relief Helpers negotiates with the IRS to settle your debt for less. Call 800-681-8319 now. At Tax Relief Helpers, we start every case with a real conversation. Your tax debt is personal, and your solution should be too. The IRS isn't waiting. Every second matters. Visit max.taxreliefhelpers.com now or call 800-681-8319. When tax brings grief, call Max Relief.
Looking for electrical parts and you need them now? Well, for over 30 years, M&J has sold, delivered new and reconditioned electrical equipment in Houston and nationwide. Circuit breakers, transformers, disconnects, fuses, panels, switchgear, and more. If it's hard to find, well, M&J has it. They have all brands, and they can cut down on your lead time. Contractors, M&J Electrical Supply buys, sells, and removes electrical equipment. Call 713-699-5055 or email sales@mnjelectrical.com.
Mike Holly, class of 1990, has been protecting the interest of Cougars for over 30 years. First as a Cougar offensive lineman and now as president of HR&P. HR&P provides comprehensive human capital management services, including HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. Don't struggle with the demands of human resources. Let HR&P eliminate these burdens and customize a plan that fits your business needs so you can get back to growing your business. Learn more by visiting hrp.net/U of H. That's hrp.net/U of H.
The mark of any winning team is based on the work that's put into the goal. And just like the sports teams of Houston, Marshall Stevenson Elevator has a pro mindset of a goal to customer satisfaction for nearly 50 years. And by teaming up with American-made Inclinator Elevator, Marshall Stevenson Elevator's customers are the winners. Whether it's an in-home elevator for ease and convenience or one to regain access to upper floor levels, the goal and focus is the same. Marshall Stevenson Elevator. For more, visit marshallstevenson.com.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. You know, I'm a numbers guy, and I like the numbers that Daspit Law Firm is putting up for their clients. The super team at Daspit Law handles a full range of personal injury cases, and they are getting results from their clients in big numbers. Car accidents, truck accidents, industrial accidents, construction accidents, maritime accidents, offshore accidents. These are all areas where if it's you or someone you know, I encourage you to get a free case review from John Daspit with the Daspit Law Firm. Call 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW.
Monument Chevrolet is starting the year strong with exceptional deals on new vehicles. From the dependable Silverado to the stylish Trax. Find the vehicle you want at the price you want. Visit Monument Chevrolet at Bellway 8 and 225 today. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Welcome to Huntington Bank. We're new here, but we've been around since 1866.
Wow, that's a long time.
Long enough to know that insightful bankers, great products, and customer service make a big difference. Let's get more from money. Switch to Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
Whether you're buying a home or you're refinancing, Kent Jones at Dream Rate Mortgage is the guy for you. He's done over 1,400 closings. He's been in it for 30 years. He knows all the hacks. He can save you thousands and thousands of dollars. He does it all the time. Dream Rate Mortgage is the way to go. Shop your loan. Kent Jones loves that. Dream Rate Mortgage, 975loans.com. That's 975loans.com.
Dream Rate Mortgage, LLC. NMLS number 2482473. J. Ken Jones. NMLS number 356118. Equal housing lender.
Game day, date night, or just because. Dessert Gallery makes life sweet. Enjoy over 30 handcrafted desserts reimagined by the slice. We're open late, 7 days a week till midnight on Fridays and Saturdays, so your dessert cravings never have to wait. From decadent cakes and pies to custom hand-decorated cookies in your team's colors, every slice is a win. Visit us at Kirby or in the Woodlands, or order anytime at DessertGallery.com. Dessert Gallery, serving classic handcrafted desserts reimagined since 1995.
Lance Zerline here. Rodeo season is here. Republic Boot Company is the place to be. Just off 11th and Stewart in the Heights. Step into the heart of Texas craftsmanship. It's the only place you can buy their 1836 line of handmade 100% leather boots, and they can even customize the fit for your unique foot the same way you break in a baseball glove. Pick up a sport coat, cowboy hat, enjoy a free beer. I'm talking about everything to get you rodeo ready from head to toe. Republic Boot Company, where tradition meets style. Go to their website, republicbootcompany.com.
Theaters nationwide next Friday, January 30th. Our radio audience has just returned. We just saw an awesome clip starring Rachel McAdams, and this man back here on the Rich Eisen Show, friend of the program, Dylan O'Brien, is back here. Let's just jump into this. I mean, what is it like being directed by Sam Raimi, who's done everything from back in the day horror to Spider-Man? Yeah. What is it? What was that like for you?
He's very silly.
Get out of here.
Yeah, he's a very silly guy. He's very funny.
All right.
He's almost kind of like he fashions himself like a comedian, and he is. He's very funny. He's very physically funny. Okay. He does very committed bits. The first time I ever met him, I walked into his office and he had a paper bag on his head. Yeah, and he's like, "Hey, pal, how are you? Hey, Sam." Yeah.
Okay. So,
and he kept it on for like 8 minutes, and the whole time I'm just going like, "All right, I'm out of here." And it's incredible. He does things like that. Paper bag. Yeah, 2 holes cut out, and then he started kind of. He had a lack of oxygen going on, so we had to get it off his. He's like, "All right, actually," and then it was like he's like, "It swelled a little bit in the heat," and he's trying to get it off his head, but it's very disarming.
I would say so.
You know what I mean, though, honestly?
Sure.
Like you walk in and it's like, I've known who the guy is my whole life. Of course. So, you can be a little nervous and wondering what he's going to be like. I already had like a little idea because of weird texts that he would send me and the time I met him over Zoom. But that moment is very like welcoming. It's very like a sort of disarming way to start off the creative professional relationship. It sort of goes a long way in terms of how he operates, which is really wanting your contribution, and your ideas. He's not like a dictator, and that's that breeds a good environment.
Well, again, you play Rachel McAdams' boss, and you're on a private flight, and disaster hits, and then all of a sudden, the dynamic of your relationship changes because you're now in survivalist mode.
Yeah.
And a psychological thriller breaks out here, So
and there's a lot of, they set that initial dynamic, but what they've done a really cool job of too, all the while getting the movie out there, is they've really preserved sort of there's a lot more like twists and turns, and it becomes like a battle of wits and a very chess matchy kind of. The movie takes on so many different shapes, like the ground's constantly moving underneath you, so you never kind of know where it's going.
You shot this in Thailand, right?
Yeah, Sydney and then Thailand. Yeah, half and half, like 6 weeks, 5 weeks each.
Damn.
Yeah, it was wild.
So were you just setting up camp on this island, essentially? Like Survivor, shooting this thing?
No, it's so much more glamorous than that. It's I mean, it was like a dream job, just like with Sam, and Rachel's amazing.
She seems really nice.
She's the coolest.
Is she Canadian?
She is Canadian.
That makes sense.
Very good. Yeah. I mean, they all are. They all are nice or have crazy road rage. It's one or the other. You know what I mean? It's one or the other. They're either just like, oh, yeah, hey.
Were you driving in a golf cart with her to set and she starts yelling at people?
No, not Rachel. She's the best. No, just I know from being in Toronto.
Oh, okay.
To be fair, though, that traffic is so crazy. So it does something. It must do something to them.
Okay. All right. Well, this looks pretty sweet and for
Thanks,
you,
man.
and it's coming out on January 30th.
Thanks.
And, again, Twinless, which you were here for the last time. Congrats on being nominated for a Spirit Award.
Thank you. Thank you, dude. You saw that? That's so cool.
Of course.
I appreciate that so much.
I follow your exploits and everything going on because, I feel like you and I share a kinship.
We do.
And emotional scars.
We do. Trauma bond. Yeah.
Drama.
Yeah, it's sweet. It's sweet.
Is it true you were set up to go to the Newhouse School in Syracuse to do sportscasting and decided to go acting instead?
That is somewhat true.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know how set up it was. It was I did have scholarship money from weirdly enough YouTube videos that I had made in high school that actually were the funny little things that I had out there that ended up getting me into acting. But yeah, Syracuse was the only 4-year at the time when I was graduating that I was considering doing. And then I kind of asked my parents how they felt about me staying and hitting community college and trying the auditioning thing, which had just very overnight been presented as an opportunity. And
how'd that go over
with my parents?
Yeah.
I mean, very luckily, my dad's a camera operator, so he's worked on sets my whole life, and my parents both are big movie lovers. My mom was an actress when she was younger. She acted in high school, went to performing arts high school in New York. So I have two movie lover parents, and that went a long way in understanding that conversation because. Especially at the time, I graduated high school in 2009. It was very much so still 4-year was the track. I think community college and transfer was even just sort of. But my father had done that route in New York. He had went to St. John's and then community and then transferred to NYU. They just, and my mom was very encouraging about the acting thing too. She was very kind of always thought I might be good at it if I tried it out, but I never did growing up. And then, they were like, listen, community college, here's the deal. We'll basically we can pay your rent as long as you're in school. And that's the deal. So that's kind of how we did it.
Okay. So ever since you made that decision.
Yeah.
Can't wait.
There you go.
The Jets haven't made the play.
Dylan, you knew where he was going.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find the watershed moment here.
Sure. Literally, right?
I mean?
No, they went to the AFC Championship in 2010, right?
Okay. Very good. Very good. They did. And then ever since then.
Yeah. It is. All right, let's get into it. What's going on?
Well, the Patriots are on the doorstep of the Super Bowl.
Stop it now.
Bring it up.
Yeah, could you imagine again? What's worse? The Patriots zoom past the Jets in that diamond lane, when you thought they were even worse. No, in the NFL diamond lane, you zoom straight past, and then may have to face Darnold in the
Sammy
Super Bowl.
D.
Yeah, and Darnold makes the Super Bowl, and the Patriots make it.
I would love it for him. Listen, I would love it for him.
Of course,
the Pats. Come on, it's just not fair.
I get it.
Drake May. It's just not fair. They keep hitting. We just never hit. Even when we hit, they got to go somewhere else to hit.
That's right. And
it's actually
Robert Saleh might be the next one on that list too.
Let's see.
We'll see. But it's just another organization that's okay.
I know.
I see what you got, Robert Saleh. That the Jets just decided in mid-season
didn't work out. Yeah. It wasn't for us.
Spike.
Yeah. Wasn't for us.
Sorry to laugh. But that's the only reaction you can possibly have.
What do you think? It's how I even developed the sense of humor.
Because again, it's now it's being asked of you to believe in a rebuild again. Now it's being asked now we've got the GM and the coach combination, to trade away Sauce and Quinnen and amass all these draft choices,
5 first rounders next 2 years,
and at some point go back into the draft and find the guy. Trust us.
Yeah,
now
we'll get those guys again.
Right?
Yeah, and make sure they're in good hands this time. Oh yeah. We'll get him again.
Sure.
Here's what's embarrassing. I'm excited.
Don't be embarrassed.
You know what's funny? It's that's the sickness.
Fandom,
that's
dude.
the sickness.
Yes.
I'm like, man, we got 3 first rounders next year. We got 2 this year. I'm just looking at the already getting into
and Arch Manning's going to be in that draft with the 3 firsts.
That is true. I do hear that's the year. If you're looking for a QB, wait till 2026.
Well, they did that on purpose. They had a choice to say to, yes.
You think we
no doubt that the Cowboys, I'm sure, were willing like, let's get the firsts out of the way. They had an extra one next year because they of Micah getting so they could flip one.
Right.
And the Jets are like, no, we'll take 27.
We'll take that. Yeah, okay.
I think 100% that happens.
Yeah, the 2027 draft is supposed to be the deep QB draft. Yeah. Arch. What do you think about Arch, though? I mean, there's a lot of...
Well, you're asking a Michigan Wolverine who watched him blossom and bloom.
Yeah, it all happened right in front of you.
Yeah. Right in front of me.
Yeah, he found it.
He did.
Yeah.
And TJ's got one of his rookie cards he's waiting to cash in for, what, a yacht?
Oh, wow.
What do you
Buying a boat, Dylan.
Yeah, like Elmo
I've
J.
already
Fudd
seen
Millionaire.
He's got the
over there?
bust, the jacket, about 6.
But that wasn't exactly siphoning a diamond that nobody was on. You know what I mean?
but I did this 4 years ago.
Oh, okay.
These are high school.
I would have gotten an Arch Manning card when he was 7.
Right. No one did.
Just hearing that he was born.
No one did.
No one did.
He's like, yeah, but I'm the only guy who did it. That's awesome.
Well, that said, and this is why you're such a good sport, that you're like, you had the foresight. Let's review your work.
Uh-oh.
I've been told you requested this. Am I wrong?
That's why I came back on the show, baby.
Well, that and Send Help is in theaters nationwide next Friday.
The timing was
30th.
immaculate. I only did a movie that came out at this time so I could wrap this back around.
You were last on this program in September.
Not sure
coming
what
on
you're talking about.
to talk about Twinless again, which is available on Hulu in the Disney universe.
Oh, yeah,
right
okay,
here.
it's coming back to me.
So you were... And here you are. We pick it up mid win-loss game of you choosing your win-losses.
All right.
Of
Yeah.
the
I don't, let's see. What is it?
Hit it.
What happened?
Home for the Falcons.
Wait, I'm screwing this up.
It's okay. Just say it.
Oh, yeah, the surprise beat the Falcons.
They did.
6-6. Home for the Dolphins.
Miami. God, I'd love to beat Miami twice. Is it going to happen?
Do it.
I think at this point Miami's a mess, and we win. Yeah,
7-6 at the Jaguars.
7-6. Am I insane?
Keep going. Keep going. You got it. Feel it.
This dude looks almost exactly Jacksonville. I think I have to give us 2 more out. Yeah. We beat Jacksonville. Beat New Orleans.
That's 4 wins in a row. Now you're home for the Patriots. Home for the Patriots. Do it. Home for the Patriots. Do it.
Do it.
Do it.
Do it.
Do it.
I took that loss to New England, so let's give us the win at home.
Yes, it's 5 wins in a row at the Bills, and you know the Bills are resting people. Do it.
We go to Western New York, and we take it from the Bills.
Yes, 6 wins in a row. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 and 6 says Dylan O'Brien.
What's your chest?
How did I end up there?
That's what happens in the win-loss game.
All right.
You see that freeze frame of this at the end?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
My cousin memed that himself.
Did he really?
The day
Right
I
there?
did this episode, and he would send it to me all season.
No way.
And he'd send it to me. And it's also, by the way, this person that you just showed the clip, it does look like strikingly like me. It's crazy.
Very close.
A doppelganger. Hey, you were right. They beat the Falcons, which,
did.
by the way, cost the Falcons a division title and maybe ultimately their coach their job.
I play spoiler, baby. It's what we do.
Miami wasn't, was close to a mess, although maybe not when you saw him.
No.
The New England one, Drake May didn't play in the second
one.
half because he had 5 touchdowns before halftime.
That one's incredible.
That
one's
was a little
incredible
off.
to look back on. Yeah.
And the Bills were resting.
They were resting, and
nailed that.
And it looked pretty easy for them still. Did I get? Yeah, so I did get one. It's wild. Here's how deep the delusion goes.
Please.
I still think they got a shot like this season.
Coming up.
Yeah. No. It's current one.
How does that manifest itself?
It doesn't. It's impossible. But I'm just like, they still.
Who's more delusional, Dylan O'Brien here or Dylan O'Brien in his new movie?
Right, listen.
Who's more delusional?
Yeah, it's wild. But
I know,
again,
I hear you.
Listen, you got to own a bad call. And I've never been one to not own my bad calls. I famously, in my own life as well, do you know the app Uber? Like, have you ever heard of the Uber app?
Sure.
Yeah, so...
yeah.
So it's a ride share. Yeah, anyway, you get... So, so when this first came out back in the day... my girlfriend at the time, she was like, "Hey, I'm gonna go meet my friends," And I was like, "Oh, how you getting there? You want to drive you?" And she's like, "No, there's a new app, and it's called Uber." And I'm like, "Uber? What the hell is this?" And she was like, "Oh, it's like an app, and so the guys come to pick me up, and And I'm like, in what? What guy? Who is it? What are you talking about? And I was like, so a stranger is coming to pick you up in their personal car and take you to the bar. And you're telling me that? And I was like, yeah, this has got no legs. Also, I was like, Uber? It's a terrible name. It's never going to catch on. And guess what?
I thought the story was going to go where you had an opportunity to invest in it and you turned it down. So you thought that was going?
Well, that would have been awesome. No, no, but I wouldn't have. I would have bet everything I had against it. And, listen, I got it wrong.
Dude.
I got it wrong.
I mean, it happens to the best of us.
So you've heard
your
of it.
Optimism, your glass half fullness is inspiring.
I appreciate that.
It's inspiring to me.
I appreciate that.
To all Jet fans, it's inspiring.
Is it a Jet thing? Because you're like that, too.
Everything's glass half full, except that poor 14-year-old who said, I hate this team. You saw that video, right? The 14-year-old kid?
Oh, he's the man. He's the man.
I hate this team.
Yeah. I love that kid. Because listen, he's going through the motions. By the way, I guarantee you he doesn't feel that way now. He's excited about the 320-27 first rounders. He's already scheming at who we're going to take two in the first round this year. He's building. He's building on his Madden video game. I know what he's doing. It breeds.
I know what he's doing.
It breeds optimism. It breeds not just relying on winning. You got to find some other resource for happiness.
Again, his new film is fittingly called Send Help.
Yeah, really.
Send Help.
Can we bring back the jerseys, by the way?
Which
they finished our old, the 2000 era.
Oh, like the Klecko?
We finished Week 18 against the Bills in the remember?
There you go.
Bring them back.
Bring them back.
I'm so sick of it. They just, it looks like
they're running it back.
Looks like a Canadian Football League team. It looks like an Arena Football League team, and maybe we are.
No. I want you stay positive. Stay positive, please. Stay positive, please. Send Help is in theaters nationwide next Friday, January 30th. Again, congratulations on a Spirit Award for your work in Twinless, which is currently available.
I appreciate that very much.
You bet.
Thanks,
stream on Hulu, which is what you should do once this show is over. Great to see you, Dylan O'Brien.
Great to see you always.
Anytime. The spot is available for you, sir.
Appreciate you, man. Thank you.
Certainly, since when the Jets' next schedule has...
There it is.
There it is. There it is. My cousin's...
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football, it's a pepper thing.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
And that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-781-9216. That's 800-781-9216.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now.
Priority
Priority Tax Relief.
Hi, this is Megan with Magpie's Gifts. Need a unique Valentine's Day gift for your wife, girlfriend, or someone special? For over 35 years, Magpies has been Houston's source for home decor, unique gifts, and women's accessories. And for the last 10 years, we've partnered with HR&P for all things human resources and payroll. HR&P is extremely knowledgeable, and as a customer, we have designated support, which frees us up to run our business. We couldn't be happier with them.
Learn how HR&P can help your business. Go to hrp.net today.
The football playoffs are here. Brad, I'm here to tell you that Underdog is the best place to get in on all the gridiron action all playoff season long. Because you can make picks and win money right now in Texas. It's so easy playing on Underdog. All you have to do is pick whether your favorite players in the playoffs, of course, will go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, rushing yards, receptions, and more. Get these picks right, you could win up to 5,000 times your cash. And they're also taking care of you with $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5 and you use promo code KILLERB. So what are you waiting for? Download the Underdog app today and use promo code KILLERB, KILLERB, to score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code KILLERB. Underdog. Make picks, win money.
Must be 18 or older and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
It's the largest lab-grown diamond liquidation sale in the world at My Jewelry Outlet on Bel Air Boulevard. Why pay over $13,000 for a natural diamond when you can get the same real diamond for $799 at My Jewelry Outlet? Engagement rings, studs, tennis bracelets, hoops, custom pieces, thousands of lab-grown diamonds, all at wholesale prices. Without sophisticated equipment, no jeweler can tell the difference between a natural or lab-grown diamond, but your wallet will. My Jewelry Outlet, 3841 Bel Air Boulevard. Real diamond, real deal.
John Granato with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, you guys are doing data centers now. There's all kinds of businesses that could use powder coating.
Yes, we are doing industrial, which means oil and gas. We are doing plenty of residential, and now we're doing tech. We're going in with Meta. We're going in with Tesla. We're working on their data centers. We've even done Samsung in Austin. So the sky is the limit when it comes to our coatings.
I mean, if I'm a city and my water tower is looking terrible, I'm going to call you.
Call us because we want to make sure you take pride where you live.
And all these businesses, they have fencing. And if you are a business, you will go to them.
Yes, there's not many bricks and mortar anymore, but the ones that are still here, they want to look great. And we are here to help you with your railings, with your fencing, with your door frames. We can do it for you.
And residential, free pickup and delivery. You guys are so nice.
Yes, we try to be.
For all your powder coating needs, there's only one place to go. Houston Powder Coaters. HoustonPowderCoaters.com or 281-676-3888 and ask for Robin.
That is me.
This is a dream. Back here on the Rich Eisen Show, Pella Windows and Doors. We love being part of their world and they with us. Sometimes teams, as you know, need to take a time out to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They're not just window and door experts. They're experts at taking care of you and your home. At Pella, they find the products that meet your needs and their experts install them. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Discover why Pella is a trusted choice for homeowners everywhere. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. That's Pella.com/Eisen.
Pella.
So, who do the Patriots play in Super Bowl 60, Chris?
The Los Angeles Rams.
Who makes Super Bowl 60, TJ Jefferson?
The Inglewood Rams.
The AFC participant? I only asked him who do the Patriots play because I'm assuming he's not taking Denver.
You know what, man?
Definitely not.
The AFC participant, unfortunately, Rich, I hate to say it.
Is?
What team do you think would hurt me the most to say?
I don't know. I mean, the Patriots really hurt you? What does it matter?
That means he's going to be happy and talking a lot. None of us.
Well, I mean.
But unfortunately, I think the Pats are going.
Okay. I'm leaning in that direction, too.
I'm not happy about it.
I'm leaning in that direction as well.
Rams, Patriots, or?
Well, I mean, I had the Rams winning it all. So I know that sounds like a cop-out in something like this, because why wouldn't I now look at the way the Seahawks have been playing, what happened the last time they played? Well, in the last 2 times they played, it could go in any direction.
Two teams kind of trending in the opposite directions, really. I mean, the Rams.
I don't know about that. The Rams should have
lost last week.
Oh, I mean, the Bears should have lost last week too. I mean, the only team that you look at, give me a division game other than the Seattle game where it's like wasn't a full-on coin flip about the way things could have gone.
There wasn't.
You know, your team should have lost last week too. I mean, I don't know if I agree with Orlovsky that name any other quarterback in the league and they would have won that game.
He did walk that back.
I know he did, but I think he was just making a point as to how C.J. Stroud underperformed in a game that was winnable.
Well, they had it completely.
But no, honestly, Seattle's the only division winner where the answer is clear who is the better team that day and deserving of moving on to the championship game.
But I will also say, like, none of these four, any matchup you come up with, I believe.
Of course.
Anyone.
Well, that makes sense in this crazy mixed up NFL world where it's been anything goes, anything can happen, any coach can get fired out of the blue. One guy goes to the divisional round and gets fired, 2 days later, and the owner says it's not, he's pissed about the way it all ended, but it's not the reason why that one ended. It's the way everything's ended. And it's tough to square that circle. And then you get 2 guys of tenure no longer coming back in a coaching carousel. You got one other guy, Mike McDaniel, who's fired in the middle of an exit interview.
That's crazy.
On a Thursday. So why can't anybody win on on Championship Sunday and make the Super Bowl? 100%.
Wide open this year.
No doubt.
Chris, what was the stat? 15 straight seasons, either the Chiefs or the Pats?
Yep.
Well, and if you go back 2 more seasons, it's either the Patriots, Chiefs, and the Jets.
Okay, we're not going to do that, though.
I'm doing that out of respect to Dylan O'Brien.
Enjoy the games.
This is going to be
fun,
Enjoy the
games,
man.
everybody. You see on NFL Network Sunday.
Do you know what to do if you're stuck on the railroad crossing? Get out of your vehicle. If a train is not approaching, find the blue and white emergency notification system sign on the traffic signs at the crossing. For help, call the number on the sign and give them the crossing number so they know your location and can alert train traffic. Remember, find the blue and white to save your life. For more information, visit oli.org.
Rich Eisen here. LinkedIn Jobs is stepping things up with their new AI assistant so you can feel confident you're finding top talent. Get this. Employees hired through LinkedIn are 30% more likely to stick around for at least a year compared to those hired through the leading competitor. Hire right the first time. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Eisen, then promote it to use LinkedIn Jobs' new AI assistant, making it easier and faster to find top candidates. That's linkedin.com/Eisen to post your job for free. Terms and conditions apply.
Explore wildlife and nature just 90 minutes from Houston at twocreekscrossingresort.com.
You don't have to be fearless to take the first step. You just need a place that gives you every reason to keep going. A college that's nationally recognized for student success, you can be fearless at San Jacinto College. Here, our graduation rate is higher than the other colleges. Our job placement rate is higher. Our transfer rate to universities is higher. That track record is why San Jac is the #1 community college in Texas. Be sure your hard work will take you even further and fear less every step of the way.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
2026 is here. What are your resolutions? If one of them's upgrading your ride, then look no further than Monument Chevrolet. They're ready to start the new year strong and are offering exceptional deals on new vehicles. Tell them your budget and they'll work hard to meet it. Whether you're looking for a durable and dependable Silverado or a compact, stylish Trax, Monument Chevrolet has the vehicle you want at the price you want. Visit Monument Chevrolet at Beltway 8 and 225 and ask for Jeff to get a fantastic deal. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Del Olale here. What's the scariest thing about winter coming? If you were thinking it's all that obligatory travel,
Welcome into Jeremy and Joe here on ESPN 97.5. Joe George, Michael Connor here with you until 6 o'clock today. Jeremy Branham is, well, he's in your neck of the woods, actually.
Yeah, they're probably going to beat the Red Raiders. Don't they beat the Red Raiders now every time they play basketball?
It feels like quite a bit. So Jeremy's out in Lubbock on his way.
They just won't win the football game. That's all I need.
Not for now. He'll be back in studio at some point next week. He might get stuck there for a couple days.
How about say there's a winter storm coming?
So I was wondering if you could text me some ideas of things to tell Jeremy to do while he's in Lubbock. Because I feel like there's not much to do.
There's not much to do, buddy.
Okay, so he's just going to stay in his hotel room.
He could drink.
They
drink out there.
He's probably just going to stay in his hotel room for a couple
days. There's nothing to see.
I'm not surprised that there's not much to see out there.
I mean, the wind shifts at night. You can smell the cow poop coming in. That's about it.
That's going to be pretty cold out there.
Yeah.
But we got a lot to get to on the show today. We'll talk about the Rockets game last night. We'll do some Astros coming up. We've obviously got the AFC and NFC championship games coming up this weekend. Bunch of hires in the NFL. A Phillip Rivers interview with the Buffalo Bills, which we'll discuss. The college football playoffs seem to be staying the same for next year, so we'll get into all of that throughout the entire show today. But we'll start with last night's game, Michael, for the Rockets against the 76ers. It's kind of an up and down game.
Yep.
Again, they push into overtime. They get outscored 13-7 in overtime. They lose 128-122. And honestly, my biggest takeaway is, this is a good basketball team, the Rockets. I don't think there's any denying that. But my gosh, sometimes they really suck at shooting free throws.
Wildly inconsistent, I think, is the way to put them lately, right?
Yeah.
I mean, just everything. Yeah, you're right. They're suck at free throws. To me, they're very frustrating to watch right now. It's the same problem that last time I was with you was last month.
Yeah.
Same problems, right?
They're the same. I think even this recent winning stretch they had, Spurs, Pelicans, Timberwolves, those games are not that different from these games that they had been losing, back to before the Bulls game, like the Kings Blazers games that they lost. These games are all kind of playing out the same, where it's kind of an up and down shooting performance. And then what's happening in the fourth quarter And overtime is ultimately what's been different, like in the Spurs game and last night's game, to get it to overtime where you're getting big buckets from Reed Shepherd. You're getting big buckets from Jabari Smith. It's the rest of the game, though, kind of feels like quarters 1 through 3, where the Rockets are shooting themselves in the foot and literally going 12 for 24 from the free throw line last night is the reason why you lost this game.
That, and they can't shoot the 3 ball. They don't take a lot of threes. They don't make a lot of threes. Like, I feel like they're playing an uphill battle.
Yes.
For a franchise that used to be the ultimate, we're going to shoot nothing but threes. I'm not asking them to be that again. They got to figure out some way to, get somebody out there that can help them be a more efficient 3-point team.
Yeah,
take more free.
We're like what, like 15? I think it's February 6th is the deadline this year. So
is it? Okay.
We're not too far away from the trade deadline at this point. And Jeremy and I talked about this a little bit yesterday. Like we were going through. The Athletic put out their best options for who could be available at this year's deadline, and they kind of assigned teams to each player. And it's Kobe White, Iota Sumo, Jose Alvarado were the 3 guys that the Rockets were best fits for. ESPN, I think it was Tim McMahon, was on a podcast yesterday. He said there's no help coming.
I don't think there's any help coming either.
You don't feel like even like the Rockets are going to make a minor move?
No, I just don't. I don't think they're going to box themselves into anything that they don't want.
Well, I think I would be surprised, honestly, if they don't make a move for a guard.
I keep thinking, waiting for some kind of buyout for somebody.
Well, that's very possible. Like the buyout market in the NBA, is one where we see veteran teams all the time.
The biggest tampering in the history of time is, hey, release this guy. Hey, I want to go here. Release me. Okay,
100%.
Yeah.
But yeah, Kevin Durant last night, 36 points. He continues to be.
He's awesome.
He's awesome. Except, man, the turnovers are crazy.
Yeah, the turnovers are a bit much.
8 turnovers last night. Look, they're regular season games. They're not the end all be all. The Rockets are firmly in
You got to stay in that 4 seed though. You can't. To me, you don't want to be worse than that 4 seed.
I mean, to me, I'd love to be the 3 seed.
I mean, of course, no, I'm saying, but you can't. I think dipping below 4 is not a good scenario.
Well, especially when you look at the Rockets right now. And they're 15-3
at home.
They're
fantastic at home.
And they're 11-13 on the road, which is I don't know what's the reasoning behind that. The Suns, who are right below you, are in basically the same exact situation where they're 13-12 on the road and they're 14-5 at home. So you do have teams who have these weird splits where they're just very bad at home and on the road, and for some reason the Rockets are. But I think to your point, staying in that top 4 group, really 2 through 4, because no one's catching the Thunder, it does feel like that's optimal for the Rockets. So at least for one series, you can be the home team for 4 of the 7 games.
Yeah, it'd be great. I think that's the only thing you want.
Yeah,
it's the number 1 goal of the regular season, right?
Yeah,
I you want to be higher, of course, but
yeah. Well, mainly because I don't want to see OKC in the second round.
No, I don't want to see them at all. I mean, we've watched how many times the Rockets lost them in the playoffs? Twice, maybe 3 times.
I think so.
Once in this era.
Yeah, that sounds right.
They did beat them in the bubble.
Yeah, 2020.
Yeah,
that 7-game series.
Yeah.
Yep.
But I know that they lost to them in the Durant era.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, for the most part, Oklahoma City's had the Rockets number.
Yeah, well, and this is also one of the best teams of all time.
Yeah, they're pretty good. They're pretty good.
I mean, that game the other night where it's a good game for 3 quarters, and then SGA just kind of turns it on in the 4th, and they run away with that thing. But yeah, just this Rockets team is just last night's game. It's my biggest takeaway is kind of what you said. They're just kind of wildly inconsistent.
I wonder if it's just that middle of the season lull. You know what I mean? Is it that? Is it they're let up? I don't want to say lack of, because Ime Udoka's teams never give off this vibe of lack of focus, but they just hit a little bit of a wall.
I think they're just reliant on some kind of inconsistent basketball players right now. That to me feels like ultimately what the difference is between the Rockets of I don't think they're we're halfway through the season. We're now more than halfway through the season. We're 42 games in. I don't think the Rockets are at this point below expectations or anything, honestly. I think they're kind of just right where we expected them to be.
They jumped out so early though.
Yeah.
They raised it a little bit, didn't they?
For sure.
Yeah.
And then but you look at Jabari, he's a great example of I think why the Rockets are where they are today, not higher at the moment in the seeding in the in the West, is that, for 4 straight games, he shoots the ball really well.
Mm-hmm.
He's going 7 for 13, 1 for 4, 3 for 6, 2 for 5 in his last 4 games. And then last night, he goes 1 for 10.
Yep.
From the 3-point line. It's hey, dude, stop shooting the basketball. Please stop. Now, we saw in that Bulls game 2 weeks ago at this point now, he was 0 for 5, I think it was, or 0 for 3, and then in the fourth quarter he hit 2 shots. Like, he has been clutch in the fourth quarter, but he's one of the guys where, like, I look at last night's game, I'm like, dude, if you're just going to keep ripping these threes and they're not going to go in, you got to stop taking them.
The real secret to it clearly is he needs to have bobblehead night every night. He played so well. I only know this because my nephews went to the game the other night, made sure they get the bobblehead, and they got his bobblehead, and he goes and has, a phenomenal game. So just need to give out bobblehead. Even if it's like 5 bobbleheads a game, hey, it's Jabari Smith bobblehead night.
Yeah.
First 5 fans to come in the building get one. The game of his life.
Is that like the bobblehead that you want to get, though, right now?
Oh, my nephews want every bobblehead.
Oh, okay.
They got the Durant one earlier this year. They go and they stand in line. They missed the Texans game the other day to go stand in line for the. I mean, now look, they didn't miss a lot with the Texans game in the second half, but like they got to the Toyota Center early to stand out there to get a Jabari Smith bobblehead. They're teenagers.
Okay. Now, do they stay for the whole game?
Yep.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
No, they're not just going for the bobblehead. They stay for the whole thing.
Because there are weird. Now they're young, so like they're not.
Yeah, there
just
are people
category.
that go to games and just get the bobblehead and leave. We know
I
this.
don't understand.
I don't either.
Like I
you
could've-
paid for a ticket.
I could have got it like when the Astros were terrible and tickets were like $5, even though you probably don't.
Yeah,
want,
actually,
you probably
I think
don't
I might
want
have
those
done
bobbleheads.
that. Like you got one a couple times and just left.
Yeah, like that's different. Like getting Altuve bobblehead, rookie of the year, whatever,
Yeah.
like kind of a thing, and then you just leave.
Yeah.
But now with how expensive tickets are, parking, everything,
Mhm.
those might be. We're gonna do weird people in the wild.
Oh, that's they might be in the.
They might
in the
have to
mix.
join the category.
They could be
later in the show. But what else from last night's game just like stood out from you? Just what you saw.
The other inconsistency. I don't know that I understand the game plan every night when it comes to usage of times with Alpi. Is that weird to say?
No, not at all.
It's like one night it's like we're gonna feature him, we're gonna do this, or he shows up against this guy, then doesn't show up as much against that guy. Like I don't know. He's had a great season. The numbers say he's had a great season, but like even with him, I think it's been one of the things that stood out to me this season. It just feels like it's maybe more roller coaster. That's not a word, but it's more of a roller coaster than it's been before.
Yeah, no, I think Alpi has done it. Like I heard Bill Simmons the other day, a couple weeks ago, doing the Ringer does their top 100 every year.
Oh, does he crush Alpi?
He has Alpi 15th
okay.
actually, and I was like at the time,
that's surprising.
I was like, yeah, that makes sense. Like I think it is. I don't think he's looked back to Alpi yet since he came back from the injury. There's been moments where he has.
Mm-hmm.
I just think consistent, like he's just not quite where you need him to be. I do think last night's game, I mean that double pump that he had that got blocked was bad.
That was
like,
bad.
Where it's like, hey man, like you need to be like a teeny little bit more aggressive and just go up with the hoop,
right?
Go up with the ball, like attack. But like, so that block was tough. He wasn't very good last night. I didn't think, and I know a lot of people are critical of Ime for, not playing Reed in overtime. I get it because he was so impactful in the fourth quarter. I do think that that's a reflection of what Ime thinks of Reed Shepherd, and that
there's
to
still
me
not
is
full trust there, right?
Yeah, especially defensively. We're and that's where I get the fans being upset. It's like, where's Reed? He led you into this comeback. He was playing good defense, but then in the fourth quarter and then overtime, he's like, yeah, we're not going to do that.
I do think in part Ime has to get out of that habit because at some point you do need to push these guys. Like Reed needs to be pushed to see if you can trust him in those moments. Because here's the news: in the playoffs, when they get there and they need offense late, guess who you want on the floor?
You want Reed.
Yeah, you want him there.
Well, and to counter whatever, I think to validate fans' frustration was kind of what happened in the Spurs game. Was in the fourth quarter when he's really leading that comeback charge and scores 12 points. He also has a block.
Mm-hmm.
He also has 2 possessions where he's getting his hand on the ball. And he's just playing good defense in the fourth quarter. So I get why people are like, well, why is he not out there last night? And I would like to see him in those moments, mainly because I want to see if he's just going to flop.
Which so far, I mean, there hadn't been a lot of flopping.
No, he's not good defensively.
He's not good, but I don't think he's the worst defender in the history of time.
Yeah.
And that's you get caught, and I say it with Ime because I think you get caught up at times thinking, oh, I have to have 5 great defenders on the floor at all times.
Yeah.
Sure, you would like 5 solid, but most teams don't have that luxury.
The
Rockets do have the ability to have 5 really great defenders on the floor at any given moment.
Mm-hmm.
But it's okay occasionally to be 4 out of 5, be great, and have one guy that's, okay.
All right, so tough loss last night for the Rockets. It was 128-122. They play tonight, so tonight's another test of, is it possible for them to win a back-to-back this season? Because they've yet to accomplish that.
It's wild.
So they play the best team in the Eastern Conference. Did you know the Pistons are actually, at the moment, the betting favorite
I know.
To go to the
Pistons.
Yeah, now it's close. Like they're +3. Last I checked, they're +330, and the Celtics are +340.
Yeah,
and because Tatum's, I guess, worked out in front of reporters the other day.
Oh man,
but that kind of feels like an indication he's coming back soon. So you got the Pistons tonight, so that'll be interesting. It's on Amazon Prime for those that are looking to figure out what channel is it on tonight.
If you don't have Amazon Prime at this point, I don't know what to tell you.
Well, the Texans didn't play on it much this year, I don't think. Just once. So I could see why people
But
might
still,
have
I mean, it's
canceled it.
2026.
That's true.
You gotta nobody goes to the store anymore. I shouldn't say you don't go to the store anymore, but you're gonna shop and have stuff delivered to your house.
That's true. That's true. It's the easiest thing possible.
Yeah.
Even though I don't know how you feel.
We've been on it. Hey, my wife is here today. We can give her some kudos if she can hear this. She has not been shopping on Amazon so far in 2026. I think she's had 2 packages delivered.
Nice.
And today's the 23rd of January.
Was that a New Year's resolution?
Yeah, it was.
Stop spending as much money on Amazon.
Stop spending on Amazon.
All right.
The end of 2025 was out of control.
Let's take a look at what's going on with the Astros right now, because we are right around the corner from spring training. Since Michael's here, he's part of Locked On Astros. It's the post-game shows for them. So in the next segment, biggest questions for the Astros as we stand right now, with a bunch of moves that have been made, a bunch of moves happening this week across baseball. We'll get to all of that next here on Jeremy and Joe with Michael Connor and myself, Joe George, here on ESPN 97.5.
Now back to the Huntington Bank Studios with Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Back here on ESPN 97.5, Joe and Michael Connor here with you till 6. Jeremy will return next week.
Will he, though? Will he?
We'll see.
Death Storm 2026 is coming your way.
He said he might get stuck in Fort Worth. But like everyone else in college basketball, the Cougs have moved up their game on Saturday.
Oh, have they?
Yeah.
I saw the Dallas Mavericks are like dead set on playing their game Saturday night at like 7:30 or something.
That seems like a bad idea.
It seems like a terrible idea.
Yeah, like for the Aggies that listen to the station, the Aggies game this weekend has been moved up to a 12 o'clock tip-off instead of a 2:30 tip. So they'll play. So pregame will start at 11:30 on Saturday.
Okay.
So sorry to Brian and Sean and the bullpen guys. They got kicked off the air.
Sorry, guys.
For the Aggies.
I can't believe you guys aren't like balling over at the casino this weekend or something. Seems like every time I see you, you're getting ready to go to the casino.
I think we're going back soon.
Oh, okay.
I'm hoping our first trip back for 26 will be for the Super Bowl, actually.
Oh, okay. That's coming up.
Yeah. So I'm fingers crossed. That's when we're going back for the first time this year. If not, I feel like I might host a Super Bowl party for the first time this year.
Whoa. Look at you, Joe.
You'll get the invite.
You ready for that?
I don't know.
It's a lot of responsibility.
It is. But, like, I don't really want to go anywhere this year.
Okay.
For the Super Bowl party. So I feel like I might just have one.
Okay.
So I'm gonna send some feelers out of like, my fired friends of like who wants to come.
That's right. I am a fired friend, aren't I?
You, Josh Beard, see Paul Gallant, who wants to come over for the Super Bowl, kind of things like that.
Yeah.
And then, Sean and Brian and those guys too.
Hey, you guys aren't fired yet.
Yeah. It's like, see who wants to come to the Super Bowl party this year. Let's see if we can get a good number.
Okay.
I think we might do it this year.
All right.
All right. So the Astros season's right around the corner. Very funny text.
Is it?
Here. Astros talk. Ugh. And then every single day we normally also get, why are you still talking Texans? Their season's over. Talk about the Astros. Well, both seasons.
I don't think there's anything wrong with still talking about the Texans. I mean, we're not even a week out of the death of that season.
We're talking all
you could
Texans.
still be disappointed with.
We're never going to stop talking Texans this year, it feels like, which we will get to because I'm curious your thoughts on CJ Stroud and where this team is at. I'm sure you do. What's your so now like baseball is like the offseason like really has picked up now.
Yeah, it's like
the
they decided
Bregman
to sign people.
The Bregman signing kind of feels like it started everything. You get Bregman, you get Tucker, you get Bichette, Freddie Peralta gets traded, Bellinger gets signed by the Yankees. Like everything's kind of moving. What's your biggest question about the Astros right now? Because it does feel like there's all this speculation about an Isak trade.
Yeah, that's the biggest one.
I don't think that's happening.
I don't think it is either. I'm just curious how they're going to piece this thing together. I still have the concerns with the outfield. Like, what are you doing there? What's the outfield going to look like? Obviously, we've heard it. We've talked about it. Cam Smith has to basically win his spot in spring training. Can he turn into it? Like, they have, for as many concerns as I still have, and I think, again, like we saw a big deal. You may forget McKenzie Corey yesterday goes.
Oh, yeah. That trade was huge.
I don't want to downplay him, or I don't want to make it sound like I'm a complete Rangers hater. What an overpay. What an overpay for 2 years of a pitcher who's been, like, average at best.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen, like, why, like, people have, like, wanted the Astros to be in the trade for a pitcher market. You can see why they're not. Like, the farm system's just not.
They took a roll of the dice on, what's-his-face, Burrows.
On Burrows, like, Imai is a roll of the dice, but I think a good move. But, like, the Astros didn't have the goods to go get, whether it's Edward Cabrera.
None of them. Literally, they don't have
Mackenzie
any
Gore,
ammo.
Freddie Peralta. Like they didn't have the ammo for what it ended up costing.
Yeah, the cost outweighs the what you're getting.
Yeah,
back.
it's five. It was 5 prospects.
5
for Mackenzie Gore and another low level player.
Of control. Which, look, most of those prospects probably won't turn into anything. That's usually what happens in these trades.
No, but like one of them was the number 12 pick in last year's draft.
I keep hearing people after that trade yesterday, the Rangers have made a real improvement this offseason. I'm like, what kind of crack are you smoking?
They got rid of like half their team.
Yeah, like they've gotten their roster, their lineup's gotten worse.
People forget that Marcus Simeon's on the Mets now.
Yeah, like it's the Astros and Mariners still in the West.
I agree. I think the Rangers...
the Mariners, to me, are shocking because they had this team that was right there, ready to go to a World Series, and they've done nothing. Mm-hmm. They kept Josh Nett. If I was a Mariners fan, I'd be pissed. Like, I watched the Blue Jays lost Bo Bichette, but the Blue Jays still went out there and spent a bunch of money and improved their baseball team. They're going... When you are that close to a World Series, you go for it. What are you doing?
Not the Mariners.
What are you doing? That is a horrible franchise. Bad ownership is what it is. It's bad ownership.
Yeah, it's one where I saw like a Rosenthal clip, and it was talking about the Rangers after that move, and he's like, I think they're close to the Mariners. I'm like, what about the Astros? Like the Astros missed the game by.
The Rangers are a 75-win team at best.
Yeah, the Astros missed the playoffs by a game last year. They had so many injuries. Like my expectation for this team going into the season, and we're really going to start our Astros countdown during Pro Bowl week on the show. So I guess that's next week. And like I think the expectations are still like you're going for the division next year, and you're going to make the postseason. It's what you were saying earlier, like the outfield. I mean, personally, I think it's pretty cut and dry. Like I think it's Cam Smith is your right fielder.
Jake Myers is still here,
and then your left fielder is Jordan Alvarez and Jose Altuve. And then you have Jesus.
We're about to watch Isaac Paredes play second base, aren't we?
I don't think so. I think honestly, I think Paredes is going to primarily be your DH. Like I think Altuve.
So you think that they're going to roll out Jordan in left field?
I know they said they didn't want to, but they also said they like. The thing with Dana Brown and Joe Espada, and you know this, like they talk out both sides of their mouth. Like they never say the same thing.
Dana worse than Joe.
But they're never on the same page. Like when they talk about Altuve's role next year, like one says second base primarily, one says he's going to play a little bit of left field. One says like he's not going to play left field. It's like they're not. It's like it's either they don't talk to each other. Jeremy and I talk about this all the time. Like they either don't talk about each other, or I don't know. Like I don't know what the other solution is, but of like reason why they're always on different pages. Like I think like Paredes is going to be your DH, and he's not going to be your everyday DH because he's going to play third, first. Maybe occasionally
Correa's not going to play You're going to have to give Correa days off. If people don't know this, Carlos's back is still a problem to this day.
Yeah.
It takes him. If you've seen him in the dugout, he wears that damn wrap around his back because it takes him forever to get his back loose every day.
Yeah. So like I don't think like the need for the Paredes stuff, like Will Kunkel and others today have talked about like the Astros are not talking about trading for Duran, however you say it, from the Red Sox, and that would be a Paredes trade. I'm not surprised. Like
to me, that would be a good move.
I think it would be too.
I would like that move.
But I also feel like if you moved Paredes, and that's why I think it's the only question left about the Astros. Mm-hmm. Like the other questions, we can't get answers for until spring training. The rotation questions, because there's probably like 4 or 5 guys fighting for one spot in the rotation.
Yeah.
At this point, like that's a spring training problem. That's not a now problem. Like the only now problem you have is Paredes. And I just don't view it as something that you should like.
It makes your team worse, right?
Yeah, well, because one of these guys is going to get hurt, dude.
That's you right now. You have the ability to withstand injuries in your infield, and survive. Like you won't go and die tomorrow. Like if you lose one of these guys. So that part does matter.
So it's like that to me is like the only real question. Like I think the outfield like will solve itself in spring training. If Cam Smith isn't good, then Jesus Sanchez might just be. He might just be the guy.
I wish they'd get rid of him.
You don't like him?
No.
See, I want to see what this year looks like. I mean, like the numbers in Miami were really good.
Yeah.
And like
he was just so bad last year.
I know he was really bad.
So bad.
I just don't know like what you see from like gosh, I feel like Cam Smith. Like I'm not gonna go we talked about this yesterday. Michael Schwab saying Cam Smith is gonna get MVP votes yesterday. That's a little extreme.
I would hack who's stealing my takes the other day on Twitter.
Yeah, I would be surprised if he doesn't just win the right field job this year.
Yeah, Cam Smith is playing right field opening day.
Yeah, like
they can say whatever they want. They're not rolling the season out with Cam Smith and playing for the Sugarland Space Cowboys.
Yeah, like
we all know how this is going.
Yeah, Cam Smith, like if he is, that's a huge problem.
Yeah, he'd have to go out and have like an 051 batting average in spring training and strike
honestly,
out like a gajillion times.
Even then, like, does it really matter? Like, that's what, like, I don't know what they see in spring training that's going to be like, oh, this is a huge concern. Like, think about all the years where, like, you see good players have terrible spring trainings.
Right.
Like, spring training is like, it's honestly, like, it's largely like kind of useless.
I mean, yeah, especially the Cam Smith is going to go out there and he's probably going to wreck like he did last year in spring training. You know why? Because they're facing a bunch of AA and AAA players for most of the time.
Yeah, and so will Jesus Sanchez probably, and maybe it'll raise questions of like I think it's more for Cam Smith. It's more about like he's going to be your opening day right fielder, and then if it struggles in season,
then you go ahead.
That's when like we could see him sent down, get things more corrected.
If that was to happen, I'm going to start having some concerns that this isn't going to be. That it's not going to be exactly what you thought it is. But like in all fairness, unless they come out and they're just awesome from the jump, it's 1,000 at bats in the big leagues before a lot of these guys you have a real evaluation of what they are. And even then, there's some guys that get to 1,000 at bats. JD Martinez here, 1,000 at bats with the Astros or whatever, terrible. Goes to Boston or goes to Detroit, all-star immediately.
I think people forget, even in this city, when we're talking about Cam Smith, sometimes about what Tucker did, what Bregman did.
Everybody hated Tucker for the first 2.5 years.
He got sent down.
Yeah.
His
first 2 years in the big leagues, he was 50 games each year.
Yeah. And now he's a Dodger.
Yeah.
How'd you feel watching? Did you watch the press conference at all?
No, because I think Kyle Tucker is the most boring person to listen to in the history of time. Also, the absolute the worst interview, and also has zero interest in talking to the media.
Yeah.
So the Dodgers media will absolutely love him. He's never going to speak to you at all. He's going to avoid you in the clubhouse every single day.
Well, good thing they have 5 other superstar players they can talk to on a daily basis.
They're all there for Ohtani anyways. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, and they'll talk to Mookie.
Yeah.
They'll talk to Freddie, and then occasionally they'll talk to Kyle Tucker.
And Kike Hernandez for some reason. Is he still there?
Actually, I don't know.
I don't know either.
I mean,
but they've got a fascination with him.
Well, yeah, because he's good in the playoffs every year. So that's when they'll probably bench Tucker in the playoffs for Kike Hernandez.
Probably.
All right. Is there one move left though for the Astros? There's 2 guys who both former Astros players.
Kike Hernandez is not with them right
He's
now.
not with
free
them?
agent.
Free agent? Astros?
Yes.
No. No, thank you. Of who I still wonder if there is an opportunity for the Astros to swoop in this offseason and make an addition to their rotation and not even have a question mark about who that 5th guy will be. We'll get to that next. He's Michael Connor. I'm Joe George. It's ESPN 97.5.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
All right, the Astros rotation this year. Hunter Brown, Imai, Tatsuya Imai, Mike Burrows, Christian Javier.
Locks.
Those are your 1 through 4. Locks. No other questions.
Yeah.
Then you have everybody else. Eric Eddy, the ghost of Lance McCullers. You have Nate Pearson. You have the other guy, Weiss, they brought over from Japan, or brought back to the United States from Japan. You have eventually at some point a Blanco Wisniewski conversation to be had.
I always forget about Blanco now.
JP France is still a thing. I don't think he's really a factor in all of this. You got your young guys. You got Blue Ball. You got your Lola. Like, you got a bunch of young guys.
I like Blue Ball.
I do too. I think he's going to be good in the bullpen this year. And then you've got, but now say out there in free agency, like as we get closer and closer.
Mm-hmm.
At one point, at the very, very beginning of the offseason, it sure as hell felt like Justin Verlander was going to be an Astro again.
That felt like a lock. And then,
like, I think we did a show together.
I think what Bob Nightingale was basically making it seem like it was going to happen.
Yeah, Chandler was kind of the same way. Like, it felt like JV was going to be an Astro. Well, he's just sitting out there.
He's not going to be an Astro, obviously.
I don't think so either, but you got JV, and then you got Fromber.
Because you can't sign JV and not put him in the rotation.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, it would immediately put everyone else in the bullpen.
Yeah.
Like, Eric Eddy is the bullpen pitcher.
Yeah.
At that point. So, like, do you have any interest in the Astros either still pursuing Justin Verlander as, like, your 5th starter, or are you open to the idea of circling back on Fromber at some point, who we were talking about during the break, like, whether it's the Cesar Salazar moment,
which I think is real.
I think so too. Or, just a qualifying offer being a factor. Like, are you at any point going, okay, the Astros should circle back on Fromber, fully go over the luxury tax, and just bring him back on a 1-year deal and just say, screw it?
I would absolutely do it. And with a caveat, not the, hey, I'm going to do this and get rid of Paredes' money to bring back Fromber. If it's picking between those two, I'll stick with what you got.
Mm-hmm.
Roll the dice. Let's see how it goes. But, for as much crap as we like to talk about Fromber and all this stuff, here's one thing I know that you get out of Fromber Valdez. If you did bring him back, he's going to give you 200 innings, and that is so valuable that you can't put into words how much that means. I mean, we saw what happened last year when the team can't deal with it. You're going to have two guys. And Hunter Brown hasn't been a 200-inning guy. You'd think he'd make that leap this year. This would be the year that he does it.
Yeah.
Could you imagine if you had two 200-inning guys, what that would do for this team to get through a regular season?
Yeah.
I think it would be malpractice to not circle back, and if the price is right and it's not a long-term deal, you bring him back for another year and you say F the luxury tax. Who cares about the third-year penalty? Like, you got money. Who cares?
Yeah, I've been.
You're about to get all that Japanese money too. Let's go.
Yeah, like I've been really ever the idea of bringing Fromber back, but that was always under like the idea that he was going to get a real contract.
Yeah, this is not a real contract.
Like when C signed in Toronto, I was just like, oh, okay, like Fromber's going to be, he's just going to get done soon. Like Baltimore or someone's going to step in and be like, all right, well, like we're just going to go get Fromber.
Who did Baltimore add?
They've added a couple guys.
Yeah, I think to where they're probably done, right?
Well, like Pete Alonso was pretty pricey for them.
Yeah,
but like they need help.
Didn't they add to their rotation though?
Yeah,
too?
they did. Yeah, I can't remember who.
They've been rumored for Verlander.
They feel like more like the Verlander team, like a cheaper 1-year, 2-year deal, whatever it's going to be.
Problem is they did that last year with Charlie Morton. That one didn't work out.
No,
at all.
And that probably won't work out. I mean, Verlander's an interesting one. Like he's like,
I know he had a better end of the year. He did not look good.
No,
he didn't look good. I mean, look. His last year in Houston was horrible, but he we remember it. He struggled through the end of the World Series run.
Yeah, like I wouldn't be opposed to it right now as like your 5th option because he's clearly your 5th he's your 5th guy right now.
Yeah,
like it's your younger guys, your the new guys you've added to this team like are clearly in your rotation in front of him. So like I'm still like if I'm Jim Crane, like I'm not closing the door on that conversation just in case like he can't find a deal. And his price continues to drop, and it's like, okay, well, like now it makes sense to bring in Justin Verlander. I think with both these guys, like, I don't expect either of them to be Astros.
No,
but if I was operating the team, I would just be like talking to their agents and being like, hey, here's our best offer, and if you want to pitch on it, then come on.
Yeah,
like, and can Fromber still accept the qualifying offer?
No, it's past that.
He did pass it?
Yeah.
Okay. So
what was the qualifying offer, like 22 or something
22,
like that?
Yeah.
I mean, if he just signed for the 22, whatever.
Yeah, well, because I think he needs some I think he needs some rehab in terms of his image.
Yeah, no, he absolutely does.
Like
I think it's real. I think his immaturity is outweighing his production on the field.
Yeah. So I don't think, again, I don't expect either of them to do it. The other thing we forgot about in the last segment was where are you at with like their depth at the catcher position?
It's a problem. I know that there's a high opinion of Salazar as a game caller in the way that he handles the staff and everything. I have said it from the jump. I would trade Yainer Diaz tomorrow if I got a good deal that I could put him a part of. I'm not a Yainer Diaz fan. I know that he can get red hot at the plate. He does make good contact at times, but he typically has zero discipline, swings at everything. His game is going to age poorly. Like when he hits that downward side of as a hitter, he's going to be a bad player. And I think he's a horrible catcher behind the plate.
Yeah, and people have talked about the challenge system as like something that's going to help him. It doesn't really. It's only 2 challenges per game.
Right.
So like it's not as
what would help him as an automated strike zone.
Yeah, it's not really going to make an impact. I'm curious how that goes this year. Like the in person. I don't know how many Space Cowboys games you've been to.
I have not been to. I did not go to one last
year.
Okay,
like it's the in person. Like seeing the challenge system.
Is it quick?
It's fine. It's
okay.
like it's immediate. Like it's quick. You see it on the scoreboard. Like I do not like it was. It's not going to slow the game down at all. Honestly, like, it's no different than a player stepping out of the batter's box and Kyle Tucker doing his old routine where he's out there for 20 seconds before he's back in the box. Like it's way less than that even.
Yeah.
I think the funniest thing about it is, like, I wonder what the spring training conversations are going to be with, like, like with Yainer of like, hey man, you're not allowed.
You can't call for the challenge.
Like you're not allowed to.
No.
Like
you have no idea what a strike zone is.
Like I feel like there's like certain guys on each team where it's just like, hey, you are not allowed to do the challenge.
Yeah.
Like you're one of them. Probably Altuve, honestly, is one of them at this point.
He's not as bad, but he's
He can, but like I would.
Paredes you allow.
Paredes is like the number one guy.
Jordan you allow.
Yeah.
Cam Smith you allow. Do you do it to Pena? Correa you do. Pena?
You say Cam Smith you allow?
Yeah, he had a good eye last year.
But as a second-year player?
But he missed. I mean, his eye. I thought that was the one thing that still stood out all year to me is that even though he swung and missed more as the season went along, I thought his pitch selection never really was that bad.
I'm surprised there's some people who like. It does feel like the Astros fans are very one side or the other. Like it does feel like people are like, oh, he's gonna be like MVP, and then it feels like there's another group who's like, yeah, he's not gonna be that good. Like to me, like it's what you were saying the last time. He's so young. Like,
he's so young. If he has a year where he hits 275 and gets on base at a 325 to 330 clip and hits 15 to 20 home runs, I'll be happy.
Are you looking at? Are you gonna do any Astros bets this year? You feel like?
Probably not. What's the over under?
Oh, let me see if I can find it.
I think it's in the 80s. I mean, it's in
Yeah,
the mid 80s.
It's
They won what 87, 88 last year.
It's 86.5.
What did they win last year? 87,
89,
89.
I'd
probably hit the over. I still think that they're. I would like. That's not just the home. I have question marks still about the Mariners. I think the Mariners are going to do what they always do. They're going to get out to a lull. They'll get hot during the summer. They have the pitching staff. I question the bullpen. Their lineup still to me is good, but it has holes in it.
Mm-hmm.
I think that the Astros should win the division.
They're plus 185 to win the division right now.
What's the Mariners?
Plus 115. So
that's probably fair based off that team playing the ALCS last year.
I'm just looking at these the odds right now too. They're so funny. So you've got like the Yankees plus 160, the Tigers plus 125, Mariners plus 115, Phillies plus 155, Cubs plus 125. What do you think the Dodgers are?
Minus 2,000. No, like minus 150 or something.
They are minus 650.
What?
To win the West next year.
That division does stink.
I mean, the Padres are good.
Are they? I mean, I was listening to some Padres podcast randomly.
Why?
It like popped up on my feed.
I know you love baseball.
It popped up on my feed, and I was in a mood of actually listening to sports talk, and I was like, all right, I'll listen to this for a minute. And then I'm listening to did you know how apparently Mike Schilt quit out there because it's just this massive dysfunction since the owner died.
Yeah, kind of sounds like
everybody says it's a mess.
Well, people thought in the offseason that Tatis was going to get traded.
So I'm saying, I don't know, man. Like they've got some talent, but I don't know.
Yeah,
and they hired a guy that was literally he was being used as a consultant in the process to hire somebody. And they're like, why don't we just hire him? Like, okay, what are you doing?
It's one of those where it's like, it would be like if the Falcons would have just been like, all right, Matt, you've done a really good job as the president of the Falcons for 2 days.
You're
just going to be the coach.
Too. Yeah.
You can just coach the team as well. I'm ready for baseball to come back. Like,
I am ready for it.
And I feel like you guys got to really enjoy it this year.
I hope.
Really enjoy, soak in all 162 games because
2027 ain't happening, people.
So is that where you're at?
Yeah, that's not. They are going on. They're going to lock them out, and they're going to miss at least some of the season.
Yeah, I think there's a season next year. I just think it's more likely. Like my guess
I think there's a cutoff date.
Yeah, well, I think
if they get into June, I'd be like worried that they're playing at all.
See, I wonder if the COVID year changes their perspective at all. Of like, hey,
it was bad. Remember how bad it was?
It was.
You go look at numbers for guys across. Like it was bad baseball.
I mean, like could they do a 60-game sprint next season? Now the problem with that is remember the reason why it was 60 games. People forget this was because the portion of the paycheck the players were going to get they couldn't agree on with the owners.
Yeah.
It could have been a longer season.
Yeah,
but there was issues within the Players Association and the owners. So I feel like it's going to be like 80 games.
I mean, I take it because right now my optimism of even getting that is very, very low.
Yeah, same.
I think this is going to be it's going to be it's going to be a black eye on the sport.
Well, and
they have real issues that they have to fix. Like I know, like it's this polarizing thing of you can be pro, they should be able to spend whatever they want, which I get it, but like. I am as much as I'm an Astros fan, and I want the Astros are always going to be in the upper echelon in terms of being able to spend some money and be competitive. But I would like a sport that's healthier. It is not a healthy sport. You can try and convince me anything else. When you have more than a half of your population of the sport having no chance any given year of doing anything of consequence, it's not a healthy sport.
Yeah, I think it's going to be, like, we've learned a lot, honestly, about the Dodgers in the last week. Like, I don't think the TV stuff was very, like, well known. At least I didn't know anything about it.
Yeah.
That through, like, their divorce, the ownership's divorce, and then bankruptcy hearing, like, they got some kind of sweetheart deal where they got to keep more of the TV revenue than any other market.
Yep.
And they're bringing in, like, $70 million a year from TV, and then you've got, I think it's 12 teams next year that their broadcasts are going to be put on by Major League Baseball because they don't have a TV partner anymore. And like that's ultimately like the Astros, like people don't, like the Astros and Rangers have been hurt by their TV network decisions and processes that they've went through. Like Space City Home Network is not a net positive for the Astros. It's just not. Like it's like almost
and
all
that's
these
all.
teams.
It's all from the ramifications of the CSN crap still.
Yep.
Like there was no way out of it. It was always going to be a big black hole.
Yeah. It's I can't wait to, like, I'm so curious with like what they're going to do for next year, because even if you lock out the players, I asked Jeremy this question the other day, is even if you let's say they find a way to agree on a salary cap.
Yeah.
Does it really change anything
Probably
for the
not.
immediate future?
No, because
Because you can't just like tell the Dodgers and
can't have all
the
these-
Astros. You can't just tell the Astros, hey, you're over the salary cap.
Get under it.
Get under it.
You can't do that.
Like you can't do that. Like
Yeah.
you can't just like demand that all these players get traded. So there's going to be higher punishments for a couple years, and there's going to be it's going to.
Can you even punish them at a high rate when it's something that they did pre this?
I don't think so. I think that's why the Dodgers went and made these moves, because they literally know that like they're untouchable.
They're not going to poke. There's not going to be a cap. There's just going to be harder penalties. That's going to be the end result.
I think there's going to be a floor.
That's fine.
Like
but then the revenue sharing is going to have to be real.
Yeah.
Like it's going to have to be significant amounts of dollars that go to these small market teams, and these big teams are just going to have to live with it.
Yeah, and that's fine. Like I to me, there's no issue with that. Like, because the Dodgers thing, like
it's not good for the sport. Like I tweeted that the other day, and like this baseball's and of course every Dodgers fan in the world comes in there and gets in your mentions. Oh, you're mad, bro. You're cheating. Like you are too stupid to get out of your own way. Might be the dumbest people in the history of the world. No, it's just about the fact that there's one team that can operate. Really, there's two teams that can operate this way, and the rest of the sport can't.
Nope.
It's not fair.
No,
it's not a fair system.
Yeah, it's totally it's very broken. And so so just enjoy the 162 plus that you get this year from
Hopefully, you get a
Astros
deep October run from the Astros.
Yeah, so that way it feels like there's less time.
Then you can have a nice summer without baseball.
Yeah. Well, this job's going to be interesting.
It's going to be rough.
Well,
Good luck,
we
buddy.
talk about every single day.
Only from the plane.
All right, he's Michael Connor. I'm Joe George, the pilot, Michael Connor, that is. All right, when we get back here, let's take a look at who's going to the Super Bowl. We got 2 championship games this week, and we'll get to that next, and after that, we'll do some Texans on the other side of the next segment. We'll do that next year on ESPN 97.5.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
All right, we are at championship weekend. The Houston Texans obviously are not playing in it.
It's just like any other year. There's nothing different.
Nope. How they
lives.
didn't get there was different.
I
would
guess.
say.
I mean, is it? Didn't Brian Hoyer lose in similar fashion?
Yeah, it's different though. Brian Hoyer and C.J. Stroud are not supposed to be the same person.
Well, they kind of are similar right now.
I was actually listening to Hoyer. I was listening to a clip from one of the Boston stations talk about Stidham and what's going to happen this weekend. And
we know what's going to happen.
Everyone, we were talking about this when we did our picks for this weekend yesterday. Hoyer, I was listening to Chase Daniels on a podcast last night. Everyone in Denver, they're all so confident.
He's played 4 games in the NFL.
I know, I don't get it. And I get those people are in Denver, these guys are quarterbacks, but I'm like,
against a Patriots defense that's not bad.
No, I'm just maybe he can he be a manager to the game on Sunday to where he's not the reason why they win, but also not the reason
He
why
would
they
literally
lose.
have to have 0 turnovers.
I think
if he has 0 turnovers, then they have a chance.
Yeah,
Sure.
like the Broncos defense is legit. Now it's slowed down a
I was
little
about
bit.
to say,
to where
didn't
it
they
was
give
early
up a
this
bunch
season.
of points just this past weekend? Buffalo.
So like it's not perfect to what it was earlier in the season. Like early in the season, it felt like Texans Broncos were the best defenses in the NFL. The Broncos have definitely slipped since then. But like I'm picking the Patriots to win this weekend.
Easy.
I can't pick a quarterback that has played 4 games and hasn't taken a snap in a real game in 2 years
Against a guy who was not great last week in Drake May, but made 3 great throws to help them win a football game.
And that's like ultimately, like I feel like it's like, okay, if they have the exact same game, like kind of like Stroud and Drake May did, where everything's kind of similar with turnovers, poor play, but there's that difference between 2 great throws and no great throws. I'm betting on Drake May.
Yeah, as you should.
Like I'm just not picking.
It'd be dumb not to.
Yeah, like I just don't. I guess I won't be shocked because anything can happen in the NFL.
I just say thank God that's the early game of the 2.
Yeah, so that's when you're gonna be. Well, hopefully that's like if we all lose power this weekend.
We're not losing power. Y'all gotta cut this out.
People are freaking out.
People gotta stop.
It's literally only. I think
nothing is going to happen. It's gonna be cold for 2 days.
It's gonna be icy on Monday morning.
I don't even think it's gonna be icy.
Yeah, my son's school got canceled already.
Dude, our nephew's got canceled already. So
Yeah,
I'm like, what
well,
are we doing?
I think everything got
What are
canceled.
we doing?
Which like I get, like you're being preventative. Like that's fine.
I'm telling you, I mark my words. My guarantee, my lock of the weekend. You're gonna be able to walk and drive many places this weekend and be just fine.
No, I won't. I'm gonna take.
I mean, you won't, but you will be able to.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to kind of just chilling the next 2 days at home. Doesn't go anywhere. I can just be like, Joseph wants to do something. Like, it's cold.
We gotta stay here, buddy.
Like, yeah, we'll probably end up doing something tomorrow because it's not gonna be bad, obviously.
It's gonna rain a lot tomorrow.
Which it just means you're cold when you go inside. And then we got Rams Seahawks. So Rams are 2.5-point dogs on the road.
I'm a little surprised by that line.
I think it's because like the offense just hasn't been good for them. Like
For the Seahawks?
For the Rams.
Oh, for the Rams. I'm a little surprised the Seahawks aren't a bigger favorite.
Oh, okay. Interesting. So
At home. So
do you think what's your Super Bowl then right now? You think it's gonna be Seattle
and
Patriots?
Patriots, yeah.
Okay. So I'm still going Rams Patriots. Like I think that's where I think which is kind of annoying. Like how these teams just have found a way to be back in the position that they are. Totally different. Like this will be the third time we've seen Ram Patriots Super Bowl in our lifetime.
Yeah, it's dumb. Yeah, it'd be too many times.
Like you have the Warner, Brady.
Yep.
You have Goff Brady.
And
now you're gonna have Stafford May. And even if it's Seattle Patriots, it's like we've already seen that.
We've had Seattle Denver as well.
Yeah, like so it's like we've already seen these. Like I guess Broncos Rams would be a fresh one. I think.
Yeah, I think so.
That'd be a fresh one.
Yeah.
So like that'd be nice to see. But it's amazing how
No,
these
it wouldn't. You
teams,
don't
like,
want the Broncos in the Super Bowl.
No, I don't.
Jarrett Stidham had the game of his life, and then come out and the Super Bowl's 42-6.
Well, I did think as a Texans topic for this offseason would be if Jarrett Stidham
won the Super Bowl.
If Jarrett Stidham wins the Super Bowl, we're gonna get calls.
Oh God,
and
no.
texts.
You've already
and
done.
topics.
You've already done this once with a Broncos quarterback.
Should the Texans trade for Jarrett Stidham and move on from C.J. Stroud? Brian, you know I'm right.
You are right.
I'm right. Like people are gonna say it.
I won't take the call. They may call in, but I will not take it.
We got interns.
They will call.
Are you gonna screen the interns?
I will supersede it.
Good call.
You get a paddle and whack.
But like someone is going to, if Jarrett Stidham makes a run, even if he wins this game, honestly, people are gonna call and say it.
You're only moving C.J. Stroud for 2 quarterbacks, in my opinion.
Who are?
Lamar Jackson.
Okay.
And Joe Burrow.
Okay.
That's it.
I agree.
That's it. And the Texans would be high if they're not making that phone call to see if either of them is available.
Yeah, I mean, I think they can call, but I don't think they're going to get a yes back.
I'm telling you, man, I said it that day on Twitter during the game, and there was emotion in the moment, but I'm not even kidding. Like, the Joe Burrow situation, I think, is one worth monitoring. It's got a lot of similarities to me to the Stafford in Detroit situation.
Yeah.
Where the player just got tired of being there and the perennial crap that franchise is giving him. I know that they've given him a lot when it comes to keeping his guys, but like the way that he talked, I think it's just worth monitoring.
I think so too, and it's like hard to ignore the history of that franchise.
Yeah.
This wouldn't be the first time.
I mean, literally, Carson Palmer was out there trumpeting, telling him you don't need to go there before he went there.
Yeah, like he retired.
Yeah,
he retired from there.
But like he was, you remember that? I think you were 790 with us at that point.
Yeah, I think so.
We were at Radio Row, and Carson Palmer's on the air with us. He's like, "Hey, Joe Burrow doesn't need to go there."
I think that might have actually happened right before I got there. But yeah, that's one worth monitoring. I think the Baltimore stuff is worth monitoring just off the way the owner has talked about his contract and like that he wants to get done by a certain deadline. But that also means like he wants a contract.
And is it your evaluation that I'm in a spot like the Rams were at that point, that Les Snead and Sean McVay said we are a quarterback away from being a Super Bowl champion? If you think that you don't have the quarterback, that's why I think you have to investigate every route to those two players.
Yeah. Well, so let's talk some more Texans about just how we're feeling about their season now that we are almost a week past. We'll give some grades for the team this year. We'll do that next year on Jeremy and Joe. He's Michael Connor. I am Joe George. It's ESPN 97.5. All right, back here on ESPN 97.5, Joe George, Michael Connor, here with you until 6 o'clock. Couple texts here. Let's see, 4818 says, I would move CJ for Josh Allen as well. Yes, but context of what Michael Connor was saying.
He's not available.
He's not available because, as we'll talk about probably in the next segment here, is Josh Allen is literally
in the interviews
for the head coaching positions. Like, there are a ton of quarterbacks that you would take over Stroud right now, but they're not available. I did see this top 100 list that came out for the top 100 players in the NFL from ESPN. And guess where? Well, I guess I'm kind of giving it away here. CJ's ranked
in the top 100.
In the top 100,
50 range. Is that too
I
high?
guess sorry. It's the top 100 real NFL MVP candidates for the 2025 season.
And he's in the top 100.
Yep.
I mean, it's hard to put together a list of 100. He's got to be super low. He's gonna be like in the 90s. Higher? Where?
37.
That's way too high.
Yes. And like this is a one where they go position by position, they put all positions in it. So like they do like not just a quarterback award, this guy Seth Walters tries to include a bunch of people in it. But yeah, he puts CJ Stroud 37th on this list of basically the top 100 players in the NFL.
I mean, he was not the 37th best player in the NFL this year. He wasn't bad. Like, I think that's the hardest part of the CJ discussion is that, like, we live in this world of extremes. Everybody wants to be, oh, he's good or oh, he sucks. He was a good player overall in the regular season. He just had his two worst games possible in the playoffs.
I would like to nitpick a little bit, and I'll just go solid.
Yeah, I mean, solid's fine. Solid is fine with what you have as a team.
When you're not making the mistakes that you made at the end.
Right. There's no denying he has not been the same player that he was his rookie year in the two previous years. Like, it hasn't been that.
It's one now where, like, as you watch these arguments of pro and anti CJ, of just like which stats you want to pick and choose from, right? Like, I feel like every quarterback in the NFL, it's kind of like it's Pro Football Focus, and it's kind of the way people use like Baseball Reference, where you can pick and choose which things you want to use as your reason why CJ Stroud is or is not a good football player. Like, just as an example, like, sorry to people that get mad when I do this top 100 list, I think there's a glaring omission.
Okay,
remember the title of this article:
Top 100 MVP.
Top 100 real NFL MVP candidates for the 2025 season.
Okay,
Caleb Williams is not on this list.
Oh, that's stupid.
So it's
dumb.
But then he defended it. Seth Walder, he's like talked about like completion percentage and certain analytical things, and that's what people are going to do with CJ. Is they're gonna pick and choose things. I think the biggest anti-Stroud one that you can use is that in his playoff victories that he's had so far, 3 of them, if the offense did not score a single point in 3 playoff wins, if you took the
would he still won all 3 games?
32-32.
Okay.
His defense has given up 32 points in playoff wins and has scored 32
and he's
points.
Done nothing to really help them win the
So it's like all he really has had to do is get the Texans a field goal position, essentially, in each one of these games.
Which, again, if he had done that against the Patriots, we're probably talking about an AFC Championship game this week.
We're talking about a Super Bowl run.
We probably are.
Like, we're talking about this Texans defense facing Jarrett Stidham.
Yeah. I mean, that's why I brought up the whole, if you think that you're there, you got to investigate getting better at the position.
Yeah, I don't think they're frankly going to.
No, they're not. He's going to be the quarterback next year. They're going to pick up the 5th-year option, and then they're going to have a real decision to make on how they operate on extension or no extension after next season.
5795 asks, how much is Mac Jones going to get? He's under contract with the 49ers.
Also, you don't want him.
Only for a year. And frankly, like, I think the 49ers know they kind of have to keep him. And they're going to get calls. Like, with the market in free agency and
Texans
in the draft.
Will probably get calls on Davis Mills.
Yeah, like there are a lot of teams that need quarterbacks. And, like, could you have, like, I don't know, like a 4th-round pick for Davis Mills for 1 year or Mac Jones for 1 year? Is that better for the Jets than drafting Ty Simpson 2nd overall? Sorry to your wife. Or
she didn't like him. Trading
for, Kyler Murray's bad contract. Like, I think the trading for Davis Mills or Mac Jones is the better option, honestly.
Yeah.
So, like, it's not a great quarterback market, and, like, maybe that will cause a wrinkle. I mean, like, if you're the Texans, like, if there's a public demand of a trade from a quarterback, you have to call. Outside of that, CJ Stroud's going to be the quarterback next year.
Yeah, he's going to be the
quarterback. I would be stunned if he's not. Like,
I would too.
Because honestly, for it to not be him, like, it would have to be, I think, a major trade where, like, you are giving up a ton of draft capital plus CJ Stroud for a legit quarterback.
How many picks did the Lions give up in that Stafford
deal?
deal?
So it's 2 firsts.
2 firsts.
2 firsts in Goff for Stafford.
I think it'd be simple. Like, let's just go to that world where it's a Burrow trade. I think 2 firsts and Stroud would do it.
The difference is Goff is under contract, and I just wonder like how that impacts.
Well, Stroud is technically under control for the next 4 seasons.
Yeah.
Because you could franchise him.
Yeah,
twice.
you can franchise him. Like you can, but like if like that's where like a team like Cincinnati like doesn't really come into play. Like I think they would want Stroud under a $30 million deal. Now maybe that's where if he was traded, they would be more likely to accept a deal like that because they're obviously not accepting that from the Texans. Like they're going to ask for $55 million,
and he's not. You can't give him $55 million a year right now.
No, it's not even a question. You say you.
No, I wouldn't give him more than 40 right now.
Yeah, but he's never going to accept that. Like,
Yeah.
So like he's just going to have to play out the year, and you don't hang up the phone on David Mulugeta because you want to keep that relationship as positive as possible.
Yeah, you don't want to piss that snake off.
But you tell him like, hey man, like not right now. Like we're about we'll get there. Like not in the moment. You be as nice and as cordial as possible.
Yeah, I mean the Cowboys caught a lot of flack for a lot of years now. They did backfire on how they handled the contracts after, but like when they did the franchise tagging with Dak, that wasn't a horrible idea at the time.
No.
It wouldn't be a horrible idea to play it out that way. Even if he continues to play this way and you keep winning divisions and you keep going to the playoffs, but you're still not convinced at that point that it's worth a long-term deal. Like there's nothing wrong with going that route.
No, I think they're actually people have talked about like not wanting to be in quarterback purgatory with the Texans, but like there's a way to like you don't have to be. Like you can kind of play this out through the franchise tag, through all of it, and just like slowly wait and see like if he like really turns it around, if he's really worth the money, and also kind of give yourself that wiggle room of like, well, if we have a bad season, we could go get a quarterback, or we could trade for someone else, or we can get into free agency. Like there are other options that you can go through in this process that like it leaves things open for you. Like if you pay him today, the reason why you can't is because of what's happening in Miami and Arizona.
Right. I'm going to say you're going to throw yourself into a position where you're going to pay him and it's going to cost you players on the side of the football that you want to have around longer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think they're just going to wait it out at this point.
As they should. You got to pay Will Anderson this offseason, deal with him.
5795 says that CJ sits out. We talked about that yesterday. Will Ryans forgive him after he just put all his trust in the quarterback and job on
CJ's
the line
not
for
sitting
him?
Out.
See, I disagree.
You think he'd sit out for not getting a contract extension?
I mean, that's how these things typically play out, right?
But he's under contract for 2 more years.
I know, but like this is what like these like.
I just don't see that happening.
We see players all the time like they want to get new deals and like they don't get it and they sit and we are kind of in like uncharted territory here with Stroud, where most of these quarterbacks, as we're saying here, like Trevor just gets paid, Kyler got paid, like these guys just get paid, or they get Baker Mayfield or Sam Darnold, like they get traded, they get moved on from. We're like Stroud's gonna be in this weird middle ground now. Like Kirk Cousins didn't sit, but he kind of knew what the game was at that point with Washington.
Yeah.
So like I think it's very much on the table.
I don't his personality to me doesn't scream I'm gonna go not show up.
I hope so. I hope you're right.
I say that, then I talk to people that, go out there to those things, and that's the thing that bothers me is like I do the Locked On Texans show, and they go to the training camp and everything, and they've told me before the year, they're like, man, his like not giving a crap out here at practice is a little worrisome.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what is going on here? What's the deal?
For 2 years now, all we've gotten is negative reports on the offense at camp. And the last 2 years, we've kind of given them a pass. And now that's gone.
It's over.
We're like, now it's like, there's always
overhaul has to happen.
There was excuse being made.
Yeah.
And like now it's like if it's another training camp where it's like, now
you got to put money in the line. You got to figure out the line more. I mean, the line wasn't horrible this year, but it needs to be better. The wide receiver room, what the hell's happening there?
I think it's a great question.
And they need another running back.
I agree.
You have to put significant money into this offense. And if you don't, and look, Nick Caserio's a lame duck too. Nobody talks about that. This is his last year of his contract coming up.
Is it really?
Yeah, this is it, buddy.
I didn't realize that.
This is the 6th year of the 6-year deal, unless there's been an extension that's happened that we've not been told.
Well, that's very possible because the NFL is kind of secretive with that stuff.
Yeah.
But I think everyone's kind of on the hot seat going into next season. I don't think
D'Amico is.
It doesn't result in like firings, but it does result in like potential like major shakeup in the organization based off whatever decision they make. Now it's also very possible like the McNair family is like very much like on board with everything. We're just like, hey, it's not working out the way we thought. Like, we're not going to panic, but it's hard to know how Hannah is handling all of this.
She is aware of their public perception. I think as long as D'Amico is pumping out 10-win seasons, there's no significant movement other than staff change. I think there's going to be staff changes this offseason. Nick Caley's coming back. We know that. But you look at the offensive staff, like, why is Gerard Johnson being brought back? The quarterback play hasn't improved at all. You need a new quarterback coach.
Yeah, I think we're going to see changes.
There has to be.
The hard part with that, I think, when you really think about it, though, is that you've got this guy with no experience. I don't know who he called. Like, who does Nick Caley call? Because everyone he knows,
Sean McVay,
has a job in New England or in Los Angeles.
Oh, who do you call to add to your staff?
Yeah,
You're talking about for advice. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's like, and that's the thing, and it's kind of the same thing with D'Amico, where maybe that's how we ended up with Caley here in Houston. But it's just I don't know what the reach is for these guys of because this still to me feels like a Caserio hire. I'll say that till the day he's fired.
It's a Caserio hire. It's New England. They're trying to be New England still. To this day in 2026, this franchise, that is the one thing that they continue to get wrong. They're trying to be the Tom Brady New England Patriots. Guess what? You don't have Tom Brady.
They want to.
You don't. And you're not going to. He's never going to be number 12. That guy, go listen to Tom Brady talk for 5 minutes in terms of mentality of what you have to be as a quarterback. C.J. Stroud ain't that guy.
Yeah.
And it's never going to happen.
100%. 100%. Let's go to the HRMP listener line. 713-780-3776. Go out to Keith. Keith, what's going on?
Hey, guys, love the C.J. Stroud talk. When you have your 2 worst games in the playoffs and you get bounced like that with a world-class defense, you got to talk about it. I agree with everything you guys are saying. But so they're going to pick up the 5th-year option because there's no better. It's a weak QB class coming out of the draft. They're going to pick up his option. I don't think they will pay him the 65+ or whatever the market is. There's going to be some wiggle rooms with quarterbacks on the market. Mac Jones. I think Gardner Minshew could be $10 million a year. Great value. I know he got hurt. Jacoby Brissett was so efficient for the 10 games he started for. I think you could get the Cardinals QB that they don't want because they're going to keep probably one of those guys. There's just so much value in the QB market because if you pay Stroud, you're going to have to cut ties with some high-dollar, defensive players. You're not going to be able to pay some guys. And some guys deserve to get paid, like a Will Anderson Jr. could be the highest-paid defensive player of all time. So you ride it out with Stroud. You probably part ways like the Giants did with Daniel Jones or the Darnold and the Baker situations, but you can't do this with Stroud with this type of production as he gets worse and worse every year.
Thanks, Keith. Yeah, it's just you're waiting this thing out. You're politely saying no when they ask for a contract extension, and you're seeing how they respond.
I think it's going to be eerily similar. I'm telling you, to the Cowboys situation with Dak Prescott, a guy that's good enough to win games in the regular season consistently, and maybe never going to take you over the hump, and you're just going to get stuck.
Okay, but do you think the Texans go to the Super Bowl this year if Dak's their quarterback?
I think they could.
I think they would have.
I think they probably would have too.
I think
because the matchup. Yeah.
I just don't know how many quarterbacks are doing.
Let's call the Cowboys. Cowboys want C.J. Stroud for Dak Prescott?
That would be so funny. It'll never happen, but that would be so funny.
Jerry and Cal on the phone. Oh, hey Jerry.
I would pay.
You want C.J.? I'll take Dak for you.
I would pay so much money to hear a conversation. It could be about anything. It could be about burgers. It could be about football. Like Cal McNair and Jerry Jones on a phone call. I would love to hear those two have a conversation together.
Never quit.
And then you got Jerry talking about mosquitoes.
Just having a little party.
It'd be awesome.
Maybe a glory hole here or there.
Yeah.
Hey, give everyone a hug over there.
All right.
There's no way that Cal McNair ever makes any official phone calls on behalf of the Houston Texans.
You think it's all Hannah now?
It's all Hannah. There's no way.
Yeah, I agree.
You can't let him do that.
Unless she's in the middle of her podcast, then maybe Cal will answer the phone.
You listen to it?
No.
You should listen to it,
It's
Joe.
always fun to win.
Did you listen to the podcast with her and her 8 sisters or whatever it was?
Oh, the crazy ones that used to come after us on Twitter?
I don't remember that.
Oh, me and our bald friend over at the other station.
Yeah.
We used to get there was one of them that used to come after the both of us on Twitter all the time.
Oh, I do remember that.
Yeah, me and Clanton both, like all the time. They would just come at us.
I forgot about that.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk about what's going on in the NFL with this coaching searches, because we just got, let's see, an update here. Anthony Weaver just completed an interview with the Pittsburgh Steelers, which is interesting, as a candidate for that job. But there's a bunch of jobs filled, a bunch of jobs still to be filled, and well, one of them is interviewing Philip Rivers to be the head coach of their team. We'll get to that next year on ESPN 97.5.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe
on ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Joe George, Michael Connor. You can catch Michael Connor twice a week.
That's right.
On the Locked On Texans YouTube channel.
I have one tomorrow morning.
Normally it's Friday nights. When are you guys doing the other one?
Tuesdays.
So
Tuesdays
Wade Smith.
6. Yeah. No Wade Smith.
No Wade in the offseason?
Wade does not do the offseason.
I don't blame him.
He just does post-game.
Just post-game? I don't blame him. So you got Wade, John Hickman, and Stan Norfleet doing that show with you. So it's twice a week for an hour. You'll be doing Locked On Astros post-game shows this year, which will start up here at the end of March.
Yep. It'll be the last year I do them until 2028.
Let's hope those jobs are still there for us.
Yeah, they might not be. They might not be.
So right now, so we got Baltimore's open. Baltimore's filled yesterday with Jesse Minter, their old defensive coordinator.
That one was like a lock. The moment that job opened for everything you read.
Buffalo is open at the moment. We'll start there. So today
they've interviewed Brian Dable.
Yeah.
Joe Brady.
Yep.
Who am I missing? They've interviewed somebody else.
Philip Rivers?
I was going to wait on him for the last one, but I can't remember that. Okay, so yeah, Philip Rivers is on. Oh, Mike McDaniel.
Lou Anarumo.
Yeah.
Now, Mike McDaniel took the Chargers job.
Well, no, he's still interviewing for the Bills job.
That's right. He is. So, which I think is interesting because, Brian Flores also, I don't know where he's still interviewing. I think he's still in the mix for Pittsburgh.
I believe. Yeah.
So, he has accepted his contract back with the Vikings. So, he's re-signed with the Vikings to be their DC, but he still has options elsewhere.
Right.
Which is very funny for, Matt Nagy, who was not under contract.
They just said goodbye. We're going to bring back Eric Bieniemy, who everybody at first kind of hated after a while.
He got fired. Nagy did, is what they're telling me.
Yeah, it's absolutely what happened.
It's kind of a James Click.
It is, yeah,
in a way.
I love their tweet today. Always a Super Bowl champion, a lot like always a World Series champion, and they're both bald white guys.
You can't take away. You can't take away championship.
Can't.
Travis Kelce, on a side note with that, did say it's gonna be awesome to see Bieniemy in the locker room. So
yeah, he's coming back.
I think that is a little teaser that maybe this is hey, I'll come back. And
he doesn't want to end it on a 6-win team or whatever.
Yeah. So, but the headliner is, I think Lou Anarumo is interesting for the Bills.
He's going everywhere.
So going Notre Dame to Indianapolis to the Bills head coach would be an interesting transition. He's not. But they've interviewed Philip Rivers today.
They're going to give it to Philip Rivers. This is like the Josh McCown situation all over.
See, that's why I feel like they're not, because Josh McCown wasn't a real candidate.
No, I think Philip Rivers actually is a real candidate, though.
So Josh Allen's in all these interviews. He's in every single one, and the idea that Josh Allen's sitting there and it's
stupid.
I used to play against this guy. That's who I want my head
It was
coach
initially Philip's last game in the NFL was against Josh Allen until he came back this year.
Yeah. He had to extend the health insurance.
It's true.
But I can't imagine this is the Bills move. But at the same time,
I think they're going to hire Dable.
That press conference was such a mess that they had.
Oh, my God. What a joke.
They lied about Keon Coleman. They literally said it was because he lost that last game.
And then, yeah.
So, if they win, it continues. We're at least, Baltimore's owner was asked about John Harbaugh in his press conference before they hired a coach, and was what if the Ravens would have made the playoffs? And he said, quote, then he would have been the coach for one more week.
Yeah.
So they were moving on from Harbaugh no matter what, because they knew they weren't winning the Super Bowl this year.
Yeah.
And so basically John had to win the Super Bowl this year, kind of like when they had Flacco. And it was if Flacco doesn't win the Super Bowl, they're moving on from him, and then they did, so they stuck with him. But the Bills, they're just they're a mess, and it does feel eerily similar in that way, where it's if Jack Easterby had his way, Josh McCown would have been the head coach of the Texans.
Yeah,
he was going to be the head coach of the Texans.
That would have been glorious.
And honestly, he might have been the coach of the Texans if the Texans weren't named in the Brian Flores lawsuit.
Probably.
So. I struggle to wrap my mind around the idea that Philip Rivers could actually be the head coach of the Buffalo Bills next year.
I think it's going to be Dable.
Which I think is a good move.
He had a good history with Josh Allen.
That was when he developed. And I know Harbaugh's, I think, going to do good things with with the Giants and turn them around. But Dable, until this year, has had major question marks on that roster at quarterback the entire time. And even they have a giant question mark, in my opinion, because Jackson Dart doesn't seem super intelligent with the idea of staying on the field because he's in the concussion protocol every single game.
Yeah.
But this is Dable, he won a playoff game with Daniel Jones. I don't want to take that away from him.
Yeah, he can't.
So I think it's a fine fit for them. And if Josh Allen wants it at some point, it feels like just Josh Allen's making this hire.
It really does.
It feels like it's just whoever he wants. If he wants Philip Rivers,
then he's going to get Philip Rivers.
He's going to get Philip Rivers. If he wants Joe Brady to stay,
he's going to get Philip Rivers with Joe Brady as the offensive coordinator.
Yeah, but that's just, I don't know. It's very funny. We've gone from Philip Rivers is out of our lives to he's back playing football.
And now possibly the head coach of the Bills.
Yes. And I'll be curious.
Do you think it'd be a disaster, though? I don't. Because you know why? The team's good.
They're good. It's that will help him a lot. It's not like the Texans with McCown.
And they're not in a great division. And the Patriots are obviously going to be a problem now. They're not going away, but it's not like it's a division that's got two of the teams in it that are, knocking on the door of doing anything.
Yeah.
It's a 2-team division. That's it.
I don't. Yeah. But it's just such inexperience, and like this is like Josh's last chance. This is probably his last.
He's 30.
This is probably his last coach.
He's 30.
The way he plays, you think he's playing another 10 years?
His arm is good enough. Yeah.
That's if he.
He's just got to change the way he plays.
Like I would bet on him playing much longer than like Lamar, obviously.
Oh, absolutely.
Because his size helps, but it's like you're hoping this is his last coach. I would say.
Well, if it is his last coach, it means it's successful.
Yeah.
Hey, look, man, I hope it fails miserably. I want the Texans to. That's what pisses you off, too, is that all these things happen. All these teams that are usually a problem that you worry about, they're all out this year. And you couldn't get over it.
And now you'll have to go through all of them next year.
Yeah, you think, maybe Baltimore's better again next year?
I would bet on them being better next year. I bet on them winning the division next year.
It's not a good division.
No, like it's. I'm not gonna. Who knows who the Steelers quarterback could be? It could be like a lot of people are mocking Ty Simpson there in drafts already, which I think that's fine for like in the 20s. Like Cincinnati, if Joe Burrow can stay healthy, if they do some work on defense, could be a team that could do some damage.
They're
but
not gonna do any work on that.
Like Trey Hendrickson's a free agent. He's gonna walk.
Yeah.
So like they have like major problems on defense that are literally only gonna get worse.
Yeah. Baltimore still has major problems on defense.
Yeah, they do. Now I think Jesse Minter will help.
Yeah.
That you've got Robert Saleh in Tennessee.
He'll be out of there in 3 years.
Yeah,
the Titans are just destined to always suck.
Yeah, to me it's just
it's a bad franchise. It's got bad ownership.
My first reaction was like, oh, they're literally just copying the Texans. Like they're literally just hired the 49ers defensive coordinator.
Yeah, I mean nothing against Robert Saleh. I just think it's the Titans. I'm not a Cam Ward believer.
Now if Dable doesn't get the Bills job, and it's reported like he's going to be the Titans OC.
Yeah,
that to me like makes me a little more interested in what Tennessee's doing. Where I'm like, okay, like I could see like that kind of working. Where like you've got someone that helped develop Josh Allen that at times with the Giants had a good offense, even though like they struggled as a team as a whole. If he's the Titans OC, like I'm open to the idea that like they could be better. Not a threat, not right away at least. Like they could be better.
They could be better. I mean, yeah, it's hard to not be better from what they've been. They've been a joke.
And then the typical dumpster fire that it always is the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah, and then who wants that job? Why would you want that job?
I think Mike McDaniel made a great decision by opting out of.
I wouldn't even taken the first interview.
Yeah, like going to be the Chargers OC is a way better job than being the Browns head coach.
You're making millions.
Yeah,
you're living where you want, not in Cleveland. Anybody been to Cleveland? Cleveland's a dump.
You have a quarterback.
Like it's just going to lead to you it's going to lead to you having the ability to pick where you want to go next.
Yes, 100%. It's that job feels like a total disaster, and honestly, I think they're just ended up hiring Jim Schwartz.
I know.
I think they're just going to promote Jim Schwartz.
Yeah, they are, and then it'll be like a one and done.
And they don't even have like their offensive coordinator to keep him in the mix. Like Tommy Reese went to Atlanta.
That's right. Yeah,
with Kevin Stefanski, which I like that hire, but it's one of those years where it feels like a wild year for there to be 10 openings when it feels like there's not really a good job.
Who's going to be the Steelers?
I think it's going to be one of the Rams guys.
Now, everybody's been saying that one of the Rams guys is going to go maybe the Cardinals.
Like Shieldhouse.
LaFleur is going to go to the Cardinals maybe.
Shieldhouse or Shula could end up in Pittsburgh. LaFleur makes sense in Arizona. I kind of feel like Arizona's also...
They're a dumpster fire franchise.
They've been the betting favorite for a while, and like the people in Denver have been saying like that's where the Vance Joseph landing spot is.
Okay.
So like good luck to them for that. Like
the Cardinals they're not a good franchise.
No, they're not. I think it's one of the two worst jobs that were open.
The only thing good about the Cardinals job is that part of the world is not, an ice box.
Yeah. But like I think the Miami job and the Arizona job, because at least with Cleveland, it's like, okay, we suck next year.
Yeah.
And we're going to a draft that at the moment looks pretty good. Like you have, I think Arch is going to be good and be a top pick still. You have Dante Moore, who would have been a top pick this year. Julian Sayin from Ohio State's going to be an option. You have Lenore Sellers can be an option. DJ Lagway could have a bounce back at Baylor. You have CJ Carr at Notre Dame. Like it feels like there's going to be a crop of at least 3 quarterbacks that are going to be top 10 worthy next year. So like you are, at least if you're Cleveland, like you can kind of tank and probably be in good position to get your guy eventually.
And aren't they finally going to get out from the Deshaun Watson thing after next year?
Yeah.
It's still going to be hanging around on their books for a minute.
I also think like, I think Deshaun's going to be a starting quarterback next year.
Why?
I think it's going to be a competition between him and Shador. And to me,
it'd be. I think it'd be stupid to not just play Shador.
I wonder if there's any play Deshaun and hope he plays well enough that you can trade
him
at some point.
I guess.
I doubt it, but it feels like would you want to coach a quarterback competition between Deshaun Watson and Shador Sanders?
He'll probably go out there and just blow his knee out again.
I don't think they would hate that either. To be honest,
probably wouldn't.
All right, he's Michael Connor. I am Joe George. You can find him on Twitter at Connor Michael.
That's accurate.
Is your Twitter account?
I don't tweet all the time anymore, but I'm there.
College football playoff expansion is not happening, it appears. We are sticking with 12, and there are rules that people are going to hate, and for people that hate Notre Dame, you're really going to hate it. We'll get to that next here on ESPN 97.5.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
All right, back here on ESPN 97.5, Joe George, Michael Connor, here with you until 6. Today is the deadline day for college football playoff expansion for next year. The Big Ten wants a 24-team college football playoff.
Big Ten is high.
The SEC wants a 16-team playoff. So let's just start there.
Okay.
What do you want? 12, 16, 24?
I think after watching it this year, I am completely fine with 12.
I would like to go to 16, personally.
I wouldn't be terribly mad at it, but we had a lot of bad games.
We did, but I want to know, I mean, look, and one of my arguments has always been like you want to give more of a sample size. I do think one win from teams that had a bye in 2 years is a good sample size.
Okay.
So like the fact that like having a bye seems to be a major disadvantage at this point. Like last year you weren't sure because the seeding was weird. You know, Arizona State and Boise State had byes. Like, did they deserve to honestly have one? So this year the only team that has a bye that wins is Indiana.
Yeah.
And so now I'm just like that feels...
Doesn't matter. They're just going to win it all again next year, apparently, because they're a juggernaut that just has all the money in the world to spend.
They really don't spend that much money.
Didn't they just get they got a bunch of other guys coming in, though?
Like Cuban is spending money.
Okay.
But, like, their portal class, like, it's good. Like, they got, like, Nick Marsh from Michigan State. They got J.P. Hoover, I think is his name.
Guy.
A TCU quarterback. Like, they're spending, but they're not still, like, they're not spending like Texas is spending.
Okay.
I mean, Texas gave quarterback money to a wide receiver with Cam Coleman. Like, it's like I don't think they're even spending as much as Notre Dame is spending, honestly, this offseason. So they seem to just be evaluating really well, which is honestly, I think, a little scarier, where it's like if Mark Cuban really ponies up,
they could
at some point, like, what are they going to be?
Indiana football, back-to-back champions.
I would like to see a 16 team at this point, just because all these teams that lose after a bye, like it's like that to me feels like a good enough sample size after 2 years. Now it's not official yet, so like, I guess there's still time, at this
24 there is no point in having 24.
That seems crazy to me.
Stupid. It devalues the regular season.
No, like, and no matter where you cut it, like, because then you're talking about like the Big Ten, they want like multiple auto bids for each conference.
Okay, well, who does the Big Ten think they are? The majority of their conference is ass. Like, let's be honest with it here. The majority of your conference is cheeks that nobody wants to watch.
Well, frankly, I don't think the SEC is that different.
I don't think that the SEC is that different either.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, the SEC still has Texas, LSU, Florida's a joke, but Florida's a draw.
Mm-hmm.
Alabama's a draw. Okay, the Big Ten has Michigan and Ohio State. Who else do you want to see in the Big Ten?
I would say Oregon.
I keep forgetting that Oregon's
I know,
part of it.
it's weird. But like, so
still, to this day, will not remember that they're in the conference.
Because like if you went to four guaranteed spots for each conference, the SEC gets the four of the teams they already got in this year.
Yeah.
So Ole Miss, Georgia, Texas A&M, Alabama. So that's fine. Like when you just go up to the Big Ten, like you have Indiana, Ohio State, Oregon, they all made the playoffs this year. With the 2014 playoff, an auto bid means USC gets in, but they already would have because they were ranked 20th in the country.
I forget they're there too. Yeah,
but like, there's no need
get
for
them out of that conference.
But like, there's also no need in the
conference.
ACC. Like, yes, Miami plays in the national championship game this year. Like, it was a great run, but like, there was no need for Virginia, SMU, and Pittsburgh to be in the playoffs this year. There was no need.
No.
Jeremy's not here, so I feel more comfortable saying this. There was no need for Utah and the Cougs to get auto bids into the playoffs.
Absolutely not.
Like, now I think the Cougs are eventually going to be just deserving of being in there. But like an auto bid into the conference, no, I don't think it's necessary.
I think there's nothing wrong with not having auto bids. I mean, the conference champion auto bid. A conference champion can have the auto bid if you're doing that, or even if you get rid of the conference championship games, regular season conference champion gets your auto bid. That's it.
Like if you just go with like the last ranking of 1 through, and that's why I think 16 is a good number. Like USC gets in at 16. So the Big Ten gets that extra team. Utah gets in. Vandy gets in. Texas gets in. BYU gets in. Like all these conferences. Like I get like I don't need Tulane to have an auto bid. I don't need James Madison to have an auto bid. Like I think 1 through 16, just the best 16 teams in the country, gives you the best version of the college football playoff. But because the Big Ten and the SEC can't agree on that, Pete Thamel's reporting that an announcement is expected later today at some point that we're just sticking with 12.
It's fine.
We're sticking with the 12-team format, but there's a twist again next year with how this is going to go. The conferences and Notre Dame have changed the rules of it. Where if the new rules were put into place that there are going to be for next year into this year, Notre Dame is guaranteed a spot in the top 12 if they're ranked in the top 12. They're guaranteed a spot in the playoff if they're in the top 12. So like they could not have been bumped out the way they were this year. They're in no matter what.
I think
if they're at 12.
It's weird that they get special treatment, but I also get why they don't get special treatment. What I wish college football would do is body them into picking a conference and going to a conference. Just go to a damn conference already.
Their argument is they tried. Now, it's been a couple decades, like 80 years. But they were rejected from the Big Ten 3 times. So,
just go to the Big 12. We'll take you.
I agree, actually. I think the Big 12 is actually the best destination for Notre Dame.
It'd be a great conference for them.
Because I think it's the one conference that
they'd win every year.
would be willing to take on Notre Dame and also let them keep their TV contract.
Probably.
And I think eventually then NBC just absorbs the Big 12.
That'd be fun.
And honestly, I think that's what's going to happen eventually is Notre Dame is going to join a conference, and it's going to be the ACC if it still exists or the Big 12.
ACC is awful.
And it's only going to be when their TV contract ends.
Yeah.
Then Notre Dame's going to convince NBC to be the player and take on an entire conference. And they're going to take on the Big 12 or the ACC. So it's going to happen eventually, I think. But Notre Dame's guaranteed a spot if they're ranked in the top 12. The reason why that's happening is because the conferences themselves also changed the rules for their conference champions.
Yeah.
The conference champions are now guaranteed a spot in those 4 conferences into the playoff. So this year, Miami would not have been in the playoff because Notre Dame would have been in. And James Madison would have not been in the playoff.
As it should be.
Duke would have been in.
Well, that would have sucked. But honestly, Duke probably would have put up a bigger fight.
But Miami would have been out. So, like, the team that played in the national championship
would have been.
Now, that's the ACC's fault, right? The ACC, their tiebreaker rules to get to the ACC championship game was a mess.
Yeah.
But, like, that's why everyone's mad at Notre Dame. But the reason why it's happening is because the conferences protected themselves by saying our champion gets in no matter what.
Here's what we do. We form, I'm telling you, I think we talked about this we form one big league with the teams that you want to be eligible for the playoff every single year, and you divide it up, and you play. And you don't worry about any other crap, and you have a very set system of how this works. Conferences, like the NFL, whatever it is, figure it out.
I agree, but I feel like it's impossible.
It's impossible because of the TV stuff.
2422 says if the Pac-12, Pac-10 or Pac-12 didn't dissolve, it would be a lot easier to sort out. I agree. It would be nice to me if it didn't dissolve. I wish it wouldn't have, but they were such a mess that, I don't blame USC and everyone for wanting to leave.
It's just such a weird fit. I really wish the Big 12 had stepped up and tried to grab those teams. More of them, the USC and the Oregon.
Yeah, it would make more sense.
Yeah, sure. I mean, geographically, those two teams still, again, being in that conference, stupid.
Well, I mean, look, you have teams from California, they have road games in their conference.
Yeah, but Cal's in the ACC now?
Yeah. So Cal plays road games in their conference against teams in Florida.
They should be in the Pac. They should be in the Big 12.
UCLA,
the Big 12 should just expand it.
UCLA plays road games in their conference in New Jersey against Rutgers.
Stupid.
It doesn't make any sense.
No.
We've completely lost the geographical identity of college football.
Yeah,
and it sucks.
College football, for as much as we do love it, it's got some real problems.
Well, it's funny because
real
it's
problems.
See, in a way though, it's. I kind of feel like it's almost like the NBA now.
Okay, how?
Where sometimes the best part of the NBA season is everything that happens in the summer. It's
all the off-season drama. That's not good for your sport.
And it's what happens off the field where everyone's looking at Giannis moping last night on the sideline.
Trade his ass already. Get it over with.
And we're everyone cares more about that than they do a lot of the product on the field. But college football has found this balance to where they've got that NBA love off the field with all the drama that everyone loves to talk about and get angry about online. But then also they have a little bit of the NFL where they get massive TV ratings.
Yeah.
They're kind of in this. It's not great for the sport, I think, in the long term.
There's a lot of mess that's going to eventually, turn some people off.
Yeah.
But it's still football.
But even then, I don't know if it does.
I think it does turn some people off.
Because it's not like baseball. When baseball doesn't play next year, there are going to be people that don't come back. The casuals, the people who Astros fans accused of being bandwagon fans, they will fall off when the season comes back at first.
Yeah.
They won't be as excited. But UT fans are always going to root for UT.
I will say I've become I used to be more of a I love college football viewer than the NFL viewer. And as I've gotten older, I've flipped. I watch more casually the NFL. I will watch random NFL games.
Yeah.
Before I will watch random college games now.
6803 says Notre Dame's in the ACC, but only for basketball. It's actually all Olympic sports outside of football. And that's what they would want from the Big 12, I think, still at first, at least, would be to be independent in football. But you could take the rest of our teams and create a partnership there,
which I would play a certain amount of Big 12 teams. They're playing BYU this year.
That's what they do with the ACC, and that's why everyone complains about their schedule because the ACC sucks. 6171 says auto bids are dumb, whether it's 12, 16, or 24. If the teams are good enough, they will get in regardless. Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
Exactly.
100%. Like that
Big
to me
Ten
is like,
can bitch and moan all they want. You're going to end up getting 4 teams in no matter what.
And I don't get why it's such a push. Like even if you go back to the years of when you look at the week 16 rankings of any year, most of the time there is a handful of Big Ten teams in that top 12 moment where you're like, okay, this team still is going to get if you go back to 2019, I guess it's hard because the conferences have changed so much, but if you went with the current format of the conferences, you would still have Ohio State, Oregon, and Wisconsin. You still have 3 teams that make the playoffs.
They're just trying to find a way to force Kirk Ferentz and the Iowa Hawkeyes onto us in playoff games.
Well, that's why I'm glad we got rid of the divisions in a couple of these conferences because when Iowa play in the Big Ten title game every year, it's they're gonna win one as an 8-4 team, but just like Duke did this year.
Yeah.
The fact
5-loss Duke.
The fact that Duke would have been an auto bid into the playoffs next year to me is way more. And I know I'm biased because I'm a Notre Dame fan. I get it. But Notre Dame being in the playoff last year is way less egregious than Duke being guaranteed an auto bid.
Oh, absolutely.
Into the playoff. That to me is it's being overshadowed by the Notre Dame anger. But the ACC and these conferences being yep, we just also get our champion. It's no different.
Yeah.
It's also going to create a lot more drama. I think it's actually bad for the playoff committee because for a Notre Dame example, if they don't think they're top 12 worthy, now they can just be oh, we're not putting you in the top 12.
Yeah, hey, you're 13th. Sorry.
They can just you didn't play a good schedule. Fact. Yeah. You lost to Miami in November, maybe. And then all right, you're 13th. They can just and then
every year stuck in 13.
Yeah, it's you're gonna be 13 every single year if you don't go undefeated. It's just the reality. I think this is like you just said, they've just kind of created, I think, potentially more of a headache for themselves at this point.
They'll never have here's one guarantee: we will never have a perfect system in college football in anything we do. It's been this way for our entire adult lives now. There's always something.
Yeah, the only way I think you can get a perfect system is what you said, and that's someone like Cody Campbell comes in, just buys college football.
Just turn it into, it's a league.
And it's an 80-team league, and we go back to the geographical stuff, and you treat it more like the NFL.
Yep.
With just the West, the South, the East, the Central, Southwest, Southeast, all those different divisions. And it's all right, the winner of that division makes the playoff.
Yep.
And we set their schedules.
Yep.
And because there's no reason why these teams, because I look at these schedules and I'm I can't believe these powerhouse schools are still just playing the little sisters of the poor.
Oh, and it's gonna get worse.
But I don't blame them.
They're not playing. Yeah, nobody's scheduling out of conference anymore.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be to what you were saying about Notre Dame. That's how you really can force Notre Dame out.
Yeah, is that nobody wants to schedule them.
But I don't think that's gonna happen. I really don't. I don't think that's gonna happen.
I don't think so either.
Teams are just going to keep scheduling them and
because Notre Dame brings in money.
Yeah, they do. They bring in a lot of money for schools. So I don't know. I can't tell if college football is in a good place or the worst place ever because it feels like it's kind of both at the same time.
I think going back to the days where we just didn't hear about how much money was being spent on the players is probably would make this a little bit more palatable.
Yeah, I think when a couple of the athletic directors said the other day that a $20.5 million roster limit, it's spending limit is not enough money. I was ugh, that's where you kind of
start creeping up into $100 million ranges here before you know it. It's what are we doing?
I still do you think I still just don't think it's sustainable. You have these guys who, what do you get out of it? What does Mark Cuban honestly get out of this? Besides
ego, it's your ego. It's stroking your ego.
But at some point,
you've got more money than God.
But at some point, even when you have more money than God, you start the team loses. And it's do you want to spend if Texas Tech has a bad year next year,
which they won't,
which I don't think they will, but if your quarterback gets hurt and you're without him, and all of a sudden
that happened this year and they still had a good year.
That's true. But Cody Campbell's put $20 million into a roster and they missed the playoffs. Is he going to be hell bent on spending $20 million the next year?
Probably. You know how much money that guy's got?
Well, probably he is. He might be the exception to the rule, honestly. Of all of it. Before we go to break, we'll combine these breaks here. But let's go out to the HRP listener. Let's go out to David. David, what's going on? David, start again.
alignments, but I'm kind of like some of the NFL alignments are really they don't make sense to me. So I'm a Cowboys fan. You're a divisional player in the NFC East, where you have the Phillies, the Eagles, the Giants, and Washington. Why isn't Dallas in? Why can't they change to the AFC South?
David, thank you. Thanks, David. Yeah, look, I think it's
Jerry's never letting that happen.
It's a good argument for like why like maybe college ball shouldn't just be a big deal, but also I see your side of it of like you're traveling all across the country as the Dallas Cowboys, but
they don't care.
But also like it's at
they
the same
do not
time,
care. Plane rides 2.5 hours.
And everything that like we miss about like we're losing in college football. Like David, your argument is to now get rid of that for the Cowboys, like so you have to travel less. You don't want to play the Commanders anymore.
Yeah, the NFL's here's where the NFL is the perfect product. They have gotten everything right to a T in terms of how their product works. You want to model it like that. I don't care if geographically it's a little bit wonky.
Mm-hmm.
They've got it right. That's all we're asking college football to do.
Just try to figure out how to get it right.
Just get it right.
Text here says, next thing colleges are going to start doing is trading players. Look,
then we could just call ourselves minor league. But the NFL's minor league.
There's
whatever you want to call it.
There's an LOL at the end of this text, but the thing is I don't think it's crazy. Like what's happening right now at Duke with Dylan Mensa, the quarterback, who they're suing to keep at Duke so he doesn't go to Miami. A trade just kind of solves the problem.
It does.
Like now,
if they sign contracts, you should be able to trade them. Right?
You have to have a collective bargaining agreement.
Yeah.
Before you just like tell
again why you just create a league. Create a league.
I just don't know how you get like all these players.
I don't know how any of this works.
Like how you get them to align on this.
This is you keep doing this for so long, you're going to twist your head into a pretzel to where none of it makes any sense, and you realize why it never changes because it's just too much work.
Well, and now like it's impossible to have. The reality is the NCAA has lost control.
Yeah,
like
they don't have any control.
Like you have a situation right now
just break off
in college basketball where a player who has now signed a contract with an NBA team has intended to go back to Alabama. The NCAA said, no, we're not allowing that.
Yeah.
And then apparently a judge who is a 6-figure donor to the University of Alabama has said, yeah, he can play. And his wife is also representing former Alabama players in a murder trial. So they're like very well connected into the Alabama program. So
it's definitely who you want to be, representing.
But like the court system has just kind of neutered the NCAA, and until they get, and they've been asking now, until they can get Congress to get involved, which like I cannot believe our United States government has to be involved with college athletics to fix it. But until they do, this mess is not going to stop anytime soon. All right, so last night I was at the grocery store.
Yeah.
Trying to see what kind of chaos I was going to be walking into. Wasn't really that big deal, the store I went to. But I saw something when I was leaving that I'm sure we've discussed before, but I figured you were here today. It's a Friday, so we can talk about some non-sportsy stuff. So I saw this gentleman take his grocery cart, put it up on the curb in the grass, then drive away.
Mm-hmm.
So next segment, text them in, call in. The worst people you see out in the wild, in the world. We'll get to that next year on ESPN 97.5. All right, final hour of the week here on ESPN 97.5. Joe George, Michael Connor, B-Mac here with you. So as I said, going to the break last night, I went to the grocery store. Didn't know what to expect. I got lucky, I guess, and like the store I went to was like, there was not a lot of eggs.
It's mind-numbing.
You could tell the people in the area that I live like their beer.
Oh, dude, I went to the gym today. My gym is right next to a Specs.
Yeah.
Dear Lord. That place, it was like 11 o'clock in the morning. This place is packed.
People walking out with arms full of whiskey.
Look, man, like, it's going to be cold.
This one guy had a cart full of wine.
Look, man.
Like, man.
I think we're going to be okay. Like, potentially, like.
Fine.
It's gonna be like 16 hours of it's a little cold.
Yeah, like, it might be like, Dell might not be here Monday. Like, Mapes might have to produce John and Lance. But, like, since, John's going to be in California, Lance might be at home. Like, it'll be fine. I was like, I think this is just an excuse now, just to get like hammered all weekend. Like,
yeah, it is.
It's not going to be that cold on Saturday.
No, Saturday's not supposed to get cold till like midnight.
So it's not going to be that cold
really
on
Sunday and then Monday morning.
Yeah. So I just feel like it's just a reason to just drink.
The only thing you're watching for, and again, now if you want somebody that keeps up with the weather, this is my life now. I have to know what's going on in the weather 24/7, 365. It just sounds like the only thing you're concerned about is the possibility of it raining into Sunday. And then there'd be an issue.
Because it might ice.
But it's not even going to be that big of an issue.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we know the city doesn't handle ice very well.
We get one bad ice storm in, 2021? And we act
we got snow last year.
Yeah, we did have snow last year. That shut us down for a day.
Yeah,
we get it. We act like we're going to die. And I don't understand.
Yeah, it takes very little to turn into Armageddon here.
I'll tell you, like, I feel like very like relaxed in a way, just because of what happened in 21. Like, so when we get that freeze,
how long were you without power?
I stayed at a hotel.
Oh,
because
right.
I was told I was on call.
Oh yeah.
Making $12 an hour, but hey, you got to come in.
Yeah, they didn't bother with me.
So we stayed at a hotel.
I lost power for one day and then had power back.
Dana was 8 months pregnant.
Oh, geez.
So that was the only like really stressful part, was like when we couldn't find food in the Galleria.
Oh,
like we eventually found a place. Shout out Jake's Sports Bar for being open. And we literally just ate multiple meals from there every single day. But like Dana was 8 months pregnant. Like it ended up being, I think, 2 weeks before Joseph was born, because he was born a little early.
Damn.
So like that was stressful. But like besides that, like the fact that she's not pregnant, and it's like, yeah, we have a 5-year-old. He'll be almost 5-year-old. Like he'll be fine. He's just gonna play a Switch for like 3 days. Like as long as, unless we lose power.
Until it runs out of charge.
Yeah, if we lose power,
then it might be Armageddon in your house.
Yeah, then it might be. So like that thing's gonna be plugged in as often as possible.
Oh, I'm worried about you in indoor baseball. If he can't go outside and his Switch dies.
No, we'll just the laptop goes away. My laptop broke because he was playing baseball inside, and he swung, and I had my laptop like propped up.
I'm a little proud of him.
Look, he's got a good swing. We just signed him up.
I mean, indoor baseball, as somebody that grew up
when
it was raining outside playing indoor baseball.
We're going to get to the worst people in the world here in a second, but let me tell you, I don't even want to know, and I'm sure dads and parents will tell me how expensive this is going to get.
Oh.
I laughed when I saw there was $200 to sign up a 5-year-old for
Have you even bought his equipment yet?
Yeah, he got a bat and glove for Christmas.
Okay.
But like I was just like, really? I was like, for a little league, for T-ball?
I played select baseball growing up. I don't want to know what my parents spent.
Yeah.
No, I remember when I was working the network, one of the hosts over there, his daughter was in advanced softball, and he was dropping 500 or more on bats all the time.
Yeah, the bats.
Yeah, the bats are crazy expensive.
Stupid.
7308 says all the chili making supplies in local grocery stores have been depleted. That's
we're going with tortilla soup.
That's
what we're making tomorrow. Chicken tortilla soup.
That's makes sense of why there's something that's like not at a grocery store right now.
Yeah,
because it's a good time to like make chili. It's going to be cold regardless, even if it's not the end of the world.
Well, why are we acting like we're not going to have water? Are our water systems going to freeze or something? Is that
what kills me is like storms like this, and people will buy 12 packs of toilet paper. Like, how much are you going to poop over a 2-day weekend?
Also, be a civilized person and use a flushable wipe.
Yeah,
like that toilet paper's not getting your chili crap off your butthole.
Well, see, that's the problem. Is that like if you have chili and then we lose water, you're in a tough spot. It's like I feel like you should make a decision of what your strategy is going to be. If we're worried about losing power and water, maybe don't make chili.
You're going to be digging holes in your backyard.
Just open up the manhole cover and go right into it.
Great call. But all right, but as I was leaving, I was putting my groceries away, and I saw this gentleman. He literally was parked right next to.
Surprised you called him a gentleman.
Yeah, he really well. I know we just showed Colton what the dump button was, but I didn't want that to be the first time I get dumped for what I really want to call this guy. So he's parked next to the little curb, there's the grass and one tree, and he takes his sweet time. By the time he got his cart up on the dirt, so it didn't roll away. So he at least didn't leave it in the middle of the parking lot. He could have just walked 10 feet. It was across from his car.
Yeah, it's bad.
So
people
he
do this.
Leaves his cart, and I was like, all right, we're gonna talk about the worst people you see in the wild.
They're up there. They are up there. Those people that do that with the carts. Because I am number. Because you know what I do, and maybe it's just me getting old. When I go to places like HEB, or really for me it's Costco. We shop at Costco all the time. I see these people are out there that are working this job, and I think that job really has to suck. You're pushing carts around all day long. The least I can do is walk another 10 feet and put it in the bin with all the other carts. It's not that hard.
No.
It's not. But those people, Costco is the bane of my existence. I was there earlier today. We've got lines down the freeway because you need to fill your car up because God forbid you need to have gas in it when you can't drive, right? Got to be full.
Yep.
Between them and the people, the next worst people in terms of grocery store stuff are the people at Costco specifically that sit in the middle of a lane because the Costco parking lots are too tight as it is, and they have to park as close to the store as possible. You could use some exercise, most of these people I see in the store. You could park further away, and walk your ass in the store.
Yep.
Stop being so lazy where you're holding the whole parking lot up because you got to get the third spot from the door.
I'll add to that the people who insist on backing into every spot, because most of them are bad at it.
Yep.
And they it basically ends up being the same as waiting for that spot to open up because it takes them 4 turns to actually get into the spot, and you're just sitting there waiting instead of just pulling in normally.
100%. I think,
if you have a truck so big you can't do it, park further back.
Yes.
Park
you'll be okay. I get it. It might be cold. It might be raining. It might be 300 degrees outside.
I prefer to park far away. I don't like to park near anybody, and I don't mind walking.
So to make sure never in my life I ever get the want to be the grocery cart person.
Yeah.
I usually just park as
next
close
to it.
Yeah,
right
park
next
to it. Yeah.
So that way it's just when I'm leaving. Actually, I love being parked literally right next to it because then it's unload your car, drop off your cart, you're on your way.
That, or if you have a small order, when you walk out the door, the carts are usually right by the door as well. Just put the cart right back there by the door, and then
You'll
just
be
carry
fine.
your bags.
And if you don't have enough people yet, have some kids and make them carry it.
Right.
We're at that point now where Joseph had a box of cereal you bought, and I was like, all right, you're carrying this one, buddy. He goes, why? I was like, because I said so.
Yeah.
I was like, get used to it. Chores.
You're getting older, man.
Learn some chores. All right, so worst people that you see in the wild, you can text in, you can call in. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Lenny, what's going on?
Hey guys, I have two nominations for this. Even though I'm convinced, I think it's the same people that do both of these things. Is people that refuse to put a leash on their dog and rely on those dumb shock collars. We all have to play by the same rules. You need to put your dog in a leash. And then I think it's the same people that stand up the second the plane stops when you get to the gate, even if they're in row 78 and they're standing up in front of you. They can't go anywhere, and then they kind of try to push to the front of the plane to deep board before everybody else. Just sit back, relax, and sit down.
Unless you have the world's quickest connection, there's no reason.
But even then, thank you, Lenny, for the call. But even then, the people who have those connections, they tell people, and the average person around them, they will just let them through. You will let people through if you're hey, I have a connection. Now, some people lie about it.
I want to let people know, too, they're going to hold the plane as long as they possibly can to get you on it.
Especially if they know a connection's coming in.
Right.
But the people who don't take the time, just to be when I landed in Houston on Monday morning.
Yeah.
There was a guy who he was didn't have a connecting flight. you could tell he just wanted to get out of there.
Yeah.
He starts like dipping and dodging through the line, and it's like, dude, like just wait. Like we're all going to the same place.
I've reached the
You're
point.
gonna be okay.
Now I won't be able to do this in my future when I'm, on board in a uniform and everything. But I did it the other day. I was coming back from South Carolina, and this woman, I'm in the second to last row. She's in the row in front of me, probably young 20s girl, but talking the whole time, playing her. Person on the plane with their phone playing, a video out loud. Oh. This is the same kind of person. And she's trying to, her bag's in the very back. She's trying to get to the back, and then she's trying to bum rush. So she gets her bag, she starts trying to bum rush everybody, and I'm like halfway sitting out the aisle, and she's like, "Excuse me," and I go, "Oh, do you have a connection to make?" "No." And I look at her, I go, "Then what are you waiting? What are you rushing for? I'm not moving. You're not going anywhere. You're making chaos here."
Yeah.
She just gave me this death look, and I'm like, I just call people out now. I don't care.
I mean, look, especially on like a plane. Like, what are they gonna do to you?
Nothing.
What's gonna happen?
You wanna fight me? Okay.
You wanna never fly again in your life?
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I'll just stand here.
You'll go viral too for being next to the crazy lady of the planet. Let's go back out to the HRP listener line. Then we'll take a break and get through some of the texts. Jeff, what's going on?
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Good.
Hey, I'm gonna go through three of them real quick, but they're all the same people. I think the ones that don't use their directional to the last second when they decide to stop, they put it on.
Yes.
That really, I think that's just disrespectful. I think they're the same people that block the intersections when they can actually stop and let people out coming the other way. And then the third thing is when you're doing a U-turn, I'm not sure what the law is. I really don't care what the law is. I want to do what's safest for me. And when they're trying to do these cut-throughs, they want to pull to the right side, so when you pull and you can't see past them, instead of pulling to the other side where you can actually see the traffic coming, they pull on the other side of the like when you cut through, so you can't see anything. So you got to edge your way out into traffic instead of pulling to the right where they can see the traffic coming. I think it's the same people.
Good call, Jeff. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, I think
that last one drives me crazy.
Yes.
When they pull into the short part, and neither one of you can see the oncoming traffic.
Mm-hmm. It's the absolute worst. All right, let's take a break here. We'll get to the text line reaction. Other ones we have as well. We'll get to that next year on ESPN 97.5.
You're back with Jeremy and Joe, broadcasting live from inside the Huntington Bank Studios.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
All right, Joe George, Michael Connor, B-Mac here with you. Talking about the worst people we see in the world. I got a couple good ones, couple good calls. We went through ours. Let's go to the text line here. So let's see. The trash that throws cigarette butts out their car window. Good call. So they throw out the
Honest
cigarettes.
question, what are they supposed to do with them? Do they still have cigarette things in the car?
I mean, I think you probably should.
Do they?
I mean, anything other than throw it outside.
Yeah.
I've never smoked a cigarette in my life. I wouldn't know how this goes.
I've never smoked a cigarette in a car.
You could
I've never
probably
smoked one,
you could
period.
probably bring like a cup with you or something.
I
And
used
put
to
it
be-
out in the cup or something.
I used to be guilty in college.
Were you a drinker?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're one
My
of those
buddies,
guys.
I'd bum one after like 6 beers.
Yeah.
I'd be like, oh, yeah, sure, I'll come with you.
Hey, look, Jeremy's screwed. He ain't getting out of Lubbock.
Oh, is that
That's
ice?
the roads in Lubbock right now.
Yeah, Jeremy's going to be stuck in Lubbock
He can
for
be
a couple
stuck
of
in
days.
Lubbock.
He's not going to leave his hotel room.
No.
I mean, I'm sure he's actually going to kind of enjoy it. Watch some TV shows, get caught up on stuff. Let's see, easy. Slow drivers in the left lane.
Oh, God.
Great call.
I don't need you to be like I have a problem with that too because I do get in the left lane and I usually keep it about 10 over the speed limit minimum. Yeah. But like we don't need to be going 95.
No.
And then you don't need to be riding my ass when I had one this morning. I was going 80 in the left hand lane. And I got this guy 10 inches off my bumper.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm going 80, dude.
Yeah, I think that's where it's okay. So like you don't want to be the slow person in the left lane. If you're going above the speed limit,
I'm going
in the
15
left lane,
over in the speed limit this morning.
Like that's the other person.
I'd even
being the
go
problem.
further than that. Like if you're 10 over, like I think it's on the other person just past you.
Yeah.
Like don't ride my bumper.
Now I don't want to deal with people, so I just move for them.
I couldn't this morning. There's too much going on the freeway. Like I was
Yeah.
trying to get over, and there's no way to get over.
Yeah, then it's like what are you supposed to do?
Yeah,
It's like you're just kind of stuck.
I also had a car in front of me, and I'm going 80.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're at least going 75, it's not on you at that point.
People also who have speakerphone in public. You kind of hit on that.
Yeah.
I was going to say that there's one guy in particular at the gym that does this. He walks around. He's there for like 2 hours every day. I don't think he works out. He's just on the phone the whole time.
Well, that is an interesting one. Like some gym etiquette.
Oh, gym
like
etiquette's
that
bad.
that would drive me crazy at times. Where someone like between reps will just sit up on the equipment and just scroll their phone. Like, especially if it's different if this piece of equipment and there's 5 of them, right?
Yeah.
Like with treadmills or whatever. But if it's the only one and you're just sitting there scrolling your phone, like get up if you're not going to be actively working
It's
out.
almost as bad. And I spend, I'm at the gym 5 days a week at least. It's an epidemic. The people videoing themselves.
Oh, dude.
With the tripods at the gym.
See,
nobody is watching you work out. This
okay.
whole generation of you have to film everything
Yeah.
is a damn. And I want to use cuss words that would get me banned from ever coming back.
Please
here.
don't do that.
I'm not going to.
Okay. It's one thing to film it. Like I think it's weird. I don't get it. My bigger annoyance with that is then they get annoyed
if somebody gets mad at them.
If people like walk past.
Oh.
Like
Yeah,
they feel like it's their area.
It's not your area, dude.
No, it's like no, it's not.
No.
People who don't say thank you for after you hold the door for them, good call.
That's a good one.
That's one where it's just like I don't want to do this ever again, but you kind of have to still hold the door because most people say thank you, but if you don't say thank you, you're a jerk. People who don't pick up after their dog, yes, that's one where like it's
pick it up.
It's part of having a dog.
Yep.
Like if you're not gonna have a yard, or you just want to take your dog for a walk, like it's part of just being a good person. Like those are some of the worst people, honestly. Like
I would say the worst person is kind of similar to this, but the person that goes to a restaurant or really any public place with kids and then just lets them run around the table with like barely even paying attention to them.
Yes.
It's just expecting everyone else to be okay with them bumping into their chairs and rolling around on the floor by their feet.
Yep.
Like, hate those people.
Yeah, it's the kid stuff is because like I get so self-conscious like when Joseph isn't like we're with Joseph, like where it's like if we're at the point where like it's a little slow, we haven't got our food yet, and it's like okay, if we don't like I don't want him to watch the phone when we're at dinner. But there is a line where it's like
you got to give
it's
it to him.
taking so long just to get our food that like I can feel a meltdown coming. That's where like even like with like the speakerphone in the public, he's like I want it to be louder. I'm like nope, like sorry dude, like we are in public. Like there's a certain volume that like is acceptable for this. Oso on the text line says saw a lady once at Hobby Airport just drop her trash on the floor. rather than putting it in the garbage, and she was leaning on the garbage can. That person sucks.
She's probably drunk, too.
Don't spit in the steam room. Good call. Not knowing how to park.
That's not the worst thing I've seen in a steam room.
I don't even want to know.
My wife and I walked into the gym one day, or we were going to walk into the steam room and found a man and another man.
Oh.
That's all you need to know.
Okay.
We immediately got the cops called.
Yeah. People that park in handicap spots.
Yep.
I mean, those are like, that's
how about those of you out there that don't need a handicap sticker?
Yeah.
And have one.
Yeah.
The rules on getting those apparently are the easiest in the history. Because I see way too many people getting out of their car and you got nothing wrong with you.
People that merge lanes very last second. Yep.
Yeah, those are awful too. Absolutely awful.
When we were talking about the cost of sports earlier, someone said they have to pay $4,500 a season for girls travel volleyball.
Oh,
yikes.
Hey, how about people in the car that are driving a motor vehicle and aren't paying attention to driving said motor vehicle?
Yep.
And are looking down at the screen on their phone.
I wish phones didn't work in cars, in a way.
I'm telling you, the older it sounds so old. The older I'm getting, the more and more I detach myself from this thing. I don't want anything to do with it.
Yeah,
I hate it. I honestly hate it.
Yeah, I'm not really like Twitter's the one where like I've really backed out. Like I don't want to use it.
That whole app seems every time I get it, it doesn't feel like it's being used much anymore. Am I wrong for that?
I agree.
Like you get on there, there's like nobody's interacting with anybody. There's just it feels like it's a dead thing. What is it, Blue Sky or whatever?
Yeah,
people use that.
No,
people using Threads.
People who having conversations on the phone while at the urinal. That's just weird.
That is a little bit weird.
We have.
Or how about worse? Taking a dump and on the phone in public.
It happens here.
Oh, I know. It happened at the old building we used to work at.
Yeah,
very popular radio host used to sit on the can, dropping trowel, having full-blown conversations. And I'm like, this is weird.
This one's funny. People who have to redeem 4,000 scratch-offs when there's a line of 10 people to check out at the gas station. Because, like, you want to get your money, right? Because that means you won some money.
Yeah.
But you also, it feels like there's an etiquette to where, like, if you have a ton of scratch-offs to cash.
Wait.
You feel like you have to kind of.
You also might have a problem if you have a ton of scratch-offs.
That's true. People that don't bring in their trash can for multiple days after trash day.
Yeah. In our neighborhood, you get immediate emails from your HOA saying they're going to fine you.
Someone said a water bottle can be an ashtray. Good call.
All right.
People who move to foreign countries and expect everyone to speak their language. I wonder if that's what that's targeted to.
No comment.
People that drink glass bottles of beer in the parking lot and just break it in the parking lot so they don't have to open container in their car. They don't have an open container in their car. I don't feel
that's
like
a very specific thing
that's
that's
very
going
specific.
on.
I feel like
do people do this?
Is that like a Texans tailgate issue?
I don't know.
I wonder if that person's actually done it.
Sounds like they have.
Yeah. That's very specific.
This is 8412. Bothers me when people call into the radio and say, I have a question or I want to say something. Yeah, we know. That's why you called.
Can we add to that? First time, long time.
Yeah.
Don't care.
Do people still do that?
Okay.
Sometime.
See, I think it's kind of turned into a bit.
Yeah.
Like,
it is a good bit.
That or at the end, I'll hang up and listen. Like
I'll hang up and listen.
We don't need it. Just stop talking.
We're going to let you go anyway.
Yeah.
You're not here to host the show.
Look, it's the only one I don't get is I remember listening to a show and one of the hosts started like screaming at the caller because they asked how they were doing. And I get it, like we want to hear the take.
Yeah,
like,
we don't need it, but it's not worth screaming over.
Yeah.
No.
Like I was like, man, you must be having a bad day, man. I just be getting so upset about that.
There's a lot of people in this business that are that way. It's pretty wild.
People who cuss in front of other people's kids. That's a good call.
Yeah, I'll slip up occasionally and feel really bad about it.
Yeah. People in general, fair.
Yeah, people in general suck.
Yeah.
That's the truth.
People who take up two machines at the gym at once. Okay, I get it.
Oh yeah.
Like, cause like you want to get you're going back and forth.
Yeah, I'm doing a set, bro. I'm okay, cool.
You can do the other one in a minute. There's this old guy at our gym that does this. He uses like 3 things at once, and then he'll be like, one of them's something with dumbbells, and then when he gets up and he's gonna leave that he just throws the dumbbells on the floor and walks away.
You won't even put them on the rack?
Nope.
Oh, that's tough.
That's tough.
That's tough. People who fill up their car with gas and then go in the gas station and shop, just leaving their car at the pump while they shop.
That's mostly only a problem at Buc-ee's, though.
I agree.
See, I was about to say I'm guilty of doing that at Buc-ee's specifically. But the Buc-ee's I go to is the one down there in Texas City or whatever.
Oh yeah,
on the way to Galveston.
There's so many.
But that one's never packed.
Yeah, and there's so. It's
like I use like the one of the pumps at the end, and I'll usually leave the car there and then run in.
If it's not busy, then it's not a problem. But if it's like Buc-ee's and it's packed,
then
you can't do that.
Yeah,
you can't do that.
Going to the bathroom and vaping in a public restroom, fair.
Like vaping anywhere in public.
Yeah, I'm with that.
Especially like a closed spot, like a closed area.
Yeah.
Like I saw it happened like at an Astros game, and I was like, really? I was like, there's a smoking area you could.
It happened to me. What is it when 50 Cent did the rodeo?
Mm-hmm.
And we sat behind this guy that was literally doing it the entire night. It's like a blueberry flavor, and he was blowing it. It was going back in my face. Guess what happened to me like 3 days later? The worst sinus infection I've ever had in my life.
Yeah.
And I'm like, this is because of this guy blowing his vape crap into my face all night.
People who talk to their dogs like babies.
All right, well, I can't say anything about that because sometimes I still do. They are my babies, even though they're like 9 years old.
This one is, where'd it go? Here we go. We'll end on this one. This is a great one. Worst people in the world is what we're doing here. Okay. People who throw 4 interceptions in one half to ruin the investment of time and money of the fans. That's a great way
person in
to
the world.
end.
Shroud up, Stroud.
That's a good way to end it. All right, let's get back into some of the local sports. We'll do that next year on ESPN 97.5. Right now, I want to talk to you about my friends at D&M Leasing. You can get no payments for a lease vehicle for the next 60 days when you go to dmautoloosing.com or by calling 713-290-1000. They've been in business since 1976, so they know what they're doing. And the people who work there, they've been there for a long time as well. The average leasing agent has been at D&M for about 10 years. The average manager's been there for about 20. So you're not going to be working with some rookie. You're going to be working with someone, an agent that knows the entire process from start to finish. So if you've never leased a vehicle, don't worry. And the best part is you don't have to go to the dealership anymore. You can do all of this from the comfort of your own home. All the documents can be DocuSigned. They'll bring the car to you when it's time to drop off your new or used lease vehicle, and they'll take your trade-in for you as well. So if you're dealing with negative equity, you're ready to get a new vehicle, you're just ready for a change, check out our friends at D&M Leasing. Right now, dmautoloosing.com or call 713-290-1000 for no payments for the next 60 days, and tell them ESPN 97.5 sent you by.
Now back to the Huntington Bank Studios with Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
All right, Rockets taking on the Pistons tonight. The starters are out. KD, Okogie, Alperen, Jabari, Amen Thompson. Same group as always. Basically at this point. Yeah. We'll see. They really need to win tonight.
They do need it.
They need to win a back-to-back. Like, the fact that they haven't won a back-to-back yet this season, it's not the end of the world.
I forgot it's Thompson twin fight night.
It is.
How's Asur doing?
I don't know this year.
He's starting for them. I know that now. Right?
Yeah. They're pretty good. Actually, I'm curious. I'm going to pull up the odds for the Rockets for this year. I still can't, like, the Pistons, it's worked out well for them. The East is so interesting to me, just like how it feels so open at this point of just like who's going to be the team that comes out. And it seems so certain who's going to come out of the West.
Yeah, it's one team in the West. If there was every year that the Rockets were in the East, it'd be this year.
Finals winner. The Rockets are tied for fourth right now. So it's OKC plus 115.
There's actually a featured piece on ESPN.com right now. KD, rising guards and bully ball inside the Rockets' Texas-size offense.
I saw Durant responding to people on Twitter.
Oh, was he?
Well, because people were one of the dangers I think of where we're at with AI now is just all the stuff that people can make.
Yeah.
So easily. And it was this quote where he was talking about this fake quote to make it extra clear here. This is not real. Where he was talking about dropping 37 and having to carry the load at his age and basically being like, yeah, I scored 37, but we can't win. We got problems. Like he clearly wasn't said, but it's so real.
Yeah, it looks real.
It's so real. And he's like responding to people on Twitter, be like, do you think I actually said this? I'm like, I think we're at the point now where
coming from a season where he played for the Phoenix Suns and had to do this and they were a losing team. He's not even thinking these things.
But it is one where it's like you have to really watch. Like it's part of the reason why I don't like Twitter right now is everything seems to be fake.
It's all bot, yeah.
Like it all seems to be AI generated. It's like what is real and what is not real is getting more and more challenging to actually decipher what's happening. But yeah, they need a W tonight. But off that last text we got about worst people in the world, and so it says CJ Stroud. We talked a little bit earlier, but I'm just curious, with where you're at now, that the season's over, we're almost a week removed from the game. We're talking about potential of holding out. So
I just can't. I can't wrap my head around that being real.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. We were talking about during the break. I think it's more.
I just don't think he's in a spot of leverage.
I don't think so either. I wonder what CJ and his agent think of his play. How much they blame the Texans. If they really
I think if you're blaming the Texans for your poor play, then we have a problem here.
Then I think we'd see a trade demand also.
They did a lot better job this year protecting him compared to the year before.
I think it's a better job.
Compared to the year before, it's a lot better.
No, I agree.
It's not great.
No, they still have a lot of work to do.
They still have a ton.
And that to me is that's the number one priority. I'm just curious, outside of fixing the offensive line. You mentioned wide receiver earlier. It's one where you add two rookies. You add Christian Kirk, who we don't think is going to be back.
No.
You have Tank Dell. You can't bank on him.
He's Lance McCullers now.
You just don't know. You don't know what you're going to do. He could be Tank Dell again.
But then he could go out there and get hit one time wrong and he's done again.
Yeah. Or he also could be out there and not be.
He might not be fast anymore.
Yeah. He might not be the guy that you want him to be.
He was just okay in year two. He wasn't unbelievable in year two.
So I feel like you can't go into next season with Tank Dell as an option of that's going to help fix this offense. I think it can help improve your offense. But do you want to see them add at the wide receiver position?
Yes, but I don't think that they can invest big capital into it, money or draft, because they've already done that. I think Jaden Higgins got unfairly criticized by some people. And look, I
think he was good this year.
On my show that I do, the Texans show, Stan Norfleet is the number one Jaden Higgins. This isn't good enough. I think he didn't like the fact that the Texans were penciling him in as the number 2 this year. But I'm with you. I thought for a rookie, it was a very solid rookie season.
I think
and I don't think that there's anything to think other than he's going to be on the rise moving forward. Why wouldn't a player with his skill set and his size progress in year 2 to where he is a bona fide number 2 and a guy that can be a number 1? Because the fact is Nico Collins misses games as well every year.
Yeah.
Why can't he be that in year 2 in the league where you don't have as big a concern?
I think Higgins is being put in a category that he didn't belong in by some people that are criticizing him, and they're overvaluing what's happening elsewhere in the NFL. Like you see what Malik Neighbors and what these rookie wide receivers do each year, and they're like, well, why can't Higgins do that? Well, he wasn't drafted there.
Right.
He wasn't like people forget. I feel like people have forgotten that it took Nico Collins a couple years to like really get
Year
going.
3.
Like, so I think Higgins is good. I think he's going to be good for the Texans.
I do too.
I do think that with like how they use Jalen Noel this year, that I don't have confidence in his role moving forward.
I don't know what his role is. Like,
And
do you trust him as a receiver at all?
I don't know. And
I
like,
mean,
'cause
he has some ability,
clearly didn't.
clearly.
Yeah, but they clearly didn't trust him.
Yeah.
You have a giant question mark with Tank Dell. I don't think Christian Kirk's going to come back. I don't think he should come back. I think you can improve elsewhere.
What this team should have done, they could have done all those things. They should have just brought back Stephon Diggs. They shouldn't have gotten rid of him this past year. I never understood that one when they did that.
Especially because of what they did with the contract.
Yeah.
They're
It
like,
didn't make any sense.
They kicked money down the road, and he hurt your cap space this year.
Yep.
And then helped the Patriots get to the AFC Championship game.
He
So, like,
made a legit catch in that game.
I do think that like you have to invest. Like I would be surprised if they took the 28th pick in the draft.
No. I think they
took
go free agent route.
I think so too. Like I think they're going to do, and maybe even similar to what they did with Kirk, like a late round pick for a veteran wide receiver.
Isn't
that,
Mike
like,
Evans
comes in.
available? We always do the Mike Evans game.
He might be available.
I think he's
or
gonna be
did
a
he
free.
sign a new contract?
I think he got. I think they can get out of it. I think they're going to get out of it.
But like
if he's not a free agent,
to me, like I think that'd be enough. I'd be fine with that. Like,
add Mike Evans, have the group come back, have add Tank Dell to it. I'd feel fine with it. I'm more concerned with the running back position. I liked Woody Marks, but Woody Marks is not a 1A.
So
I think he's a compliment.
I think he could. Like I think he shows the juice to be a 1A, but it's. I don't want to be a hypocrite in the way I've talked about Jackson Dart, so I have to feel the same way, in my opinion, about Woody Marks, is that he gets hurt every single game.
Well, he played all year, though, didn't he?
He does, but he literally leaves every game.
Yeah, it's true.
And I think he can be a 1B.
I think you signed Brees Hall.
I'm open to it. I think you can go a bunch of different ways. Brees Hall, Kenneth Walker. I think you can draft someone in the second or third round. Someone was earlier texting about Nick Singleton, the running back from Penn State, like taking him in the second or third round. I'd be fine with that. I think as the draft process plays out, like I think Jadarian Price might end up being a first rounder from Notre Dame, the second Notre Dame running back. But like Lance is already really excited about what he's looked at. I've seen some of his tweets, and we've talked about him as a prospect. So like, I think you can go any direction. Like I think with wide receiver, you have to go veteran, free agency or trade. Running back, I'm open to either. I'm open to free agency. I'm also open to drafting someone. But like I think you have to add to it. I think you have to fix you have to add to the offensive line. Like
You're keeping Ingram on the offensive line.
Maybe.
I think you do.
I just wonder. I wonder what his contract's going to look like.
I don't think it's going to be crazy.
Like I think
that's why I say I think you keep him.
Yeah,
3-year deal.
I'm fine with that. Like I think you have to draft someone, a center or a guard, with your first pick.
Absolutely.
And now you have to hit on it, which
you've hit on. I think you've hit on the left tackle. I think Ursery's going to be legit. I think he looked pretty good as the season went and moved on.
I agree.
But I think the biggest question here with me with the line is money. The Texans' money situation. They're going to have to move cap around. Do you think about moving on from Titus Howard?
Yeah, Jeremy talked about that yesterday. He thinks they will.
I think they will too. It's too much money.
You can.
And he's good and he's versatile.
Yes,
but he's 30 now.
But you have like cap space, like your cap space. Like when you look at it for like on Spotrac or whatever, like it doesn't look good for the Texans.
But it'll change. Every team's changes every year. They manipulate the cap.
You have plenty
any way they need to.
The salary cap's going to go up. First of all, second of all, like you have plenty of guys that you can move on from if you want to. That like you can. There is cap to be had. They are not going to be like what like the Saints were this last year in free agency, where like they literally couldn't do anything.
Yeah, they'll also take some of those big deals that they have and take their money and turn it into signing bonus. Like Daniel Hunter's massive numbers going to turn into a signing bonus and clear up a ton of space there.
Yeah, like if you look at some of the big names on this roster, like there are. Okay, so you have Titus Howard, $0 in guaranteed salary. Dalton Schultz, $0. Aziz.
Can you get rid of Dalton Schultz?
No, probably
not.
Can. No, I don't think you can because Cade Stover.
He was good. Yeah, Cade Stover's, your quarterback's over there getting him killed.
Well, we haven't.
But also, he wasn't very good.
We haven't gotten anything on him.
No, there had been anything.
No one asked about him at the end of the season press conference. I get it. D'Amico's also probably not going to answer the question.
I was blown away at the questions that were asked at the press conference. I'm like, what are we doing here?
I'm not. I wish I was, but
I'm not. Yeah, but I'm like, what? There were so many things left on the table.
Oh yes, there was. But you have Brevin Jordan. Like, you can't bank on him. He gets hurt every year. So you have
they're banking on. They gave him money.
I know, but it's low money.
They like him.
They did it 2 years in a row where he tore his ACL and they gave him money. But he's a non-factor to me until he gets through training camp. And even then, I hope, because I like Brevin Jordan, the player, or what the player was.
He's a compliment, a real good compliment, you think, to Dalton Schultz, because he's the speed guy.
Yeah, but I think tight end you have to invest heavily in the offense this year. I don't think the Texans are one move away from fixing their offense.
Would you get silly and just blow up the tight end spot and go get Kyle Pitts?
I think he's gonna get too much money.
I think so too.
And honestly, I know he scored 3 touchdowns the last week of the season, basically, or second to last week of the season, and ruined everyone's fantasy seasons if you're playing him, like I was. But it's not a. I think he's gonna get $12 million a year.
Probably.
I just don't think you can invest in a guy that hasn't been consistently good enough. But I think drafting a tight end or investing in a tight end in the offseason, to me, is also towards the top. You can't you don't have to do anything in this defense.
No, I mean, just keep your guys. I think maybe add a little bit of depth to the back end.
I think your second safety spot is a question, but if they Reed, the rookie they had from Penn State, he can be your other guy next to Bullock. You're fine. So
but here's the other thing though too. You got to start thinking about all these guys, these other guys on the defense. They're non-first round picks, and you're about to run into who am I paying, who am I keeping, who am I letting go, who am I trading? What am I doing?
Well, you're definitely paying Kamari.
Yeah, you're paying Kamari. You think
you're paying,
but
Will
he's going to
Anderson.
get. Honestly, if Kamari hit the open market, he's getting cornerback one money.
Yeah, he's going to below the Stingley Surtain market, but not that much.
Yeah,
I don't think so.
But he's still getting good money.
Yeah, Will Anderson's going to be one of the highest paid defensive
player in the league, probably.
Yeah, very.
He'll get topped quickly by whoever's next.
Yeah, but I think that deal gets done within in minutes.
I would agree.
So I do think there's some wiggle room within contracts of guys you can move on from on defense that we like currently. It wouldn't shock me if to improve the offense they make the defense worse on paper, but I trust D'Amico and Matt Burke and Nick Caserio enough to where they can go in and they can find other guys that are cheaper that fit this scheme and this system, so you can make the defense worse on paper by improving the offense. I think that's very possible. It's gonna be, I don't know, it's gonna be a fascinating offseason.
I think you just look at what has happened in San Francisco and the parallels here, obviously with the coaching staff. They had the defense forever, right? Obviously Saleh had it, and then D'Amico had it, and they had a bunch of guys on it. And then as the years went on, and they had to start paying guys in other spots. They had to start losing it, and we saw what happened this year. Their defense this year was trash.
Yep.
It's not going to stay this way forever. It's not.
It's not, but I think it's they've shown
you can sustain it to a level.
I think there's but you can see on the interior, what they've done with the defensive tackle position, and all these guys they've drafted with Bullock and Lassiter, Petrie. I mean, even taking Stingley, he was a guy who barely played at LSU because of his injuries.
And he was worth that pick.
Yeah, I think they've shown they can draft well enough defensively where you can make tough decisions on defense. And I think this is where Nick Caserio and Burks and Ryans Burke and Ryans deserve the benefit of the doubt that they can just replace those guys. I have no problem believing that they can do that at this point. All right, he is Michael Connor. I am Joe George. Brian and Colton here with us today. Coming back, we'll do our Junkie of the Day. We'll do that next year on ESPN 97.5. All right, Junkie of the Day, Michael Connor, thank you for coming in.
Thank you, Joe.
You can check him out on the Locked On Texans YouTube channel on their squad shows that they do twice a week, and then Astros postgame, before you know it, on the Locked On Astros YouTube channel as well. Keeping us busy.
Yeah.
I'm ready for baseball to be back. All right, Junkie of the Day. Who you got? Who do you want to nominate?
I know it's not from today necessarily, but since I'm not here,
It's fine.
I'm going with the people that, now look, I know you got to ask the question and whatnot, but all the people writing the stories about Carlos Beltran and the 2017 Astros and the 2017 Astros being a topic again. When do you people, I got to move on. Like, at one point in your life, are you going to accept that the whole sport was doing something? And they still are to this day. Like, if you want to live with your head buried in the sand and think that, and Carlos Beltran even said it, baseball players are always going to do something to try and get an edge.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just be realistic for a second and realize that your game has never been pure and it's never going to be pure.
I wasted my time reading the Beltran story on the Athletic last night.
I did too, and I'm like, why did I?
Because it says he like owns up to it,
and he doesn't.
He does not.
He basically
own up
skirted around it the whole time.
it was
good for
very,
him, as he should.
So instead of reading it, I'll save you the time. If you've watched the 30 for 30 on Sammy Sosa and Mark McGwire,
yeah,
Carlos does exactly what Sammy does.
Yeah.
He dances around it, but never actually says, like, he never admits to creating it, which we all know he did.
Yeah, and was using it in other cities before he got here.
He's just like, yeah, we shouldn't have done it.
I was worried there. Saying doing something Sammy did could go 1,000 different ways.
Yeah, he's still the same, skin
Is Sammy's
tone.
still white now?
No, he's black again.
I don't know if he was bleaching or if he was corking bats. Like, what are we doing here?
He's back to looking like Sammy again. Brian?
Well, he was in the Cubs dugout this past year, wasn't he?
He's welcome back now.
I've got a few nominations. Rockets fourth quarters.
call.
Those are a 9-point lead blown against the 76ers. Caller David being drunk earlier. That was fun. And then everyone kissing Notre Dame's ass all the time. Get them automatic qualifiers.
Joe.
You know what? Who I'm going to nominate? I'm going to nominate you, Brian McDonald, and everyone that's upset about Notre Dame.
You're never going to let this go, are you?
Because 10 commissioners agreed to sign this piece of paper that guaranteed Notre Dame that spot. Blame your commissioner, Brian. It's his fault, not mine.
I'll take it up with my senator. Oh, wait, no, he left for California because it's cold outside.
Yeah. In a second, there's a storm brewing.
Speaking of.
That was the greatest.
Can we nominate Ted Cruz?
Yeah, let's just nominate him. Great call.
There's a few things that are guaranteed in life. Ted Cruz being at a big sporting event where a team from Texas loses and him getting his ass out of the state when there's a storm coming.
Don't forget he was at Kyle Field when they scored 3 points against Miami.
Blessed.
I want to blame him for that one, but
I was so happy.
That's just Marcel
That's
Reed.
just Marcel Reed being terrible.
I cheered for that interception like I went to Miami. It was so good. I jumped off the couch.
God, if you and Beard were still doing a show, you might have killed each other.
He would have hated me with a passion.
Yeah, I just, you would think someone would tell Ted just to like, hey man, do a live stream from your house. One store.
That'd be a boring live stream.
I know, but just to show like you stayed put. Like you'll be
or
okay.
just go fly private.
Yes, that's the other thing too. Like,
don't get on that United 737, buddy.
I do feel like it's a little beneath him. Like, also,
yeah, he was actually. I mean, it looked like in the picture he was sitting economy as well.
Yeah, he was just right there with the masses.
He's trying to pretend to be a man of the people while abandoning us when it's potentially going to get bad. All right, well, everyone stay safe. We'll see how this actually turns out.
And don't die from the 14, 15 hours of cold.
Hopefully, we'll keep power and everything this weekend. I think that's what everyone's actually concerned about. So stay safe this weekend. Aggie basketball tomorrow. Coming up next, we have Rocket Power, myself, and Sean Mapes. Rockets podcast. I'm not going to do the full Rocket Power. That's Jeremy's job. Smoking and toasting.
Give it one try.
Nope.
Come on.
Smoking and toast. You can do it if you want.
Rocket Power.
There you go. That's coming up next. Myself and Sean Mapes and Smoking and Toasting after that. We'll talk to you on Monday. Enjoy the weekend the best you can in the cold. Peace.